Chapter 1. The Boy Who Carves Deities in the Deep of Night in Shuanglin City. The deserted streets were shrouded in a thin mist, with dim streetlights casting a grayish hue on the ground. At the end of the street, only one shop still had its lights on. It was a store specializing in outdoor adventure gear, with an old wooden sign and the walls covered in mottled stains, showing its age. The shopkeeper was a young man in his 20s named Liang Yi. Inside the cramped store, Liang Yi held a chisel and was carefully carving a wooden sculpture. It was an idol, with a bull's head and a human body, holding a steel fork, its eyes wide open, glaring ahead, exuding an imposing and fierce aura. Liang Yi rotated the blade in his hand, carving the final stroke on the edge of the idol's robe, then gently exhaled to blow away the wood shavings before placing it on a wooden shelf beside him. That moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the carving of the idol bull head. Quality, subpar. Followers, 0. Incense, 0. Divine powers, great strength. Beginner, night walker beginner, soul capture beginner. Hearing the clear system announcement in his mind, Liang Yi squinted and stretched, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. He had been in this world for a month. After this period of exploration, he had figured out that it was a world plagued by demons and monsters, where human lives were as fragile as grass. Whether in the bustling, neon-lit cities or the quiet, remote mountains and wilderness, there was always the possibility of encountering demons, ghosts, and other supernatural beings. Under such circumstances, weak humans could only seek protection by worshiping deities and offering incense. After crossing over, Liang Yi not only inherited this adventure gear store from his deceased parents, but also awakened a system called carving to become a god. As the name suggests, the main function of this system was to help Liang Yi carve idols. With the system's empowerment, these idols would possess divine power once carved. Like the countless deities in this world, they could also accept followers and absorb the power of incense to nurture themselves, protecting a piece of land from evil disturbances. However, Liang Yi looked at the 7 or 8 idols on the wooden shelf and shook his head with a sigh. I've carved so many, but I can't sell them. 7 or 8 idols together, 0 followers, 0 incense. The foot traffic in Shuanglin City is low, and my online shop isn't doing well either. With no money and no incense, can this business go on? Feeling a bit depressed, Liang Yi propped his chin on his hand and stared listlessly at the shop's entrance. As midnight approached, today's earnings were still 0, marking another day without sales. Just then, a light approached from a distance, catching Liang Yi's attention. Before long, a car with its headlights on came to a stop in front of the shop. The car door opened, and a thin man in black stepped out. He had a sports camera hanging around his neck, a big smile on his face, and was chanting something. Attention, friends in the live stream. Today, I'm Datu, and I've come to Shuanglin City to explore the first affiliated hospital, rumored to be haunted by evil spirits. I forgot to bring some adventure gear before leaving, so I'm following the navigation to find a shop. Once I get all the gear ready, I'll be at the hospital by midnight to check out the truth behind those evil spirits. Seeing this unique figure and hearing his words, Liang Yi quickly understood that he was a live streaming adventurer. The live streaming industry was still thriving in this world, especially with everyone aware of the real existence of demons and monsters, such supernatural and adventure life. Streams have become increasingly popular, and the first affiliated hospital that Datu just mentioned, Liang Yi had some recollection of. It was originally the largest and best-equipped hospital in Shuanglin City, but 3 years ago a series of supernatural events began to occur there. For instance, the entire hospital experienced unexplained power outages at night. Several nurses died mysteriously, and there were daily suicides for 14 days in a row. At that time, relevant departments in Shuanglin City quickly intervened in the investigation, ruling out human factors, yet they never managed to uncover what kind of evil was at play. As time passed, fear spread, and the hospital gradually became abandoned, maintaining its state to this day, with no one daring to enter or exit. Recently, this matter gained some fame online, bringing a wave of attention even to the previously obscure Shuanglin City. The live streamer Datu had evidently come to seek out the first affiliated hospital for a live exploration to gain traffic and attention. Knowing his intentions, Liang Yi stood up and nodded at Datu, asking, "What specific gear do you need?" Ma Data glanced at his watch, looked around, and replied, I need a high-brightness, long-lasting flashlight, and let's get a trekking pole for exploring. I heard that hospital has been abandoned for 3 years, and some areas are overgrown with weeds and vines. Don't get tangled up with ghosts. Getting entangled with vines would scare you half to death, haha. The last 2 sentences were clearly a joke directed at his live stream audience. Liang Yi didn't respond, but walked to the side to fetch the flashlight and trekking pole. When he turned around, he found Ma Datu leaning in closely to examine the idols. He heard Ma Data chuckle. The carving craftsmanship is quite good. Boss, how much for this bullhead? Without raising his head, Liang Yi continued to calculate the prices of the flashlight and trekking pole using a calculator. The price is marked no haggling. Upon hearing this, Ma Data looked closely and his eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000 for a wooden carving? Boss, why don't you go rob a bank? But on the other hand, this bullhead is really well carved, and I quite like it. How about a flat price of 119.9? Will you sell it? I'm going to the affiliated hospital to encounter some ghosts. This bullhead looks fierce, just right to ward off evil. Hearing this, Liang Yi looked up at him, unable to help but frown. 10,000 down to 119.9? That's not how you cut a deal. It's like slicing the main artery. Moreover, this was a genuine idol with the ability to ward off evil and protect the area. Selling it for 10,000 was already too little in his eyes. Liang Yi shook his head, about to refuse, when his gaze fell on the sports camera hanging around Ma Data's neck. After a moment of thought, he realized that the other party was a live streamer. If he was willing to go to such lengths for a midnight adventure, he probably had a decent following. Given this, it might be a good opportunity to do a favor. If the bullhead idol could demonstrate its power in front of an audience, wouldn't it make his business easier? With that in mind, Liang Yi nodded and agreed. Including the flashlight and trekking pole, I'll give you a total of 500. Seeing Liang Yi agree so readily, Ma Data was momentarily taken aback, but didn't say much, pulling out his phone to make the payment. As he stepped out of the shop, Ma Datu placed the bullhead wooden carving in front of the sports camera, carefully examining it in the light. Just as he was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of the live stream chat scrolling rapidly, filled with question marks. Ma Datu, you're such a big spender. I could get you a whole basket of these kinds of crafts for 119.9. This bullhead costs less than $5 to make. If it costs even a dime more, I'd eat it. Even if it's expensive, it looks fierce and ugly. You wouldn't have encountered ghosts today, but bringing this bullhead might actually invite them. The boss looks young, but his heart is too black. This broken wooden carving is only good for display. If you want to ward off evil, you might as well go to a temple and ask for a safety talisman. Ma Data looked at the barrage of comments in the live stream, giving an awkward smile. He knew very well that he had overpaid for this broken wooden carving, but now that the money was paid, would he really return it? Ma Data casually stuffed the small bullhead wooden carving in his pocket and cleared his throat, saying, all right, everyone stop cursing. This is just a minor episode. Just let it go. Next, let's head straight to the first affiliated hospital. Chapter 2. Hospital Adventure, Divine Manifestation. Midnight, first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City. The surroundings were eerily silent, not even a shadow of a person, nor a single cockroach or rat was present. The large abandoned hospital quietly sank into the night, exuding desolation and solitude. Before the somewhat dilapidated entrance, Ma Datu got out of the car and looked down at his watch. Everyone, it's exactly midnight. Ma Datu has arrived on time at the first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City. Since the auspicious hour has arrived, let's not linger and head straight in to investigate. Just as he spoke, Ma Datu stepped confidently through the hospital doors, flashlight in hand, scanning the surroundings. The square in front of the outpatient building was in disarray, with fallen leaves, waste paper, and dark brown stains everywhere, crunching underfoot. Shining the flashlight upwards, the shattered glass windows looked like countless wide-open eyes, cold and hollow, gazing down below. Data frowned, suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if a cold gaze was cast upon him from somewhere, sending chills down his spine. Inside the equipment store, Liang Yi sat at the counter, narrowing his eyes slightly, fixated on the computer screen. What was playing was the live broadcast of Ma Datu heading to the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City. The live stream was incredibly popular, with real-time viewers reaching a staggering 30,000 and still rapidly climbing. Under such circumstances, if the bullhead statue could be showcased during the live stream, it would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. However, Liang Yi could only wait for the right opportunity. On the screen, Ma Dadu had just entered the outpatient building and was about to check the west corridor. At that moment, a dull noise suddenly echoed from above. Bang! The muffled sound reverberated in the silent hospital, causing Ma Datu to pause, his expression stiffening. Why would there be such a sound in a hospital that had been abandoned for 3 years? Was there someone else here? Or rather, not human. Ma Datu's face turned pale, frozen in place. The sound now seemed like a heavy object falling now. Listening closely, he could hear faint rustling sounds. Something was dragging a heavy object on the second floor. Ma Datu couldn't help but lower his breathing, glancing at the comments, his face displaying a bitter smile. Why are my pants wet? Who the hell urinated in my pants? It seems like there's really something in this abandoned hospital. Be careful, Dado. Streamer, hurry up to the second floor and see what it is. I'll send you 10 rockets if you take a look. Aren't you an adventure streamer? Don't play scared. The comments rolled in succession on the screen, bustling with discussions, and the real-time viewer count reached 50,000. Data hadn't seen such exaggerated popularity in a long time. In the adventure streaming industry, greater risks often meant greater rewards. Having such an incident right after entering, it was clear that this abandoned hospital was not normal, but at this point, Ma Data had no way out. He took a deep breath and walked up the stairs on either side of the hall to the second floor. Under the boundless darkness, the entire hospital fell into silence again, as if the earlier dull noise and rustling were mere illusions. Listening to his footsteps, Ma Datu arrived at the second floor. Suddenly, a chill ran from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, making him shiver involuntarily. There was nothing around, but the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, making him almost in the dead silence. The sound of dripping water echoed, slow and prolonged. Ma Datu swallowed hard, following the sound of the dripping water to the restroom, stiffly peering inside. Under the light, bloodstains splattered on the mirror revealed child-sized, bloody handprints, slowly dripping with blood. Ma Datu's pupils suddenly contracted, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Before he could react, a light chuckle came from behind him. He turned sharply, and dense baby footprints quietly emerged, spreading from the ceiling toward his head. Who? Ma Datu shouted, wildly swinging his climbing stick as he stepped back, crashing heavily into a consultation room door, tumbling to the ground. What came into view was the wall covered in horrific claw marks, along with a faded banner that read "Miraculous hands restore life," gently swaying by the window. A gust of cold wind blew. A lab coat beside the wardrobe fell down, lunging towards Ma Datu's face. Above that stiff collar, a grinning, sinister face appeared. With a scream, the screen tilted and fell into darkness, and the chaotic sounds abruptly ceased. In an instant, the live stream room erupted, an overwhelming number of question marks nearly drowning the entire screen. Ajahn, are you serious? This is not a joke. Oh my god, there really are evil spirits around. Data won't just be done for, right? The ghosts in this hospital are not to be trifled with otherwise. Shuanglin City wouldn't have let it dominate for 3 whole years. In the live stream room, 50 to 60,000 viewers were discussing fervently, all believing that Ma Datu was in grave danger. After all, judging from the footage just shown, it was evident that there were malevolent entities in this abandoned hospital. What could a mere mortal like Ma Datu use to fight against them? In front of the computer screen, Liang Yi calmly browsed through the rapidly scrolling comments, casually playing with a small piece of rosewood in his hand. Could a big adventure streamer with millions of fans really have no secret techniques? Moreover, given the notorious reputation of the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City, Ma Datu couldn't possibly come here without any preparation. As Liang Yi anticipated, a sudden sound of electricity crackled, and Ma Datu's solemn voice gradually became clear in the darkness. May Lord Shao, Shun Gong manifest, and slay the demons for the believers. In an instant, the screen lit up. Ma Datu retreated to the corner of the consultation room, surrounded by shimmering golden light that protected him. Before him stood a grotesque figure in a lab coat, and a purple-black baby covered in limbs, its mouth wide open filled with jagged teeth, screaming fiercely. Both of the demons were extremely ferocious, yet under the golden light's protection, they couldn't approach within 3 feet of Ma Datu. At that moment, a golden figure quietly emerged behind Ma Datu. Clearly resembling a child with red lips and white teeth, It emanated endless authority from within, with two beams of golden light shooting from its eyes, directly aiming at the faces of the two demons. Roar! Eek! With two screams, the formidable forms of the two demons instantly twisted, their faces showing terror as they fled in panic. The golden child curled the corners of its mouth in a faint smile. Two weak little demons dare to set their sights on my believer. Did I let you go? As the words fell, it placed its right hand in front of itself and quickly formed a hand seal, pressing downwards. With two muffled thuds, the fleeing lab coat and purple-black baby fell to the ground, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, twisting their bodies but unable to move at all. In an instant, their wails filled the air. Chapter 3. Offering the bull head can save your life. Xiao Shengong looked down coldly at the two dying ghosts, a mocking expression on his face. In front of the screen, Liang Yi leaned forward, unable to contain himself as he watched the scene unfold. In this world, gods are ranked according to their divine powers. For example, a newly carved bull head statue has a low rank and is considered insignificant. Without believers or offerings, it is not even as powerful as the most basic local gods. The rank somewhat symbolizes the strength of the deity, but it cannot be the sole criterion for division. It only serves as a reference. It is unclear which rank the god in the form of a child named Xiao Shengong belongs to. At least from the power it had just displayed, it could easily handle these wandering souls and wild ghosts. In a live broadcast, my dada let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two ghosts fall. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have suffered greatly. Fortunately, he called upon the god in time and avoided a painful experience. Looking at the live room again, the barrage of comments surged, and the excitement was palpable. Good job, my datu. Turns out you had a trick up your sleeve. I knew the host wouldn't dare to enter such a dangerous place alone. With such a powerful god's protection, I would dare too. Just now, the clinic felt eerie and terrifying, but now I feel completely safe. Ma Datu glanced at the comments, jokingly interacted with the viewers, and felt considerably reassured. However, at that moment, bang, a dull thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground, striking Ma Datu's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his expression to change. Following that, the rustling sound grew closer, identical to what he had heard earlier. Something was dragging a heavy object down the hallway. Ma Datu's pupils contracted, but he managed to stay calm, his gaze involuntarily turning toward Xiao Shengong. Xiao Shengong also sensed something unusual. A trace of disdain appeared on its youthful face. Huh! Another one coming to die. As soon as the words left its mouth, it flickered and appeared outside the clinic, its eyes shining with golden light. Gazing into the dark depths of the corridor, a towering demon covered in black scales, with a green face and tusks, was dragging a pitch-black coffin behind it, bent over and straining to move forward. Ma Datu also ran out of the clinic, hiding behind Xiao Shengong, directing the camera at the towering demon, muttering, "Oh my goodness! This must be the big boss of this hospital, right?" But with Lord Xiao Shengong around, this mere demon is nothing to fear. The viewers in the live room also saw the demon on screen, and the barrage of comments quickly multiplied. Seeing the comments continue to surge, Ma Datu couldn't help but smile. The abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City was notorious, and he had been worried about unexpected situations before coming here. But now it seemed that these monsters were not even worth Xiao Shengong's time, and they had brought such exaggerated live broadcast popularity and profits, making a windfall. Thinking of this, Ma Datu's faith and devotion to Xiao Shengong deepened even further. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Shengong looked at the towering demon, narrowed its eyes, and expressionlessly uttered, "Die." As soon as the words were spoken, a dozen golden lights shot out from behind it, striking the demon's body and piercing through in an instant. Without a sound, blood splattered everywhere. The demon's massive body crashed to the ground, shattering on the spot. Seeing this, Ma Datu laughed heartily. These so-called evil spirits in the Shuanglin City Hospital are nothing more than this. They are simply not a match for Lord Xiao Shengong. The viewers in the live room also cheered. The barrage surged, and various gifts poured in, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, just as Ma Datu was laughing, A chilling wind swept through. It felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, abruptly silencing his laughter and causing him to widen his eyes in shock. On screen, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared above the black coffin behind the demon, freezing for a moment before lunging towards Xiao Xingong's face. Under the golden light, the blood figure revealed itself. It was a tattered, blood-soaked, emaciated female ghost. Her neck was twisted at a bizarre angle, with pus and blood oozing from her hollow eye sockets, exuding waves of black mist and a nauseating stench. Xiao Xingong's expression changed, sensing the danger, and golden light flickered around it as it prepared to retreat. However, the female ghost suddenly opened her mouth and lunged at its head. In an instant, the golden light surrounding Xiao Xingong quickly dimmed, and it looked like it was about to become transparent. Its heart raced with terror, and it hurriedly formed a hand seal to disperse its manifestation, vanishing from the scene. In front of the screen, Liang Yi watched in disbelief as the female ghost nearly killed Xiao Xingong in just a few breaths, taking a deep breath. As expected, the previous two minor ghosts and the demon were merely minions. This vicious female ghost was likely the mastermind behind the hospital's descent into a ghostly den. Even the powerful Xiao Xingong couldn't withstand a single encounter. At this moment, the barrage in the live room slowed to a crawl. Everyone frozen in shock at the scene of the female ghost's instant kill of Xiao Xingong, feeling a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, Ma Data stared blankly upward, his body trembling uncontrollably, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. The female ghost slowly floated down, her hollow eye sockets fixed on him, extending her long tongue to lick her lips. Ma Data fell to the ground, scrambling backward, feeling cold sweat trickling down his spine, filled with despair. No, no. Xiao Xingong, you can't abandon me. I am your most devoted believer now. But no matter how much Ma Data cried out, the once mighty Xiao Xingong remained absent, leaving him to struggle helplessly in the corridor. Seeing this, the viewers in the live room were all dumbfounded, feeling a chill in their bones. If even Xiao Xingong was not a match for this female ghost and was now prioritizing self-preservation over the life of a believer, then what chance did Ma Data have to survive? Realizing that Xiao Xingong was wary of the female ghost and unwilling to risk its life to save him, Ma Data's heart sank, trembling as he retreated, crying out to his phone. "Someone, please help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." At that moment, a conspicuous golden comment suddenly caught Ma Data's eye. "I'm the owner of the equipment store you just visited. The situation is dire, and I won't explain much. Listen to me. Take out the bullhead statue, offer incense to become a believer, and it can save your life." Seeing this comment, tears streaming down his face, Ma Data's pupils constricted, his heart pounding. The bullhead statue? Becoming its believer could save his life. In this life-and-death moment, Ma Data had no time to discern the truth. He steeled himself and gritted his teeth. In the blink of an eye, a surge of strength erupted from within him, and he quickly dashed into the nearby clinic. Shakily, he pulled out the bullhead statue from his pocket and placed it before him, then took out 3 incense sticks and quickly lit them. The viewers in the live room also saw the barrage sent by Liang Yi and were filled with disbelief. The comments skyrocketing. "What the hell? That bullhead is just a broken wooden carving. What kind of god is that? Ma Data, are you crazy? Trusting a heartless boss instead of your own god. Xiao Xingong might just be temporarily retreating. It could still come back to save you later. Changing your faith like this is a true path to death." The barrage in the live stream was flying everywhere, but Ma Data didn't even glance at it. He only knew that he was about to die, and his only hope now was that, under the gaze of thousands, Ma Data solemnly knelt before his slightly trembling hands tightly gripping 3 thin incense sticks. Chapter 4. Believer 1. The Divine Power Emerges. Just as Ma Data was sincerely praying with incense in hand, in the equipment store, a sudden sound echoed in Liang Yi's mind. Ding! Detected that the bullhead statue has received offerings from a believer. Believer 1 successfully activated its divine position. Congratulations, host. You have obtained divine authority of the bullhead. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi unhesitatingly issued his command. Take over the control of the divine bullhead. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Yi felt a sudden burst of radiance in front of him, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. An extraordinary sensation surged throughout his body, divine and powerful. In an abandoned hospital, in a consultation room on the second floor, Ma Dado tightly clenched 3 sticks of incense, trembling as he bowed 3 times sincerely before the wooden bullhead sculpture. The female ghost merely floated in midair, silently watching, her grotesque face filled with mockery as she licked her lips with her tongue. With her awakened intelligence, how could she not know that this insect-like weak human was requesting the protection of a new deity? She just didn't know how powerful this new deity was. If it was like the previous one, it certainly wouldn't satisfy her appetite. After bowing to the statue, Ma Datu nervously lifted his head. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with nothing but the female ghost above him, whose face was filled with mockery and a hint of impatience. The weak flame at the tip of the incense in his hand flickered in the black mist, seemingly about to extinguish at any moment. But where was the deity? Ma Dado's face turned ashen, helplessly slumping to the ground, a sorrowful smile on his face. It was hard to imagine that he had actually believed a swindler's words and had bowed 3 times to a wooden bullhead sculpture. At this moment, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream finally reacted from their tense waiting. Seeing nothing happening on screen, not even a shadow of a deity, they felt an uncontrollable rage. Ma Datu was truly desperate, throwing himself at this broken wooden sculpture in hopes of summoning a deity. The dead swindler had already cheated him of his money, and now he was going to take his life too. While it couldn't be said to be his fault, it was truly despicable to treat people as entertainment in such a critical moment. The equipment store owner, looking so young, turned out to be so venomous. The viewers in the live stream were filled with righteous indignation. This was a living human life. The female ghost was indeed hateful, but humanity's power was ultimately limited. Most people were powerless against such an evil ghost, let alone provide assistance to Ma Datu. Yet Liang Yi, as a fellow human being and currently in Shuanglin City, why was he providing hope only to lead to despair? No matter what his true intentions were, his heart could be condemned. At this moment, the floating female ghost also realized that Ma Dadu had been played and instantly lost interest in him. With a flash, she dove down, her right hand clawing towards Ma Datu's head. In an instant, everyone felt a thud in their hearts. Ma Datu, in despair, closed his eyes directly. However, at that moment, the female ghost's movements suddenly froze, her hollow eyes turning towards the bullhead statue, her expression changing drastically. Unbeknownst to Wynn, the eyes of the bullhead statue lit up. Without warning, a wave of sinister wind swept up. In an instant, a figure of a bull-headed man, holding a trident, appeared above Ma Dado's head, its cold gaze directed at the female ghost, standing firm. Below, Ma Dado tightly closed his eyes, his body trembling continuously. Yet the imagined pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately dumbfounded, his mind shaken. The bull-headed man, holding a trident, was precisely the embodiment of the bullhead statue. This meant this was the true bullhead deity. At the same time, whether anxious or unwilling to look, the viewers also saw the bullhead in the live stream, instantly erupting in a commotion. Oh my, it's actually real. That wooden sculpture can summon a deity. Is this really a deity? Why does it look even more terrifying and ferocious than that female ghost? Who is the real villain here? Even if it is a deity, it looks too weak. Even the manifestation is just a shadow, probably weaker than the previous Xiao Shengong. It seems Ma Datu is still in grave danger. The comments in the live stream rolled frantically, opinions flying everywhere. At this moment, Liang, transformed into the bullhead manifestation, felt the divine power surging throughout his body, secretly amazed. This is the might of the deity. The energy emanating from every movement was completely beyond what a mere mortal could compare to. After briefly sensing this, Liang Yi came back to his senses. His gaze fixed on the female ghost opposing him, his eyes slightly narrowing. He had witnessed this female ghost's strength firsthand. She could nearly obliterate Xiao Shengong's manifestation with a single blow. He just didn't know how her combat power compared his bullhead. At this point, the female ghost clearly could not sit still any longer. Surrounded by swirling black mist, she flashed forward to Liang Yi, opening her gaping mouth to bite down fiercely. Liang Yi's eyes flashed, activating the bullhead's divine power, Night Walker. After obtaining the deity's authority, he could ignore space, ignore time, directly control the deity, and use the deity's powers. Just like now, the bullhead deity possessed 3 divine powers, and now, Liang Yi could call upon them at will. In an instant, a massive bullhead shadow vanished into the darkness. The female ghost bite, which had defeated Xiao Shengong, suddenly missed its target. Looking around in disbelief, but finding no trace of her opponent. This scene, viewed by my data below, left him utterly shocked. Such a powerful and terrifying evil ghost could not gain an advantage before the bullhead. This bullhead, seemingly illusory, was actually much stronger than Xiao Shengong. Liang Yi, hidden in the night, watched as the female ghost, filled with trepidation, looked around, her black mist spreading out. Yet no matter how hard she searched, she could not find his trace. As a ghost officer of the underworld, the bullhead exercised the duty of capturing souls and ghosts, absolutely suppressing such evil entities. Thinking of this, Liang Yi no longer hesitated and activated the divine power, soul capture. Silently, ripples appeared in the air. The female ghost sensed something was wrong and let out a sharp scream, her entire body twisting at an abnormal angle. In the blink of an eye, a steel trident suddenly appeared from the air, whistling as it shot out, striking directly at the top of the female ghost's head. Swish! The sharp trident met no obstruction, piercing straight through the female ghost's head, nailing her fiercely to the wall of the consultation room. Web-like cracks rapidly spread out. Following that, a wail was heard. The female ghost's body twisted as she was absorbed into the trident, vanishing without a trace. The wailing stopped abruptly, leaving only a deathly silence around. Madatu's eyes widened like copper bells, his lips trembling slightly. This meant the evil ghost that had defeated Xiao Shengong with one blow was now only left to be instantaneously killed before this bullhead deity. What kind of deity was this, and how powerful was its strength? Madatu's mouth hung open, his heart shaken. He was both exhilarated to have survived the ordeal and shocked by the bullhead deity's might. Then, with a thud, Madatu faced the bullhead, kneeling on the ground without hesitation, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Believer Madatu, thank you, Lord Bullhead, for saving my life. From now on, I will sincerely offer my devotion to contribute my humble power. Chapter 5. The bullhead ascends. The horse face appears in the world. As Madatu spoke with a sobbing tone, he kept knocking his head on the ground. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room with nearly 80,000 viewers online, all the audience members were dumbfounded. They stared at the screen, where the female ghost had almost completely dissipated, struggling to regain their composure. The ferocity and strength of this evil spirit were evident to everyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to occupy the hospital in the densely populated Shuanglin city for 3 years. Additionally, the previously defeated Xiao Shengong also reflected its formidable strength, enough to claim a territory. Yet, this seemingly invincible female ghost was instantly killed by the bullhead with a single blow. It was simply terrifying. In an instant, the excitement in the live broadcast room reached unprecedented heights. Various types of bullet comments flooded in, rolling by in a dizzying array. Who said the bullhead was weak? The bullhead is amazing. It killed the evil spirit that could take down Xiao Shengong in an instant. It's chilling to think about. Who was it that said the equipment store owner had a heart of a snake and scorpion? Come out and apologize. To be able to instantly kill such a level of evil spirit. What rank and origin does the bullhead deity have? Just a few minutes ago, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room were filled with insults directed at Liang Yi and the bullhead. But after the bullhead made its move, the comments took a dramatic turn. Many people were focused on Madatu successfully escaping and saving his life. But more were astonished by the bullhead deity's power, which provided a sense of security. Just as the live broadcast room was completely ablaze with excitement, Ma Dadu was still knocking his head on the ground. Tears and snot streaming down his face, overwhelmed with joy. The bullhead glanced at him, said nothing more, and simply waved to summon the steel fork still nailed to the wall before turning and disappearing into the night. While Ma Dadu was still knocking his head, he noticed the bullhead's form dissipating, and he shivered, hastily scrambling to his feet. He didn't want to stay in this abandoned hospital for even a moment longer. Ignoring the ongoing live stream, Ma Dadu anxiously rushed downstairs and ran to his car, barely managing to calm himself down. He panted heavily, a bitter smile on his face as he spoke into the camera. This adventure in the abandoned hospital of Shuanglin City has truly made everyone laugh. I nearly stepped into the gates of hell. If it weren't for Lord Bullhead, I fear I would have become the female ghost's food. As Ma Dadu spoke, he took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, the bullet comments on the public screen began to scroll. Aren't you supposed to thank that young shop owner? That's right. If that young man hadn't sold you the statue and reminded you to worship it, how would you have been saved by the bullhead deity? You got such a powerful deity's favor for just a few $100, Ma Dadu. You really hit the jackpot. Quick, ask the store if this statue can be purchased online. Even at the original price of $100,000, it's worth it. Looking at the rapidly scrolling bullet comments in the live broadcast room, Ma Dadu suddenly realized his successful rescue was indeed largely thanks to the reminder and assistance from that young equipment store owner. Moreover, thinking back now, that young man was definitely not ordinary. With this thought, Ma Dadu's eyes brightened slightly, and he hurriedly started the car, turning it around and speeding off. Meanwhile, at the equipment store, Liang Yi slowly woke up, letting out a long breath. Before he could rest a bit, he heard the familiar system prompt sound in his ears. Ding! The incense value of the bullhead statue has reached 10, and its rank has been upgraded to spirit. Ding! Congratulations! The host has unlocked the carving permission for the horse face statue. Hearing the system voice in his mind, Liang Yi was slightly taken aback. The incense value reached 10 so quickly? But isn't Ma Dadu the only follower of the bullhead right now? Liang Yi thought for a moment and silently chanted, "View deity bullhead." As soon as he finished speaking, the attributes of the bullhead appeared before him. Bullhead deity information displayed below. Rank, spirit, followers, incense to divine powers, great strength beginner, night walker beginner, soul capture beginner. Without hesitation, Liang Yi clicked on the follower information. Sure enough, the faith value displayed next to Ma Dadu's name had already reached 10. The faith values of each follower combined together constituted the deity's incense value. The higher the incense value, the higher the rank. Since Ma Dadu had just become a follower of the bullhead, logically, his faith value should have been 1. It seems that due to his brush with death, his level of devotion to the bullhead skyrocketed. Consequently, the bullhead's rank was upgraded from unremarkable to spirit, although it still couldn't be considered a wild god. It had at least shed the title of unremarkable. After figuring all this out, Liang Yi dispelled the floating bullhead attribute panel and silently chanted, "View deity horse face." As soon as he finished speaking, the attributes of the horse face appeared before him. Horse face deity information displayed below. Rank, unremarkable. Followers, 0 incense, 0 divine powers. Cold beginner, night walker beginner. Soul capture beginner. As the ghostly messengers of the underworld, the bullhead and horse face had similar divine powers, but there were also differences. For example, the horse faces, cold, could manipulate the cold power from the underworld. Compared to the bullhead's displayed great strength, in certain situations, it might yield unexpected effects. After a brief review, Liang Yi closed the attribute panel and shifted his gaze to the shelf beside him, which held 7 or 8 statues. After a whole month of carving 9 statues, all of them were bullheads. He was tired of looking at them and tired of carving them. Finally, a horse face had arrived, offering a change of pace. Just as Liang Yi was murmuring to himself, he heard a sudden screech of brakes. Looking up, he saw the recently escaped Ma Dadu rushing back from the abandoned hospital. As the car came to a stop, Ma Dadu didn't even have time to turn off the engine. He opened the car door and quickly walked in, his face streaked with tears. "Boss, You are my great benefactor, Ma Datu. If it weren't for you and Lord Bullhead, I would probably have lost my life today. I hope my benefactor accepts my gratitude." Before he finished speaking, Ma Data knelt down, almost collapsing to the ground. Liang Yi was quick on his feet, stepping forward to support his arm, repeatedly saying no, no. After all, he had just taken over the bullhead's form and had been on the receiving end of Ma Data's kneeling. With Liang Yi helping him up, Ma Datu continued to express his gratitude profusely. After calming him down, Ma Datu finally conveyed his other intention for coming besides thanking him. "Boss Liang, to be honest, after the viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed Lord Bullhead's divine power, many of them want to ask you for a statue to take back for worship, seeking Lord Bullhead's protection. So they asked me to inquire about your thoughts." Hearing this, Liang Yi's expression shifted slightly. His gamble had paid off. In this chaotic world teeming with demons and monsters, the sense of security brought by a powerful deity was unparalleled. With the traffic and heat from Ma Data's live broadcast room, the reputation of the Bullhead would surely spread widely. Chapter 6: Can deities still be carved? Ma Datu noticed Liang Yi was deep in thought and continued, "Boss Liang, if you're willing, I can take charge of this business. You can put a link to sell the deity statues in my live stream, and I'll handle everything else, including promotion, logistics, and other trivial matters. This is my way of repaying your kindness, Boss Liang, and I can do my part." Ma Datu was well aware that since Liang Yi could sell deity statues, which are a medium to establish connections with deities, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Moreover, since the other party had helped him first, taking the initiative to assist him would not only repay his kindness, but also deepen their relationship. It was truly a win-win situation. Liang Yi naturally understood Ma Data's considerations, but did not pay too much attention to them. They were just looking out for their own interests. After all, aside from Ma Data being a loyal follower of the Bullhead, he was also a major streamer with millions of fans. Given the eye-catching event from today, the traffic and popularity of the live stream would only grow, which was exactly what Liang Yi needed. Otherwise, no matter how many deity statues he carved, what was the use if no one bought them? Liang Yi did not hesitate much and verbally agreed. Ma Datu was overjoyed and immediately had Liang Yi post the link to his online store in the live stream. Almost the moment the link to the Bullhead statue appeared, all 8 statues in stock were sold out in an instant. The terrifying speed left Ma Datu in awe. He had previously sold products in his live stream, but had never witnessed such enthusiasm for purchases from the audience. It was worth noting that in this chaotic world filled with demons, 100,000 was definitely not a small amount. Yet the viewers ordered without even blinking. Liang Yi looked at the sold-out message on his phone screen, momentarily stunned. Was this the speed at which traffic turned into money? He hadn't sold a single statue in an entire month, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. At this moment, the bullet comments in the live stream were rolling like crazy, with most viewers who didn't manage to grab one expressing their frustration. "Did you all sit on the router to get it? I didn't even see the link before it was gone. There's still so many rich people. A statue priced at 100,000 just gets bought without any hesitation. Streamer, is there any stock left for the statue? I'm begging for another batch. I'd buy it for 200,000. At this point, there were about 70 to 80,000 people in the live stream, many of whom were quite clear-headed. The statue seemed like an ordinary wooden carving, but it actually represented a medium to become a follower of the Bullhead deity. Given the unparalleled strength of the Bullhead, spending 100,000 was definitely worth it. After all, in chaotic times, only by ensuring personal safety can one discuss anything else. But the problem was, there were only a few statues, yet thousands, possibly tens of thousands, were competing for them, making the odds of getting one exceedingly low. In no time, the bullet comments in the live stream all urged Liang Yi and Ma Datu to restock. Seeing this, Liang Yi had to respond, stating that he would restock as soon as possible. A few hours later, dawn broke. The sun generously cast its brilliance upon the world, dispelling the darkness that had shrouded the earth for a long time. Night, symbolizing demons and monsters, had been stirring, while daylight, though not necessarily signifying peace, offered humans a comforting illusion through its light. Human society began to operate at high speed again. following the explosive popularity of Ma Datu's live stream last night. The adventure footage from the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City was quickly edited by many video accounts. The Shuanglin City Hospital already had a certain level of online popularity. As one of the top streamers in the adventure field and the first to explore the Shuanglin City Hospital, Ma Datu attracted a large amount of attention online. In the comments section of the related edited videos, netizens from all walks of life were actively discussing that female ghost in Shuanglin City is quite powerful. Being able to occupy such a large hospital means she's at least a lord-level ghost. Xiao Xingong is somewhat famous among low-tier deities. Although he has transcended the category of wild deities, he is a standout within them. Yet he could only flee before the female ghost, which speaks volumes. That's right. Looking at it this way, the female ghost is indeed strong among the ghost lords, but she was instantly killed by that bullhead. When did such a powerful deity appear? I've been searching for information about the bullhead online all morning, but found nothing at all. Where did it come from? The sudden emergence of the bullhead deity quickly sparked heated discussions among many netizens. Although there are many deities in the world, most have already garnered a number of followers and incense offerings, so relevant information can be found online. However, this suddenly appearing bullhead was unprecedented and unheard of. If it were weak and unremarkable, it wouldn't be surprising, as new deities can emerge in the mystical mountains and fields. But the bullhead showcased such strong power right from the start, truly opening people's eyes and greatly increasing their interest. Meanwhile, many netizens also began to focus on Liang Yi's equipment store. After all, ultimately, this powerful bullhead deity came from the statue. And it seemed that the statue was carved by Liang Yi, the young equipment store owner himself. Such a clever connection immediately led many netizens to make bold speculations. Since becoming a follower of the bullhead deity requires offering the bullhead statue, this statue should be the token for the bullhead to spread among humans. It said that the statue is priced at 100,000, and buying such a powerful deity as a backing for that price is not too expensive. I only have one question. Can deities still be carved? What is the identity of that young man who carves deities? Based on this relationship, the equipment store owner is the earthly agent of the bullhead deity? Only this could explain everything clearly. But the problem is, why did he have no prior activity at all? No one had ever heard of him? The notion that deities spread tokens among humans, and that holding the tokens and worshiping them sincerely can make one a follower and receive their protection, has become a consensus among humans. Some deities have numerous followers and abundant incense offerings, and there are even followers who spontaneously build temples for them, welcoming more offerings. However, deities of such a level are all extraordinary beings with outstanding strength, and their followers generally do not provoke many demons. The deity agents emerge from among numerous followers, symbolizing the authority of the deity, handling worldly affairs, distributing tokens, accepting followers, and absorbing incense to nourish themselves. Liang Yi and the bullhead statue he carved precisely fit people's understanding of deity agents and deity tokens. Therefore, as the heat continued to rise and online public opinion continued to ferment, while the new bullhead deity gained a lot of attention, more and more people also began to focus on that young man who carved deities. Chapter 7. 1 million, I want to buy a horse face. By the afternoon, as discussions about the horse face deity unexpectedly went viral online, the popularity continued to rise. In Shuanglin City, inside the equipment store, Liang Yi had locked the door and was focused on carving the horse face statue on the stage. Last night, he had followed Ma Dada's livestream until around 3 in the morning. It was only after Ma Dada suggested he return home to rest for a few days that Liang Yi sent him off, locked the store, and went to sleep. Before leaving, Ma Dada had specifically mentioned that he would draft a comprehensive cooperation contract to bring for Liang Yi to review, assuring him that he could rest easy as he would definitely not use any underhanded tactics. Liang Yi didn't pay much attention to this, but having a contract was better than not having one, so he agreed to Ma Dada's request. This morning, after getting up, Liang Yi didn't waste any time and immediately began carving the horse face statue, which he had just recently obtained the permission to create. After carving 9 bullhead statues, He was eager to try something different. However, since it was his first time carving this, he decided to keep the store closed to avoid interruptions. After all, he had just earned a hefty sum of 800,000 last night. He found the small earnings from the equipment store quite beneath his notice at this moment. As Liang Yi firmly carved the final stroke, the originally dull horse face statue suddenly became animated. The statue depicted a horse-faced figure with a long, thin face and a wide-open mouth revealing sharp fangs. Its long, piercing eyes exuded a cunning and eerie gaze. Just one glance made the surrounding air feel a few degrees cooler. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the horse face statue carving. Quality, below average. Followers, 0. Incense, 0. Divine powers. Coldness, beginner. Night walker, beginner. Soul capture, beginner. The system's voice arrived as expected. Liang Yi took a deep breath, put down his carving knife, and after taking a few glances, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Bull had a horse face. Finally, I have completed both of you. Liang Yi mumbled to himself as he stood up and placed the horse face statue on the shelf. The shelf that had previously held several bull head statues was now empty, transforming from vividly lifelike statues into a string of cold numbers in his bank account. Liang Yi carefully set the horse face statue down, yawned, and walked to the front door, bending down to pull up the rolling shutter. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but the glaring sun in the sky still made him squint involuntarily. Liang Yi sitirichet lazili. Just as he was about to return to continue carving the statue, when he noticed a figure quickly approaching from across the street. It was a tall, beautiful woman who, as she got closer, revealed a worried frown and an urgent expression. It was evident that this woman was coming for him, and he didn't know how long she had been waiting outside. Liang Yi turned around, poured 2 cups of tea, and just then, the woman's voice rang out from behind him. Mr. Liang, I came here overnight from Shiza City after watching Ma Datu's live stream. Do you still have the bullhead deity statue? I would like to purchase one. The woman got straight to the point, her tone as calm as possible, but it was still clear that she was quite anxious. Liang Yi turned around, raised a hand to gesture for her to sit, and pushed a cup of warm tea toward her. You should have seen that all 8 statues were sold out in the live stream yesterday. I currently don't have any bullhead statues left, Liang Yi replied, taking a sip of tea and glancing at the woman. From her attire and demeanor, she seemed to come from a wealthy family and looked quite young, probably just over 20. However, her watery, apricot-shaped eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and her face was full of worry. It seemed something unfortunate had happened to her or her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed overnight from the neighboring province of Shiza City to Shuanglin City. Hearing Liang Yi's words, the woman hesitated, opening her mouth to speak but then falling silent, her eyes dimming slightly. However, after biting her red lip, she reluctantly continued, Mr. Liang, I came here to ask if you could carve another bullhead statue. I can offer you 10 times the price. I just hope it can be completed as soon as possible. To be honest, I come from the Lin family in Shiza City. Recently, some malevolent occurrences have happened at home, and my father's health is deteriorating. It seems he is about to suffer a calamity. I truly had no choice but to seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never heard of the Lin family from Shiza City, but the fact that she was willing to pay 1 million for a bullhead statue confirmed his earlier speculation that her family was quite affluent. If that were the case, then they should be able to summon a deity of higher quality and greater power. Why then would they choose to spend a high price to buy a bullhead statue in Shuanglin City? In other words, if even the deities worshipped by such a wealthy family were powerless against the so-called malevolent occurrences, then why did she believe the bullhead could resolve the issue? Liang Yi met her gaze, only to see her face slightly change as she averted her eyes. There was something suspicious about this, but it didn't concern him much. Liang Yi asked, when you need the bullhead statue? The woman answered without hesitation, as soon as possible, at the latest, within 3 hours. Liang Yi immediately shook his head. Impossible. Even if I carve without stopping, it will take at least 5 hours. The woman's brow furrowed even tighter. Her face filled with disappointment, and a hint of despair appeared in her eyes. Liang Yi raised an eyebrow and continued. It is not possible to carve the bull head statue in such a short time. However, I do have a statue available right now called the horse face. This deity has power comparable to the bull head, and their divine abilities are also similar. What do you think? As he spoke, Liang Yi stood up and took the recently carved horse face statue down, placing it in front of the woman. She looked up, and upon seeing the green face and sharp fangs of the horse face, she was taken aback, fear evident in her eyes, and her face paled slightly. How could the statues sold in this equipment store look so terrifying? The woman silently contemplated Liang Yi's words, her expression showing hesitation. After a moment, she hesitated and said, "Mr. Liang, to be honest, I came specifically for the bull head statue. I have never seen the horse face statue's power, and I don't know if it can meet my family's needs." Before she could finish, Liang Yi frowned and interrupted, "That is your own matter. All I can tell you is this. Whether to buy is entirely up to your will." With these words, the woman's expression changed instantly. She looked at Liang Yi's nonchalant demeanor, and anger flickered in her eyes. She simply had a need for the bullhead deity. In the past, the Lin family wouldn't have even glanced at a deity of this level. They were truly at their wits' end to resort to such a tactic. Yet this person showed no sympathy for the Lin family's plight and remained so arrogant. Even asking a few more questions was out of the question. It was utterly cold-blooded. Moreover, since she had never seen the horse face before, she didn't know if it could smoothly resolve the Lin family's malevolence, just like the bullhead. He immediately quoted the same price of 1 million. Who knew if it was a scam? The woman gritted her teeth, her chest rising and falling slightly, staring at Liang Yi for a moment before finally calming herself down. "All right, 1 million. I will buy this horse face statue. I hope it truly has similar divine powers and effects as you said, Mr. Liang." As she spoke, she took out her bank card to make the transfer. "No need. Just 100,000 will do." But Liang Yi stopped her. The woman was surprised and looked toward him in confusion. This young man seemed quite different from what she had imagined. "I have made the payment." After on the POS machine, the woman put away her bank card. Liang Yi looked at the incoming SMS notification on his phone, raised his head to watch the woman's departing figure, and reminded her, "Make sure to set up the statue and become a believer as soon as you get home. Don't forget." Chapter 8. Please show your divine power. As Liang Yi watched the woman drive away, he withdrew his gaze, picked up his phone, opened the browser, and typed Lin family of Shiza City into the search bar. Hitting the search key, sure enough, it was a wealthy family with substantial assets. The head of the family, Lin Haojiang, was 46 years old and had a daughter named Lin Shi, who was the woman Liang Yi had just seen. There was a lot of information about the Lin family on the webpage, but not a single mention of the sinister matters Lin Shi had spoken of. It seemed they had been kept confidential. After studying the information for a moment and gaining a rough understanding of the Lin family, Liang Yi closed the webpage. The specific details of the matter would have to wait until Lin Shi returned home. Once she worshipped the Ma Mian statue and became a believer, Liang Yi would be able to take control of Ma Mian and observe the situation in person. However, Xuanlin City was not close to Shiza City, and it would likely take several hours for Lin Shi to drive home, so there was no rush. As Liang Yi contemplated this, he got up, closed the shop door, sat down at his workbench to clear his mind, and continued carving the statue. A few hours passed quietly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Liang Yi was focused on carving the statue when he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Detected that the Ma Mian statue has received worship from a believer. Believer 1 successfully activated its divine position. Congratulations, host, for gaining the divine authority of Ma Mian. Finally, it has come. Liang Yi put down the partially carved statue and immediately commanded, "Take control of the deity Ma Mian." As soon as he finished speaking, a radiance blossomed before Liang Yi's eyes, and in the next moment, he felt himself successfully transform into Ma Mian. He appeared in an invisible divine form above Lin Shi's head, as if he had opened a god's perspective, with the surrounding environment clearly visible and his senses extremely sharp. After quickly adapting, Liang Yi began to survey the area. Lin Shi seemed to have just returned. She was in the garage lighting incense, kneeling on the ground to kowtow to the Ma Mian statue. She was praying for the Ma Mian deity to show divine power tonight and help her father, Lin Haojiang, escape his predicament. expel the sinister forces, and protect the Lin family. After completing her prayer, she got up, picked up the statue, furrowed her brows as she examined it for a moment, sighed softly, and tucked it into her pocket. Even now, she did not know what rank this previously unseen, unheard of bull-headed, horse-faced deity truly held. She suspected it was at most a somewhat stronger wild god. Could such a deity really be effective tonight? Or was it just her own wishful thinking? A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Shi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and gave a self-deprecating smile. Not even knowing if this horse-faced deity truly had powers akin to bull-headed, she was already entangled in events with even smaller probabilities. Regardless, it was just a matter of trying anything, even if it was like using a dead horse as a living one. Lin Shi composed herself, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the garage. As soon as she exited, she bumped into a figure, a plump, short woman. Lin Shi was startled, but quickly regained her composure and called out expressionlessly, "Second aunt." This person was Lin Shi's second aunt, Lin Shaoling. Lin Shaoling was clearly startled as well. She patted her short, plump chest repeatedly and exclaimed sharply, "Sure, you scare me to death. I haven't seen you all day. And the housekeeper said you just got back. Where have you been? Your father is bedridden, and instead of taking care of him, you're off gallivanting." Though her words were harsh, today marked the anniversary of Lin Haojiang's death, and she added, as his daughter, "Shouldn't you quickly put on mourning attire?" Lin Shaoling's last sentence clearly stung Lin Shi. She gritted her teeth, her gaze falling on the white cloth on her aunt's head. The plump figure was wrapped in luxurious clothing, adorned with gold and silver, but only the conspicuous white cloth on her head stood out. Lin Shi let out a long breath and replied calmly, "Today is not the anniversary of my father's death, and I certainly will not wear mourning attire." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Shaoling's long, narrow eyes flickered with a cold light, but she merely snorted and said nothing more. After Lin Shi's figure disappeared at the end of the road, Lin Shaoling walked into the garage and fixed her gaze on the 3 sticks of incense quietly burning on the ground. She squinted her eyes, a look of disdain appearing on her face, and with a fierce kick, she stomped the incense down and crushed it beneath her foot before striding away. In the air, the transformed Liang Yi witnessed this scene, the corners of his mouth curling up in an upward arc. How interesting! Liang Yi withdrew his gaze and swiftly returned to hover above Lin Shi's head. Looking around, he had to admit that the Lin family was indeed wealthy. The entire estate looked as if it could rival a university. However, this estate was located on the outskirts of Shiza City, adjacent to mountains and waters, with a beautiful view, but it was also the most susceptible to wandering spirits and malevolent entities. Generally, only such wealthy families, protected by powerful deities, would dare to settle in such areas. Ordinary people would rather crowd into the city center. As Liang Yi pondered this, Lin Shi had already arrived at the main hall of the Lin family's estate. From a distance, he could see that it was filled with people, and in the center was a clean, large bed on which lay a man, presumably Lin Shi's father, Lin Haojiang. As soon as Lin Shi walked into the hall, a thin, middle-aged man approached her quickly. It was her uncle, Lin Hushing. "Lin," she called out, "Uncle." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Hushing sternly reprimanded her. "You know how to come back? Do you know what day it is today? Where have you been? Where is your mourning attire and headcloth? With your perpetual ignorance. Even if Haojiang is dead, he won't rest easy." Lin Shi's face displayed anger, her cold gaze locking onto the man, as she couldn't help but clench her fists. Seeing the situation escalate, someone nearby rushed to pull her back. Lin Shi forcefully shook off the person's hand and stepped forward, reaching Lin Haojiang's bedside, taking out the Mom Mian statue, and sincerely kneeling to pray. "Believer Lin Shi, I beseech the Mom Mian deity to manifest and relieve my father, Lin Haojiang, of his calamities." The crowd gathered around the bed looked at her actions with astonishment, stepping back in unison. The previously noisy hall fell silent, and Lin Shi's cold voice echoed throughout. Soon, everyone's expression changed, and there was an uproar. Behind Lin Shi, Lin Hushing watched this scene, his face turning crimson with rage, nearly bursting with fury as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to disgrace your father and our entire Lin family?" Lin Shi appeared not to hear him, continuing to kneel and bow her head repeatedly. Lin Hushing, filled with rage, rushed forward and kicked Lin Shi hard on the shoulder. She let out a muffled grunt, her body swaying as her face twisted in pain, yet she continued her act of worship. I command you to kneel. This wild god with an unworthy origin. Lin Hushing gritted his teeth and delivered another powerful kick directly towards Lin Shi's chest. Enough. At that moment, a cold voice, as if echoing from the heavens, suddenly rang out. Lin Hushing froze in midair, a look of terror on his face, unable to move. Then, a terrifying Ma Mian statue with a green face and sharp fangs suddenly appeared in the vast hall. With a mere point of its finger, Lin Hushing was suppressed to the ground by an invisible force, his face pale, crying out in agony. Chapter 9. What abilities do you, a wild god, possess? The entire Lin family hall fell silent, with everyone staring up at the shadow of the horse-faced figure, dumbfounded. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue before Lin Shi, clearly indicating that this was a deity. However, its terrifying appearance, even more fearsome than that of demons, made people feel dread and fear. The incarnation of the horse-faced figure, Liang Yi, coldly scanned the crowd below, ultimately locking his gaze on Lin Hushing. He was twisted in a way that made him seem to be pressing close to the ground, his previously furious face now pale, with a pool of drool shamefully dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Especially at this moment, when he locked eyes with the horse-faced figure's eerie gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, and beads of sweat as big as soybeans rolled down his face. The people around him looked on with trepidation, and whispers began to rise. What kind of deity is this? How come we've never seen it before? It looks too terrifying. Lin Hushing should never have spoken so arrogantly, let alone provoke such a deity. But the Lin family was under the protection of the deity Qingyue Jun and Lin Shi. As the only daughter of the family head, Lin Haojiang had abandoned her previous faith to worship such a deity. Was she not afraid of incurring Qingyue Jun's wrath? Lin Shi was probably at her wit's end to resort to such a desperate measure. But could this so-called horse-faced deity truly save her father? The whispers and murmurs all flowed into Liang Yi's ears. Qingyue Jun is the deity that protects the entire Lin family with his own strength. Previously, Liang Yi had also found information about him online. He was a deity of a higher rank than a wild god, reaching the level of a proper god. Compared to the horse-faced figure, there was a full 2 ranks of difference between them. Under normal circumstances, no one would casually change their faith, especially in the case of such a significant disparity between the 2 deities. At this moment, Lin Shi, kneeling on the ground, ignored the dull pain in her shoulder and looked at the horse-faced figure with hope, urgently pleading. Faithful follower Lin Shi, I implore Lord Horseface to save my father from disaster. I will surely worship you sincerely in the future. However, just then, a series of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the spacious hall. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the newcomer. The person was plump and dressed extravagantly. It was Lin Shi's second aunt, Lin Shaoling. She strolled in leisurely, her narrow eyes glancing at the tall, horse-faced figure, and pretended to speak loudly. Oh, when did our Lin family come to have such a deity? Sheer, I know you're anxious to save your father, but you can't just grasp at straws like this. Can you? Our family's Lord Qingyue Jun is already at a loss regarding Haojiang's condition. What can this minor deity possibly do? Lin, she glared angrily, her brows furrowed. Although she was indignant, she wasn't sure if the horse-faced figure could truly save her father. Liang Yi ignored the barking Lin Shaoling and only looked at Lin Haojiang, who lay on the bed. The family head of the Lin family was no longer the spirited figure he once was. His distorted face seemed to tell of the immense suffering he was enduring. Black mist intermittently seeped from his 7 orifices, clearly indicating that he was being invaded by some evil entity. As Liang Yi's gaze roamed over Lin Haojiang, his body began to tremble slightly, and then with a sudden puff, he violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. This sudden eruption of black blood caused everyone's complexion to change slightly. Lin Shi, in a panic, rushed forward, her tears flowing freely. Liang Yi withdrew his gaze, frowning slightly. Clearly, Lin Haojiang's body was reacting to the horse-faced figure's scrutiny, trembling in fear and getting restless. As the bull-headed and horse-faced figures were messengers of the underworld, they were particularly effective against such ghostly and cold, evil entities. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Shi had indeed made the right bet. After pondering for a moment, Liang Yi spoke. Your father must have been invaded by an evil entity, deeply infecting him like an ulcer. He should also be experiencing symptoms of pervasive coldness throughout his body, all of which are the tricks of that evil being. Based on his current condition, I'm afraid he is already beyond recovery. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi, who was sobbing beside Lin Haojiang's bed, suddenly saw hope in her tear-filled eyes. This horse-faced deity had even diagnosed her father's dire condition without a thorough examination. Did that mean he also had a way to resolve it? Lin Shi's emotions surged, and she hurriedly knelt down, knocking her head on the ground. I implore Lord Horseface to extend a helping hand. Faithful follower Lin, she is willing to pay any price. Around her, including Lin Shaoling, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. After observing and treating Lin Haojiang for this period, they were all too familiar with his condition, which was precisely as the horse-faced figure had described. Some of the information had even been revealed by Qing Weijun after personal investigation. Otherwise, they would still be in the dark. What they had taken nearly half a month to figure out, this horse-faced deity had seen through at a glance. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, exchanging glances. At this moment, Lin Xiaoling's expression turned quite unpleasant, and she sharply interrupted. Who knows if it's using some sort of wicked method? There are many wild gods in the world, and among them are those with evil intentions, even more terrifying than demons. If even Qing Weijun has directly stated his inability to help against this evil entity, how dare you, a mere wild god, interject? Look at its green face and sharp teeth. It seems more like a malevolent spirit than a deity. Lin Shi, you are being bewitched by it. Don't let it harm your father and our entire family. As soon as these words were spoken, they struck like thunder. The entire Lin family hall instantly fell into silence, with everyone showing varied expressions. Liang Yi turned around, his eerie gaze locking onto Lin Shaoling, his deep voice seemingly penetrating from hell. I haven tea, yet settle the matter of you stepping on my incense offerings. Now you dare to jump around here? Do you really think that with Qing Weijun present, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Liang Yi extended his right hand, grasping inward. Lin Xiaoling's arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant. She turned pale, stuttering. You. Before she could finish, her voice suddenly transformed into a hysterical scream. Lin Xiaoling's plump body floated up, struggling in the air like a pig awaiting slaughter. An invisible force seemed to wrap around her body, continuously contracting inward. The entire hall echoed with her screams. However, just then, a leisurely sigh entered their ears. A figure quietly appeared before Liang Yi, looking graceful and dressed in green, exuding an aura of immortality. With a gentle wave of her hand, Lin Shaoling, who was struggling in the air, gracefully landed, along with Lin Husheng, who was still crouched on the ground, both freed from their plight. Below, numerous followers knelt in unison, shouting loudly, "Welcome Lord Qing Weijun to descend." Qing Weijun stirred a spring breeze, and the followers rose again, looking up with sincere eyes. This was the deity that protected the entire Lin family, a proper god. At this moment, Lin Shaoling got up, clutching her throat and coughing painfully, her resentful gaze shooting at Liang Yi as she sharply cursed. A mere wild god dares to speak so shamelessly. I am one of Qing Weijun's most loyal followers. If you have the ability, try to make a move against me. Before she could finish her sentence, smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. Lin Shaoling stood frozen in place, staring at the horse-faced figure that had appeared in front of her without her noticing, along with its disdainful smile at the corner of its mouth. She felt her cheeks burn with pain, unable to hold back a scream. Chapter 10. Is it possible that this is not a deity? In the Lin family hall, everyone was moved. Although Lin Shaoling was arrogant and unreasonable, what she had just said was not a bit false. As one of the power holders of the Lin family, she was indeed one of the most loyal followers of Qing Weijun, receiving his attention and protection. If Qing Weijun were not present, It would be understandable for the horse-faced spirit to take action against her. But now that Qing Huijun had already appeared in the world, how could he still act so recklessly, completely disregarding him? Amidst Lin Xiaoling's wails, everyone's attention turned to Qing Huijun. Qing Huijun narrowed his eyes, looking at the horse-faced spirit with a cold expression. You wild god really have a lot of audacity. My follower spoke disrespectfully, and you have already punished him. Do you still want to publicly humiliate me? Liang Yi merely cast her a calm glance and reappeared beside Lin Haojiang's bed. He was here purely to relieve his followers' worries and troubles, and he was too lazy to concern himself with other matters. After a brief scan, he had already roughly understood Lin Haojiang's physical condition, but to completely expel the evil spirits, he needed to investigate further. Liang Yi floated in the air, gathering cold energy in his hands, and began to seriously examine from top to bottom. Qing Huijun knew she was being ignored and felt a surge of anger. But at that moment, seeing the cold energy swirling in the horse-faced spirit's hands, her pupils slightly constricted. This cold energy is of the same origin as the chill within Lin Haojiang's body. Just a coincidence? She furrowed her brows and asked, Lin Shi, where did you summon this horse-faced spirit from? Lin Shi was nervously watching the situation by Lin Haojiang's side and was caught off guard by the question, her expression suddenly changing slightly. If it were anyone else asking, she could remain silent, but since it was Qing Huijun, there was no way to deceive her. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shi chose to tell the truth. Reporting to Qing Huijun, the horse-faced spirit was summoned by me from a shop owner in Shuanglin City. Yesterday, that shop owner, Liang, carved a bull-headed statue that manifested at the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City and eliminated a Lord-level evil spirit. This incident sparked a lot of discussion online, with many rumors claiming he is the agent of the bull-headed deity, using the carved statue as a token to attract followers. I saw that the bull-headed deity's ability to exterminate evil spirits was quite special, so I speculated that it might also have an effect on my father's possession, which is why I went to Shuanglin City to summon it back. Although the bull-headed statue has sold out, according to what Liang said, this horse-faced statue was also carved by him, and similarly has the effect of restraining evil spirits. In just a few words, Lin Shi explained the situation clearly. During her narration, the expressions of those around her gradually changed. Initially, there were just murmurs, but by the end, it had turned into a noisy scene, creating a commotion. The shop owner from Shuanglin City? Wasn't that news that just broke this morning, even trending online? I also watched the live stream replay. That bull-headed deity was indeed impressive, especially that steel fork in his hand, which seemed capable of absorbing evil spirits, making it truly effective against evil. Given this situation, perhaps it could really solve the issue of the family head's possession. Although the incident at the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City only happened last night, it had already sparked a large amount of discussion online. Especially the news about the young man being the agent of a deity was widely circulated, and many in the Lin family had heard of it. With Lin Shi's explanation, combined with the information gathered from various channels earlier, many people's views on the horse-faced spirit began to change. After all, in the current situation, nothing was more important than treating Lin Haojiang, the head of the family. However, just as everyone was discussing and even beginning to have hope for the horse-faced spirit, Qing Huijun's cold voice suddenly rang out. Carving statues as tokens? A deity's agent? Huh. When have you ever seen two different deities choose the same person as their agent? As her words fell, the noisy sounds in the hall abruptly stopped, and the entire place fell into a dead silence. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qing Huijun's light statement landed like a thunderstorm in everyone's hearts. It had become a consensus that deities established agents among humans. But which deity would be willing to have their agent be the same person as another deity's? It was simply absurd. In an instant, everyone reacted, and various gazes converged on Lin Shi, their expressions incredibly complicated. At this moment, Lin Shi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing there with her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes, at that time in the equipment shop, she had vaguely sensed something was off, but in her eagerness to save her father, she did not delve deeper. But looking back now, why could that young shop owner carve both the bull-headed and the horse-faced statues? Moreover, The two statues could indeed summon different deities. How could this be possible? She turned her head with difficulty, her gaze landing on the horse-faced spirit. The other party was merely frowning, carefully examining Lin Haojiang's condition, as if the discussions among everyone had nothing to do with him. That terrifying visage, with its green face and sharp fangs, sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, Lin Xiaoling, who had been covering her face in a corner, suddenly jumped out, her eyes filled with resentment as she shouted loudly. Lin Shi, you really have the courage of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Your father, as the head of the family, has been possessed by an evil spirit, tainting the fortunes of our Lin family. At this critical moment, you dare to let such an unknown wild god intrude into our midst. You trust a young brat who popped up from who knows where, while you don't trust Qing Weijun, who has protected our clan for over a decade. In my view, this so-called bull-headed and horse-faced spirit is not a deity at all, but a demon skilled in disguise. As for that so-called deity's agent, he is a traitor among humans, colluding with demons to bring harm to our Lin family. Lin Xiaoling's words were like a thunderclap, instantly pointing the finger at the horse-faced spirit. Even the absent young shop owner became a target of public ire, a traitor among humans. In this chaotic world where demons ran rampant, anyone labeled with such a title would incur the wrath of both humans and gods, and would never have a good end. But at that moment, after some deliberation, everyone had to admit that Lin Xiaoling's analysis was not without reason. Whether it was the bull or the horse-faced spirit, they seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and no one had heard of them before. Moreover, both deities had terrifying appearances, and their methods and abilities were all bizarre, not resembling the righteous path at all. Most importantly, there is absolutely no way for someone to be the agent of two deities at the same time, unless the beings they represent, from the very beginning, were never deities. Chapter 11. The Reappearance of Divine Powers and Soul Capture. As Lin Xiaoling's remarks landed, the entire Lin family hall instantly erupted. Although there was currently no concrete evidence to prove the truth of the other party's words, according to the information provided by Lin Shi, there were indeed many loopholes in this matter. At least until everything was completely clarified, the Mom Mian deity and that young boss could not be trusted. In an instant, everyone began to discuss, each expressing their own opinions, regardless of whether the Nyotu and Mom Mian were truly deities. One thing was certain: that young man could not possibly be the agent of both deities at the same time. Even setting that aside, the situation was already quite strange. How could one distribute tokens based on the sculptures of agents? There must be something amiss. In any case, with Qing Weijun present, there should be no major issues. Even if Mom Mian had ulterior motives, it likely wouldn't cause much of a stir. As for the identity and background of that young man with the surname Liang and the Nyotu and Mom Mian, once this matter was investigated, it would be clear. If they were indeed demons and spies, they would be dealt with. At that moment, a bell tolled from outside the hall, resonating deeply and lingering on. Everyone fell silent. The time had come. Lin Hushing stepped forward and bowed towards Qing Weijun, saying, "Lord Qingwei, the auspicious time has arrived. I hope you will take action to eradicate the evil and restore our Lin family's bright future." Qing Weijun was still frowning in thought. Upon hearing this, her brows raised slightly. Below, whether it was members of the Lin family or those who had come to pay their respects, everyone looked up. Their expressions varied. After a moment of silence, Qing Weijun spoke softly. "Have you all thought this through? Under my divine power, while I can eradicate the evil, I cannot simultaneously ensure Lin Haojiang's life. It is up to you to decide whether to save the head of the family or to eliminate the disaster brought by this evil and preserve the Lin family's fortune." As she spoke, Qing Weijun's gaze clearly rested on Lin Shi. Lin Shi's body trembled slightly, her eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. This was the outcome that she had long known. In the face of the family's fortune, even the head of the family must become a sacrifice. However, the appearance of Nyotu and Mom Mian had given her a glimmer of hope in despair, but now it seemed that this hope might also be false. She turned a glance at Mom Mian. The latter was still inspecting her father's condition, seemingly oblivious, but his furrowed brow deepened, and his terrifying visage appeared increasingly grim. regardless of whether he was a deity or a ghost, whether he had good intentions or ulterior motives, with Qing Huijun guarding the scene. It was unlikely he would make any outrageous moves. At that moment, the voices of Lin Husheng and Lin Xiaoling rang out almost simultaneously. Lord Qingwei, the Lin family stands united. Please take action. Their voices were in perfect unison, and the hall fell silent, with no one raising any objections. Qing Huijun sighed lightly and looked towards Lin Haojiang, her brow furrowing. What are you still doing here, Ma Mian? I observe that your cold power clearly originates from the same source as that of the head of the Lin family, so I will assume it is a coincidence. Given your unclear identity, it would be inappropriate for you to remain here any longer. I have already overlooked your earlier offense of striking my believer. But if you continue to be a nuisance, do not blame me for crushing you along with that evil. As she spoke, a flicker appeared before Qing Huijun, as if surrounded by green leaves that then formed a cluster containing divine power. The way she raised her hand indicated that she was preparing to cleanse the evil. If Ma Mian did not dodge in advance, the outcome would likely not be much better than that of the evil. At this moment, Liang Yi glanced up at her and chuckled lightly. My identity unclear? Am I not a deity? Can a true god see that? If there is a dispute, let be. I am about to cast a spell to save someone. If you interfere, I have my ways to declare it. You, Qing Huijun, are worried that the head of the Lin family will be harmed by the evil, ruining the family's fortune and affecting your own incense, which is why you're so eager to eliminate the head of the family along with the evil. As soon as these words were spoken, Qing Huijun's face turned pale, her expression extremely unsightly. She understood well the fear of public opinion, even if Ma Mian's claims were unfounded, as long as there was a basis for it. There would be no shortage of gossip. After all, the life of the head of the Lin family was indeed in her hands, and no one would care whether she was acting naturally or out of necessity. What intrigued her was how this minor deity, whose rank was barely that of a wild god, dared to speak so boldly in front of her. Qing Huijun fell silent, her emotionless gaze fixated on Ma Mian. Quietly, the green orb filled with divine power in her hand dissipated, simply floating in the air without any movement. Below, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise. After carefully digesting Ma Mian's words, their thoughts gradually became active, but their faces grew somewhat oddly strange. At the front of the crowd, Lin Xiaoling and Lin Husheng exchanged glances, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. At this moment, Liang Yi hovered above Lin Haojiang, his palm covering him as he activated his divine power, soul capture. Moments later, visible to the naked eye, a chilling aura flowed out from his 7 orifices, converging into Liang Yi's palm and seeping into Lin Haojiang's body. Previously, Qing Huijun had said that the cold aura of the evil was of the same origin as Ma Mian's, but in fact, this was not the case. Ma Mian's cold power originated from the underworld, and apart from certain special beings, it could almost be called the source of cold in the world. What Qing Huijun sensed was merely Liang Yi's simplification for convenience, allowing the cold aura to circulate within Lin Haojiang's body to probe every specific situation. Now, the first thing to do was to absorb all of this cold aura, which was precisely why Lin Haojiang was suffering pain at all times. Before long, Liang Yi had absorbed all the cold aura within him. Lin Haojiang's face, which had been pale as paper, suddenly regained a bit of color. Seeing the scene, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar, gasping in astonishment. It was evident that this was a sign of improvement. Lin Shi widened her eyes in disbelief, feeling both shocked and incredibly joyful, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She hurriedly knelt down, tears welling in her eyes as she repeatedly bowed her head. I implore Lord Ma Mian to continue exerting divine power to help my father escape suffering. In the future, whatever is requested, believer Lin she will not refuse. Lin Xiaoling listened to the cries ringing in her ears, her gaze falling on Lin Haojiang's slightly reddened face, her pupils contracting sharply. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but clench her fists. Having completed the absorption of the cold aura, Liang Yi slowly exhaled. Next, he would deal with the evil that clung to him like a parasite, or rather, the vengeful spirit. Without hesitation, Liang Yi activated his divine power, soul capture. If the earlier absorption of the cold aura had merely made the evil tremble, now this soul-capturing divine power, which was the most restraining against ghosts and vengeful spirits, directly terrified the evil. In an instant, the evil that had been spread throughout Lin Haojiang's body suddenly gathered into a mass, rampaging within him and fleeing in all directions. In such a situation, Lin Haojiang, who had shown some signs of improvement, suddenly contorted his face, even groaning in pain while unconscious, with foul black blood gushing from his 7 orifices. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Lin Xiaoling's eyes flashed, and she immediately shouted in a stern voice, "Lord Qingwei, this Ma Mian's methods are strange. It is evident he is using evil and sinister means. Moreover, his cold power originates from the same source as this evil. Ma Mian is very likely the culprit behind Haojiang's disturbance, combining with the previous inferences about that young man with a Liang surname. This person is likely in league with the Oxhead and Horseface, plotting a greater scheme against our Lin family, including Lin Shi as part of their design to bring all of this about. I hope Lord Qingwei will take action to capture this Horseface to prevent greater future troubles." Chapter 12, Is This SHT Really Real? Lin Xiaoling's words, combined with the sight of Lin Haojiang's blood gushing from his 7 orifices and his painful wails, immediately created a shock in everyone's hearts. The identity of the Horseface was already questionable, and along with the unseen Liang boss, they were both subjects of suspicion. Moreover, with Qingwei Jun's ambiguous attitude and Lin Xiaoling being one of the power holders of the Lin family, it was hard not to doubt whether what she said was true. For a moment, everyone's thoughts began to stir. Qingwei Jun's gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoling for a moment. Her eyes narrowed but still remained silent. The word from Horseface still echoed in her mind, making her reluctant to act rashly at this critical moment. Most importantly, based on Horseface's method of extracting the cold energy from Lin Haojiang's body, it seemed he might really have a way to deal with this evil spirit. If he could indeed save Lin Haojiang, the head of the Lin family, and eliminate the evil spirit, that would naturally be a joyful outcome. But if not, it wouldn't be too late for her to step in then, and this lowly yet brazen little wild god would have to pay the price for it. Thinking this, Qingwei Jun's gaze fell once again on Horseface, ignoring the noisy voices of the Lin family below. At this moment, Liang Yi was also oblivious to the surrounding commotion, fully focused on extracting the evil spirit from Lin Haojiang's body, under the soul-capturing powers of Horseface. Even though the evil spirit was cunning and attempted to escape from its host's body, trying to evade the suction of his hand, Horseface, as a ghost messenger of the underworld, naturally had a restraining ability against worldly spirits and monsters. As Liang Yi continued to activate his powers, suddenly, accompanied by a sharp scream, countless black gases surged from Lin Haojiang's 7 orifices, subsequently condensing in the air into a faceless, vengeful spirit that wailed continuously, trying to escape the grip of Horseface's hand. However, it was futile. In just a few blinks of an eye, the vengeful spirit was absorbed into Horseface's palm like light smoke, disappearing completely. At the same time, cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs sounded, and Lin Haojiang, whose face had been twisted in pain, slowly opened his eyes. Weakly, he murmured, "What is this?" Beside him, Lin Shi's eyes widened, and she suddenly rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Dad, you're finally awake. It's okay, woo woo woo." The surroundings fell silent, with only Lin Shi's ecstatic cries echoing in the hall. Many members of the Lin family stood frozen, staring at this scene in shock. The problem that had plagued the entire Lin family for nearly half a month was solved so easily. Horseface didn't even perform any extra actions. From beginning to end, he simply placed his right hand above the head of the family master. Yet, in such a silent manner, the evil spirit was forced to appear and was captured. What kind of method is this? Gradually, everyone came back to their senses, gasping in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoling and Lin Hushing focused their gazes on Lin Haojiang, who was now rosy and even had the strength to sit up, their expressions turning ashen. Qingwei Jun's pupils constricted, her eyes shimmering as she looked into Lin Haojiang's body. After a thorough examination, she found no abnormalities whatsoever, not to mention the evil spirit. Not even a trace of residual cold energy was detected. Qing Weijun lightly bit her lip, her gaze falling once again on Horseface, her mind racing with thoughts. This Horseface truly had some skills. An evil spirit that even she, a righteous deity, couldn't effectively deal with was so easily dispelled by him. Although it was somewhat out of line, it did help her resolve a problem that had weighed on her heart. In the Lin family hall, everyone's thoughts were different. After Lin, she had cried out to Lin Haojiang. She suddenly remembered to kneel and thank the great benefactor, hurriedly bowing towards the shadow of Horseface. Devotee Lin Shi. Thanks to Lord Horseface for the rescue. I will surely worship you sincerely in the future. Before she could finish her words, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Though it was only for an instant, it blinded everyone present. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Liang Yi's mind. Ding! The incense value for the statue of Horseface has reached 10, and the rank has been upgraded to a spirit body. With the previous example of Bullhead's rank upgrade, Liang Yi naturally understood. It should be that after saving Lin Shi's father, the worship value for Horseface had surged, leading to a rapid increase in incense value, prompting Horseface to break through in rank. However, unlike the previous upgrade of Bullhead, this time Horseface did not receive a system reward for the rank upgrade. It seemed that rewards were only given when breaking through the rank limit for the first time. The next time would probably have to wait until Bullhead or Horseface upgraded to become a wild god. This system was really a bit stingy. Just as Liang Yi was lost in thought in the Lin family hall, everyone was petrified after that flash of golden light, looking dumbfounded. Qing Weijun was even more at a loss, exclaiming, "This radiance. An upgrade? You have ascended to a righteous deity?" No. If it were a righteous deity, I wouldn't be unable to sense it. It should be an ascension to a wild god. But hiss, Qing Weijun murmured, unable to help but take a sharp breath. If that golden light emanating from Horseface represented his ascension to the rank of wild god, then what rank of deity had he been previously? A spirit body? How dare a mere spirit body deity challenge a righteous deity like herself publicly? Qing Weijun's breath caught, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions, leaving her speechless. At the same time, the bewildered members of the Lin family gradually reacted, causing an uproar. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That golden light from Horseface was clearly a symbol of a deity's rank upgrade. Who said he wasn't a deity before? Other aspects might be faked, but this radiant ascension could not be faked no matter what, especially since he saved the family master. What kind of demon would do such a thing? Wait, aren't you all overlooking a very important question? Since this Horseface and the previous Bullhead are both deities, doesn't that mean that the Liang boss is indeed the agent of two deities at the same time? Damn, an agent representing two deities simultaneously. Is this SHT really real? The ascension of a deity often affects the energy of the heavens and earth, leading to a unique golden radiance, which is common knowledge accumulated from years of human observation. Previously, many had doubted Horseface's identity, but now that this golden light appeared, it undoubtedly confirmed his identity as a deity. What is even more shocking is that since both Bullhead and Horseface are deities, it means that the young equipment shop owner in Shuanglin City is indeed the agent of two deities. This matter is simply shocking and unbelievable, at least in recorded history. Such a phenomenon has never occurred. Not only that, but the way the agent distributes tokens for the deities is by carving statues. Tokens should be facilitated by the deities and spread widely through the agents, attracting devoted followers to worship and generate strong incense. How did it turn into the agent carving them directly in the case of that Liang boss? It's simply incomprehensible, leaving everyone deeply shocked. Chapter 13. Ma Datu's help to the neighbor. As Ma Mian broke through the rank, a golden divine light flickered, and the Lin family's great hall was completely in an uproar. Everything that happened today, from Ma Mian's appearance to his public promotion, left everyone here in shock. Qing Weijun had been wondering why Ma Mian dared to challenge him as a proper deity in his spiritual form. At this moment, after discussions and reminders from the Lin family members, he suddenly realized the two deities, Neo Tu and Ma Mian, actually chose the same person as their agent. Qingwei Jun frowned, and doubts arose in his heart. It is known that a deity's agent is particularly special, deeply connected with the deity, and can even influence their incense and fortune to some extent. Usually, only the most devout worshippers of the deity can take on this responsibility. Yet, it seems that one person is simultaneously serving as the agent for two deities. Is it possible that the young man with the surname Liang worships both Niu Tu and Ma Mian to the utmost? This is clearly impossible. Qingwei Jun pondered for a long time, but couldn't understand the key point, making it difficult for him to comprehend. At this moment, Liang Yi inspected again and confirmed that the evil spirit on Lin Haojiang had been completely eliminated. He turned around and waved his hand. A divine power poured out, helping Lin Shi, who was still kneeling on the ground, to her feet. I understand your intentions, he said. Just be sincere in the future. Furthermore, Ma Mian's long, eerie gaze swept over Lin Shaoling and Lin Hushing, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems that there is some unrest within your Lin family. Be more vigilant. Liang Yi merely hinted at it and said no more. However, these few words caused the two people he looked at to slightly stiffen. Lin Shi frowned, hesitating as she nodded, while a flash of sharpness crossed Lin Haojiang's eyes as he leaned against the bed. But in just a moment, that sharpness disappeared, and he sincerely said, Lord Ma Mian, I have already understood the situation from Shi'er. We, the Lin family, will never forget your great kindness. If there is anything we can assist with in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. We will not refuse. As Lin Haojiang spoke, he propped himself up and was about to kneel. Liang Yi glanced at him, nodded with an unchanged expression, and then his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Lin Shi knelt again, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows to respectfully send off the deity. Qingwei Jun watched as Ma Mian's figure vanished into the night, deep in thought. The next day, Liang Yi woke up from his sleep, washed up, and opened the shop door as usual. He yawned and sat down at the front, starting to carve the deity statue. After helping the Lin family resolve the evil spirit last night, seeing that it was still early, Liang Yi stubbornly finished carving the half-completed Ma Mian statue before going to sleep. This caused him to sleep 2 hours later than usual, and he felt extremely tired at this moment. However, there was no other choice. Seeing that the previously sluggish deity statue business finally showed signs of improvement, Liang Yi naturally had to work hard at carving. Otherwise, wouldn't he be going against making money? Thinking of this, Liang Yi, who had just been a bit drowsy, immediately perked up, picked up the carving knife and wood, and prepared to continue carving. However, just then, an unusual sound was heard. A blue truck suddenly blocked the shop door, immediately attracting Liang Yi's attention, prompting him to look up. A familiar figure jumped down from the passenger seat of the truck. It was Ma Datu. After chatting with a few unloading workers outside, he walked straight in with a big smile on his face. Boss Liang, long time no see. Liang Yi looked at Ma Datu with a hint of confusion, glancing at the people behind him, and frowned, asking, what is this about? Just as the words left his mouth, Ma Datu scratched his head awkwardly, pointing outside, and chuckled, Boss Liang, don't mind me. These are all people I hired to help with moving. After the incident last time, I figured out these past couple of days, this adventure live streaming is too risky and often the returns are low. Rather than doing this dangerous job for money, it's better to come to you, ride on the heat of having a deity agent, and help you promote and sell deity statues. I even rented a house next door with a pretty good shop. After Ma Datu's detailed explanation, Liang Yi instantly understood. He had already done in-depth research on the matter of deity agents before. Since Niu Tu sparked a discussion online, many people had speculated about his identity. Related topics still had considerable popularity even now. After all, although deity agents are not extremely rare, they are relatively uncommon, and most tend to hide their identities. Few are as casual as him. Moreover, Liang Yi's creation of divine tokens through carving deity statues was astonishing. The combination of these two factors highlighted his uniqueness, leading more and more people online to take a keen interest in him. As a streamer, Ma Datu, who believed that traffic is king, naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. It was just moving, which wouldn't affect his future adventure live streaming and provided him with another path. This matter was naturally acceptable to Liang Yi. With such a major streamer by his side, not only would he bring traffic, but the two had also previously agreed on a collaboration plan. Having Ma Dadu handle the promotion, sales, and logistics of the deity statues was the best outcome. Liang Yi did not hesitate much, and, under Ma Dadu's hopeful gaze, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ma Dadu was naturally very happy and quickly took out the previously drafted cooperation contract, spreading it out on the table. Liang Yi signed and stamped according to the process. When he looked up again, he found that Ma Dadu had already begun to demonstrate his excellent professionalism by starting the live stream. Family, have you missed me in the 2 days I've been away? Look at where this is, and who is this? That's right, after resting for 2 days. Datu is back in Shuanglin City and has come to Boss Liang's equipment store. And today, I have a major announcement for my brothers and sisters. As Ma Datu's unique live, streaming tone rang out, the originally quiet equipment store suddenly became noisy. The drowsy atmosphere seemed to become more lively. Liang Yi Bilinkit took a deep breath and continued to carve the deity statue. Just then, Ma Dadu's livestream camera focused on a nearby wooden rack. Although the live stream had just started, the number of online viewers had already surpassed 10,000. At this moment, the audience looked at the wooden rack and began sending barrage comments. Ma Datu, shut up for a moment and show us what's behind you. Is that a deity statue? Didn't you say there was no stock before? Isn't this something Boss Liang just carved? Wait, this deity statue looks a bit different. It doesn't seem like Neo 2. I just noticed that. I specifically went to check the previous live stream clips, and this is definitely not the Neo 2 statue. Chapter 14, testifying in the name of the Lin family. Looking at the barrage of question marks suddenly floating in the live stream, Ma Datu was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a statue of the bullhead? What are you all talking about? Just as he was speaking, Ma Dadu turned his head back in confusion. The wooden rack that had been filled with bullhead statues 2 days ago was now completely empty. Only in a dark corner stood a solitary statue, its rough outline revealed in the shadows. Seeing this, Ma Dadu hesitantly reached out to take it out and placed it under the camera for a closer look. At a glance, he raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? It's really not a bullhead. You all have pretty sharp eyes. However, this shouldn't be a statue. Maybe it's just an artwork carved by Boss Liang out of boredom." As he was saying this, Ma Datu waved the horse-faced statue in front of Liang Yi, showing a questioning expression. The viewers in the live stream heard Ma Datu's guess, and many suddenly realized and expressed their agreement. However, at that moment, Liang Yi, without raising his head, suddenly spoke coldly. "It's not an artwork. It's a statue. This deity is called Ma Mian, and its strength is comparable to that of Bullhead." Ma Datu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. This is also a statue? It can summon a deity? The problem is... Wait, aren't you the agent of the Bullhead deity? Then how did this Ma Mian deity come about? Ma Datu blurted out, confusion appearing in his eyes. And for a moment, he was at a loss. At this moment, the live stream was filled with exclamations and flying bullet comments. What's going on? Don't tell me this Ma Mian statue was also carved by Boss Liang. To be able to carve both Bullhead and Ma Mian means being the agent for 2 deities at the same time? Is that right? Ma Datu, you're not trying to create show with Boss Liang. This isn't a joke. The audience in the live stream reacted extremely intensely. With the spread of related news and the fermentation of online public opinion over the past 2 days, Liang Yi being the agent of the Bullhead deity had almost become a consensus among Ma Datu's fans. But what they saw now made them waver on this consensus. How could one person possibly be the agent for 2 deities at the same time? Just then, many people raised doubts. This goes against common sense. Those who believe this in their lifetime are foolish. There were people online before who hyped such gimmicks just to attract attention. It's all just for fun. You really believe everything others say. Just because a wooden carving looks similar to the bullhead statue, you say it can summon a deity? I could claim I'm also a deity's agent. Unless you show us something like the bullhead statue last time, I won't believe it. Ma Datu scratched his head in bewilderment, occasionally glancing at the bullet comments in the live stream, then at the statue in his hand, and occasionally at Liang Yi. However, the latter was focused on carving the statue, seemingly not taking the matter to heart at all. Ma Data frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. To be honest, even though Liang Yi was his great benefactor, he couldn't help but feel doubtful now, because this fact was truly too unbelievable. As time went by, the doubts in the live stream gradually increased. Compared to one person being the agent for two deities, the vast majority would rather believe there was something else going on. Watching the increasingly heated comments on the screen, Ma Datu felt his head spinning. If this trend continued, this live stream was likely to cause a live broadcast accident. When it involves a sensitive topic like being a deity's agent, even the smallest event can be infinitely magnified, let alone if it develops in a negative direction. Thinking of this, Ma Datu's expression became troubled. Just as he was hesitating whether to find an excuse to close the live stream and minimize the impact of this matter, a very eye-catching golden bullet comment suddenly floated through the live stream. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. The Ma Mian statue can really summon a deity. Recently, I had some trouble at home, and it was Lord Ma Mian who came forward to resolve it. Lord Ma Mian is also the deity I believe in. I testify in the name of the Lin family of Shiza City. This is absolutely not false. I hope everyone can discern right from wrong and not make things difficult for Ma Datu and Boss Liang. As soon as this long string of golden bullet comments appeared on the screen, many viewers who had been criticizing suddenly stopped their actions. Those who have been fans of Ma Datu for a while know that the ID and avatar of the person who just made the comment represent Lin Shi, the young lady of the Lin family in Shiza City. As a staunch fan of Ma Datu, Lin Shi often appears in the live stream, and many are very familiar with her. Coupled with the bullet comment she just sent, it was evident that the honorable young lady of the Lin family was testifying for Liang Yi. Moreover, she used the name of the Lin family. This is not a joke. At this moment, Lin Shi sent a picture in the live stream. The image clearly showed the Lin family ancestral hall, where the Ma Mian statue was specially enshrined in a niche. This instantly caused the live stream to explode. In an instant, bullet comments flooded in, and various opinions flew everywhere. The young lady of the Lin family personally came forward to testify in the name of the Lin family. The weight of this is self-evident. Incredible. Is this Ma Mian deity really that powerful? What kind of trouble could it resolve that even Qing Yuejun couldn't, yet was solved by Ma Mian? Doesn't that mean Boss Liang is truly the agent for two deities at the same time, and both are represented by carved tokens? When did the world become something I can't comprehend? Two deities choosing the same person as their agent. I've never seen anything like this. With Lin Shi personally coming forward, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream had no choice but to believe. You have to know that the Lin family is a prominent family, and Lin Shi is the honorable young lady. She absolutely wouldn't make such a statement without solid evidence. This also means that everything Liang Yi said earlier is true. At this moment, not just in the live stream, Ma Data looked at the frantically scrolling comments, equally shocked to the extreme, and couldn't help but gasp. Boss Liang, although the sentence might sound a bit rude, where exactly did you come from? Before this, I can't even say I've heard of someone being able to be the agent for two deities at the same time. This is truly eye-opening. Liang Yi, who was seriously carving, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this, wanting to say something but hesitating for a long while, ultimately saying nothing more. But this time, he couldn't help but start to ponder. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to have Ma Data living next door? Why does it feel like there will be no peace from now on? Chapter 15 Promotion, Wild God. In the following days, Ma Datu had settled down in Shuanglin City. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent all day running to Liang Yi's shop, and most of the time he would start live streaming. Not only did he help Liang Yi promote the bull head and horse face statues, but he also linked various equipment from his shop. Since the last live stream confirmed that Liang Yi was the agent of two deities and that the bull head and horse face statues were sold in the shop, this matter sparked considerable discussion online. As a result, Ma Datu's live streaming room attracted a large number of viewers, dominating the live streaming rankings in the same category for several consecutive days, with a constant online audience surpassing 50,000. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Ma Datu to transition from an adventure streamer to a merchandise streamer. At that moment, he was energetically shouting at the camera in the store. 3, 2, 1, link on. Congratulations to the fan. No cilantro, my data version, successfully obtained the horse face statue. I need to remind everyone that our bullhead and horse face statues are all personally carved by the first dual deity agent in history, Boss Liang Yi. Currently, there is no stock left, so what everyone is purchasing now are pre-sale versions, and the latest sold statues will be shipped within a month at the latest. Unfortunately, I have to inform everyone that just now was the last pre-sale spot. Boss Liang really can't carve anymore, and there's no guarantee they can be shipped within a month. In front of the stage, Liang Yi was earnestly carving when he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ma Data's words. During this time, he had almost been packaged like a celebrity influencer by the other party. Using the so-called dual deity agent title, he attracted tens of thousands of people to the live streaming room every day to check it out. If it were only that, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with the videos showcasing Bullhead's prowess in the hospital continuing to spread, and the fact that a few days ago, Horseface helped the Lin family, it led to a constant stream of people coming to buy the Bullhead and Horseface statues. Even though Liang Yi's carving speed had significantly improved with diligent practice, going from 5 hours to 3 hours to carve one statue, such speed still felt inadequate in front of the crazed audience of the live stream. Reluctantly, after discussions, Ma Datu and Liang Yi raised the prices on both statues, but the effect was minimal. The audience remained fervent, even claiming that the two deities offered great value for money. Until now, under the urging of fans and viewers, they could only offer a pre-sale version. Pay first, ship later, which meant Liang Yi was now in debt with a pile of statues. However, on the flip side, with such massive traffic, Liang Yi not only made a fortune selling statues, but also saw the number of followers of Bullhead and Horseface increasing, achieving two goals at once. He was both pained and joyful. Liang Yi thought to himself, putting down the wood and carving knife, stretching out a big yawn, and silently reciting, "Check the deities, Bullhead and Horseface." The next moment, two panels appear before him. Deity Bullhead, rank, spirit, followers, 16, incense, 99 divine powers, great strength beginner, night walk beginner, soul capture beginner. Deity Horseface, rank, spirit, followers, 9, incense, 59, divine powers, coldine beginner, night walk beginner, soul capture beginner. After reviewing, Liang Yi waved his hand to close the panels. With the increasing number of followers for Bullhead and Horseface, the incense values of the two deities also grew to different extents, especially Bullhead. After becoming famous from the incident at the abandoned hospital, 8 statues were sold that very night. Now, nearly a week later, he had helped many followers solve troubles and provide protection. Thus, its incense value skyrocketed, reaching 99, and it was expected to surpass 100 in the next couple of days, promoting to the rank of Wild God. However, during this time, Liang Yi was too busy carving statues and had not taken control of Bullhead and Horseface like before. Even if the followers encountered danger or difficulties, it was handled by the deities themselves. Some minor troubles with monsters and demons could be dealt with adequately by the initial intelligence of the two deities. At least, since selling so many statues, Bullhead and Horseface had never faced defeat, maintaining a perfect approval rating. Just as Liang Yi was taking a short break, rubbing his somewhat sore wrist and planning to continue carving, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The incense value of Deity Bullhead has reached 100. Rank promoted to Wild God. All divine powers upgraded. Divine powers. Great strength, intermediate. Night walk, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the deity rank limit and receiving a reward. Statue carving speed reduced by 1 hour. Liang Yi's movements paused, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Bullhead has been promoted to Wild God. It must be that a new follower was added or that a follower's devotion value increased by 1, causing the total incense value to reach 100. Liang Yi didn't dwell on this matter. Instead, his attention was focused on the reward for breaking through the deity rank limit. Statue carving speed reduced by 1 hour. Now it took 3 hours to carve one statue, and receiving this reward meant he could carve one statue in just 2 hours. It seemed like only an hour was reduced, but in reality, it was a third of the carving time. Moreover, with Liang Yi's continuous improvement in carving techniques, Reducing carving time at this stage would be increasingly difficult. Thus, receiving such a reward at this time was like a timely help. Just as Liang Yi was immersed in the joy of Bullhead's rank promotion, Ma Data's voice suddenly grew louder, instantly capturing his attention. Thank you, Sister Bingbing, for sending 10 treasure maps. Thank you, Boss Che Yu Che Hang, for sending 100 rocket launches. Thank you to all the brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and siblings for sending over 1,000 sports cars. Oh my God, everyone stop sending. It's not that we're holding out for a better price. It's that we really have no stock left. Boss Liang can't keep up with the carving. Ma Datu's eyes sparkled, but he wore a helplessly bowing to the live stream. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi raised an eyebrow, momentarily unsure of what was happening. So he picked up his phone and curiously clicked into his live stream. As soon as he entered, Liang Yi's vision was immediately dazzled, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the live streaming room, all sorts of gifts, both seen and unseen, appeared one after another, making a feast for the eyes. Not only that, but various noble bullet comments were rolling in waves on the public screen. Madatu, I want a bullhead statue. Don't tell me there's no stock. You already have pre-sales. Can't you add another pre-sale spot? Streamer, I'm here for Horseface. I heard the evil spirit that even Lin Jia Qinghua couldn't deal with was resolved by him. I'm begging for Horseface statue with a heavy reward. If you don't add more pre-sale spots, be careful, I request a refund as a minor. Looking at the wide variety of bullet comments in the live streaming room, Ma Data opened his mouth, feeling a bit of a headache. Chapter 16, The Officials Have Arrived. As various gifts flew around the live broadcast room, Ma Data felt both excited and anxious. The fans were urging him to increase the pre-sale slots by showering gifts, but there was really no other way. He wanted to increase the pre-sale slots, even hoping to sell 70 or 80 statues in a day. After all, that is a lot of money. The problem was that no matter how many pre-sale slots he added, Liang Yi's carving speed was still a limiting factor. He couldn't possibly owe several hundred statues and delay shipping for a year, could he? Many people in the live broadcast room needed the bullhead and horse face statues urgently. They might be in life-threatening situations. By the time they received the statues, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Ma Data sighed lightly and was about to explain in detail. However, at that moment, Liang Yi stood up and walked in front of the camera, unexpectedly saying, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, it's clear that you trust the power of our bullhead and horse face. To not let you down, I will release 30 more pre-sale slots, and they will also be shipped within a month." As soon as Liang Yi said this, Ma Data was stunned, his face filled with question marks. 30 more pre-sale slots? They already owed 60 or 70 statues. Could they really carve 30 more in a month? Ma Data frowned and blurted out, "Boss Liang, do you plan to carve 100 statues in a month? That wouldn't that mean you have to start carving as soon as you get up and keep going until nightfall? No, that is too much trouble for you. 100 statues in a month would mean at least 3 statues a day, and they were still short by about 10 statues. Combined with Liang Yi's speed of carving 1 statue in 3 hours, wouldn't that require at least 9 to 10 hours of carving every day?" Just thinking about that number gave Ma Data a headache. It simply wasn't worth it. However, Liang Yi didn't explain too much, just waved his hand and said, "No need for more words. Since it's decided to add 30 more pre-sale slots, then we will add 30 more. Hearing this, Ma Data couldn't help but gasp, initially planning to say something. But seeing Liang Yi's decisive demeanor, he ultimately hesitated and nodded. Meanwhile, as Liang Yi's words landed, the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. Wow, it's still our boss Liang who is generous. He is truly the only dual deity agent in history. Amazing. 30 more pre-sale slots. Is it real? I'm ready. No one compete with me. Boss Liang must be planning to use his rest time to carve the statues. I'm tearing up. Ma Data, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and post the link." The audience was going crazy, urging Ma Data to quickly post the link. At that moment, among the 70 to 80,000 people in the live broadcast room, most were there for entertainment, but at least a few thousand were there for the bullhead and horseface deities. Earlier, when Ma Data mentioned that there were no more pre-sale slots, everyone felt disheartened. Now, the addition of these 30 slots gave them hope again. The barrage in the live broadcast room continued to boil, and the various gifts flashing on the screen became even more abundant. Almost before the effect of one gift disappeared, the next one would follow closely. The scale was astonishing. Although Ma Data didn't understand why Liang Yi suddenly decided to add slots. Looking at the dazzling array of gifts before him, he had already thrown that matter to the back of his mind, grinning from ear to ear. All right, since Boss Liang is so generous, I certainly can't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Next, let us sell out these 30 new pre-sale slots in batches. Ma Dado shouted energetically, while Liang Yi stepped out of the camera's view. The decision to add 30 new slots was not made out of kindness. It was entirely because the system reward had just reduced the time required for carving the statues. If he had to carve at the previous speed of 3 hours per statue, carving 3 statues a day would surely tire him out. After all, carving statues required complete concentration and was very labor-intensive. But now, he could carve 1 statue in just 2 hours, meaning he could carve 3 statues in the same 6 hours of time as before. Although it was still somewhat tiring, it was manageable. Liang Yi thought to himself, intended to sit back down and continue carving. However, at that moment, 2 figures suddenly walked in from outside. They stopped in front of the store, looked up at the store sign, and stepped inside. Liang Yi halted, waiting for them to approach. The man in front looked to be in his 40s, with a beard that seemed to have gone unshaven for a long time, making him appear quite disheveled. He wore a gray checkered shirt, with his elbows tucked into a folder and faded old jeans, topped off with a pair of gray slippers. He looked like a thug, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the store's interior. Following this middle-aged man was a young man in a poorly fitting suit, who frowned at the shouting Ma Datu, seemingly finding him a bit noisy. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at Ma Datu, to survey the store for a moment before his gaze fell directly on Liang Yi. Approaching him, he extended his right hand. Hello, Boss Liang. I'm Chun Goen, an official from the Supernatural Bureau of Shuanglin City. This is my assistant, Zheng Li Tsai. You can call him Xiao Zheng. Liang Yi's gaze lingered on Xiao Zheng for a moment, noticing his surprise as he glanced at Chun Goen before extending his right hand. Chun Goen's handshake was firm, somewhat at odds with his somewhat thin frame. Liang Yi had heard of the Supernatural Bureau before. It was an officially managed department established in various provinces and cities, specifically handling matters related to monsters, demons, and deities, including those concerning deity agents. The now abandoned first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City should fall under the management of this so-called Supernatural Bureau. However, perhaps due to the lack of a powerful deity to oversee it, the hospital had been left in the hands of evil spirits for 3 years. The fact that they had come to him now was likely related to Liang Yi's identity as a deity agent. Sure enough, after a brief self-introduction, without waiting for Liang Yi to speak, Chun Goen sat down and got straight to the point. Boss Liang, we're here to find you due to our concern regarding the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City, and out of respect for your identity as a deity agent. Oh, I should address you with the honorific you. After all, you are different from ordinary agents and deserve double the respect. Chapter 17. The olive branch from the Supernatural Bureau. Chun Goen had a smile on his face as his gaze fell directly on Liang Yi. Liang Yi remained expressionless, merely nodding without responding. His identity as a dual deity agent had gained considerable attention online recently, and in the past few days, some had even come specifically to investigate. As a commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau, obtaining such information was quite simple for Chun Goen. The question was, why had they approached him? Seemingly sensing Liang Yi's confusion, Chun Goen tapped the table with his fingers and took out a folder tucked under his arm, placing it in front of him. The Supernatural Bureau, simply put, is an official organization that protects the peace of a region. It also has the responsibility to maintain communication with local deity agents. Liang Yi opened the folder, which contained information about the origins, positioning, and duties of the Supernatural Bureau. After scanning through it, he found it largely consistent with what Chun Goen had said. Liang Yi furrowed his brow and interrupted. So what exactly is the purpose of your visit today? Do you want me to join the Supernatural Bureau? Or is there something else? A hint of amusement appeared on Chun Goen's face as he casually picked up the document and handed it to his assistant, Xiao Zheng. He then reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to himself. As I mentioned earlier, one of our duties is to maintain communication with deity agents. The main purpose is to form a regional agent network, which you can simply understand as a chat group. Our official personnel will occasionally share information about the demons and monsters appearing in the surrounding areas. If the deities you represent are interested, they can voluntarily go and exterminate them. At the same time, the agents can also communicate and interact within the group. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He hadn't realized that the Supernatural Bureau, as an official institution, would engage in such matchmaking activities. However, upon reflection, it did make sense. Just like the abandoned first affiliated hospital in Shuanglin City, where a ferocious ghost posed a challenge that the officials were helpless to confront. If a deity agent were willing to intervene, it could solve the problem for the authorities and serve the public good. But the question remained, why would these deity agents, or rather the deities behind them, engage in such seemingly righteous acts that offered little in terms of benefits? Chen Goen suddenly spoke up. There are countless deities in the world, and not every deity can find such a good agent like you to attract a continuous stream of followers. In fact, for most deities, their entire life might just be spent as a wild god. Therefore, for each deity, greater exposure and the opportunity to gain more followers are irresistible. We happen to be able to provide these resources to deities through different means. Most of the time, it's the agents of many wild gods who want to establish a relationship with the Supernatural Bureau. Of course, this is only true for those lesser-known deities who find it difficult to gain followers and incense. At this point, Chen Goen turned his head to glance at Ma Datu, who was still energetically engaging the audience in the live stream. For Liang Yi, with sufficient traffic backing him, he hardly needed to worry about followers. In fact, the statues he carved were always in high demand. However, such situations were rare, and most deities struggled to attract followers and couldn't even find suitable agents, let alone deities like Nyodo and Mei Mian, who had gained fame online. But this also meant that Liang Yi, as a deity agent, or rather the deities Nyodo and Mei Mian behind him, actually did not need the platform and resources provided by the Supernatural Bureau. For this reason, Chen Goen had prepared himself for a possible rejection before coming. However, on the other hand, the so-called dual deity agent that had been circulating online truly piqued Chen Goen's interest. If possible, he naturally wanted to recruit this person into the Supernatural Bureau. Just as Chen Goen was smoking and pondering, Liang Yi's voice suddenly broke in. If that's the case, then I have no problem. Is there a complicated process to join the Supernatural Bureau? Chen Goen raised an eyebrow, looking astonished. Behind him, Xiaozing also appeared surprised, unable to help but open his mouth in disbelief. You agreed so readily? You didn't even negotiate? And you just casually accepted without consulting the opinions of the two deities behind you? Or did you ask them in those few breaths and gain their unanimous approval? While Xiaozong was still in a daze, Chen Goen laughed heartily, waving his hand. We at the Supernatural Bureau have always looked down on those tedious formalities. All we need to do is add you to the chat group and register your information in the system. You don't need to worry about anything else. Saying this, Chen Goen took out his phone, added Liang Yi's WeChat, and then pulled him into a group. Looking at the chat group interface on his phone, Liang Yi hesitated. He had initially thought that the chat group Chen Goen mentioned was just an example for his understanding. But now it seemed to be an actual chat group. As Liang Yi joined the group, someone sent a warm welcome sticker. The person's blue avatar was quite noticeable, and upon a cursory glance, it appeared to be a Q-version character that looked somewhat familiar. However, before Liang Yi could examine it closely, Chen Goen spoke again. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to agree to join the Supernatural Bureau, based on the traffic and popularity you currently have. I thought the chances of successfully recruiting you were slim. But anyway, congratulations on becoming a part of the Supernatural Bureau. Chen Goen extinguished his cigarette with 2 fingers, stood up, and extended his right hand. Liang Yi looked up, also extending his right hand to shake his, smiling, just as you said earlier. For every deity, greater exposure and the opportunity to gain more followers are irresistible. Nyodo and Mei Mian certainly wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. Chen Goen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Liang Yi to respond this way. Then, he burst into hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly before waving his hand and turning to leave with Xiaozong. As Liang Yi watched the two depart, he fell into contemplation. In fact, if he really only had the two deities Nyodo and Meimian, he might not have been too willing to join the Supernatural Bureau. After all, given their current popularity online, they didn't need to wade through murky waters. But with the carving system in place, it was destined that Liang Yi would never only have two deities by his side. Considering the long term, joining the Supernatural Bureau naturally had more advantages. At the very least, it could serve as an excellent channel for obtaining information. Chapter 18. At least a proper deity. After Chen Goen and the others left, Liang Yi glanced at the chat group. The group was named Goen, and he wondered if it was because of Chen Goen's name. The chat history was still stuck at the point of the enthusiastic welcome emoji, and no one had continued the conversation after that. Liang Yi casually swiped back to the home screen, pressed the power button to turn off his phone, and continued carving the statue. Not long after, with Mod Datu's signature sign-off announcing the end of the stream, today's live broadcast concluded. He took off the microphone clipped to his collar, hurried over to Liang Yi, and started wiping off his sweat with a few sheets of paper. Boss Liang, we really made a killing today. I've been doing live broadcasts for a few years, and I've never seen such a big scene. You should have seen it. The airplane rockets didn't stop for a moment. If I hadn't been so exhausted and the pre-sale slots were sold out, I would have ended the stream like this. Ma Datu was excited, slumped in a rot-tan chair, wiping his sweat and chattering nonstop. Liang, you mididi, no dit, nonjo mitai. His eyes still focused on the piece of wood in his hands. The audience in today's live broadcast was indeed exceptionally enthusiastic, with many big shots and wealthy patrons leading the atmosphere, resulting in a windfall from gift revenue. These people didn't lack money, nor did they lack powerful divine protection. Their competition for pre-sale slots and purchases of the Nyo Tuma Mion statues stemmed more from interest or collection rather than need. However, this also meant that the statues sold to such people might not receive any offerings. This was not a big deal, as they had paid for it, and no one would have issues with money. At this moment, after chattering for a while, noticed Liang, he seemed a bit uninterested, so he gradually calmed down. He took a sip of tea from the table and suddenly said, Boss Liang, I thought about it, and actually, a considerable portion of the live broadcast revenue comes from your fame. So for now on, let us split it 30 to 70. I take 30, you take 70. How's that sound? Liang, he paused his carving, looked up at Ma Datu. He hadn't expected the other party to be so generous. He had not participated in the live broadcast at all, from start to finish, including the shipping of the statues and after-sales service. Everything had been handled by Ma Datu alone. In this situation, he was still willing to take the smaller share. Liang, he nodded and then said, Since that's the case, you can take 30 of the revenue from selling the statues as well. Let us not dwell on it. It's settled. Ma Data hesitated, wanting to say something, but hearing Liang Yi's follow-up, felt he couldn't say anything more and could only gratefully nod. After a moment of silence, Ma Datu seemed to suddenly remember something and casually asked, By the way, Boss Liang, what were those two just now here for? They didn't seem like they were here to buy anything? Liang, he didn't look up. They're from the Supernatural Bureau, and they want me to join them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Datu habitually nodded. Then his eyes suddenly widened, and he jumped up. The Supernatural Bureau. They came to you to join them? Ma Datu seemed to be energized, his whole demeanor becoming excited. He even involuntarily waved his arms while speaking, his face flushed with excitement. Liang, he didn't expect him to be so thrilled and couldn't help but frown. What is the big deal about the Supernatural Bureau? It's just an official special department, right? It shouldn't be that exaggerated, should it? Ma Data took a deep breath and swallowed hard, his eyes shining with excitement. Boss Liang, you might not know this, but there is a big difference between applying to join the Supernatural Bureau and them coming to find you. Take our Shuanglin city. For instance, there should be quite a few wild deity agents in the city's Supernatural Bureau. Yet even so, that abandoned hospital's evil spirit has been ruling for 3 whole years. And that is just an ordinary Supernatural Bureau, which essentially means a group of deity agents from a city-level unit huddling together for warmth, and there are likely to be those relatively weak deities. Ma Datu excitedly elaborated, while Liang listened in silence, still unclear about the main point. Ma Datu cleared his throat and eagerly continued. But the supernatural bureau that takes the initiative to come to you is different. It's called the True Supernatural Bureau. It is said to be directly connected to the central government, and the information and resources obtained within are absolutely top-notch nationwide. Not only that, once my dad started talking, he couldn't stop. He became quite animated, speaking rapidly. Liang Yi raised his hand to interrupt him, frowning. Those two just now said they were officials from the Shuanglin City Supernatural Bureau. It's probably not what you're saying about being directly under the central government. Just as Liang Yi was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He recalled that when Chun Goen introduced himself earlier, the young man behind him looked at him with evident surprise. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that was where it came from. Liang Yi fell silent, and Ma Dada looked at him for a moment before chuckling. Whether they come to you or not is just one criterion. There are many rumors about the Supernatural Bureau online. Some say that groups under the central government usually have special chat groups established by the officials. Most importantly, it's said that to gain the favor of the Central Supernatural Bureau, the deity behind the agent must at least reach the proper deity rank. This is a hard requirement. Even those wild deities who can match the power of proper deities cannot join. Boss Liang, being able to join this so-called True Supernatural Bureau is groundbreaking. I think it's also because of your identity as a double agent. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi's brows furrowed. He picked up his phone from the table and opened the chat group member list. The members were all anonymous, perhaps for security reasons regarding the identity of the deity agents. However, to simply distinguish the strength of the deities represented by group members, each member's nickname displayed the rank of the deity they represented. At a glance, among the more than 160 people in the group, more than half of the members had the suffix of proper deity in their nicknames. The remaining half had even higher ranks. Liang Yi's pupils contracted slightly, suddenly realizing that this supernatural bureau seemed to be much more complex than he had imagined. After hovering his finger in the air for a while, Liang Yi pressed down on the screen to scroll down and found the option for his nickname in the group. The words wild deity pending stood out glaringly. Liang Yi took a deep breath and frowned. Next to him, Ma Dada was still in shock. Seeing Liang Yi's expression was off, he leaned over with a grin. Want to sneak a peek at the chat group? Liang Yi calmly pressed the screen off. This supernatural bureau was indeed extraordinary, but he knew very little about it now and needed to search for information on this topic online when he had the chance. Thinking this, Liang Yi temporarily set the matter aside and picked up the carving knife and would to continue his work. Chapter 19. Responsible to the end. Time passed quickly, and soon 3 days had gone by. Liang Yi continued to carve the deity statues as usual, while Ma Data live-streamed every day as well. As the pre-sale slots for the deity statues sold out, the liveliness in the livestream room decreased somewhat. However, with Liang Yi's reputation as a dual agent and Ma Data's existing fanbase, the traffic in the livestream room remained enormous. One day, Ma Data was live-streaming as always. Liang Yi was carving the deity statue on stage when he suddenly heard Ma Data mumbling. "Streamer, the horse-faced deity statue I bought from you couldn't withstand the power of a lord-level monster and fled in defeat." Ma Data's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Liang Yi paused his movements, looked up at him, and opened his phone to enter the livestream room. At that moment, someone in the public chat was sending related comments, echoing what Ma Data had just said. The audience clearly noticed this comment and began discussing it. The horse-faced deity couldn't withstand a lord-level monster. Is that true? It shouldn't be. According to Boss Liang, the horse-faced and ox-headed deities were equally strong, since the ox-headed deity could instantaneously kill a lord-level evil spirit before. How could the horse-faced deity possibly be defeated by a lord-level monster? Could it be that some rival is jealous of the popularity of the ox-headed and horse-faced deities and is using this underhanded tactic to disrupt the market? Faced with this sudden comment, the viewers in the livestream room quickly expressed their doubts. After all, everyone had witnessed the ox-headed deity's strength firsthand. Although the horse-faced deity had not formally appeared in public, they still believed in the reputation of the Lin family from Shiza City. The fact that even the righteous deity Qing Yuejun was powerless against the evil spirit, which was easily dispelled and exterminated by the horse-faced deity, spoke volumes about its strength. Most importantly, It was well known that the combat power of any monster was categorized according to the spiritual bodies of deities, wild gods and righteous gods, divided into minions, lords, and kings. Previously, the lord-level evil spirit that was instantaneously killed by the ox-headed deity was likely one of the best among them. How could a wild, god-ranked deity that could kill lord-level monsters suddenly be described as fleeing in defeat against another lord-level monster? This matter seemed too strange, and it was impossible not to raise suspicions. While the viewers were expressing their doubts, that person sent another comment. I saw this with my own eyes and almost lost my life on the spot. There's no exaggeration. I have related videos on my profile, and if you don't believe it, you can go check it out. As soon as this comment was posted, the speed of the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream room slowed down significantly. Undoubtedly, many people had entered his profile to watch the video. Liang Yi maintained a calm expression and also clicked into his profile to check. The video appeared to be from surveillance footage, showing a monster with a red face and fangs, covered in scales, rampaging through a factory in the city outskirts, causing widespread destruction. The horse-faced deity appeared in time to fight it. At first, it was a back-and-forth battle, using the power of cold to restrain the monster. However, the monster suddenly let out a loud roar, its scales clanging, and erupted in a mist of blood. Following that, its eyes turned blood red, and its combat power surged, almost overpowering the horse-faced deity. The horse-faced deity resisted for a moment, but until its form became more and more illusory, it finally used its night travel to escape. Liang Yi looked up just in time to meet Dada's gaze as he turned to look. Dada's brow furrowed, his expression somewhat unnatural, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Liang Yi simply shook his head calmly. At this moment, most of the viewers in the live stream room had finished watching the video, and the comments suddenly increased. I can't believe it's true. There's actually such a terrifying existence among lord-level monsters, and the horse-faced deity was defeated so badly. I take back what I said earlier. This monster is much stronger than the evil spirit from the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City. But if even the powerful wild gods like the ox-headed and horse-faced deities are helpless against it, doesn't that mean only a righteous god could exterminate it? No matter how strong the ox-headed and horse-faced deities are, they're still wild gods. But this monster is clearly among the strongest of lord-level monsters, even having developed secret techniques to enhance itself through blood. The livestream room was filled with a flurry of discussions. A lord-level monster with such terrifying power was indeed rare in the world, and most people in the livestream room had never seen anything like it before. However, it was hard to deny that such a powerful monster might have no rivals among wild gods. Many people began to advise on the comments. You can't really blame Dadu and Boss Liang. After all, there are countless monsters in the world, and nobody can guarantee that their deities will never face defeat. When encountering such an unreasonable monster, it's just bad luck. This is why larger groups, families, and companies strive to gain the protection of righteous gods. The ox-headed and horse-faced deities could almost be said to be the strongest wild gods under the righteous gods. And ordinary people probably didn't even qualify to obtain tokens from righteous gods. They should just be content. The agents selling and distributing tokens had no obligation to provide after-sales service. After witnessing such a powerful monster, most of the viewers in the live stream room remained relatively calm. After all, in a world where gods and monsters thrived, humans were already grateful to receive the protection of deities and couldn't realistically demand that they be invincible. Because among the monsters, there were also particularly powerful existences. Dada looked at the many relatively normal comments in the live stream room and slowly exhaled. He had been worried that someone would take advantage of this sudden incident to create negative sentiment against the ox-headed and horse-faced deities. But now it seemed that the audience in his live stream room had a good quality and not much hostility. Given this, the impact of the incident could gradually diminish. Moreover, in the face of such a sensitive situation, the best approach was to not address it. After all, the ferocious monster shown in the earlier video was something even the ox-headed and horse-faced deities couldn't handle. Dada was thinking about this and was about to say something appropriate to wrap up the discussion on this incident. However, at that moment, Liang Yi stood up and walked over, facing the camera. He calmly stated, since the statue was purchased from us, and it was the horse-faced deity's lack of strength that led to the loss of benefits, we naturally have to take responsibility. Today, we will confirm information and leads with the relevant personnel, and we will start the live stream on-site tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We will definitely exterminate this monster. So please stay tuned. After finishing his speech, Liang Yi left the camera's view. Behind him, Ma Datu stood with his mouth agape, looking at Liang Yi's retreating figure. His eyes filled with confusion. What the hell? What is going on? Chapter 20. You go alone. Ma Datu stood dazed in place, completely bewildered. It was not easy to encounter such an understanding audience, who even knew how to empathize with the difficulties faced by gods and their agents. He had hoped that this incident could just pass by. Who would have thought that Liang Yi, the divine agent, would come forward and speak out? Not only did he want to take full responsibility, but he also insisted on a live broadcast to publicly eliminate that monster. But the question is, why? In the video, that monster was almost rubbing against Ma Mian. Was it possible that by tomorrow, Ma Mian would become stronger or find a way to cope? This was clearly impossible. Ma Datu felt miserable in his heart, but in front of such a large audience, he could only remain calm, deeply worried. At the same time, Liang Yi's words landed like a hot stone thrown into a previously calm surface of water. Instead of rippling, the entire surface instantly boiled over. Was Boss Liang crazy? Why did he have to wade into these muddy waters? As a divine agent, loyalty and fervor towards the deity one serves as normal, but Boss Liang's actions undoubtedly put Ma Mian on the hot seat. Wait, have you considered that the agent represents the will of the deity? Could this possibly be Ma Mian's own intention? Either Boss Liang is crazy or Ma Mian is crazy, but that monster is clearly not something easily exterminated. The live broadcast chat was filled with question marks. Almost everyone expressed their deep confusion over Liang Yi's choice. The strength of that monster was evident to all. Not to mention that Ma Mian had already been defeated and fled once. Why risk another confrontation? It could only be described as unfathomable and hard to understand. Soon after, the worried Ma Datu closed the live stream amidst the audience's heated discussions. He approached Liang Yi, who was quietly concentrating on carving the statue, and asked Boss Liang, "What exactly are you planning?" Liang Yi paused for a moment before explaining, "Right now, our two deities are quite popular online, and with such an incident occurring, it will be hard to brush it under the carpet. It will inevitably attract more attention and impact at a larger level. If we ignore it, it could negatively affect the image of the bullhead and horse-faced deities. Since that is the case, it's better to take this opportunity to publicly take down that monster and gain fame online once again. This will greatly benefit both deities in attracting believers in your streaming career." Hearing this, Ma Datu's already furrowed brows tightened further. He had indeed considered this aspect, but there was nothing he could do. He could only go with the flow. After all, no one could guarantee that the deity they worshipped would always be invincible and protect them completely. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. If an ordinary wild god faced a lord-level monster and was defeated, it would attract such widespread attention. But Bullhead and Horseface were different. They inherently carried traffic and popularity. Therefore, in such matters, the best solution was still to ignore them. Ma Datu quickly followed up with, "But that monster is indeed too fierce, I'm afraid." Liang Yi interrupted. "Don't ask too many specifics. If you trust me, just go to the local site for the live broadcast tomorrow." Ma Datu opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. "Then I'll contact that believer from earlier, ask about the location, and gather some specific information about that monster. I'll book 2 plane tickets for tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, Liang Yi waved his hand. "1 ticket. You're familiar with live streaming. 1 person is enough. Instead of joining you to stir up trouble, I'd rather stay home and carve a few more statues." Ma Datu's eyes widened like copper bells. His mouth agape, but unable to speak. Go alone. How could he casually say that? Seeing Ma Datu's distressed face, Liang Yi reassured him, "Don't worry. Since I'm letting you go alone, I'm certainly confident. Even if we can't exterminate that monster, I can definitely ensure your safety." This wasn't just comforting words. It was Liang Yi's heartfelt opinion. After spending time together recently, the two had gradually become familiar. Ma Dada was quite a good person. Liang Yi wouldn't put him in danger just for the sake of popularity or to attract more believers for bullhead and horseface. However, this statement left Ma Dada somewhat skeptical, and he couldn't help but think, is boss Liang really not worried about his own safety? Which is why he is staying in the store and not going to the scene. After hearing such comforting words, it felt like both a grand promise and manipulation. Ma Dada looked at Liang Yi suspiciously several times, but ultimately agreed. Meanwhile, as Ma Dada's live stream ended, the heat surrounding the incident began to rise. Especially the surveillance video sent by that believer, which garnered over 1 million views in a short time. Moreover, this number continued to refresh and rise. In the comments section below the video, netizens who heard the news expressed their opinions and engaged in heated discussions. I think this so-called bullhead and horseface have been overly hyped before, leading to their helplessness when facing a lord-level monster. Wild gods are a mixed bag. It's not surprising to see a huge power gap. There have been many instances of wild gods being unable to defeat lord-level beings. But the problem is that Ma Mian knew he was at a disadvantage, yet still chose to fight. What is he thinking? Maybe he is risking it all for the attention. I suspect that monster's strength is even greater, and tomorrow is bound to be a spectacle. Is this young man the dual deity agent who has gained a bit of fame recently? He doesn't seem that impressive. It's too early to jump to conclusions, but hoping for Ma Mian to defeat the monster seems rather unlikely. In the comments section below the video, there was almost a one-sided trend. The vast majority found it hard to understand Liang Yi or the decisions made by the deities behind him. After all, cultivating deities and gathering offerings is not easy, and it's rare for a deity to risk wading into murky waters in such a situation, especially with the video available. Anyone who saw it could clearly recognize the strength of that monster. Under such circumstances, Ma Mian could only be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Time slowly passed, and soon it was the next day. With a full day and night of public opinion fermentation, the incident had garnered tremendous attention online. It even made it to the trending lists on multiple platforms. There were still 2 hours until Ma Dada officially started his broadcast at 8 o'clock in the evening. However, over 10,000 viewers had already entered the live stream in advance, eagerly discussing the matter in the chat. In this atmosphere, the 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 21. Seizing the Advantage. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast officially began. As soon as the stream started, the number of viewers in the live room instantly surpassed 50,000 and was continuously rising at an astonishing speed. The excitement was high, boiling over in an instant. In front of the camera, Ma Dada arrived at the factory site where the red-faced monster had appeared, lowering his voice and cautiously introducing the situation to the audience. Folks, we have come to the scene today to show that red-faced monster a thing or two. We have already contacted the customer who purchased our horse-faced deity statue from this place. He is the factory manager. According to him, that monster has already claimed this factory as its territory. Today, we will stand up for our client. Ma Dada waved his fist at the camera, striking a pose of righteous indignation. However, upon closer inspection, his spirited words carried a hint of bravado masking fear. Because he was truly scared. Although he had arrived at the scene, this live broadcast felt somewhat like being pushed into a situation without preparation. Ma Dada still had no idea where Liang Yi found the courage to call him to confront such a fierce monster. He felt uncertain, and at this moment, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live room shared the same skepticism. Many were sending comments urging him to reconsider, and some had even started mocking him. Take advantage of the fact that the monster hasn't noticed you yet and get out of there. This is a matter of life and death. Don't sacrifice your life for views. No amount of money is worth it if you can't enjoy it. The red-faced monster was strong, and only a deity of the highest rank could suppress it, although the bull-headed and horse-faced deities were among the elite of wild gods. They were still not enough in the face of such a monster. In my opinion, these two wild gods have been overrated. Now that they are facing a slightly stronger lord-level monster, they show signs of defeat. After less than 2 days of spreading, videos of the red-faced monster defeating the horse-faced deity had gone viral online. Because of this, more and more viewers aware of the situation flooded into the live room. Most people were not optimistic about Liang Yi and Ma Dada's claim to exterminate the red-faced monster. Faced with the numerous pessimistic comments in the live room, Ma Dada was momentarily speechless. He wanted to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, even he lacked confidence in this matter. How could he argue with others? Just then, a low growl suddenly echoed in the empty factory. Ma Dada's skin prickled, and he quickly turned to look behind him. In the dimly lit factory, two bright green lights stood out against the night sky on the rooftop. Under the bright moonlight, he could see the massive outline of the creature and its menacing, protruding spine. It was indeed the monster seen in the video. Although it was over 100 meters away, Ma Dada could clearly feel that the monster had locked onto him, even though he had yet to step through the factory's entrance and enter its territory. Moreover, compared to the surveillance footage seen in the video, the monster appeared significantly larger in person, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Just as Ma Dada was staring in shock, the monster leaped off the rooftop. Bang! With a loud crash, the concrete floor could not withstand the impact and shattered on the spot. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, and debris flew everywhere. The loud noise snapped Ma Dada back to reality. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the monster, now only a few dozen meters away, and hurriedly took out the bull-headed statue from his pocket, bowing respectfully. "I humbly request Lord Bullhead to appear and vanquish the demons for your believers." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-faced monster, which landed unscathed, seemed enraged by Ma Dada's words. With a low growl, it instantly crouched down and charged forward, stirring up a gust of foul wind. Ma Dada exclaimed in surprise and quickly dodged backward. The viewers in the live room watched this scene with bated breath. Only when faced with the red-faced monster could one truly sense how fierce it was. The monster charged forward in an instant, its ugly red face twisting into a sinister grin, its sharp claws slashing down towards Ma Dada. Bang! The gruesome scene of blood and guts did not occur. After a dull thud, the bull-headed deity, with a human head and holding a hefty trident, appeared, blocking the path between Ma Dada and the monster. The trident pressed against the monster's sharp claws, remaining completely still. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, it pushed the monster backward. The airborne monster flipped over and leaped back to the center of the factory, its hind legs scraping against the ground, instantly seeping blood as it barely stabilized itself. It suddenly lifted its head, staring at the bull-headed deity that had appeared, its green eyes clearly showing surprise. Ma Dada let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking down, he saw that the live room was already in an uproar. Oh my goodness! I almost thought Ma Dada was going to lose his life right there. The bullhead arrived just in time. The bullhead can actually withstand a claw from this monster, and it seems to have the upper hand. Who said the bullhead was weak? At this rate, is the bullhead actually stronger than the horse face? At least it can stand toe-to-toe with this monster. Calm down, this is just the beginning. It's too early to draw conclusions. Undoubtedly, the bullhead's powerful push reignited hope for many who had initially doubted. At least from this initial clash, the bullhead's strength seemed to be on par with that of the red-faced monster. At this moment, Liang Yi took control of the bullhead, frowning as he looked at the monster before him. Previously, he had only watched the video and did not feel much. But now, facing it head-on as the bullhead, he realized he had underestimated it. The bullhead had absorbed hundreds of incense offerings and had successfully ascended to the rank of wild god, enhancing all three divine abilities to intermediate levels. Yet, even with the intermediate divine ability, immense strength, the bullhead could only match the monster in strength, barely gaining the upper hand. Just how powerful was that monster? Moreover, the opponent could enhance its strength through blood rage. How much more powerful could it become after that? It was still uncertain. Liang Yi pondered, unwilling to delay any further. Quietly, he hurled the trident towards the monster's head. Then, he activated the divine ability Nightwalk. The monster's eyes narrowed as it dodged the incoming trident. However, in the next moment, the bullhead had already appeared beside the still falling trident. With a grab, a pull, and a stab, the trident pierced accurately through the monster's shoulder. swiftly withdrawing and spraying a splash of blood onto the ground. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream cut through the night sky. Chapter 22. What is it based on? Looking at the scene in the factory not far away, Ma Datu's eyes widened in shock, unable to help but clap and cheer. Good job, Lord Bullhead. Let us see if this monster dares to be arrogant anymore. It's simply no match for Lord Bullhead. At the same time, the livestream clearly showed the scene of the bullhead wounding the monster. The swift piercing and the splattering blood all showcased the bullhead's strength. It's truly exhilarating. Wow. Has this monster suddenly weakened? Or has Bullhead become stronger? Wasn't it said that the strengths of Bullhead and Horseface were not much different? Why do I feel like Bullhead is so much stronger than Horseface? Those who were pessimistic earlier, come and talk now. It's still our Lord Bullhead who is impressive, taking advantage of the momentum to directly take down this damned monster and restore the reputation of the Bullhead and Horseface deities. The live stream was heated, and on sight, the monster let out a terrible scream, its already hideous face becoming even more terrifying. Just from that one stab, 3 bloody holes appeared on its shoulder, and blood was continuously oozing out. However, before it could catch its breath, Bullhead, wielding a steel fork, turned and stabbed again. The monster hurriedly twisted its body and narrowly avoided the strike. Immediately after, it roared in anger, its scales clanging around it, and its green eyes turned blood red. A cloud of blood mist suddenly erupted around it. Liang Yi's pupils slightly contracted. In the video he saw earlier, Horseface had fallen into a disadvantage right after the monster went berserk. No matter what, it was better to be cautious. With this thought, Liang Yi, adhering to the principle of striking first, activated Night Walk again, holding the steel fork and circling behind the monster. However, as soon as he revealed himself, before he could stab with the fork, the monster swiftly turned and struck down with a claw. Bang! Liang Yi was instantly knocked back, crashing through a high wall behind him. The monster advanced, continuously swinging its sharp claws, its crimson face grinning wickedly, forcing him to only block with the steel fork, unable to counterattack at all. As time passed, the monster not only did not show signs of decline, but became increasingly fierce. In contrast, Bullhead remained in a passive defense, and as time went on, it also seemed to be losing strength. It could only rely on Night Walk to evade its attacks. But with the rapid consumption of divine power, it was easy for the opponent to spot flaws. After the red monster went berserk, it seemed as if all its physical attributes had received a massive boost. It had been able to fight back against Bullhead before going berserk, but after, it was an absolute crushing. At this moment, Liang Yi understood why Horseface had chosen to flee after the monster's blood frenzy didn't last long. Even the current wild god rank Bullhead was struggling against it. How could the spirit rank Horseface hold on? If he didn't escape soon, he feared the cost would be even greater. At this time, outside the factory, Mot Dadu was utterly stunned, watching the sudden shift in offense and defense of the two sides, unable to help but swallow hard. Even Bullhead, strong as it was, found it difficult to withstand the monster's post-blood frenzy state. If they continued to struggle like this, what would the outcome be? The number of viewers in the live stream had surged to over 100,000. Seeing that Bullhead, who had just been so imposing, was now completely suppressed by the monster, an uproar erupted. This monster had actually acquired secret techniques, a sign that it was advancing towards the next level of Lord Class. A half-step Lord Class monster was simply terrifying. No wonder Bullhead couldn't win. Ma Dadu and Boss Liang's decision to come back and seek revenge was undoubtedly a huge mistake. As I said earlier, only true gods can deal with such monsters. Streamer, what are you standing there for? Can't you see that Bullhead is about to collapse? Hurry and run. This time it's really dangerous. This monster is much stronger than the evil spirits in the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City. Where did those who were praising Bullhead go? Didn't they say the monster would go berserk? It's not that simple to eradicate it. The viewers in the live stream were starting to panic. Not to mention weak humans. Even powerful deities were helpless against such monsters. It's already impressive for ordinary people to receive the protection of wild god-ranked deities, especially strong ones like Bullhead and Horseface. Looking at their previous achievements, They could be said to be among the strongest of the wild god rank. Yet, these two deities who amazed countless people and had thousands flocking to them, spending huge sums to gain their protection, were now being defeated one after the other by the same monster. This nearly shattered the hearts of fans who had managed to purchase, or wanted to purchase, but couldn't. Watching the barrage of comments in a live stream, Madatu was also filled with doubt. With the situation having developed to this point, Bullhead was about to be defeated at any moment. Although he trusted Bullhead as a believer, he couldn't help but consider his own safety. Madatu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, only to see a barrage of question marks flooding the screen, one after another. What's going on? Madatu was stunned, looking up toward the factory. He didn't know when, but a figure had appeared in the air. Horseface in human form stood quietly, exuding waves of cold air. Madatu's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened and closed as he struggled to utter a dry sentence. Horseface. How is this possible? In the air, Horseface's elongated face appeared exceptionally stern, with a chilling power gathering in his hand, pouring towards the monster that was currently in a frenzy. The monster, with its blood-red eyes, was struggling fiercely, completely suppressing Bullhead. At that moment, it suddenly felt a wave of cold air erupting from behind, and its heart raced with alarm, quickly dodging to the side. However, in that split second, it couldn't evade in time, and the icy sphere struck its back directly. Instantly frozen, with a scream, the monster pushed off the ground with its hind legs, trying to climb up the high building in front of it. Just then, Bullhead, who had been getting beaten down, suddenly exploded with tremendous power. Taking advantage of the monster's delayed movements due to the cold force attack, the steel fork pierced straight through its heart. Swoosh! The hard, iron-like green scales did not hinder the steel fork in the slightest, piercing through directly. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere, and the monster's body suddenly softened, its eyes gradually dimming. It crashed to the ground. Bullhead's expression was indifferent as he pulled the steel fork out of the monster's body and turned to face the now dumbfounded Madatu, slowly nodding. Then, both Bullhead and Horseface's figures dissipated into the air. Madatu gaped, unable to help but gasp in disbelief. Did they just kill that monster? That was a half-step Lord-class monster, an existence that could sweep through everything below true gods. And why did Horseface suddenly appear here? No. It should be said, what right does it have to appear? Chapter 23. The king of cost performance, Madatu, stood dazed in place, staring at the gigantic corpse of the monster in the factory, unable to come to his senses for a long time. The Bullhead and Horseface deities appeared simultaneously, working together to slay the half-step king-level monster. The shock this brought to Madatu was immense. Gods in the world are as numerous as the fish in the river. While they possess great power, they also abide by many rules of heaven and earth. These rules are vague and indescribable, yet they truly exist in the world. Humanity cannot verify them, but can only observe and record. One point is that gods generally do not collaborate with other gods to eliminate the same monster, demon, ghost, or strange creature. The specific reasons are unclear. Perhaps it is due to the restrictions of heaven and earth on the power of the gods. Or perhaps the lofty status of the gods makes them unwilling to lower their dignity. But the fact is that it is rare, almost unheard of, to see two gods join forces against the same monster. However, this experience, summarized by humanity, seems not to apply in front of the Bullhead and Horseface deities. Just like the recent cleanup of the Lin family's evil spirit, just like today when Bullhead and Horseface appeared together, even cooperating to eliminate the monster. Madatu stood in the wind, confused, while the live broadcast room displayed a different scene. The screen was filled with rolling question marks, but various bullet comments mixed and made it hard to keep up. What did I just see? Bullhead and Horseface appeared simultaneously and even collaborated. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Don't gods usually not communicate with each other? Why do Bullhead and Horseface seem completely different? Could it be due to Liang Yi, this dual agent? There is indeed a possibility. After all, dual agents seem to have never appeared in history, and their identity is quite special. Perhaps he can mediate and break the barriers between these two gods. No wonder Liang Yi was so confident in the previous live broadcast, claiming he would take full responsibility for this matter. He probably had already planned to invite both Bullhead and Horseface to work together to take down that fierce monster. Although it was a collaboration, it was enough to show the remarkable strength of the Bullhead and Horseface deities. What my data knew, the over 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room naturally also knew. Now, seeing Horseface appear after Bullhead, they were equally shocked. Previously, there were experiments conducted on this. For instance, the followers of two gods summoning their respective deities in front of a powerful monster. After the gods appeared, they were likely to take their respective followers away, ensuring their safety, but would not attack the monster together. Even if one god took the initiative and fell into a disadvantage, the other god would only care for the safety of their own followers, disregarding others. Some people speculated that this might be related to the elusive cause and effect mentioned in legends. Most gods are quite wary of this. However, the experience passed down through generations was ruthlessly shattered in the case of the Bullhead and Horseface deities. The only possible reason for this might be the influence of Liang Yi, the dual deity agent. At this moment, my dado snapped back to reality and glanced at the time. It was 8:36 p.m., which means it had only been a little over half an hour since he started the broadcast. Yet, Bullhead and Horseface had so decisively resolved the monster, in a way that neither he nor anyone else following this event had anticipated. If that's the case, can this live broadcast still go on? My dadu felt a mix of emotions in his heart. After a couple of dry laughs, he suddenly had a bright idea and started advertising to the camera. Family, did you see that? This is the power of our two deities, truly unmatched below the king level. The most important thing is, everyone has also seen our commitment to take responsibility. For any monster that one deity can't handle, let the two deities take care of it. For those that the two deities can't handle, well, if you can provoke a monster that even two deities can't handle, you probably won't be lacking for divine protection, right? Just pay the price of one statue, and you can receive the protection of two statues. Ma Dada chattered on. The viewers in the live broadcast room have been intensely discussing the reason for Bullhead and Horseface appearing simultaneously. Hearing his shout, they suddenly realized, yes, this seems to be the key point. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room paused for a moment, then began to roll even faster. How did I not think of this? The price of one statue, the guarantee of dual powerful deities, the king of cost performance. One statue equals two. Damn it. My dado, you just keep talking, then why don't you release more slots for us to grab? Regardless, Liang Yi, this dual agent, must have played a crucial role between the two deities. I'm ready to cling to this big leg. With the strength of Bullhead and Horseface, I feel like it's not difficult to protect their followers even in front of king-level monsters. So why hasn't my dad put the statues on sale yet? After you guys mentioned it, I suddenly feel like the local gods at home aren't appealing anymore. Watching the rapidly scrolling bullet comments in the live broadcast room, my datu awkwardly cleared his throat. He had been too focused on advertising Liang Yi's statue that he almost forgot the statue was already in short supply. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it ensures that Bullhead and Horseface won't lack followers, although the effect might be a bit exaggerated. In the equipment store of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi woke up, his gaze filled with some confusion. Just now, after transforming into Bullhead, he summoned Horseface to appear on site and heard a system prompt, seemingly saying something about activating a new divine ability. However, the scene was quite chaotic at the time, so he didn't catch it clearly. At this moment, Liang Yi thought to himself, check Bullhead's information. As soon as he finished speaking, Bullhead's information panel appeared before him. Deity, Bullhead, rank, Wild God, followers, 20 incense, 112, divine abilities, great strength, intermediate, night walk, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, Bullhead and Horseface, divine bond. Seeing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. Divine bond? There is such a thing? However, thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Bullhead and Horseface are both ghost messengers, often appearing together. So there's naturally a bond between them. It's just that he didn't know what effect this bond would have. Liang Yi thought to himself and clicked on the text for bullhead and horseface on the panel. Bullhead and horseface. When bullhead and horseface appear at the same location, both receive a 10% overall enhancement. Chapter 24, they have a sense of beauty, a 10% overall enhancement. Liang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder when dealing with that demon earlier. The moment the horseface appeared, the bullhead felt stronger by a few notches. With this divine bond present. When both the bullhead and horseface are on the scene, it can be said to achieve a greater effect than 1+1. More importantly, since there is a bond between the bullhead and horseface, what about other deities? In the mythological system of the Dragon Kingdom, there are quite a few deities that come in pairs, like the bullhead and horseface. What about the black and white impermanence, Thunder God and Lightning Mother? Do they also have bonds with each other? And what about the three brothers, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Jia? Not to mention the 4 heavenly kings, the 7 fairies, the 12 golden immortals, and even the 28 constellations. Liang Yi's mind began to wander. If this trend continues, it will be something extraordinary. Just as Liang Yi was lost in thought, his phone on the table vibrated a few times. After a moment of silence, it was followed by a series of vibrations. Liang Yi picked up his phone and opened WeChat, noticing that the chat group named National Security had several unread messages. He thought it was a dead group, but it turned out that someone was chatting. Liang Yi murmured as he clicked in. After a simple glance, he quickly frowned. Is someone in the group watching the live broadcast of Madatu? The bullhead and horseface are causing trouble again, both appearing at the same time to eliminate the same demon. Is this real? It seems like this situation has never happened before, right? I'm watching too, witnessing this firsthand. This should also be related to the dual agents. The young man named Liang Yi, his existence is too special. With such a special agent, why does the National Security recruit him into the Supernatural Bureau? Shingoen, don't think about it. No matter how special he is, our Supernatural Bureau only accepts agents who are at least above the righteous gods. The discussion in the Supernatural Bureau chat group was indeed about the simultaneous appearance of the bullhead and horseface. And, judging by their chat tone, it seemed this wasn't the first time they had talked about the bullhead and horseface. It was just unclear what had been said previously. Liang Yi thought to himself, rubbing his temples. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed his wild god, pending status among a bunch of righteous gods. With over 160 people in the group, no one would be bored enough to specifically scroll through the member list one by one, right? Moreover, even if group members discovered his identity, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's just that if others know his identity while he doesn't know theirs, that feeling wouldn't be so wonderful. Just as Liang Yi was pondering, his eye caught the latest popped-up message, and he was momentarily stunned. Why do the bullhead and horseface keep causing trouble every day, especially that horseface? Last time, he broke the rules and went to the Lin family to meddle in affairs. Afterwards, he even rode on our little Ye's popularity to establish his authority. Anyway, I don't like him. The speaker was the Q-version character with a cyan avatar that Liang Yi had noticed last time, with the nickname Chinga Haifeng, followed by a righteous god tag. When he first entered the group, this person had sent a warm welcome emoji, which Liang Yi remembered vividly, coupled with the current words. Little Ye? Liang Yi frowned and read it aloud, then suspiciously clicked on the person's avatar. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. ISNT, this the Q version of Qin Wejun. Liang Yi rolled his eyes. He truly didn't expect that Qin Wejun's divine agent was also in this chat group. Moreover, from the looks of it, she should be one of the most active people in the group. After thinking for a moment, Liang Yi set a note for her as Qin Wejun's agent. Most people in the group were anonymous, but there were also those who didn't care about this and directly changed their group nicknames to their deity's name. Some are like Qin Wejun's agent, who didn't change their nickname directly, but whose words and actions revealed their deity's identity. But from this, it can also be seen that Qin Wejun's agent truly worships her to a fervent degree. No, it should be said that since one can become a divine agent, the primary condition is to have unconditional faith in the deity. Otherwise, one wouldn't be chosen by the deity as an agent. As the representative of the deity walking in the human world, the agent is also very important to the deity. However, it's unclear how much the agent's faith value would translate into incense value. Taking Ma Datu as an example, the bullhead saved his life and only reached 10 incense values. Until today, nearly half a month later, this amount has only increased by 2 points. Faith and incense are both mysterious things that cannot be generalized, and even in-depth research is impossible. Everything can only follow its natural course. As Liang Yi pondered, someone spoke up again. It was Chun Goen. His WeChat nickname was Chun Goen, and his avatar was a frontal close-up photo with a blue background. He was even wearing the same outfit he had when he invited Liang Yi to join the Supernatural Bureau that day, a gray checkered shirt. Don't you think the bullhead and horse face look very harmonious standing together? It gives a strange sense of intimacy, as if they should stand together like this. In simple terms, it has a kind of harmonious beauty. Could they be deities from the same origin? A few words from Chun Goen appeared on the screen. The group fell silent for a moment, and then people began to speak one after another. It must be an illusion. I feel they don't look like deities at all, but rather like evil spirits. Goen, you're really curious. You can see harmony and intimacy in a bullhead and a horse face. No wonder you could be a Supernatural Bureau officer. Goen, come visit me. Our ophthalmology hospital here is pretty good. Although it might not be able to cure you, at least it can diagnose when you went blind. Doghead. JPG, maybe it's because they both have animal heads and human bodies that it give you this illusion. Green face and sharp teeth with claws and fangs. Where's the beauty in that? My little Yi is the most beautiful. The diverse replies in the group left Chun Goen in silence, and he didn't speak again for a long time. Others seemed to have long been accustomed to him disappearing suddenly while chatting, and didn't dwell too much on it. They just chatted about some trivial matters here and there. In front of the screen, Liang Yi's gaze was fixed on the few sentences Chun Goen had just spoken, frowning slightly, his eyes deep. This Supernatural Bureau officer truly has a sharp eye. The bullhead and horse face are both ghost messengers, so in this world, they naturally come from the same origin as deities. Moreover, there exists a bond between the two, which is already mysterious and hard to explain. How could Chun Goen, a mere mortal, see it at a glance? Liang Yi pondered thoughtfully, pressed the lock screen button, leaned back in his chair, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 25, Divine Weapons. Time flies. On this day, Liang Yi was carving a statue as usual when suddenly a familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has carved a total of 100 statues. Congratulations to the host for achieving a reward. Unlocking the carving permission for the deity by Wu Chang. Hearing the sound in his mind, Liang Yi paused momentarily and raised an eyebrow. Unknowingly, he had already carved a total of 100 statues. The most important thing was, he had unlocked a new deity by Wu Chang. Bai Wu Chang, along with He Wu Chang, is a pair of deities that are somewhat famous in the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, and they are important messengers of the underworld. Although both are responsible for capturing ghosts and retrieving souls, their authority is much stronger than that of the more common ghost messengers like Nyo-Tu and Ma Mian. Correspondingly, their strength is also significantly greater. Liang Yi silently thought. Check the deity by Wu Chang. As soon as the thought left his mind, Bai Wu Chang's information panel immediately appeared before him. Deity Bai Wu Chang information displayed below. Rank, non-mainstream. Followers, 0 incense. 0 divine powers. Punish evil beginner. Controlling soldiers beginner. Night walking beginner. Soul capture beginner. On the left side of the panel, Bai Wu Chang's image appeared. He had a pale complexion, wore a white robe, a white tall hat inscribed with the words "Wealth comes from all directions," and held a white mourning staff. His face bore a kind smile, but his slightly squinted eyes gave off a chilling aura, making one feel uneasy. After a brief examination, Liang Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly. As expected, Bai Wu Chang and He Wu Chang, as prominent messengers of the underworld, are indeed much stronger than Nyo-Tu and Ma Mian. At least, this is undoubtedly true when they are at the same rank. However, with the increasing number of carved statues, Nyo-Tu and Ma Mian have also gained more followers and incense, now reaching the rank of wild deities, making their power not to be underestimated. This is largely due to the previous exposure of these two deities online, attracting a significant amount of traffic and attention. Liang Yi waved his hand to dismiss by Wu Chang's information panel and thought again, silently saying, "Check the deity information for Niu 2 and Ma Mian. Deity Niu 2 information displayed below. Rank, wild deity, followers, 55, incense, 465, divine powers, great strength, intermediate, night walking, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, Niu 2 Ma Mian, divine bond. Deity Ma Mian information displayed below. Rank, wild deity, followers, 43, incense, 386, divine powers, in cold, intermediate, night walking, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, Niu 2 Ma Mian, divine bond. With the exposure of Niu 2 and Ma Mian online, they attracted a large amount of attention. Many people who have not received statues voluntarily became their followers. Although this group of people did not have divine tokens as a medium, which does not count them as followers, their sincere offerings still generate a slight amount of incense power. This is the main reason for the increasing incense value of Niu 2 and Ma Mian. However, despite this, based on the current incense value, there is still a considerable distance to reach the 1,000 needed for promotion to the rank of official deity. The road ahead is long. Once promoted to official deity, Niu 2 and Ma Mian will be much stronger than they are now. Liang Yi murmured softly to himself. Just then, the system notification sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system store. Would you like to check it now? Liang Yi was momentarily stunned and instinctively nodded. Check. As soon as he said this, the store interface instantly appeared in his mind. The first thing Liang Yi noticed was the large display of merit balance at the top, followed by 3 digits showing 386. If he guessed correctly, this merit should be used to exchange for items in the store. He just didn't know how to obtain merit. Sensing Liang Yi's confusion, the system immediately responded. Merit can currently only be obtained by carving statues and eliminating demons. A few concise words. Liang Yi understood. It seems that the existing 386 merit points are from his recent carving of statues and eliminating demons. Carving statues was nothing new. It had already become Liang Yi's daily routine. As for eliminating demons, in the future, he would need to get Niu 2, Ma Mian, and the newly unlocked by Wu Chang to work harder. Simply protecting the safety of followers in critical moments is not enough. In the future, when encountering demons and monsters, if their strength allows, they should also strive to eliminate them to gain merit. Otherwise, relying solely on the route of carving statues, it will be a drop in the bucket. With this in mind, Liang Yi focused back on the various items displayed below the merit balance in the store. The first items that caught his eye were 3 familiar objects: a pale white morning staff, a shiny silver fork, and a tangle of pitch-black chains. These seem to be the weapons of the current deities? Liang Yi murmured, unable to help but click his tongue in surprise. He had never thought that the weapons of the deities could also be exchanged. This shows that the items used by Niu 2 and Ma Mian are likely inferior products, and what is sold in the store are the true treasures they should possess. If he could equip them with the corresponding weapons, their strength would likely increase significantly. However, correspondingly, the merit points required for these weapons are quite substantial. The steel fork and chains for Niu 2 and Ma Mian each require 500 merit points, which Liang Yi currently cannot afford. As for Bai Wu Chang's morning staff, it requires a full 1,000 merit points, which is evidently a large sum. But on the other hand, with the increasing number of followers for each deity now, there will naturally be no shortage of merit in the future. At worst, Liang Yi could send Niu 2 and Ma Mian to actively search for demons and monsters to eliminate. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Liang Yi calculated in his mind and continued to look further. Apart from these 3 weapons, there were 3 other noteworthy items that could not even be called items, but seemed more like system permissions. The first was a reward Liang Yi had previously received, reducing the time required to carve statues by 1 hour. Currently, it takes him about 2 hours to carve a statue, and if he unlocks this permission, it could cut the carving time in half. However, it requires 300 merit points, which is indeed a significant amount. Liang Yi did not directly use his current 386 merit points to exchange for this permission, but continued to look at the last 2 highlights. Just a glance made him frown slightly and mutter softly. These 2 are divine amulets? What is this? Chapter 26. The Power of the Ox Head. In the system shop, the two wooden plaque-shaped talismans slowly rotated in the air. One was engraved with an image of an ox head on the front and the characters ox head on the back. The other was similar, but the image and text were changed to that of a horse's head. It was evident that these talismans belonged to the deities ox head and horse face. As the name suggests, a talisman should be used for the protection and safeguarding of its holder. But what exactly is its specific function? Liang Yi felt puzzled and lightly touched the ox head talisman, instantly obtaining its detailed information. As expected, this talisman is indeed used for protection in times of crisis. As long as it is held tightly in the palm, with sincere thoughts and calling upon the deity, one can summon the deity to descend upon oneself. At that moment, one can temporarily gain a portion of the deity's power and the ability to use a certain divine ability for a short period. As for which specific divine ability it is, that depends on the name of the ability that Liang Yi, the engraver, inscribed when carving the talisman. Upon realizing this, Liang Yi carefully looked at the two floating talisman shadows again. Indeed, he saw a small blank square beneath the deity's name on the back, which should be reserved for himself to inscribe the name of the divine ability. Moreover, it is not surprising that this talisman also needs to be carved personally by himself, the host. However, the time required for carving is much shorter than that for a statue. It only takes 20 minutes to complete a talisman. This talisman is quite a good thing, Liang Yi thought to himself. In this way, those who believe in ox head and horse face, but have not yet obtained statues, the prospective believers, can also have a means of self-protection in the face of danger. After all, these are potential users. However, to elaborate, this talisman is a one-time use item. Moreover, the way it protects the holder is similar to inviting a deity. The deity descends upon oneself. This also places certain physical requirements on the user. That being said, even if the talisman causes the user to feel exhausted after its effect ends, it is still better than dying directly in a critical moment. Furthermore, the side effects of the talisman do not stop there. According to the system description that Liang Yi observed, a healthy, ordinary person should be able to withstand 3 descents of the deity in one day. However, this is not absolute. As the strength of each deity increases and their rank rises, it may have an impact on this aspect as well. Just as Liang Yi was deep in thought, an astonished voice suddenly sounded in his ears. What talisman? What good thing? Boss Liang, what are you mumbling to yourself about? Liang Yi came back to his senses, and the face of Ma Datu immediately came into view. He was frowning slightly, looking curious and puzzled, blinking his eyes. Seeing this, Liang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Wait, let me carve something for you to see." Saying this, Liang Yi ignored Ma Datu's increasingly confused gaze, picked up the carving knife and wood from the table, and began to carve the talisman. Time passed second by second, and 20 minutes quickly flew by. Liang Yi carefully inscribed the characters "Great Strength" on the back of the palm-sized talisman. He gently exhaled, blowing away the remaining with shavings above. The talisman was complete. Ma Datu, leaning on the table beside him, immediately brightened his eyes upon seeing this. During this time, he had seen Liang Yi carve statues many times, but it seemed to be the first time he was carving a wooden plaque, especially since the images and names of the two deities, ox head and horse face, were engraved on this wooden plaque. It looked quite novel. Ma Datu straightened up, leaned in to take a closer look, and exclaimed, "Is this the talisman you just mentioned, Boss Liang? Are we finally venturing into the surrounding industries of Lord Oxhead and Lord Horseface?" From the sound of it, it seemed he regarded this talisman as a craft item. Liang Yi rolled his eyes, got up, and walked to the empty backyard of the shop, handing the talisman to Ma Datu. Before Ma Datu could examine it closely, Liang Yi interrupted, "Hold it in your palm and sincerely call upon the name of the ox head." Although Ma Datu was puzzled, he obediently followed the instructions. In fact, under normal circumstances, this was not really a critical moment, and an ordinary person might not be able to successfully summon the deity. However, Ma Datu was a devoted believer of Oxhead, and his sincerity needed no further explanation. Just then, Ma Datu suddenly closed his eyes tightly, then opened them wide, feeling waves of divine power surging throughout his body. He was instantly dumbfounded and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What's going on? Why do I feel so full of strength? And this power feels so familiar. As he spoke, Ma Dada even let out a pleased moan. Liang Yi, hearing this, suddenly felt a headache coming on and rolled his eyes again, making such an indulgent sound. Could this be considered blasphemy? Forget it. There was no time to worry about that. Liang Yi cleared his throat and explained, you can feel the effects of the talisman. It is used to borrow the power of the deity when the holder is in danger. Before Liang Yi could finish his sentence, Ma Dada had already started exclaiming in surprise. Borrowing the power of the deity. This is no joke. The might of the deity has always been immensely attractive and tempting to weak humans. But throughout history, it seems there has never been a case where a human could directly borrow the power of a deity. Therefore, is Liang Yi breaking new ground again? Is it because he, as a dual agent, is special? Or is it because the deity's ox head and horse face are special? Why is he always on an unusual path? While Ma Dada was in shock, Liang Yi continued to patiently explain, for example, the power you are borrowing now is the power of ox head, and you have obtained the right to use its divine ability, great strength. You could try it out and see how strong you are now. As he spoke, Liang Yi pointed to a large boulder beside them and stepped back several paces. Ma Dada came back to his senses, temporarily suppressing his astonishment, and activated the divine ability, great strength. Then he stepped forward and threw a punch at the large boulder that weighed several hundred pounds. Bang! The sound of the stone shattering echoed in their ears, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the large boulder, spreading out. In an instant, fragments of stone fell to the ground with a clatter. Although he didn't completely shatter it with one punch, it was enough to demonstrate the terrifying power he possessed. Ma Dada's mouth fell open, staring in disbelief at the shattered boulder before him, struggling to swallow. This huge stone, and I broke half of it with one punch? Did I really do that? The power of Lord Oxhead is indeed earth-shattering. And this talisman, Boss Liang, you're truly a genius. This is amazing. Chapter 27. Has Ma Dada lost his mind? Ma Dada couldn't hide his excitement, unable to resist running wildly around the large courtyard, throwing punches and making whooshing sounds. Enhanced by divine power, his entire being not only experienced a boost in strength, but also saw significant improvements in speed, endurance, and resistance to blows. In his own words, he felt like he could punch a cow to death now. After nearly an incense stick's worth of time, Ma Dada finally calmed down, leaning against a tree trunk, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. It was evident that the effect of the talisman had worn off. Ma Dada wiped the sweat from his face and gasped. Harnessing divine power really comes at a cost. Now I feel like I can't exert much strength at all. However, on the flip side, this superhuman strength is definitely something everyone dreams of. Ma Dada raised his head, his bright eyes filled with obsession and longing, unable to help but clench his fists. Indeed, after the talisman lost its effectiveness and the divine power was stripped away, the feeling of weakness was quite unpleasant. But Ma Dada could firmly say that no one in the world could say no to such powerful strength, even if it brings a certain burden to the body. The benefits absolutely outweigh the drawbacks. At this moment, Liang Yi stepped forward and took the cowhead talisman from Ma Dada's hand. The once new and shiny wooden plaque now appeared as if it had gone through more than a decade of wear and tear. It had lost its luster and looked somewhat old. The divine power infused in the talisman had nearly burned out, and it could no longer serve as a medium between the holder and the deity. Liang Yi played with the wooden plaque before tossing it back to Ma Dada. From the other party's earlier performance, it was clear that the protective power of this talisman was quite good. If one held such a talisman, although it might be difficult to defeat ordinary Lord-level monsters, it still provided a means of self-protection. At least for that incense stick's duration, one's life would be secure. Ma Dada stuffed the dull wooden plaque into his pocket, a slightly pale face breaking into an excited smile. He couldn't help but exclaim, Boss Liang, this talisman is truly remarkable, and I see that it wouldn't take you long to carve another one. You could totally sell them. If there's a demand for this, just let me know. I'll arrange it clearly and quickly. Ma Dada pretended to pat his chest, striking a responsible and dependable posture. Liang Yi glanced at him and nodded. Since it's already carved and tested, of course, we can sell it. Let us set the price at 10,000 each. As usual, I'll handle production, and you'll be in charge of promotion and sales. My dad straightened his chest, standing tall and serious, and saluted. Yes, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Liang Yi looked at his comical demeanor with some exasperation, shook his head, and turned to walk back inside the store. Ma Dada chuckled, reaching into his pocket to touch the wooden plaque, his eyes shining with excitement. He had a premonition that this item would surely create a stir online in the near future, and the names of the cowhead and horse-faced deities would once again become the focus of public attention. On this day, after a long absence from streaming, Ma Dada suddenly went live. Within a short time, the number of viewers in the live stream reached tens of thousands, and more people continued to join as time passed. Fans who hadn't seen Ma Dada stream in ages were intrigued, and the bullet comments on the screen flew by. Finally, Liv, do you know how long I've been waiting for you to start, Ma Dada? Does this stream mean there will be another batch of cowhead and horse-faced deity statues for pre-sale? Hurry and list them. I can't wait for the strong cowhead brother to give me a sense of security. Wait, why is Ma Dada driving? This scene looks a bit like his previous adventure streams. Has he been fired by Boss Liang? The bullet comments in the live stream were all over the place, making it hard to keep up. Ma Dada, who was currently driving, stopped at a traffic light and glanced at the comments, unable to help but smile. After joking with the viewers, he noticed the number of online viewers had increased significantly. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "It seems everyone is quite curious about what I'm doing today, huh? To tell you the truth, today I'm going back to my old profession, live adventure streaming. Today, I've come to Sanhua City, and I'm planning to explore the recently popular Qingyi Mountain. Qingyi Mountain in Sanhua City is a small mountain with an elevation of just over 800 meters. It was completely unknown nationwide until a week ago when a sudden appearance of white mist caused the disappearance of several residents and tourists living at the foot of the mountain. For a whole week, until today, the white mist on the mountain still hadn't dissipated. Such an unusual situation immediately caught the attention of the Paranormal Bureau in Sanhua City, which sent 3 wild deities to investigate, but they found no results. Only the last one encountered an attack at the mountain's peak, unable to resist the evil monster, and fled back. Since then, no one dared to step foot on Qingyi Mountain. If it were just an ordinary monster causing trouble, it might not have generated such heat online. The main reason for the attention was the unprecedented mist covering the entire mountain, which attracted many netizens' interest. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream understood the backstory after Ma Dada's explanation, and many began to send bullet comments expressing their opinions. Ma Dada, you really think you floated up after teaming up with Boss Liang? You would have even considered exploring such a dangerous place before. And now, with the cowhead and horse-faced deities by your side, you're trying to fool us with this little monster. Exactly. That monster is just exaggerated. At most, it's a powerful Lord-level monster. Last time, with the cowhead and horse-face together, they easily took down even half-step king-level monsters. What is the point of your adventure now? This adventure livestream is all about danger. Everyone already knows you're absolutely safe now, so it's really meaningless. Madatu, why not ask Boss Liang for a few more pre-sale slots for the deity statues? That would create even more buzz. With the strength of cowhead and horseface, you should be exploring the territory of king-level monsters to really call it an adventure. Who doesn't know you have 2 powerful deities protecting you now? The viewers in the live stream hit the nail on the head, beginning to criticize Ma Dada. Previously, everyone enjoyed watching his adventure streams because they were based on the relatively average strength of the wild deity, Xiao Xingong. If he encountered a strong Lord-level monster, it was still quite entertaining. But now, as the exclusive streamer of Liang Yi, the dual deity agent, it was easy to guess that he was always accompanied by the cowhead and horse-faced deities. Since that was the case, what was there to see when facing an ordinary Lord-level monster? Chapter 28. What we play is reality. In the live broadcast room, there were quite a few viewers who were wide awake. At this moment, after their collective influence, the entire live broadcast room was suddenly filled with nearly identical comments. Some condemned Ma Dada, while others demanded that he stop doing adventure live streams and quickly switch to being sales host. After all, the idol has been in high demand until now. At this time, Ma Dada was driving, humming a little tune, looking carefree. He had naturally anticipated such comments appearing in the live broadcast room. Or rather, everything was within his plan. Glancing at the real-time online viewer count in the upper right corner, it had reached a staggering 50,000, and the upward momentum showed no signs of slowing. Ma Data then cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, please be patient. Ma Datu, have been doing adventure live streams for years and have never faked it. The essence of what we play is reality. Everyone already knows that our idol is worth two, able to receive the protection of both Nyoto and Ma Mian, providing a great sense of security. But today, I have come to Qingyi Mountain, and I did not intend to rely on the powers of Nyoto and Ma Mian to subdue that monster. I didn't even bring the idol with me. This time, I'm going solo into Qingyi Mountain, and I dare to guarantee that I can return safely right under the monster's nose. The whole process will be live-streamed, transparent for you all," Ma Datu said casually. Upon hearing this, the rolling barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly came to a halt. Immediately after, a flood of question marks erupted on the screen. "Ma Datu, are you seriously bragging without a script? Without the protection of the gods? You dare to go to Qingyi Mountain? This world has finally gone crazy to the way I wanted it. Adventure live streaming is about adventure, not about risking your life. Too fake, I don't believe it anyway. Even if the creature on Qingyi Mountain is just a minion, it can take a life in an instant. If this isn't for show, then you really don't care about your life. Ma Datu, don't mess around. You don't look like you're joking. I really don't want to see you die on air." The viewers expressed their opinions, engaging in heated discussions. Despite differing views and opinions, one thing was certain. With just a few simple words from Ma Datu, the entire live broadcast room was completely ignited. Watching them send various comments on the public screen, Ma Data didn't say much more, only the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. Shuanglin City, equipment store. Liang Yi leaned back in his chair, carving protective talismans while watching Ma Data's live stream. This time, the exposure of the protective talismans was entirely arranged by Ma Datu himself. It must be said that he has managed to rise from small streamer to one of the leading adventure streamers with millions of followers in just a few years. He certainly has something going for him in this streaming field. Although Liang, he didn't inquire too much, since it involved his own products. He still had to pay attention. Most importantly, Ma Datu, this reckless youth, adhered to the principle of what we play is reality. And this time he truly did not carry the idol with him. He only brought a bullhead, great strength talisman, and a horse face Coldine talisman. Moreover, the available information about the monster on Qingyi Mountain was still relatively scarce. If the information was incorrect, or if the monster was too fierce, the power of the talismans might not be enough to protect Ma Datu. In a critical moment, Liang Yi still had to step in. He couldn't just stand by and watch his exclusive host die while promoting the product. Could he? Although without the idol as a medium, logically speaking, the gods could not descend beside Ma Datu. However, over time, Ma Datu's devotion to the bullhead had become sincere enough that the bond between the deity and the believer could support this. It's just that the process of the god's descent might take a bit longer. Liang Yi exhaled, blowing away the wood shavings from the wooden plaque, raising his hand to stretch widely. Squinting at the screen, the live broadcast image already showed a mountain shrouded in white mist not far in front of the car. That was Qingyi Mountain. Just then, the phone beside him rang. Liang Yi picked it up to take a look. It was the National Security Group. In the blink of an eye, there were several new messages in the group. Clicking in, the chat records of the group members came into view. Did everyone see it? That Ma Datu is live again. I saw it. This time the content is explosive. He actually said he didn't bring any divine tokens and is going to venture into Qingyi Mountain alone without divine protection. Qingyi Mountain? If I remember correctly. Isn't there a Lord-level monster up there? Does he really dare to go up without divine protection? Is this for real? Why do Ma Datu and Liang Yi keep pulling stunts every day? It has been long since the last time both deities appeared. And now, they're at it again. This is not just a simple stunt. If what Ma Datu says is true, and he is not exaggerating or putting on a show, it could genuinely cost a life. Undoubtedly, the agents of the deities in the chat group also saw Ma Datu's live stream and were discussing it. However, Liang Yi was somewhat surprised at this time. Many more people participated in the discussion than last time. It seems that after the last time Nyodo and Mamien appeared together to eliminate demons, more and more people in the group became interested in these two deities. They even started paying more attention to Ma Dadu's live broadcast room. It's just unclear whether this was the intention of these agents or their deities behind them. Liang Yi's fingers lightly tapped on the table, staring calmly at the phone screen. The group was still discussing this matter, and the number of participants was increasing, making the situation appear ever more intense. While they were talking and making noise, should they contact the local paranormal bureau for intervention and protection? After all, it was a matter of a life. I really fear that this host is speaking the truth. Regardless, it was their own choice. Not to mention that there have been over 10 lives lost to that monster on Qingyi Mountain recently. The local paranormal bureau's abilities were insufficient to handle this, and having them intervene would only complicate matters for the agents and the deities. Wouldn't it? Ma Dada didn't seem like a fool. He wouldn't genuinely dare to go up the mountain without divine protection. Ultimately, this matter was just about gaining attention, to attract attention. Even if he really died on the mountain, it would be no one's fault. Such a reckless act, while wishing to occupy public resources, it would be better to die in peace. The discussions in the chat group grew increasingly intense, and some even began to speak ill of Ma Datu and Liang Yi, as well as the two deities Nyodo and Mamien. As the party involved, Liang Yi was leisurely leaning back in his chair, taking a sip of hot tea and smiling slightly. These agents of the deities are really radical. Unfortunately, I can't let you have your way. Chapter 29. You walked in by yourself Sanhua City, at the foot of Qingyi Mountain. Ma Datu parked the car, got out, and held up his live streaming and filming equipment as he started to walk up the mountain. Although he was still at the foot, a thin mist had already risen around him, making the surroundings look somewhat gray and hazy. He had just passed by a small village, which appeared to be abandoned, clearly due to the residents fleeing after the incident at Qingyi Mountain. Compared to their ancestral homes, the safety of their lives was naturally more important. Moreover, in today's world where demons and monsters were rampant, most areas near desolate mountains were no longer suitable for human habitation, unless, like the Lin family, one had powerful divine protection and dared to set up their household deep in the mountains. If nothing unexpected happened, Ma Dadu was probably the only person within a radius of several miles centered around Qingyi Mountain. However, Ma Dadu was completely unaware of any danger. He was tightly gripping a giant bull-headed protective talisman in his hand, ready to summon the power of the bull god at the slightest hint of trouble, especially if he encountered a lord-level monster. Most importantly, he had an immense trust in the bull's strength, even to the point of near fanaticism. This was the self-cultivation of a loyal believer. As Ma Datu chatted casually with the viewers in the live stream, he climbed the mountain with ease. In his past profession as an adventure streamer, he had frequently traversed mountains and waters to reach some remote places, which had helped him develop a fairly good physique. Climbing this less than 1,000-meter mountain, which had already been developed, was naturally not a problem. As time passed, he had now reached halfway up the mountain. The white mist had thickened, making it difficult to see objects even 10 meters away, and a chill was gradually creeping in. Furthermore, the weather was not good today. It was overcast, which cast a particularly dark shadow over the entire mountain. Ma Dadu rubbed his hands and smiled at the live stream. Brothers, you really can't say this Qingyi Mountain isn't a bit off. Just halfway up, it's already feeling quite chilly. And this mist, it's really thick. By the time we reach the top, wouldn't it be impossible to see your hand in front of your face? I wonder what kind of monster can create such thick fog. Just as he was speaking, Ma Datu glanced down at his phone. The altitude displayed nearly 500 meters. He had already climbed halfway up the mountain, and soon he would reach the summit. Looking at the chat in the live stream, Ma Datu couldn't help but smile. As he truly stepped into the territory of Qingyi Mountain and now stood alone halfway up, the atmosphere in the live stream had become somewhat tense. After all, no matter what, humans were extremely weak in the face of demons and monsters, and such an isolated situation could easily evoke fear in people. Moreover, he was promoting climbing the mountain without divine protection, facing a lord-level monster with just a human body. Regardless of belief, He had indeed entered the territory of that monster, and the surrounding thick fog added a layer of mystery and tension, making people unable to help but feel anxious for him. I believe your courage, but don't climb any higher. I'm really afraid of suddenly seeing a monster's face pop out of the fog. It doesn't matter if there are divine protections or not, even if I have the bull and horse to guard me. I wouldn't dare to come to such a place alone. It's too scary. Can that monster just come out and show me the results? This slow knife cutting feeling is really uncomfortable. No matter what you say, I don't believe anyone would dare to face a Lord-level monster without divine protection. Come and argue if you don't believe it. Everyone, don't worry. Datu is smart. He is just creating some program effect. He wouldn't really do anything reckless. The atmosphere in the live stream had been stirred up, but many still expressed doubts. The reason was simple. This matter was too unbelievable and did not align with many people's perceptions. In response, Data did not feel the need to explain much. So what if they didn't believe? That was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, there were nearly 100,000 people in the live stream, and by common sense, there wouldn't be many who believed. But so what? If they didn't believe now, the astonishment when the facts were laid out before them would be even greater. Thinking of this, Data couldn't help but smile broadly, humming a little tune. However, at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. Data froze, immediately becoming cautious, stopping in place and looking around warily. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as a tiger covered in white fur leapt out, its sharp claws like blades, striking straight for Data's face. The distance between the man and the beast was over 10 meters, yet it managed to close the gap in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, Data realized this was no ordinary tiger, but a minion-level monster. Without any hesitation, Datu immediately tightened his grip on the protective talisman and urgently called out the name of the bull god in his heart. In the next moment, just as the viewers in the live stream gasped in shock as they thought Datu would be torn apart by the monster, he unexpectedly did not retreat, but instead stepped forward to meet it, throwing a punch at the white tiger's claws. The divine power, giant strength, was activated. Bang! The massive body of the white tiger was sent tumbling back, its powerful forelimbs and claws crushed into a bloody mess by that punch. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the tumbling white tiger. How could it be that it was sent flying by a seemingly weak human? It couldn't believe it. But the pain in its forelimbs was painfully clear. The white tiger's body crashed heavily into a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, nearly breaking it. And for a moment, it couldn't get up, fear immediately showing in its eyes. Datu clenched his fist, feeling the familiar powerful strength coursing through him, and couldn't help but grin. Although he hadn't expected that within just a week, the monsters occupying Qingyi Mountain would have gained some power and even recruited this minion-level white tiger as a subordinate. It was of no consequence. Since it had foolishly charged at him, it would learn a lesson about the might of the bull god's power and divine abilities. Datu took the camera equipment off his neck and hung it on a nearby branch, facing both himself and the struggling white tiger, grinning as he said, "Family, watch closely. This is how I teach monsters a lesson using the power of the bull god without summoning him." As soon as he finished speaking, Datu pushed off the ground, his entire body instantly shooting forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the white tiger, raining down powerful punches, one after another, like a torrential downpour. Chapter 30. I'm more confused than you from a distance. Datu was fiercely beating a demon, while the viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. What is happening? A massive and exceptionally fierce demon charged over, only to be sent flying by a punch from a thin human. Even more unbelievable, the human is now relentlessly pounding the demon. If it weren't for the wailing of the white tiger echoing in their ears, the viewers might have thought this was an illusion. But it was truly happening right before their eyes. In an instant, the live stream exploded. A torrent of question marks flooded the screen, accompanied by the viewers' astonished gasps. Is this for real? Am I the one going crazy, or was this world insane? Even if it's a low-level demon, it's still an existence that humans absolutely cannot match. How is Datu overpowering it? As if he is about to kill it. Didn't he just mentioned borrowing the power of Lord Bullhead? How does borrowing work? Can divine power really be directly conferred onto a human? This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. How is this even possible? No wonder Ma Dadu is so confident. If I had such abilities, I would dare to walk around arrogantly too. For a moment, everyone in the live stream was deeply shaken. Humans have always been limited by their weak bodies, unable to face powerful demons directly, only able to become followers of the divine, borrowing divine tokens to summon deities in times of crisis for protection. However, no matter how strong the divine power, or how deep the bond between the follower and the deity, it has never been heard of a situation where divine power could be directly conferred onto the follower for their own use. Yet at this moment, this common knowledge was shattered once more, making it almost unbelievable. The livestream was in complete chaos, while Ma Datu continued to enjoy beating that white tiger. The immense strength of Bullhead, as a passive divine ability, could be maintained for a whole incense stick's worth of time once activated. This made Ma Datu's strength stand out among the attributes enhanced by divine power, extraordinarily powerful. After throwing a dozen chaotic punches, that seemingly fierce white tiger had unknowingly met its demise, its head a bloody mess, a sight too horrific to behold. Ma Datu's eyes gleamed as he wiped his palms with the abundant dew from the grass nearby, feeling particularly excited as he quickly walked to the camera. Seeing the crazily rolling comments, his smile grew wider as he took out the now slightly dull bullhead talisman from his pocket. Since everyone has seen it, I want to keep you in suspense. As you can see, I just borrowed Lord Bullhead's divine power and directly conferred it onto myself. And the reason I can perform such a miraculous act is because of this talisman. While introducing it, Ma Datu took advantage of the active time of the Bullhead talisman, picking up his equipment to continue climbing the mountain. With the divine powers enhancement, his physical abilities were comprehensively boosted, making his ascent extraordinarily swift. The viewers in the live stream listened to him narrate and reacted with extreme intensity. In Shuanglin City, at the equipment store, Liang Yi looked at the live stream on his phone, his gaze slightly focused. The sudden appearance of the white tiger demon was indeed unexpected. The Bullhead talisman, originally meant for that Lord-level demon, had to be used here out of necessity. Nevertheless, the promotional effect still met expectations. After all, even low-level demons are not easily defeated by weak humans. That is a creature several times fiercer than a normal tiger. However, having used the Bullhead talisman here, if they really encountered that Lord-level demon at the mountaintop, I wonder if just the Mom Mian talisman can keep Ma Datu unharmed. After all, based on the current information, the demon that can create a fog covering the entire Qingyi mountain is not a good match. At least 3 deities sent by the local Sanhua city could do nothing against it. If it comes down to it, I'll need to step in quickly to save Ma Datu's life. At this moment, the phone on the table, which had been silent for a moment, rang again. Without needing to guess, it was surely the National Security Group discussing vigorously. Thinking of this, Liang Yi smiled slightly. Earlier, many self-important divine agents in the group had looked down on his and Ma Datu's actions, even bluntly suggesting it would be better for Ma Datu to die peacefully on Qingyi Mountain. I wonder how they will react now that Ma Datu is making such a splash. Liang Yi picked up his phone and entered the chat group. The group messages were rapidly scrolling up. As Ma Datu revealed his divine power in the live stream, it seemed more and more lurking members of the group were surfacing. Just a quick glance from top to bottom revealed dozens of different avatars eagerly posting messages. There were likely many others like Liang Yi lurking and reading the group messages. What's going on? Can someone come out and explain what is happening? National security? Come out and clarify. I really don't understand. Shingoen, did Ma Datu really say he borrowed divine power to enhance himself? Has anyone in the group ever heard of such a thing? Is Liang Yi really that outrageous? A dual divine agent who can have 2 deities act simultaneously, and now he has pulled out some kind of talisman? Is there really such a huge gap among divine agents? I feel like I can't understand any of the things he is doing. Shingoen. National Security, please come out and explain. ISNT, the Paranormal Bureau, always studying deities? Liang Yi and that bullhead and horse face. Is that right? Won't this truly break the balance between deities and their followers? And won't this lead everyone to buy bullhead and horse face talismans? Compared to the shock and confusion of the more than 100,000 viewers in the live stream, the reactions in the chat group were clearly much more intense. Everyone is divine agents. Why is it that only you can do something special? If it was just once, it might be fine. But that agent named Liang is clearly doing it over and over again. And these special cases are simply incomprehensible. What's more, he is only a wild god-level deity agent. Yet he seems to be more special than even those of proper gods or higher-ranking divine agents. This is simply hard for them to accept. At this moment, more and more people began to chun going in the group. After all, as a specialist in the Paranormal Bureau, he understands deities and the divine system better than these agents in the group to some extent. Under the persistent ing by the group members, Chun Goen finally appeared. He first sent a question mark, followed by the classic facepalm emoji. You're asking me? How the hell would I know what is going on? You're confused. I'm even more confused than you all. Chapitre 31, Madatu, Danger. After Chun Goen's message appeared in the chat group, the entire group fell silent for a moment. The members, who had just been passionately discussing, suddenly seemed to lose their voices, not knowing what to say. Not to mention them, even the Spirit Bureau, which had the deepest understanding of the divine, couldn't comprehend the situation. If that's the case, who else in the world could unravel the mysteries within? Perhaps only that young man named Liang Yi could. Sanhua City, Qingyi Mountain. Ma Dada briefly explained some information about the protective talisman without going into detail. The specific functions and powers of the talisman were best witnessed by the audience themselves. If he explained everything verbally, the effect would be greatly diminished. After interacting with the audience for a while, Ma Datu took advantage of the talisman's effects, which had not yet fully dissipated, and continued to climb higher. However, at that moment, the already dense white mist became even thicker, dark and heavy. Ma Datu's expression changed instantly, and his footsteps froze in place. Although he heard no sounds and saw nothing in the surrounding white mist, he suddenly had a foreboding feeling. It was as if a pair of eyes hidden somewhere within that thick mist was fixated on him. The live stream's bullet comments continued to scroll, the heat unprecedented. But Ma Datu had no interest in the situation over there. His body was tense as he stood still, scanning his surroundings. He tightly gripped the horse-faced protective talisman and quietly reminded the viewers in the live stream. If I guess correctly, I fear I have already been targeted by that Lord-level demon, and it should be nearby. As he spoke, he couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes. Although he still had the protection of the bull-headed talisman, its effectiveness was about to expire, and he had no absolute confidence in retreating unscathed before a Lord-level demon. After all, that was a demon capable of repelling 3 wild gods from the local Spirit Bureau of Sanhua City. Ma Dada took a deep breath, remaining calm but extremely cautious. Just then, the white mist in front of him stirred. There was clearly no wind on the mountain, yet the mist surged wildly. Before Ma Datu could react, the mist suddenly rushed towards him. In an instant, he felt a tremendous force slam into his chest. Ma Datu felt pain, groaning as he fell backward. His eyes filled with horror as he hurriedly scanned the surrounding mist. Yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the demon's shadow. "What is that?" Ma Datu exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the white mist, his pupils suddenly constricting. On that thick, water-like white mist, a beastly face emerged. This mass of white mist was the true form of the Lord-level demon. A mist demon. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Dada's forehead, and he scrambled to get up. However, before he could rise, the white mist churned violently again, wrapping him up and lifting him high into the air, then crashing him down hard onto the ground. With a loud thud, Ma Dada spat out blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced from that impact. It was important to note that this was still under the protection of the bull-headed divine power. If he were just an ordinary mortal, he would have been shattered to pieces. Ma Dada dared not slack off, forcing himself to endure the pain radiating throughout his body as he got back on his feet. His steps quickened as he charged toward the mass of white mist, delivering a powerful punch. Without any warning, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. That punch had clearly been aimed at the mist demon's face, yet it missed completely. It felt even less effective than hitting a cotton ball, where at least he would have received some slight feedback. What the hell is this? Ma Datu exclaimed, genuinely feeling anxious, no matter how strong a demon was. Even if it was several times fiercer than that white tiger, at least it was visible and tangible. Worst case scenario, they could compete in strength and fight to the death. How could this mist demon be so strange and frustrating? At this moment, the live stream was once again in an uproar, the tense atmosphere spreading everywhere. And the elusive mist demon only heightened the viewer's anxiety. This type of demon was indeed unseen and unheard of before. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the three wild gods from the Spirit Bureau of Sanhua City had likely fled in panic without even knowing what demon had defeated them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no related news circulating now. If that's the case, it means that the mist demon's strength is even greater than everyone previously imagined. Ma Datu, danger! This mist demon is mysterious and powerful, far beyond that previous little minion. This is truly dire. He had been too overconfident. The last time he encountered that half-step king-level monster, it hadn't taught him a lesson. Within the realm of lord-level demons, there were certainly many formidable figures. The main issue was that most people had never even seen or heard of the mist demon before. They didn't know how to exterminate it. If the bull-headed and horse-faced deities descended, it would still be hard to fight. Ma Datu was truly in a precarious situation. Even if the talisman was powerful, there was a limit to its effectiveness. If he couldn't win, he should run away quickly and descend the mount. Run. Where to run? The thick fog throughout the mountains could likely transform into the mist demon's true form. No matter how powerful Ma Datu was, could he outrun the mist? In the live stream, opinions varied, with every kind of speculation. But unsurprisingly, nearly everyone agreed that Ma Datu was likely to meet his end on the spot. After all, the protective talisman could only borrow a portion of divine power, not all of it. Facing such a formidable lord-level demon, it was completely insufficient. Gasping for breath, Ma Datu remained vigilant, but it seemed to have no effect at all. He was engulfed in the thick mist, leaving him completely defenseless against the mist demon. How could he fight? At that moment, after 2 rounds of attacks, the mist demon temporarily concealed itself within the fog, watching intently. Yet he couldn't find its shadow. Even if he did, what could he do to confront it? Just as Ma Datu was in a state of panic, suddenly, the abundant divine power within him began to recede like a tide. Ma Datu was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. The bull-headed protective talisman's time limit had expired, and the divine power was fading away. Immediately after, a deep sense of weakness surged over him. Ma Datu stumbled, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Along with the feeling of weakness came waves of sharp pain from the impact and fall earlier. Without the suppression of divine power, the pain felt particularly clear and intense. In the mist-wreathed mountain forest, a piercing and painful scream echoed. Chapter 32. Another amulet. Shuanglin City, equipment store. Liang Yi stared at the live broadcast on the computer screen, his pupils narrowing slightly, and he couldn't help but frown. Although the fog demon was only at the lord level, its strength was equivalent to that of a deity at the wild god rank. However, given the current situation, it was clear that the opponent was not just a simple lord-level monster, but rather part of a very formidable tier. Coupled with its illusory form and cunning methods, it exuded an even more ferocious aura. Even Liang Yi himself wasn't particularly clear about the specific efficacy of this protective talisman, let alone how much divine power he could borrow from the ox head and horse face. At least from the current situation, it seemed that Ma Datu would likely be unable to defeat this fog demon. Moreover, the effectiveness of the ox head talisman had expired, and he only had a horse-face talisman left. It was absolutely impossible to defeat and eliminate this mysterious fog demon, and he didn't know if he could use the power of Horseface to ensure his own safety and retreat unscathed. There were too many uncertainties, and Liang Yi himself was a bit indecisive for a moment. If it really came to that, he would have to control the Oxhead's authority and use the bond between the Oxhead and Ma Datu's followers to summon the deity at Qingyin Mountain. although doing so would likely contradict what Ma Data had said at the beginning of the broadcast. Saving his life was better than watching him perish on the spot. At worst, he would only face some ridicule online. After all, he still needed Ma Data to promote and sell the statues and protective talismans. Thinking of this, Liang Yi let out a slow breath. He picked up the small carving knife on the table with his right hand, skillfully playing with it, and muttered to himself softly, fog demon, this is really tricky." After pondering for a moment, Liang Yi's gaze inadvertently glanced at the phone screen to his left. The National Security Group was now in an uproar. However, these comments carried a hint of schadenfreude and seemed somewhat unfriendly. Ma Datu was likely finished. The fog demon, relying on its geographical advantage and its own elusive nature, would probably have a fighting chance even against the real ox head and horse face. Relying solely on a protective talisman, how long could he hold on? What a pity. It seemed that this official streamer was going to meet his end at Liang Yi Mountain. Why didn't he think before setting out? While Liang Yi didn't personally promote it, and why he was working for others was truly sad. Look, Ma Datu is running out of stamina. The effectiveness of the protective talisman must have expired. It only lasts for a single incense stick's worth of time. This protective talisman isn't as miraculous as imagined. Now let's see if he has any trump cards left to save himself. He wouldn't really be so honest as to not carry a statue with him, right? If that's the case, even a deity would struggle to save him. Don't gloat too much. Although lives in a modern world are as cheap as grass, it doesn't mean we should mock so openly, right? I didn't expect there would be a saint among the divine agents. How amusing. In a group of over 160 people, there were certainly some righteous individuals. But with most people remaining silent and a small portion reveling in the misfortune, these voices were merely drops in the ocean and couldn't stir up much of a wave. On the contrary, they were ridiculed themselves. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and with the group comprising entirely of divine agents, it was inevitable that they felt proud. Having seen Liang Yi, Ma Datu, and the Oxhead and Horseface repeatedly take the spotlight, they were naturally unwilling. And now that they finally caught the opportunity to kick someone while they were down, sarcastic remarks arose one after another. Perhaps many people were uncomfortable with it, but without any conflicts of interest, not many would willingly step up for a stranger. Moreover, the existence of Liang Yi and the Oxhead and Horseface had a negative impact on all divine agents to some extent. Regarding the roles and comments of those trying to find a sense of existence in the group, Liang Yi merely watched coldly and didn't even have the thought of arguing with them. What he was thinking about now was how to cleanly and efficiently eliminate this fog demon if he really had to let the Oxhead deity appear. Now that he had the merit points from the system all, Liang Yi was determined not to let any opportunity to exterminate demons and monsters slip by. In fact, during the past few days, while the Oxhead and Horseface had been spontaneously protecting their followers, Liang Yi had specifically instructed them to eliminate any lords or minions they could find nearby. After all, it was just a matter of convenience. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, so why not earn some merit? This fog demon was so special, exterminating it should yield quite a bit of merit points. Previously, he had spent a total of 300 merit points to exchange for the carving rights for 2 protective talismans. Now, there were still the rights to reduce carving time and the weapons for 3 deities left to exchange in them all. Liang Yi was very interested in these items. At that moment, the computer's speakers emitted a sound. Liang Yi came back to his senses and looked up. Ma Datu, who had just been kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, was now standing up again. Although many parts of his body were already soaked and stained red with blood, his breathing was noticeably steadier, and he seemed much calmer. It was evident that he had once again used a protective talisman. Moreover, this time, he had borrowed the divine power of Horseface. Using 2 protective talismans in a short time was a huge burden on the body. Once the incense stick time was up, Ma Datu would likely collapse and fall unconscious. But this was clearly done out of necessity, making every effort. At this moment, the National Security Group was once again boiling over. Question marks floated up one after another. Liang Yi glanced at them, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? How did he stand up again? How did he use the protective talisman again? This thing seems to put such a huge strain on the body. How can an ordinary person use it twice in a row? If that's the case, then the practicality of this protective talisman might be even higher than we imagined. Wait a minute. Didn't you notice that the camera just shook past the moment when Ma Dadu stuffed the protective talisman into his pocket? This second protective talisman is from Horseface. No way. Isn't Ma Dadu a follower of Oxhead? How can he use Horseface's protective talisman? Does this mean that the protective talisman can be used by anyone, not just the followers of the corresponding deity? What kind of double deity agent is Liang? What on earth has he created? If this trend continues, wouldn't everyone just go to him to buy enough protective talismans? Who would still seek the protection of the deities? This is way too outrageous. Is this something that should exist in the world? Damn, what does it matter if there are protective talismans? I want to see how many times he can use them and how using different deities' protective talismans matters. In the end, they're all no match for that fog demon. It's just a difference between dying sooner or later. This is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Chapter 33. The value is still rising. Sanhua City, Qingyi Mountain. Ma Datu stood up, feeling the rejuvenation of his divine power throughout his body, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he still felt pain, it was much better than the exhaustion he had just experienced. The most important thing was that he felt a sense of security. However, he couldn't let his guard down. After all, even with the protection of the bullhead talisman, he was no match for that fog demon, and now facing it again was likely still very precarious. The priority was to escape from Qingyi Mountain as soon as possible. With this in mind, Ma Datu didn't dare to delay. He quickly forgot about the fog demon's whereabouts, and suddenly felt the wind beneath his feet, speeding down the mountain. In a live broadcast room, there were gasps of astonishment, and no one cared about Ma Datu's life safety anymore. Everyone focused on the talisman he had just activated again. Before this, almost everyone believed that a talisman could only be activated once. Even after Ma Datu's bullhead talisman was rendered ineffective, many thought he was doomed. Yet, covered in blood and looking completely exhausted, he had activated another talisman, and this time it was the horse face. This scene once again overturned the viewer's understanding in the live broadcast room. This talisman could actually be activated consecutively. Moreover, the deities represented were different. This meant that there were no restrictions based on being a believer. Thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. Did that mean an ordinary person, without any strength or devotion to a deity, could simply purchase this talisman and protect themselves in a crisis? Oh my goodness, the value of the talisman was still rising. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Since they're all divine powers, why differentiate between deities with different talismans? Are these talismans exclusive to Bullhead and Horseface? Is this another novelty created by Liang Yi? Can the deity I worship also create a talisman? Ma Datu, you must not die. Hurry back alive and put the talismans on the market. I want to buy them 100 of them. Ma Datu had only activated a talisman out of necessity, but to the viewers in the live broadcast room, it seemed so shocking. This not only meant that an ordinary person could consecutively activate 2 talismans, but it also indicated that using a talisman did not have restrictions based on being a believer. If that is the case, the value of the talisman has greatly increased. Suddenly, the public screen in the live broadcast room was filled with comments from people wanting to purchase the talisman. As for Ma Datu being in a life-and-death situation, it seemed that not many cared anymore. While Ma Datu was running, he was also aware of any movements around him. He glanced at the live broadcast room and suddenly smiled bitterly. Damn it, I have to say, the promotion for the deity talismans has really been done well this time. But the problem is whether I can survive to go back. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so confident. I should have brought a bullhead statue with me. Now I'm in a predicament, clearly unable to advance or retreat. Gritting his teeth, Ma Datu sighed inwardly and continued to sprint down the mountain. Just then, the mist in the mountains suddenly stirred. Caught off guard, a tremendous force swept in from all directions, as if it wanted to crush Ma Datu to death. Ma Datu's pupils shrank sharply. This is bad. The fog demon had obviously lost its patience. It was unwilling to continue entangling with him and was taking serious action. If this continued, he would likely die before even making it down the mountain. In a critical moment, Ma Datu did not hesitate at all and hurriedly activated the horse-faced divine ability. In cold, the next moment, a chill burst forth from his palm, following the momentum of his forward push, and he slapped it against the white mist in front of him. Contrary to his expectations, he did not swipe through empty air. The strands of cold air spread rapidly along the white mist, instantly freezing it completely, rendering it immobile. Ma Dada froze for a moment, then widened his eyes. All right, isn't mist just water vapor? If it's water, then it can be frozen and solidified by cold air. So why the hell am I still running? Suddenly enlightened, Ma Dada halted in his tracks, turned, and looked around. The cold air continued to spread, quickly transforming everything in sight into a frozen landscape. To the naked eye, a figure could be seen darting through the white mist, desperately avoiding the chilling air that pursued it like a relentless curse. Squinting closely, he clearly saw a panicked face amidst the mist. It was the fog demon. Seeing this, Ma Dada grinned and gave a thumbs up. Let me catch you now. Damn it. Do you understand what it means to shift from defense to offense? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Dada pushed off against the solid ice with his right foot and shot towards the fleeing fog demon. Since the fog demon was made of white mist, it meant that its entire body was made up of water vapor, with the horse face's ability to control the cold air of the underworld. Capturing it would be a piece of cake. If only he had summoned the horse face talisman directly to create a restraining effect earlier. While Ma Dada scolded himself for being foolish, he chased after the direction the fog demon had fled. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted once again. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Ma Dada just use the horseface's ability? It seems to be the power of Incold, right? This talisman not only grants divine power, but also allows the user to utilize the deity's abilities? Isn't that a bit too much? No, this is simply outrageous. No wonder Ma Dada's strength seemed extraordinary just now. He severely injured that tough-skinned white tiger demon in just a few punches. He must have used the bullhead's ability. How can other deities compete with this? With just one talisman, the user gains divine power and the ability to utilize the deity's techniques. This is too incredible. Isn't it? Why bother competing for a statue or waiting for a pre-sale slot? I'll just stockpile 100 talismans. What am I afraid of? Demons and monsters. I feel like this talisman is beckoning to me, saying, "Young man, do you desire power?" As Ma Dada activated the horseface's ability in cold, the viewers in the live broadcast room experienced yet another shockwave of realization. Not only could they borrow divine power to enhance themselves, but they could also use different deities' talismans, and even utilize their abilities. This had completely overturned everyone's understanding, leaving the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Chapter 34. Arrogant even in the face of death? In Shuanglin City, at the equipment store, the computer screen is playing footage of Ma Dada using the power of coldness to freeze the white mist. Liang Yi watches this scene, unable to help but let out a laugh. He had initially thought about stepping in to save Ma Dada's life in a crisis, but given the current situation, it seems unnecessary for him to intervene. The cold power of Ma Mian comes from the underworld and can freeze all things in the world. The white mist, which is vaporized water, is naturally no match, especially since the mist demon's true form is the white mist itself. In the face of Ma Dada wielding the cold power, it is simply insufficient. However, to be fair, this does feel a bit like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If he had encountered another Lord-level demon, relying solely on the power of the protective talisman would likely not be enough to defeat it, but self-preservation would not be a problem. Looking at the reactions of the viewers in the live broadcast room, the promotional effect of the protective talisman has been fully achieved. At this moment, in the live stream, Ma Dada did not exert much effort and quickly caught up to the mist demon. Previously, the demon could use the vast white mist to hide its form, even coming close to being completely invisible, making it difficult to track. But now, under the sweeping cold air, the mist demon is completely exposed. If it lingers for even a moment, it will be caught by the cold air and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. In this icy environment, Ma Dada is like a fish in water, even able to wrap his body in cold power and freely traverse through the solid ice. Such a skill is akin to cheating, and a mere Lord-level demon cannot withstand it. It did not take long for Ma Datu to corner it. At this moment, the mist demon stubbornly resisted, its face twisted in rage, attempting to use the remaining mist around it for a desperate fight. The remaining vast mist of Qingyin Mountain was like being stirred by a violent wind, swirling above the mist demon's head and creating a massive vortex, giving off an imposing aura as if it could swallow 1,000 miles like a tiger. The mist demon opened its mouth, seemingly letting out a silent roar. Its resentful gaze fixed on Ma Datu. The wind roared through the mountains, arrogant, even in the face of death. "You really are asking for it." Ma Datu's voice suddenly rang out. He slightly bent his knees, leaped up, and then slapped the mist demon hard across the face. The expected sound of the slap did not occur. The mist demon's face froze in a moment of shock and confusion, and then its entire body instantly turned into an ice block. The seemingly surging mist vortex above its head also vanished in an instant. Ma Datu curled his lip, shaking his wrist in exasperation. "Am I foolish? Knowing you were about to unleash a big move, I still waited for you to gather your strength. It's not like we're filming an animated series." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Datu followed up with another powerful slap, bringing it down hard on the ice block that was once the mist demon. Crack! The solid ice shattered in response, and the mist demon's true form met a gruesome end, completely obliterated from existence. Ma Datu exhaled lightly and clapped his hands, calculating the time. There is still about half a stick of incense left before the protective talisman loses its effect, which is roughly 15 minutes. Having activated the protective talisman twice in succession and borrowed the power of the gods, once the duration passes, it likely wouldn't just be exhaustion. He would probably faint and collapse on the ground. So the urgent task now is to descend the mountain. However, with the blessing of divine power, getting down to the foot of the mountain within 15 minutes should not be difficult. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, Liang, you should have already contacted the local supernatural bureau to send people for rescue. Thinking of this, Ma Datu took a deep breath and did not linger any longer, quickly making his way down Qingyin Mountain. While hurrying, he occasionally glanced at the situation in the live broadcast room. As expected, the rare and strange viewers had gone completely wild. Did he just take down that mist demon in an instant? I barely saw it, and he just wiped it out in no time. The local supernatural bureau sent 3 deities and couldn't handle the demon. But Ma Datu solved it with just 2 protective talismans. Is this even possible? It's simply terrifying, with human strength rivaling the gods. All it took was one bull-headed and horse-faced protective talisman. I have a feeling that the ripples caused by Liang Yi and Ma Datu this time will be greater than any previous occasion. Ma Datu, say something. How much is this protective talisman? Can it be sold externally? Hurry up and say something. Don't just charge ahead. I would accept it even if this protective talisman cost the same as the deity statue. Why do I feel like the sky is about to change? This protective talisman isn't even sinister? It's directly going to break the balance between the gods and humans. I'm now eager to know, can only bull-headed and horse-face create this protective talisman, or can all gods do it? Ma Datu, quick-witted, swiftly scanned through a few comments, unable to suppress a grin. After going through twists and turns, what he wanted was exactly this effect. Ma Datu lightly coughed and aptly stated, "I completely understand the excited feelings of everyone. After all, when a streamer first obtained this protective talisman from Boss Liang, he was even more excited than you. Haha. As for the question everyone is concerned about regarding whether the protective talisman will go on sale, of course, it will. Moreover, I can now clearly tell everyone that this protective talisman is priced affordably at just 10,000 yuan for one. But I believe everyone can guess that this protective talisman will definitely sell like hotcakes, so everyone." While hurrying, Ma Datu maintained the professionalism of a sales streamer, introducing the detailed functions and pricing of the protective talisman to the viewers in a live broadcast room. In front of the computer screen, Liang Yi watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. Ma Datu was right. He had indeed contacted the rescue personnel from the Sanhua City Supernatural Bureau in advance. and they were now waiting at the foot of the mountain. As long as Ma Datu can reach the foot of the mountain before the protective talisman loses its effect, he will successfully receive treatment and be fine. Watching the increasingly frenzied viewers in the live broadcast room after learning the price of the protective talisman, Liang Yi leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. Compared to the protective talisman's actual function, its price is actually quite low, merely 10,000 yuan. But what Liang Yi needs is clearly not to make money from the protective talisman. The main goal is to have more and more people become believers in bull-headed and horse-faced. Thus, even if they cannot buy the deity statues, they can still accumulate spiritual power for bull-headed and horse-faced. With the accumulation of small amounts, upgrading their rank is just around the corner. At this moment, a series of urgent notification sounds broke Liang Yi's train of thought. He lowered his eyes slightly, glancing at the vibrating phone on the table, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the people in the national security group can't sit still anymore. After all, the appearance and sale of the protective talisman significantly impacts them as the agents of the gods. I wonder what they will say. Liang Yi sat up, picking up his phone. Chapter 35. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Liang Yi opened the national security group, and messages of varying lengths instantly began to scroll. The first thing that caught his eye was a dozen messages filled with question marks. Did Ma Datu just use divine power? This talisman not only allows one to borrow the power of the gods, but also the divine abilities. I had previously studied the few battle scenes involving the ox head and horse face in detail, and this was clearly the divine ability of horse face, similar to the power of ice. How absurd, how outrageous, it's simply against the heavens. If humans can kill lord-level monsters with a talisman, then what is the point of worshipping the gods? This matter must be taken seriously. The attention and research on ox head, horse face, and their agent Liang Yi should be intensified. These comments were relatively normal. Some people seemed to be directly triggered by Ma Datu's act of killing the fog monster. At this moment, everyone in the group was sending extreme comments, cursing endlessly, accusing Liang Yi and the ox head and horse face of resorting to any means to compete for followers. Liang Yi found these people's heated reactions amusing and simply laughed it off. Meanwhile, at a branch of the Paranormal Bureau in a certain location, Chen Goen and Xiao Zeng were sitting in front of the computer, watching Ma Datu's livestream. A nearby phone was still displaying the scenes from the National Security Group. Chen Goen stared at the computer screen, his fingers tapping continuously on the table, his brow furrowed. Xiao Zeng, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and slightly agape, unable to regain his composure. Chen, sir, is this talisman really that exaggerated? A lord-level monster was actually killed in public by a human. As he spoke, Xiao Zeng couldn't help but clench his fist, clicking his tongue secretly. That was a lord-level monster. Although it was only comparable to a minor god in rank, and its strength was not particularly outstanding apart from its unique form and methods, as the saying goes. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak it was still a lord level. In the past, if a human encountered monsters in such desolate mountains and wilderness alone, let alone a lord-level monster, even a small minion would be deadly. But now a lord-level monster was dead at the hands of a human. It was simply turning the heavens upside down. Chen Gong glanced at Xiao Zeng, who was exclaiming loudly. Although he was equally shocked by the sudden appearance of the divine talisman, he managed to keep his composure. As he glanced at the constantly emerging new messages in the chat group, Chen Goen let out a gentle sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. He initially thought that Liang Yi's dual agent identity was special enough, but observing the current situation, it seemed necessary to report this to higher-ups to draw more attention. Chen Goen muttered to himself, while Xiao Zeng came back to his senses, momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately refrained from asking more questions. Instead, turning his gaze back to the computer screen, slightly frowning, as if deep in thought. Time passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the matter of the divine talisman stirred up a storm online. Prior to this, no one had ever heard of humans being able to directly borrow the power of the gods to empower themselves, or even use the gods' exclusive abilities. Undoubtedly, this small talisman would change people's existing knowledge to some extent, and even alter the balance and pattern between humans and gods, holding significant meaning. At the same time, as clips of Ma Datu's live stream using the talisman to boldly slay the fog monster spread widely, Liang Yi and Ma Datu, who already held a place on the internet, gained immense popularity again. Related keywords were frequently mentioned on various social and entertainment platforms in these few days. They even soared to the top of trending searches on major platforms, generating incredible buzz. Who exactly is Liang Yi? First, it was revealed that he is the world's only dual divine agent. Then it was discovered that the two gods he represents could simultaneously take action to eradicate the same monster. And now he has come up with a talisman that can borrow the power of the gods. Is there any justice in this? Listing one unique point after another, I can't help but feel he isn't just an ordinary agent. It's as if he has a cooperative relationship with the gods, rather than the familiar, hierarchical relationship everyone knows. Forget all that. I'm definitely buying this talisman. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on oneself than on others. And besides, seeing the gods' might every day makes me want to experience that powerful feeling of divine combat. You want to buy it? What about the things others haven't thought about? Just a mere 10,000 can get a life-saving talisman at a critical moment. When Ma Datu's live stream starts, who knows how many hundreds of thousands will be online to grab it. If I can get one, I could go buy scratch-off tickets and get rich. I'm just a divine agent. Yesterday, I specifically asked my God if I could get a talisman made, and he asked me if my brain had been kicked by a donkey. After several days of discussion among netizens, they finally summed up. They have no idea where this talisman came from, and there is no way to figure it out. Most importantly, other gods can't replicate it. At least at this stage, it has never been seen elsewhere. Therefore, everyone can only continue to attribute it to Liang Yi's special status as a dual divine agent. Just as the internet was buzzing with discussions about Liang Yi, Ma Datu, the talisman, and the ox head and horse face in a supply store in Shulin City, Liang Yi was once again carving divine statues. However, this time he was not carving the ox head and horse face, but the recently authorized by Wu Chang. He was now nearing the end of the carving process. Since the talisman went viral online a few days ago, Liang Yi had been tirelessly carving talismans for several days. Now he had over 100 talismans in stock, roughly half the number of the ox head and horse face. Although this 100+ was somewhat meager compared to the current crazed popularity online, it could still barely hold up for a while. Just as he was getting tired of carving the same thing, he decided to carve the Bai Wu Chang that he had never carved before. At this moment, as Liang Yi's carving knife gently made the last stroke, the previously plain wooden carving suddenly seemed to come alive, becoming vivid and lifelike. A white light seemed to circulate around it, and moments later, it was absorbed into the statue, as if nothing had happened. But Liang Yi knew that from this moment on, this world gained a new deity named by Wu Chang, with a rank of being unranked. Chapter 36. Is the evil spirit up to no good? Just as Liang Yi was carefully examining the statue of the white impermanence, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the closed shop door. In recent days, there had often been visitors, either looking for Liang Yi and Ma Datu to purchase the statues of the ox head and horse face, or out of curiosity, wanting to see this dual deity agent in person. In the past, these visitors were handled by Ma Datu. However, after the recent fog demon incident at Qingyin Mountain, Ma Datu had used protective talismans twice in a row, resulting in physical exhaustion and fainting, and he was currently receiving treatment at a local hospital. Although there was no danger to his life, he needed some time to recuperate. So Liang Yi decided to close the shop for some peace and quiet. But today, the two voices outside the door sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Liang Yi to listen closely. Sheer, will Boss Liang really see us? He is quite famous now, and it seems he doesn't communicate much with the outside world. The shop door is closed. I'm afraid he... Oh, come on, Xiaoxiu, just trust me. Your family's situation is special. After inviting so many deities without any success, it's likely you've encountered a similar kind of hidden evil spirit as my family did. The Horseface definitely has a way to deal with such evil spirits, but it's hard to find a statue of Horseface. It won't be easy to buy one, and given your family's urgent situation, we can only come to Boss Liang for help. But, no buts, I'm now considered one of the most loyal followers of Horseface. If it comes to it, I can pay 10 times the amount. Boss Liang has no reason to refuse selling us a statue. As her words fell, the roll-up door shook, making a sound as if it was being knocked on. Clearly, someone was outside knocking. Liang Yi listened the whole time and naturally knew that Lin Shi was out there. He had previously helped her family deal with an evil spirit, which was quite a notable achievement for Horseface. Subsequently, Lin Shi even went online to promote and prove Horseface under her family's name, showing that she was indeed a good person. Moreover, as she herself said, she truly was the most loyal follower of Horseface, without a doubt. The incense offerings she provided were even comparable to Ma Datu's offerings to the ox head, just as good. The woman beside Lin, she was also clearly a lady who had encountered trouble and wanted assistance. From what Liang Yi understood, it seemed she had also encountered an evil spirit. He needed to ask for specifics to know more. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Shi had already knocked on the door, and Liang Yi didn't think much of it before getting up to open the door. Indeed, it was Lin Shi, still looking beautiful with her fair skin and long legs. The woman beside her also had a lovely face but appeared quite nervous, smiling awkwardly at Liang Yi. Even while smiling, she still slightly furrowed her brow, indicating a lingering worry. This troublesome matter had likely been bothering her for quite some time. Liang Yi stepped aside to invite the two inside, then closed the roll-up door and brought them each a cup of tea. Lin Shi had made a point to come to the shop twice after her family's matter was resolved, both times to express her gratitude, and besides, she was a regular fan in Ma Datu's live streams and had even become a moderator. Therefore, she was more familiar with Liang Yi, and although they could only be considered acquaintances, she was straightforward and direct. Boss Liang, this is my friend, Yi Shui. Her family is currently facing some issues, and it seems there's an evil spirit at work. I came here this time to ask if you could make an exception and sell her a statue of Horseface. It's a matter of life and death. As soon as Lin Shi said this, Yi Shui, who had her hands resting on her jeans, involuntarily tightened her grip and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Liang Yi maintained his usual expression and did not directly agree, but instead asked for more details about the situation. After Yi Shui collected her thoughts, she began to recount the story. A few minutes later, the complete account of the matter was laid out before Liang Yi. The Yi family was not as wealthy as the Lin family. They were just an ordinary small family. The two were actually college classmates. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to become friends. Yi Shui's father was a small business owner in Shiza City, originally just scraping by with small trades. However, they coincidentally made a substantial amount of money during a favorable turn of events, allowing the whole family to live a good life and have no worries for the rest of their lives. This was a great turn of fortune. But soon after this windfall, the luck of the Yi family suddenly took a turn for the worse. First, Yi Shui's father encountered 2 car accidents. One broke his leg, and the other resulted in his immediate death. Not long after, while the family was still grieving the loss of the father, the mother started experiencing a series of unfortunate events, suffering from various illnesses for over half a year. Then, there was Yi Shui herself. After graduating, she found a fairly good job locally, but shortly after, she was inexplicably laid off, and her 3-year relationship with her boyfriend suddenly ended due to his drastic change in behavior, with her family, relationships, and career all facing setbacks. It nearly pushed her to the brink. Later, at the recommendation of relatives, Yi Shui reluctantly changed the deity she worshipped several times, hoping that someone among the different deities could resolve the inexplicable issues plaguing her family. However, after months of effort, she still saw no results, leaving her feeling hopeless. It was only recently that Yi Shui confided in Lin Shi about her troubles, and Lin Shi keenly sensed that it might be similar to the initial situation her family faced, with an evil spirit at play, which led her to come find Liang Yi. The goal was to request a statue of Horseface for her home, hoping it would resolve the issues that the previous deities could not. Hearing this, Liang Yi remained silent, occasionally nodding. After Lin Shi finished speaking, she seemed even more anxious than Yi Shui herself and quickly added, "Boss Liang, I know your shop has its own rules, but if there was another way, we would have come here so abruptly. Last time, when Horseface helped my father with the evil spirit, I knew it was already an exception, as normally deities wouldn't help humans outside their followers. So this time, I didn't intend to ask Horseface to make another exception. Xiaoxiu is currently without a deity's protection. Before coming here, I had her sever ties with the previous deity to demonstrate her determination. Even if Horseface cannot resolve the Yi family's issues, Xiaoxiu will not change her deity and will surely worship with sincerity. Lin Shi's words were heartfelt, yet Liang Yi merely glanced at her faintly. Why say so much? I haven't said I wouldn't help. Moreover, Lin Shi was not new to being so forward. The last time she went to the Lin family, Qing Weijun had already pointed out that Horseface had broken the rules, and if one were to reason, it was Lin Shi who knowingly broke them. This girl had a bit of cleverness about her, but unfortunately, it didn't seem endearing to those with discerning eyes. Chapter 37. Out of the loop, Liang Yi did not say much. Having one more believer to worship the deities under his command was not a bad thing, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, based on past experiences, generally speaking, matters that could immediately solve significant troubles for believers often led to a substantial increase in their offerings. Ma Datu and Lin Shi were typical cases in point. Their offerings to the deities Nyodo and Mei Mian had already reached a leading level. The reason for this could only be attributed to the fact that Nyodo saved Ma Data's life, and Mei Mian saved Lin Shi's father's life, both in critical moments when no one could help them. At this moment, Yi Su-yi was clearly facing a similar situation. Liang Yi habitually tapped his fingers on the table, looked up to meet the anxious and tense gazes of the two women, thought for a moment, and said, "The statue of Mei Mian is already out of stock, and I haven't carved a new one recently. However, I do have a new statue here, named by Wu Chang. I believe it can help you with your troubles." As he spoke, Liang Yi stood up and took down the freshly carved statue of Bai Wu Chang from the shelf, handing it to the two women. Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances and seeing confusion in each other's eyes. A new statue. Bai Wu Chang. That means a new deity? Lin Shi was the first to react, her mouth agape in shock as she blurted out, "Another deity? Boss Liang, you wouldn't." The sentence was abruptly cut off, and Lin Shi blinked, shaking her head to herself. Initially, her first reaction was that Liang Yi wouldn't be the agent for this deity again, would he? But upon further thought, she felt that it was unlikely. It was too shocking to hear. Being the agent for two deities was already unbelievable, and wanting to become the agent for more deities? She had never heard of someone believing in so many deities simultaneously. Moreover, deities wouldn't be so keen on clustering together. Lin Shi dismissed her initial feeling. But looking at the familiar wooden statue, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and forced herself not to think about it. Yi Su-yi, on the other hand, either reacted more slowly or didn't focus on this point, initially not having as many thoughts as Lin Shi. She hesitated, lightly biting her silver teeth, and carefully examined the statue of Bai Wu Chang. She had doubts, but found it hard to directly voice them. Looking to Lin Shi for help, she saw her frowning with no response. With no other choice, she mustered the courage to ask Liang, "Boss Liang, can this Bai Wu Chang really exorcise evil spirits like Lord Mei Mian? And if I dare to ask, what rank is Bai Wu Chang at now?" According to Lin Shi's earlier statement, this should be Yi Su-yi's last opportunity to worship a deity. After this, even if Bai Wu Chang didn't successfully help her with her troubles, she would have no more options. This was no small matter in life, so it needed careful consideration. After all, Mei Mian had a well-known reputation, daring to exorcise evil spirits in the Lin family, and even challenging the righteous deity King Yuejun. Furthermore, the numerous exposures of Mei Mian online showcased his strength, and it was only a matter of time before he attracted more believers and promoted to a righteous deity, even if her family troubles remained unsolved. Choosing Mei Mian as her deity for the rest of her life would definitely be advantageous. But Bai Wu Chang was different. She had never heard of his name before. He was practically unknown, and his abilities and strength could not be guaranteed. Yi Su-yi couldn't help but think more. Regarding Yi Su-yi's considerations, Liang Yi understood and had no intention of hiding anything, replying honestly. Bai Wu Chang's ability to exorcise evil spirits and capture souls is even higher than that of Nyodo and Mei Mian. Simply put, Bai Wu Chang's overall strength is considerably greater than theirs. From any angle, as the well-known entities in the underworld, Heibai Wuchang were indeed much more powerful than Nyoto and Mei Mian, at least in terms of the same rank. The strength relationship between the two sides was absolute. Liang Yi casually stated this, but Yi Su-yi's eyes lit up upon hearing it. Lin Shi, who was originally frowning in thought, also raised her head, her fair cheeks showing a look of astonishment. Strong as Nyoto and Mei Mian were already the elites within their rank. Especially when dealing with ghosts and evil spirits, their power was even more pronounced. However, this Bai Wuchang, who appeared out of nowhere, was said to be even stronger than them. Just as Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi were about to speak, Liang Yi continued, as for Bai Wuchang's rank. At this stage, he is out of the loop. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire shop fell into a dead silence. Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi's expressions, a mix of surprise and joy, froze on their faces as they opened their mouths, but couldn't find the words. Out of the loop? Does that not mean that he is a deity that has just been born not long ago? Deities need 10 points of incense value to promote to the spiritual body rank, 100 points to promote to a wild deity, and so on. Yet this Bai Wuchang didn't even have 10 points of incense value? Lin Shi awkwardly smiled, blinking Boss Liang. Can a deity that is out of the loop really be as powerful as you say? The divine power and abilities of a deity are closely related to their rank. Although rank cannot completely serve as a basis for determining strength, it is still an important reference standard. Take Bai Wuchang, for example. No matter how strong his overall strength is at this moment, his combat power surely cannot compete with the wild deity rank of Nyoto and Mei Mian. Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed, while Yi Su-yi's face showed more worry as she pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Seeing this, Liang Yi glanced at Lin Shi and calmly said, "As I said before, how you choose is up to you. For my dad's sake, I can remind you that I wouldn't ruin my own reputation in business." Liang Yi took a sip of tea and waited for their response. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's expression slightly sobered, becoming somewhat serious. The last time she came to the shop to ask for a Nyoto statue for her father, Liang Yi had a similar attitude and provided a Mei Mian statue. And the results proved that Mei Mian did not disappoint, even exceeding expectations. Thinking of this, Lin Shi's gaze became much more determined. She reached out to grab Yi Su-yi's hand, gently patting it, and smiled warmly. "It's fine, Su-yi. I think we can trust Boss Liang. Moreover, if Bai Wuchang's potential is really that immense, and he currently has few believers in incense, perhaps after this matter, you could become his most loyal believer, and maybe even become Bai Wuchang's deity agent in the future." After Lin Shi's comforting words, Yi Su-yi's mood stabilized significantly, and she hesitantly nodded. However, just then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she blurted out, "Wait, sure. A deity should only have one agent, right? Boss Liang." As she spoke halfway, Yi Su-yi froze for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes, her face displaying shock. Chapter 38. Afflicted by misfortune, it was only at this moment that Yi Shui realized why the token of the white impermanence deity was a statue. And why did the statue appear here with Liang Yi? Yi Shui covered her mouth with her hand. Her bright eyes filled with shock as she hurriedly turned to look at Lin Shi. Lin Shi seemed to understand her meaning, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing slightly, revealing a helpless smile. "Don't look at me, Xiao Su. I don't know what's going on either. But since Boss Liang can be the agent for 2 deities at the same time, then 3 deities seems plausible?" Lin Shi had realized this when Liang Yi first took out the statue of the white impermanence. Everything about this matter was suspicious, but she didn't dare to believe it at first. She even doubted whether her own thoughts were flawed. How could one person be the agent for 3 different deities at the same time? It was utterly outrageous, a veritable fantasy. But now, even if Lin Shi tried not to think in that direction, Yi Shui's reaction forced her to confront her true thoughts. The same statue, the same carving technique, all crafted by Liang Yi's hands. The implication was already very clear. After receiving Lin Shi's response, Yi Shui's breathing became hurried, her chest rising and falling slightly. Unable to regain her composure for a long time. Liang Yi was currently so popular online. She had certainly heard his name before, but she had never heard that he was also the agent of the white impermanence deity. Yi Shui's mind raced with thoughts. Her fair cheeks flushed red as she finally managed to say, "Sure, What you said makes sense. Let's pay as soon as possible, shall we? Saying this, Yi Shui cautiously glanced at Liang Yi and quickly lowered her head again, looking quite awkward, as if Liang Yi were some terrible monster. Lin Shui was also somewhat dazed at this moment, but managed to remain calm, nodding to Liang Yi to inquire about the price, which Yi Shui paid herself. The black and white impermanence, being more powerful than the ox-head and horse-face deities, naturally had a higher price set by Liang Yi. After the last price increase, the ox-head and horse-face were now priced at 150,000 each, while the white impermanence was set at 200,000. For an ordinary family, this was already quite a sum, but it still couldn't dampen the customer's enthusiasm to buy. After the payment, Lin Shi and Yi Shui did not linger any longer, greeting Liang Yi before preparing to drive back to Shiza City. However, at that moment, Liang Yi called out to them, "Wait, you should worship the white impermanence here before you leave." Upon hearing this, both women almost simultaneously stopped in their tracks, exchanging puzzled glances, but they still nodded in agreement. Liang Yi took out 3 incense sticks from the counter, lit them, and handed them to Yi Shui. Without suspicion, Yi Shui took the incense, faced the statue of the white impermanence, and sincerely knelt down, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, promising to sincerely worship in the future without any second thoughts. Liang Yi watched from the side, actually checking the system panel for information about the white impermanence. It wasn't until he saw the number of believers change from 0 to 1 that he closed the panel and instructed Yi Shui to keep the statue of the white impermanence with her at all times. Watching as the two drove away, after closing the shop, Liang Yi returned to his computer desk and solemnly commanded, "Take control of the deity white impermanence." As soon as the words left his mouth, the familiar light flashed again, and soon Liang Yi appeared above Yi Shui in a spirit state, following the vehicle as it sped away. Having specifically instructed them to worship before leaving, Liang Yi naturally had his own plans. Regarding the inexplicable troubles of the Yi family, there was currently a lack of information. It was unclear whether it was the evil spirits as Lin Shi had speculated. However, it was worth noting that, without exception, both Yi Shui and her parents had encountered varying degrees of misfortunes, commonly referred to as bad luck. Moreover, judging by the current situation, this bad luck was appearing one after another, manifesting in different forms in the lives of this family. Liang Yi's early worship of Yi Shui was merely a precaution. After all, the possible evil spirits could directly or indirectly affect the fortunes of the Yi family, and no one could guarantee that the two of them wouldn't encounter an accident on their way from Shuanglin City to Shiza City due to misfortune and bad luck. Yi Shui's father had suffered a leg injury in one accident and lost his life in another. Such demonic forces were unpredictable. Simply put, Yi Shui was likely in a state of being afflicted by misfortune. The only way for Liang Yi to prevent any adverse events from occurring was to follow closely behind. At this moment, Lin Shi was driving, and Yi Shui was sitting in the passenger seat, the two chatting casually. "Sheer, who on earth is this boss Liang? It's already astonishing enough that he s the agent for 2 deities. Now he s also the agent for the 3rd deity, Lord White Impermanence. How should I know? This has never happened before. But Boss Liang is a good person. I trust him quite a bit. This might still be unknown to the outside world. You say, since Lord White Impermanence is a deity that has just been born, he must have only recently chosen Boss Liang as his agent, right? Based on the timeline, it's likely that he is quite a special existence to the deities. Otherwise, why would 3 deities choose him as their agent? Right now, there's still a lot of talk about that talisman outside. If the outside world finds out about Boss Liang and the White Impermanence, it might just shake the ground again." Regarding Lin Shi and Yi Shui's discussion, Liang Yi quietly listened without paying too much attention. His focus was instead on the road conditions and the surroundings. In the face of this elusive so-called fortune, even the smallest detail could become a catalyst for disaster. Additionally, Liang Yi briefly sensed the power of the White Impermanence deity. Compared to the past, when the ox-head and horse-face were also of low rank, the divine power flowing within the White Impermanence was evidently much richer, even comparable to the spirit-level ox-head and horse-face. This was the result of the different divine ranks of the deities. Moreover, The white impermanence possessed 4 initial divine abilities: punish evil, controlling soldiers, night walk, and soul capture. Among them, night walk and soul capture were the same as those of the Oxhead and Horseface, perhaps serving as the basic divine abilities for the underworld messengers. The most noteworthy were punish evil and control soldiers. One could detect evil deeds and punish and judge the wrongdoers. The other was more straightforward. As its name implied, it could control the evil spirits and ghosts from the underworld. Chapter 39 Landslide Liang Yi briefly sensed the divine power circulating within him and contemplated his several divine abilities for a moment. The conditions were not suitable now. Otherwise, he would have liked to see what these so-called ghost soldiers looked like. They should be able to be commanded, and their strength shouldn't be too weak. Just then, Liang Yi's pupils, which had been fixed straight ahead, slightly narrowed as the scattered divine thoughts around him suddenly converged in one place. In his line of sight, on the high slope beside the road, a few small stones and a small clump of dirt rolled down. If he hadn't been staring intently, even being right beside it would not have allowed him to see clearly or pay attention. This insignificant change made Liang Yi, who had transformed into the white impermanence, alert. On the dashboard, the speedometer showed 112 kilometers per hour, and in just a blink, they had covered a short distance of 100 or 200 meters. Inside the car, Lin Shi was chatting and laughing to ease Yi Shui's tense and anxious emotions. In silence, a large amount of dirt and rocks collapsed from the slope, and the sound of the massive crash instantly filled the air. Lin Shi's gaze shifted, naturally looking to the right front, her eyes suddenly widening as panic flashed across her pale face, followed by a scream. Yi Shui also noticed the sudden landslide. As she saw the dirt and rocks crashing down like a curtain blocking the sky, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. Lin Shi instinctively slammed the steering wheel, her foot pressing down heavily on the brake pedal. The car began to bounce, tilting towards the left lane, twisting like an uneasy short snake. In that instant, both Lin Shi and Yi Shui's minds went blank, and all they could see was the overwhelming dark mass of dirt and hard stones about to pour down. Instinctively, they almost simultaneously closed their eyes, their bodies feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cave. Bang! The continuous loud crashes came as dirt and rocks fell all around. However, the imagined pain and suffocation never arrived, and the scene before them suddenly brightened again. The car, which had been twisting and about to overturn, became stable and slowly moved forward according to inertia. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, as if in their ears and deep in their hearts. Wake up! A calm voice awakened Lin Shi and Yi Shui, prompting them to open their eyes. The vehicle was driving steadily on the empty mountain road, while behind them, the muffled sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground and the occasional crisp sound of breaking trees could still be heard. Lin Shi still felt a chill in her body, her chest heaving violently. Looking through the rearview mirror at the violent landslide behind them, it felt as if they had just experienced a dream. Yi Shui was drenched in sweat, her face filled with astonishment as she stared blankly at the air beside her. It's Lord White Impermanence. Lin Shi suppressed her lingering fear and parked the now stalled vehicle by the roadside. After getting out and taking deep breaths of fresh air, she looked towards the right rear of the car, where Yi Shui was pointing. There, White Impermanence stood in midair, his white robe looking particularly striking in the sunlight. His gaze remained fixed on the pile of dirt that was gradually settling and quieting in the distance, a sense of depth in his cold eyes. As if lost in thought, at this moment, Yi Shui had already knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with a sob as she sincerely called out, "I, the believer Yi Shui, thank Lord White Impermanence for your protection." Her shoulders were still trembling slightly, clearly not yet recovered from the recent danger and fear. Yet she continued to kneel in piety to show her sincerity. Lin Shi worshipped the horse face, so it was naturally inappropriate for her to kneel before another deity. But she also raised her voice to express her gratitude and respect. Watching Yi Shui kneeling and not getting up, Lin Shi took a few deep breaths, her gaze falling once more on White Impermanence, her expression somewhat complicated. Could it be that this deity is particularly fond of his believers? In the absence of a summoning from the believer, he actively appeared to resolve their danger. Moreover, The sudden occurrence of a landslide could not have been reacted to in an instant. Clearly, this white impermanence had been following them all along, secretly protecting them. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she had seen many deities, but she had never encountered one so dedicated to his believers. Or was it that? He currently had very few believers, which is why he was so attentive to Yi Shui. She could not know for sure, but doubts lingered in her heart. At that moment, Liang Yi withdrew his gaze, lightly waving his sleeve from a distance, lifting the kneeling Yi Shui to her feet. No need for too many formalities. Let's adjust our breathing and get on the road early. It's better to reach home sooner to resolve your worries and troubles than to be so anxious. As he spoke, Liang Yi stepped forward in midair, and his entire figure suddenly became illusory, then vanished from sight. Yi Shui knelt again, and after getting up, hurried to Lin Shi's side. The two exchanged concerned greetings, confirming that they were both unharmed before restarting the car and continuing their journey. Even though the figure of white impermanence had disappeared, they knew he must still be silently escorting them, providing a sense of security throughout the trip. Liang Yi floated in midair in a wandering spirit state, deep in thought. After saving Lin Shi and Yi Shui, he had specifically checked the soil quality, humidity, and conditions at the top of the slope, but found nothing amiss. It was evident that this was just an ordinary accident. While landslides on roads built against mountains were not common, they were by no means rare. This eliminated the possibility of human factors. In other words, Liang Yi's previous speculation about the fortune and Yi Shui's current misfortunes was likely correct. This matter was rather mysterious. But in a world where demons and monsters roamed, it was not too surprising. If it weren't for her bad luck, Yi Shui might not have chosen to travel today and could have avoided the landslide that was destined to happen. But the event had already occurred, and it could not be retroactively reversed, only serving as evidence. Unexplainable, yet undeniably real. This thing, one could not tell if it was an evil spirit, but it was indeed quite interesting. Liang Yi smiled, and the pale face of the white impermanence apparition suddenly formed a strange arc, looking somewhat eerie. Fortunately, in a wandering spirit state, ordinary people generally could not see him. During the next leg of the journey, Lin Shi drove much more steadily. Even knowing that a deity was accompanying and protecting them, it did not diminish her lingering fear from the landslide incident. Fortunately, no further misfortunes occurred, and the two safely arrived at Yi Shui's home. It was a relatively large rural area, featuring a brand-new self-built house. The three-story, small Western-style building, while not overly luxurious, stood out among most of the old rural self-built houses. Chapter 40, Terrifying. The car drove into the courtyard, parked, and turned off its engine. Lin Shi and Yi Sui got out of the car. Liang Yi floated in the air, slightly frowning as he examined the obviously newly built residence. His expression was perplexed. This residence evidently had a gathering of yin energy, like a trickling stream, which could easily be overlooked without careful inspection. Strangely, at this moment, a simple glance did not reveal any signs of evil spirits. Otherwise, with Bai Wuchang's expertise in capturing souls, he would have noticed something amiss right away. There was a gathering of yin energy, and shallow evil energy was evident. Yet there were no genuine ghosts or evil spirits present. This situation was filled with oddities and was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, due to the faintness of the evil energy, observing through the method of qi observation could not directly identify the problem. It was likely necessary to conduct a deeper investigation. Just as Liang Yi was frowning in contemplation, a short and thin woman walked out from the house. Upon seeing Yi Sui and Lin Shi, she greeted them with a beaming smile. "Xiao Su, Miss Lin, have you come to invite the deity back? Hurry, come inside. What deity did you invite this time? And how much did you spend on the tokens? Actually, Xiao Su, let me give you a piece of advice. Some things are just a matter of fate. We've invited so many deities before, even Lord Qingyue from the Lin family, and yet they were equally helpless with our family's issues. Sigh, perhaps there's no so-called evil spirit. It's just that heaven is unfair, and our family's fortune is poor. Sigh." This thin middle-aged woman was clearly Yi Sui's aunt. Hearing her speak, Liang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had previously heard Lin Shi and Yi Sui mention that they had successively worshipped several different deities. hoping to alleviate the troubles of the Yi family. But unexpectedly, even Lord Qingyue had come to take a look at this mess. How could such a dignified deity not be able to dispel this weak, Yin energy? Logically speaking, if the misfortune of the Yi family was indeed caused by this Yin energy-s disturbance, dispelling it would resolve the issue. With Lord Qingyue's status as a righteous deity, even if she wasn't very familiar with evil spirits, she could still cleanse this residence with her divine power and expel the Yin energy completely. Now it seemed they had likely tried, but returned empty-handed. Thinking of this, Liang Yi became even more curious about the difficulties faced by the Yi family. Yi seemed not very adept at dealing with her talkative aunt, and after casually responding a couple of times, she went straight upstairs to check on her mother, who was still bedridden. Liang Yi followed her and took a glance. Her mother was not disturbed by any evil energy. She was as clean as Yi herself. This meant that, as Liang Yi had suspected earlier, the evil energy did not directly affect the victim, but rather diminished their fortune, resulting in a series of unfortunate events. Returning to the first floor, he could hear Yi's aunt, Jiang Xiujuan, engaging Lin Xi in conversation, and soon she began to exclaim loudly, "Oh, what kind of ridiculous deities are these, with such low status, and names I've never even heard of? They dare to ask for 200,000. Did Yi really get it to them? Oh, Miss Lin, why didn't you stop her? Isn't this just throwing money into the water? Her mother is still sick in bed, and we don't know when she will get better. Who knows how much her father left behind? Just treating money so casually. What if there is no money left for medical treatment in the future? Sigh, you must have been swindled." Listening to Jiang Xiujuan's loud exclamations, Lin Xi felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable, not knowing what to say, so she could only remain silent. The main point was that she knew that Lord Bai Wuchang was present, and she couldn't help but wonder if he would feel displeased by such casual slander. Seeing Lin Xi looking elsewhere without saying a word, Jiang Xiujuan huffed and stood up, heading toward the second floor, seemingly wanting to find Yi for clarification. At that moment, Yi came down from upstairs, preemptively speaking to block Jiang Xiujuan. "Aunt, why don't you go back first? We're about to invite Lord Bai Wuchang to come and expel the evil spirits. Today, please take care of my mother. I'll personally come visit you and uncle in a couple of days." Yi's words revealed her fatigue, but Jiang Xiujuan persisted. "Xiao Su, are you saying your aunt talks too much? But what I said isn't wrong. You've worshipped 4 or 5 deities, all of them skilled at expelling evil spirits and capturing ghosts, yet none have truly solved the problem. Even Lord Qingyue from the Lin family, a dignified, righteous deity, has come here and found nothing unusual. You not only don't believe in evil, but now you're changing deities to worship someone of low status. This isn't how one should seek help in desperation. If you ask me, your family is just a bit unlucky. There aren't that many sneaky things going on. Just endure it, and you'll save the trouble and money." Yi's head gradually lowered. Meanwhile, Lin Xi's frown deepened as she listened. Feeling that her aunt's words were too harsh, she opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitated. After all, this was a family matter, and even though she had a good relationship with Yi, it would be inappropriate to criticize her relatives. Lin Xi thought for a moment, planning to say something polite to ease the atmosphere or change the topic. However, just then, a chilling voice echoed above everyone's heads. "If you want to see, just stay quietly. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiujuan was momentarily stunned, then looked up in the direction of the voice, her pupils suddenly trembling. She saw a deity with a pale complexion, dressed entirely in white, floating in mid-air. The cold gaze directed at her sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh my, you scare me to death. Is this a deity, or—" Jiang Xiujuan was about to ask whether this terrifying figure was a god or a ghost, but she abruptly recalled the warning just issued and quickly swallowed her words. She struggled to swallow, hurriedly taking a few steps back, not daring to look up again, feeling uneasy. Seeing the scene, Lin Xi couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, feeling a strange urge to laugh. But she also knew this was not the time for humor and tried to hold it in. Yi quickly knelt down, performing a bowing gesture. I sincerely ask Lord Bai Wuchang to take charge for your believers, expel the source of the evil spirits in our home, and protect us with peace. Chapter 41. The Appearance of Ghost Soldiers. After Liang Yi's warning, Jiang Xiujuan, who had been chattering incessantly, finally quieted down. No matter how much of a busybody she was, she only dared to speak a few words about the deity behind their backs. She would never dare to act recklessly in front of them, even if it was just an unremarkable deity. With the long-tongued woman's incessant nagging gone, Lin Shi and Yi Su Yi's ears were much clearer, and they directly left Jiang Xiujuan aside, closely monitoring Bai Wuchang's movements. Liang Yi floated in mid-air, his divine sense wandering throughout the entire courtyard, tracing the faint traces of sinister energy scattered around, trying to investigate its source. However, due to the low grade of the deity and shallow divine power, most things could only be vaguely sensed, and deeper investigation was impossible. This made things somewhat troublesome. Liang Yi couldn't possibly inspect everything bit by bit. That would likely mean turning the whole courtyard upside down, which would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Thus, there was only, at that moment, a stern voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Ye, oi, are you possessed by a ghost?" Interrupted in his thoughts, Liang Yi frowned, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Jiang Xiujuan, who had a look of delight on her face, taking small steps to go outside. Yi Su stiffened for a moment and also stepped outside. A burly man entered the courtyard, sporting a thick beard and an angry expression, striding towards the first floor. His gaze swept over Lin Shi and then landed on Bai Wuchang, narrowing slightly. Yi Su whispered, "Uncle, why are you here?" Before she could finish, the burly man, Yi Minting, Yi Su Yi's uncle, interrupted sharply, "Why am I here? If your aunt hadn't told me that you want to worship gods again, I wouldn't even know you haven't given up on this. Isn't the money you've already spent on this enough? What did your mother say last time? She said that you should just accept your misfortune and not waste any more money on this, and that frequently changing deities brings no benefits. Now that your mother is in a coma, bedridden, you think you're all grown up and can do this? I tell you, Yi Su, even if your mother remains ill, you still have us, your uncle and aunt, to take care of you." As he spoke, Yi Minting spat as he talked. Yi Su simply bit her lip and lowered her head, remaining silent. Lin Shi, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in to mediate. "Uncle, please calm down. Su just wants to solve the problem. She can't bear to see Aunt suffer so much. Moreover, it's already." Before Lin Shi could finish, Jiang Xiujuan, who had cozied up to Yi Minting, suddenly spoke up. "Miss Lin, you don't need to concern yourself with this. Although our Yi family is small and can't compare to the Lin family's large enterprise, there's a saying, each sweeps in front of their own door and doesn't interfere with others' business. This is a family matter, and you shouldn't meddle." As she spoke, Jiang Xiujuan's gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Bai Wuchang, who was coldly observing the scene. Lin Shi was taken aback, frowned, and decided not to say more, pulling Yi Su to walk back home. The latter's shoulders trembled slightly, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Yi Minting followed the two into the house and bowed to Bai Wuchang, speaking with a hint of apology. "Lord Bai Wuchang, please forgive us. These trivial matters at home are truly unworthy of your attention. The younger generation doesn't understand and always makes us elders worry. But since things have come to this point, I hope Lord Bai Wuchang can do your best. If there are any evil spirits in the house, please drive them away." He spoke in a manner that was both straightforward and pleasant to hear. Liang Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He hadn't expected this tactic of hitting someone and then giving them a sweet date would be used on himself, especially in such a situation. However, no matter how grand they sounded, this couple still couldn't change the fact that they were unlikable. Moreover, between their few words, there was also subtle sarcasm directed at him. An unremarkable deity. As everyone's gaze fell on the floating Bai Wuchang, with a pale face revealing a strange expression that seemed to be a smile, he said pointedly, "You two families are quite close, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, both Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan's faces stiffened slightly, exchanging subtle glances. Yi Minting furrowed his brow even tighter, unable to grasp whether the deity's words were laden with meaning, so he simply remained silent. Seeing this, Liang Yi shook his head inwardly. He had already noticed something off about Jiang Xiujuan and Yi Minting's behavior. As an uncle and aunt, how could they be so possessive over their niece's finances? And their constant references to our family and us might have been fine under normal circumstances. But given the current context in the Yi family, it felt somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Liang, he didn't want to waste any more time on these family matters. Instead, he focused his mind and activated his divine ability to control ghost soldiers. He had realized even before Yi Minting arrived that investigating the entire three-story villa with divine power would be too laborious. Coincidentally, Bai Wuchang could command the ghost soldiers of the underworld, which would be perfect for conducting a thorough search and cleanup. Even if the sinister energy was faint and hard to trace back to its source, in front of these inherently sinister, ghostly beings, nothing would escape detection. Meanwhile, Yi Su-yi, Lin Shi, Yi Minting, and Jiang Xiujuan were all preoccupied with their thoughts and hadn't yet reacted. Suddenly, Bai Wuchang lightly stomped his foot in the air, and dark gas began to rise beneath him, reflecting on his white robe like ink stains. Then, a cacophony of ghostly wails echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to change expressions and look around in panic. What does that sound? Could it be that there really are evil spirits captured by Lord Bai Wuchang? The four reacted differently, but at that moment, from the swirling dark gas beneath Bai Wuchang's feet, all sorts of bizarre ghostly figures suddenly emerged, some surrounded by black mist, others with exposed bones, roaming throughout the hall and wailing terrifyingly. In an instant, Lin Shi and the others widened their eyes in horror. Ghosts? How could there be so many? What was even more perplexing was why these ghostly beings didn't seem to be captured and restrained by Bai Wuchang, but rather appeared to be released by him himself. Chapter 42. The Illogical White Wuchang. Everyone's pupils trembled violently, and for a moment, they felt a chill running down their spines. Given the frailty of humans, without the protection of deities, even encountering a low-level ghost could pose a threat to their lives. Not to mention the more than 10 or 20 in front of them. At this moment, various ghostly creatures crawling out from the black mist at White Wuchang's feet filled the entire hall, each with a terrifying appearance, cunning gazes, licking their lips as they looked at the four, emitting strange laughter. This bizarre and tense atmosphere was enough to make anyone feel a sense of dread. Yi Minting tightly gripped Jiang Xiujuan's hand, while his other hand had already reached for the divine artifact in his pocket. He was prepared. If these ghostly creatures charged at them, he would immediately summon the deity he worshipped. However, just then, under the tense gaze of the four, those seemingly unruly ghostly creatures suddenly knelt in the direction of White Wuchang, lowering their heads submissively and obsequiously, displaying an unusually humble demeanor. We obey the decree of Lord White Wuchang. The unified shout of the ghosts resonated throughout the hall, causing Lin Shi and Yi Shui to be startled, their expressions filled with disbelief. These ghostly creatures were all summoned by White Wuchang. Moreover, it seemed they held him in great respect, even to the point of flattery. Lin Shi looked at the dark mass of kneeling ghostly creatures in the air, her breath quickening. If nothing else, these ghostly creatures should all be low-level minions, yet there were a full 20 of them, all obeying White Wuchang. At this moment, she finally understood why he insisted that White Wuchang's overall strength was certainly superior to that of Oxhead and Horseface. Which deity could command 20 low-level ghostly creatures without being at a high rank? Even powerful lord-level ghostly beings might not have the ability to command so many minions. Only a higher-level ghost king might be able to. No, deities and demons have descended for so many years. When has anyone seen a deity able to command ghostly creatures for their own use? This is simply illogical. Lin Shi's heart was shaken, while beside her, Yi Shui's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling. She looked quickly. Lord White Wuchang is truly amazing. Yi Shui excitedly whispered while shaking Lin Shi's arm. The previously terrifying ghostly creatures that had made her anxious now only filled her with shock and admiration, knowing they were all under White Wuchang's command. That was the deity she sincerely worshipped. The more powerful he was, the more likely he could resolve the troubles that had plagued the Yi family for over a year. While Yi Shui and Lin Shi had differing thoughts, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan, who were nearly petrified, were more uncertain and couldn't help but take a step back. The simultaneous appearance of so many ghostly creatures, kneeling and flattering a deity, claiming to be at his command. This scene was truly surreal and bizarre, making it hard to believe, sending chills down their spines. Jiang Xiujuan tightened her grip on Yi Minting's arm and swallowed hard, whispering, "Husband, when did deities start borrowing the power of demons and ghosts? Is this really not a lord-level or king-level ghost in disguise? Or should we just summon the deity directly? I'm scared." Upon hearing this, Yi Minting's expression slightly hardened. He had to admit that Jiang Xiujuan's speculation seemed quite reasonable. The deities they had seen in the past, if not ethereal like immortals, at least had relatively bright and majestic images. How could one like White Wuchang exude such a chilling aura? And this ability to control ghostly creatures was simply terrifying upon deeper reflection. However, the current situation was still unclear. Although Yi Minting had doubts, he did not follow Jiang Xiujuan's suggestion to summon the deity. He simply continued to tightly grip the divine artifact in his palm, ready at any moment. At this point, after witnessing White Wuchang's methods, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan had become considerably more subdued, standing near the entrance, barely maintaining their composure. Liang Yi, on the other hand, had no idea what these four were thinking and did not care. He glanced at the 20 kneeling Yin soldiers in front of him, feeling as if he were holding 20 thin strings, connecting them to himself. With a gentle tug, he could command any one of them. This thread-like ethereal connection should be referred to as the lifeline. It was this object that ensured the absolute obedience of all Yin soldiers to him. Liang Yi slowly spoke. "Go, seek out the source of all the malevolent energies in this residence." As soon as his words fell, the Yin soldiers simultaneously rose, saluted Liang Yi, and with bursts of strange laughter, flew around the residence, immediately beginning their search. They were not simply searching around the residence. Instead, they directly used the characteristics of ghostly bodies to infiltrate the walls, floors, and even furniture. They were searching deeply for the source of the malevolent energies. With the lifeline connection, Liang Yi could clearly sense the perceptions of each Yin soldier. In an instant, a variety of information surged into his mind from all directions. Liang Yi slowly closed his eyes, processing each piece of information and filtering out more detailed clues. Below, Lin Shi and Yi Shui exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. This method was something they couldn't even think of, let alone witness. The few deities that Yi Shui had invited home and worshipped each had their own methods, but at least they were within the realm of understanding. Whether tracking the source of malevolent energies with secret techniques or pouring forth immense divine power, none were as bizarre and astonishing as White Wuchang. However, whether they could find and expel or eliminate the possible source of malevolence, Lin Shi and Yi Shui were still uncertain. After all, these were troubles that even 4 or 5 adept deities could not resolve. At this moment, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan watched the ghostly creatures flying around, and as they saw them constantly moving through the walls and floors, sometimes becoming invisible and sometimes appearing, they felt an overwhelming chill. It was as if the entire residence had transformed into a haunted house. Jiang Xiujuan furrowed her brow slightly and leaned toward Yi Minting, whispering, "Can we really find anything like this? After all, even if we do find something, it won't count for much." Just then, Jiang Xiujuan suddenly noticed that White Wuchang, who had just been with his eyes closed, had opened them at some point and was staring motionlessly in their direction. A sense of panic surged in her heart, causing her to shiver. Her words abruptly ceased as she hurriedly retreated behind Yi Minting, like a child who had done something wrong. Yet, there was a clear expression of resentment and anger in her eyes. White Wuchang's lips curled into a strange smile, his pale face appearing particularly eerie. He softly said, "I found it. Shall we go take a look together?" Chapter 43, Black Cat. With a single statement from the White Wuchang, both Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan's expressions changed slightly. Before they could react, Yi Shui was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes, overwhelmed with happiness. Lin Shi also felt a surge of joy in her heart. patting Yi Shui's hand to keep her calm as they followed closely behind the white Wuchang, hastily making their way to the front yard. Behind them, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat heavy. After a moment of hesitation, they followed. The white Wuchang arrived at the front yard. Standing in the center, directly facing the house's main door, he turned to look inside, able to see straight through the entire house to the scene outside the back door. From the perspective of house design, such an arrangement ensures fresh air and reduces the likelihood of illness for its inhabitants, also representing a degree of north-south airflow and financial prosperity. It should have been a good design, but under the influence of sinister energy, it had ruined the fortune, leading to a situation that seemed to indicate the family was on the brink of destruction. The white Wuchang remained silent, only turning around and pointing to a spot 3 inches in front of his feet, indicating where the clue lay, which the nearby ghost soldier had discovered, making the task, now, quite familiar. Suddenly, the ghost soldier's form tensed, a faint blue light emanating from its body, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged toward the spot the white Wuchang had indicated with a fierce crash. The sound of shattering filled the air as the cement floor in the front yard exploded. Cement blocks and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by a strong, foul odor that was quite pungent. Lin Shi and Yi Shui, who were walking ahead, furrowed their brows upon smelling the odor, quickly covering their mouths and noses. They leaned forward, both curious and disgusted, trying to get a glimpse of the dark object. Filled with bewilderment. "What is this, Lord White Wuchang? Is this what has caused our family to encounter repeated misfortunes?" Yi Shui bit her lip. Even with her mouth and nose covered, she could still smell the stench seeping into her nostrils, making her feel a wave of nausea. Despite this, she crouched down, her eyes wide open, trying to see what the object was. Anger and resentment filled her heart, as this might very well be the culprit behind her father's death and her mother's severe illness. Under Yi Shui's tense gaze, the white Wuchang slightly nodded. She silently opened her mouth. Tears that had brimmed in her eyes suddenly spilled over, and she began to sob. At that moment, Lin Shi's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "That seems to be a tortured black cat's corpse." As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The obedient ghost soldier, standing nearby, glanced at Lin Shi, seemingly surprised and approving that she could recognize the dark object, unable to resist licking its tongue. The faces of Yi Shui and Lin Shi turned pale. The former even let out a choked sound. The white Wuchang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the motionless black cat's corpse. Black cats are known to be very spiritual creatures, rumored to have the ability to communicate with spirits. This black cat's limbs were twisted, its sunken eyes hanging out of its sockets, and its rotting body was still partially embedded in the cement floor, indicating it must have died with a heavy grudge. Moreover, being located at the starting point of the airflow from north to south, it was perpetually polluting the air of the entire courtyard, and along with its resentment, it would also taint the fortune of the inhabitants. Most importantly, the appearance of this black cat was unnatural, indicating that someone had specifically done this. The white Wuchang slightly turned his body, his cold gaze sweeping over Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan's faces. At that moment, both of their expressions looked somewhat unsightly, unsure if it was from the stench or if they were thinking of something else. The white Wuchang retracted his gaze and asked Yi Shui, "Your family's courtyard was recently built, right? Can the construction workers from that time still be found?" The cold tone of his voice brought Yi Shui back to her senses. She swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to vomit, and replied, "Yes, Lord White Wuchang. My uncle specializes in this kind of work. This courtyard was designed and built by people my dad hired last year." "Uncle." As she spoke halfway, her voice suddenly stopped. Yi Shui turned her head abruptly, looking at Yi Minting in disbelief, her eyes flashing with suspicion. Lin Shi's expression stiffened, and her gaze toward Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan became vigilant. The black cat's corpse appearing under the cement in the front yard must have been sealed in during construction. And since Yi Minting was fully responsible for the construction, could he really escape the blame? Jiang Xiujuan met the stern gazes of the two women, her face turning pale, and she angrily retorted, "Yi Shui, why are you looking at us like that? Are you doubting that while we were exhausted building your house, We had the energy to throw a wild cat's corpse into the cement? Even if I'm not a qualified aunt, he is your own uncle, your father's biological brother. Do you think we have nothing better to do than harm your family? After your dad passed away and your mom fell ill, who was busy handling the funeral, now you listen to outsiders and doubt us? You ungrateful wretch, Jiang Xiujuan yelled, her face alternating between green and white, pointing at Yi Shui and cursing. Yi Shui remained silent, biting her lip and shedding tears in silence, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiujuan, though her pupils trembled, clearly shaken. At that moment, Yi Minting frowned and coldly said, "Enough, shut up." Jiang Xiujuan wanted to say something, but stopped, angrily closing her mouth, her gaze lingering on the black cat's corpse for a moment before quickly turning away. Yi Minting stepped forward a few paces to stand in front of Yi Shui, heaved a heavy sigh, and shook his head. "Shui, I believe Lord White Wuchang's judgment. And I also believe this dead cat is indeed the culprit behind our family's repeated misfortunes. But what I want to tell you is that your uncle truly knows nothing about this matter. If we need to investigate, we can certainly find everyone from last year's construction team to confront them one by one. But I really don't want you to hastily assign this dirty, disgusting blame solely on me and your aunt. We are also human and feel sadness too." Yi Minting's words were sincere, completely heartfelt. Just then, Jiang Xiujuan seemed to feel quite wronged as well, the previous fierce attitude dissipating, and she began to quietly sob, silently wiping away her tears. Yi Shui was confused. She looked at her uncle and aunt, one silently sighing and the other softly crying, then at the pitiful dead cat on the ground, her mind swirling with thoughts, like a tangled mess. Finally, she turned her pleading gaze toward the White Wuchang. She saw him smile. Chapter 44. Death became a luxury. The face of the White Impermanence revealed a smile, and his gaze towards Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan seemed tinged with mockery. This couple really is quite interesting. Since it has been confirmed that the construction work of this residence is under their responsibility, it is impossible for them to claim complete ignorance of the matter, regardless of who is actually doing the work. Now, putting on this act of feigned ignorance seems somewhat ridiculous. Moreover, considering their attitudes towards Yi Shui and her mother, the relationship of interest becomes apparent. Seeing Yi Shui fall silent, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan exchanged a discreet glance and quickly returned to their previous state. One kept his head down in a complex expression without speaking, while the other quietly sobbed and wiped her tears. If a passerby happened to see this scene, they might think how difficult life must be for these two middle-aged individuals, and how much injustice they have suffered. Yi Shui's face, tear-streaked like a pear blossom, showed a hint of struggle. Lin Shi frowned as she watched this scene, feeling somewhat perplexed, but unable to articulate why. After all, she was young and a lady from a prominent family, not sensitive to such matters. At this moment, she could only hold onto Yi Shui's hand in silent support. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate. Yi Shui, who had initially mustered the courage to confront her uncle and aunt, now seemed to have lost her resolve to press further, standing there in a daze. Just then, the White Impermanence, who had been watching the drama unfold, suddenly spoke. "Since you both have such malicious intentions, I assume you wouldn't only set up arrangements in one place, would you? To bring such ruin upon this entire household, even leading to deaths, cannot be accomplished with just one dead cat. If convenient, it would be best for you to identify these things yourselves. Otherwise, it would be somewhat troublesome for my ghost soldiers to search for them." The White Impermanence stepped down from the air, walking slowly towards Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a mix of mockery and danger, roaming over the two. Caught off guard by this statement, Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan's expression stiffened, especially the latter, whose eyes flashed with a moment of panic. Yi Shui and Lin Shi also exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Minting furrowed his brows and shook his head. "Lord White Impermanence, I don't understand what you are saying. I've already made it very clear. If you don't trust my wife and me, I can bring the construction workers back to confront them one by one. Since this black cat's corpse has caused my brother's family such suffering, I also want to question them about their intentions, even demanding their lives in return." At this point, a fierce look appeared in Yi Minting's eyes, and combined with his burly stature, He looked quite menacing. Jiang Xiujuan, now realizing the situation, opened her mouth to echo and refute, but wilted under the gaze of the white impermanence. She could only tightly grip Yi Minting's arm, her face pale as she lowered her head. Liang Yi, who had transformed into the white impermanence, could no longer hold back and rolled his eyes dramatically. It truly exemplified the saying, stubbornness in the face of death. In fact, it was quite difficult for the Go soldiers to search the entire residence for other arrangements that could ruin fortune, such as the Black Cat's corpse. Go soldiers, in essence, are malevolent spirits detained in the underworld. They are sensitive to malevolent forces and possess certain combat abilities, serving as agents. However, the situation in this courtyard had little to do with malevolent spirits. According to Liang Yi's understanding, it should belong to the ancient craft of hexing passed down through generations. Simply put, it involves using spells, curses, or prayers to influence the target's fortune with inauspicious objects, achieving the purpose of defeating those they despise. In facing such matters, Yi Shui should seek out not deities, but shamans or Taoists skilled in these arts. The Black Cat's corpse was easily detected by the Go soldiers due to its unique scent and the underlying resentment it carried. As for other arrangements, it was hard to say how many could be found in a short time. At this moment, seeing that the two were still being obstinate and even attempting to deceive, Liang Yi completely lost his patience. Since they could not be made to admit their actions and honestly reveal their manipulations through conversation, he had no qualms about employing some methods to achieve his goals. The first to be punished would be this loquacious, bothersome gossip. The white impermanence's gaze fell on Jiang Xiujuan's face, and at the moment they made eye contact, his profoundly deep eyes suddenly flashed with a green light, and then his entire eyeball turned completely black. Like an abyss, it seemed to choose its prey. Yi Minting suddenly felt a bad premonition arise in his heart and hurriedly questioned, "What are you doing? Xiujuan, what is wrong with you?" "You." Before he could finish, the spell, Punishment of Evil, was activated. Jiang Xiujuan's eyes instantly became dazed. She kept her head raised, locking eyes with the white impermanence, her gaze gradually dimming until it lost all brightness, as if her soul had been completely devoured by those abyss-like black eyes. In a flash, Liang Yi's mind was flooded with numerous images. All the evil acts Jiang Xiujuan had committed throughout her life, bullying the weak, torturing animals, and ultimately collaborating with Yi Minting to set up hexing arrangements in Yi Shui's home, were presented before Liang Yi like a revolving lantern. All was laid bare. The white impermanence's spell, Punishment of Evil, could not only affect deities and demons, but also humans, comprehending all their crimes throughout their lives and delivering corresponding punishments and torments. The final verdict was to detain Jiang Xiujuan's soul in the underworld to endure suffering, never to be reborn. Within a few breaths, the white impermanence opened his eyes again, and they were filled only with endless indifference. Jiang Xiujuan's entire body suddenly trembled. Then she began to laugh maniacally, clapping her hands repeatedly, and a thin line of drool dripped from her mouth. She stretched out her hands, clawing at the air, making strange noises, and when she stepped forward, she fell heavily to the ground, struggling and writhing as if she were a mindless zombie, driven only by biological instincts. Yi Minting looked on in terror at this scene, his pupils dilating. He didn't know what had happened in that brief moment, but the Jiang Xiujuan before him felt extraordinarily strange, even terrifying. No. What have you done to Xiujuan? You are a deity. How can you harm a human like this? You have broken the rules. You are not a god. You are a monster, more terrifying than a malevolent spirit. Yi Minting's body began to tremble, his robust frame unable to maintain composure in the face of such eerie and terrifying power. At this moment, he had no thoughts left to defend his own crimes, nor did he feel any resentment for the torment his wife was enduring. He panicked, completely panicked. Even if this matter were to be fully exposed and brought to the Law Enforcement Bureau, the worst outcome would be death for a life. But falling into the hands of this demonic deity, death seemed to have become a luxury. Yi Minting was unaware of what Jiang Xiujuan had experienced, but merely looking at her current state filled him with deep dread. Chapter 45, Defying the Heavens. Jiang Xiujuan was still writhing on the ground, struggling with great effort. her mouth alternating between loud laughter and strange cries. Lin Shi and Yi Shui were also stunned by this sudden scene, standing frozen in place with wide eyes. Filled with terror, they had no idea what was happening, only knowing that it seemed to be the work of the white impermanence. Shocked, flustered, and tense, yet unable to comprehend. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly howled past. The ghostly soldiers scattered throughout the courtyard received the order from the white impermanence to wrap up their work and rushed over upon hearing the commotion in the front yard. Seeing Jiang Xiujuan, who was blankly writhing on the ground, they also began to cackle, their eyes filled with mockery and derision, with many even clapping their hands in silent approval. Liang Yi glanced around and knew that they too had been dragged into the underworld by the white impermanence using similar methods to become evil spirits. In other words, these ghostly soldiers, who were essentially evil spirits, had been heinous criminals in their past lives. After death, they could not be reborn and suffered endless torture and torment for generations. If they were fortunate enough to be chosen to become ghostly soldiers and work for the underworld, it was considered a great honor. The white impermanence did not even glance at Jiang Xiujuan on the ground. Instead, turning his gaze to the trembling Yi Minting and slowly spoke. The crimes you have committed should be equivalent to Jiang Xiujuan's, and you will meet the same fate. So, are you ready to repent for my believer's family and offer up your own soul? Upon hearing this, Yi Minting's breathing became increasingly rapid, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if he was about to faint. When he had set up the curse with his wife, he had also been afraid. He worried about retribution and feared that if the matter were exposed, he would face prison or even lose his life. But only at this moment did he truly feel fear. What he was facing now was not death, but endless torment. Yi Minting's hand trembled, and he shouted out with a distorted, sharp voice, "No, no, Lord Yin, save me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine token he had been tightly holding in his palm suddenly burst into light. In the next moment, a radiance rose high behind him, transforming into an old man with white hair, holding a whisk full of vitality. At that moment, this deity, known as Lord Yin, focused his gaze on Yi Minting, the believer who had summoned him, and then swept his eyes over the struggling and bizarrely laughing Jiang Xiujuan on the ground, his authoritative expression changing instantly. He recognized her as another one of his believers, and if he remembered correctly, she seemed to be the wife of Yi Minting. Lord Yin frowned, and only then did he notice the white impermanence, along with the 20 immobile evil spirits behind him, and the black cat corpse on the ground that faintly radiated resentment. He raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly, but still filled with confusion. At this moment, Yi Minting fell to the ground, crying and sniffling as he recounted what had just happened, naturally exaggerating and twisting the truth. Lord Yin did not fully believe him, but upon learning that this deity not only commanded ghosts to do his bidding, but also broke the rules by harming humans, he felt indignant. Moreover, both Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan had been devout believers for over a decade, with rich offerings, which made him even more furious. "You have such audacity, deity. Not only have you broken the rules by harming my believers, but how dare you command ghosts to assist in evil deeds? Are you not afraid that the other gods will rise up against you?" Lord Yin's voice boomed as he questioned. The aura of the white impermanence was unclear, and his divine power was not apparent. At this moment, he did not even know what rank Lord Yin was. He was just a wild god, and although his strength was not weak, he did not dare to act recklessly before the situation was clear. He could only suppress him on a moral level and stand his ground. However, despite all the arguments, the evidence of commanding ghosts and attacking humans was irrefutable. It was indeed a blatant violation of the rules. At this moment, Yi Minting seemed to gain confidence and suddenly reminded him, "Lord Yin, this seems to be an unranked deity. I see he resembles a demon or monster. Otherwise, why would he associate with evil spirits and harm the innocent? Your intervention is indeed for the sake of the people." Upon hearing this, Lord Yin shot a cold glance at Yi Minting, clearly not fully believing his words. He simply focused on the unusually calm, white impermanence, and coldly said, "Our greatest duty as deities is to protect our believers from the harm of demons and monsters. As for the dirtiness among humans, We need not interfere too much. Even if my believers have made mistakes, you should not bully them like this. What crimes they committed, the law enforcement of human society will judge. Even if they must pay with their lives, sacrificing 2 devout believers and their rich offerings, I would accept it without complaint. But you, as a deity, seeking supposed fairness for your believers at the cost of breaking the rules, such behavior is truly contemptible in our eyes. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Otherwise, the world will laugh at me, the deity Yin, for having believers who can be bullied by anyone. As he said this, Lord Yin's divine power surged around him, and the whisk in his hand revealed a 7-colored radiance, exuding tremendous power. Just an unranked deity. And those 20 evil spirits behind him looked frightening, but they were merely 20 lackeys, easily dealt with by waving the whisk a few times. He did not want to interfere with fairness and justice in human society, but the believers and their offerings were real. This anger had to be released. Even if someone criticized him in the future, he could not side with this heretical deity who commanded ghosts and punished humans. Seeing Lord Yin make a move, Yiminting immediately felt invigorated. What if the deity was powerful? What if the evil spirits were frightening? It should be noted that there are also differences among deities. He did not believe that the white impermanence could match Lord Yin, even though his own disgrace had been completely exposed and the outcome would not be good. It was still better than suffering torment and humiliation from the white impermanence like Jiang Xiujuan. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Yi Shui grew anxious. They now understood that while the white impermanence's actions were strange and terrifying, they were all aimed at punishing Yiminting and Jiang Xiujuan for their crimes. But how could this Lord Yin, without distinguishing right from wrong, make a move? How could an unranked deity stand against a wild god? At this moment, Liang Yi saw that Lord Yin's divine power was leaking out, with the whisk pointing directly at his location, and naturally understood that the other party was about to strike. If it were any other time, he would not think that the white impermanence, who controlled the ghostly soldiers, would lose to such an ordinary wild god. It would be necessary to compete with him in spells and divine power. However, given the current chaotic situation, it seemed there might be a more efficient way. On the other side, seeing that the white impermanence remained indifferent even after Lord Yin summoned his weapon, and had not responded with a word, while the evil spirits behind him were becoming restless, he grew even angrier. He let out a cold snort, shaking off light from the whisk, ready to strike. However, at this moment, silently, 2 figures gradually emerged on either side of the unmoving white impermanence. One was a bull-headed man with a steel fork, eyes wide open. The other was a horse-faced man, bound in iron chains, with a fierce expression. Chapter 46. You just know you were going to die the moment the ox head and horse face quietly appeared. Yin Gong's entire body froze in place, as if petrified, and then his eyes widened in shock. You too, ox head and horse face? Yin Gong was stunned, the whisk in his hand suddenly losing its luster, even swaying as if about to fall. The 2 deities, Oxhead and Horseface, had recently gained fame. Although they did not concern themselves with worldly affairs, they had heard of them. These 2 deities, while ranked among the wild gods like himself, were exceptionally powerful, considered to be among the strongest in that tier, a fact that had become widely recognized. Most importantly, they had chosen the same human as their agent. This was something that humans could not comprehend, and other deities found it puzzling and even absurd. However, the benefits that came with it were also apparent. The 2 deities could work together to resolve troubles and difficulties, easily handling even half-step king-level monsters. But the biggest problem was, how could these 2 deities appear here, standing on either side of the white impermanence, resembling guardians? Surely, things wouldn't really develop towards the worst outcome he could imagine. Yin Gong's nerves tightened, and he quickly restrained the divine power flowing from him, politely bowing and respectfully asking, I have long admired your great names. May I ask why you have come here today? Oxhead and Horseface said nothing. One glared angrily, while the other had a fierce expression, their weapons faintly revealing the flow of divine power. Yin Gong's heart sank. Although he couldn't understand why things had developed in this direction, the sudden surge of tension and crisis rushed at him. Before he could react, white impermanence nodded expressionlessly. In the next moment, Oxhead and Horseface struck together, their steel forks carrying immense power, whistling as they thrust forward. The frost-covered iron chains clattered, writhing like icy snakes. Gong was horrified, biting his tongue to spray a mouthful of essence blood onto the whisk, and then he suddenly waved it forward. Without looking back, he fled in panic. The radiant brilliance sweeping down from the whisk formed a barrier, but it shattered into pieces after barely holding back the steel forks for a moment. The two objects did not diminish in momentum, catching up to Gong's fleeing figure and striking him hard. A scream echoed from afar as Gong staggered, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, yet he dared not linger, gritting his teeth and continuing to flee frantically. Oxhead and Horseface gained momentum, seemingly intent on pursuing him. Liang Yi's mind stirred, and he intercepted them. Although Gong had just tried to attack him and had spoken disrespectfully, with some suspicion of shielding his followers' evil deeds, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Therefore, a lesson would suffice. There was no need to exterminate him. Otherwise, given the complex relationships in the world of deities, killing a minor figure could invite trouble if a major one came seeking revenge. White Impermanence waved his hand, and Oxhead and Horseface vanished from sight. Gong's chilling screams still echoed in the air, but at this moment, Minting no longer had his previous confidence and arrogance. He opened his mouth, watching the direction in which the deity he had worshipped for over a decade fled in panic, slowly turning his head with great difficulty. Endless fear crawling over him once again. Lord White Impermanence, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't let me end up like her. I was wrong. I'm sorry to Big Brother S family. I still have 2 underage children at home. Please, spare me. I really know I was wrong. I will definitely change my ways and start new. Xiao Su, please help Uncle plead for mercy. Uncle really knows he was wrong. I was just blinded by profit when I did such cruel things. In the future, I will definitely atone for my sins. Xiao Su, please say something. Minting knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears. Seeing that White Impermanence's expression had not changed at all from beginning to end, he crawled on his knees to Yi Shui, continuously slapping his own face. With no restraint, the slaps echoed loudly, and soon both sides of his face became red and swollen, even bleeding. Yi Shui's face turned pale as she stared blankly at this scene, showing no reaction, only her lips trembling slightly. At this moment, she showed disdain, letting out a light laugh. You don't really know you were wrong. You just know you were going to die. No. This outcome is 1,000 times more terrifying than death. Shi's gaze fell on Jiang Xiujuan, who was still struggling but unable to get up. Initially, she wondered if this might be a bit cruel, but after witnessing Minting's ugly face and recalling Yi Shui's shattered family, she felt that this couple deserved to die. Hearing Shi's words, despair appeared on Minting's face, his burly body trembling like a little chick. White Impermanence stepped forward. Divine ability, punish evil. Minting resisted, but watched in fear as his head slowly lifted, meeting White Impermanence's pitch-black eyes, counting the sins of his life, then capturing his soul and spirit. He would be sent to the underworld to suffer torment, unable to reincarnate for generations. The fear in Minting's eyes faded, replaced by emptiness and confusion. He lifted his head and looked around, seeing one person after another that were called humans. His intuition told him that these people did not like him. Some even loathed him. At that moment, a strange laughter caught his attention. It was a mass of flesh that was wriggling and laughing strangely. Minting suddenly became happy, as if he had found a kindred spirit, hurriedly mimicking the other's movements and crawling on the ground, using his hands and feet to wriggle, making strange laughter. Ha 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 ha. She supported Yi Shui, frowning, her expression complex as she looked at the large and small wriggling entities, inwardly cursing them for bringing this upon themselves. White Impermanence, however, did not even glance at them, only issuing orders to the ghost soldiers who were watching Minting and Jiang Xiujuan struggle with interest, to destroy the other hexing methods that the two had set up in this courtyard. During the punish evil process, he had already seen their criminal actions clearly. After receiving the orders, the ghost soldiers did not dare to delay. Despite the entertaining spectacle of the two walking corpses, they still went to dismantle the hexing setups. At this moment, Yi Shui, who had finally regained her senses from the ups and downs, knelt down before white impermanence, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. I, the believer Yi Shui, thank Lord White Impermanence for clearing my grievances and avenging my great hatred. From now on, I will surely worship sincerely and never have a second thought. Her voice was resolute. Meanwhile, Liang Yi heard a familiar voice in his mind. Ding! The incense value of the statue of White Impermanence has reached 12, and its rank has been promoted to Spirit Body. Chapter 47. Playing House with the Deities? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, in Shuanglin City, at the equipment shop, Liang Yi was carving a deity statue, as usual. But this time the subject was the White Impermanence. Ever since he resolved the troubles at Yi Su Yi's home 3 days ago, the White Impermanence had successfully ascended to the level of a spiritual entity. Compared to its previous thin power when it was less known, it had grown significantly stronger now. And with the ability to control the ghost soldiers, a power that could be considered a cheat, it likely possessed overall strength surpassing that of the Oxhead and Horseface. However, as the saying goes, each profession has its own expertise, and specialized tasks should be left to professionals. Although there are distinctions in strength among deities, the differences in abilities and powers mean that they can showcase their unique roles in their areas of expertise. Rather than simply comparing strengths, Liang Yi preferred to send all 3 deities out at once. At that point, each would demonstrate their abilities, regardless of who was weaker or stronger, and they would serve up a hot pot of trouble to any demons or monsters they encountered. Just as Liang Yi was slightly bowing his head, focusing on his carving, the sound of someone knocking on a roller shutter pierced his ears. Additionally, he could faintly hear the voices of Lin Shi and Yi Su Yi. Liang Yi set down the half-finished wooden carving, stood up to open the door, and pulled the roller shutter closed behind them. Otherwise, who knows if someone might try to come in and cozy up to them. As soon as they were seated, Lin Shi couldn't wait to speak. Boss Liang, we're here to bring you good news. Liang Yi nodded. I've already heard what happened from the White Impermanence. Lin Shi frowned, then supported her chin in a slightly dejected manner. She almost forgot that Liang Yi was the agent of Lord White Impermanence. It had been 3 days. So how could he not inquire about the cause and process of the matter? The eagerness to tease out the details instantly vanished. Lin Shi shook her head helplessly, but quickly raised an eyebrow. By the way, is Boss Liang's courage a bit too great for an agent? Or have you become so close to the deities that you can call them by name directly? The way you casually mention Oxhead and Horseface and White Impermanence without a title makes it seem like you're someone unrelated to these 3 deities. In reality, you are their agent and should be the one who respects and reveres them the most. But on the other hand, considering he had become the agent of 3 deities, what's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Moreover, each of these 3 deities was more powerful than the last. Just as Lin, she was lost in her thoughts. Yi Su Yi continued, Boss Liang, to be honest, we primarily came here to express our gratitude in person. If it weren't for your introduction, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to serve Lord White Impermanence. It's uncertain whether I could even live peacefully right now. Thank you so much. Liang Yi raised his eyes and nodded slightly. He had to say that this was indeed true. Take the landslide incident on their way back a few days ago. For instance, if he hadn't intervened, not only would Yi Su Yi have lost her life, but also Lin Shi, an innocent bystander, would have been in danger. This kind of hexing technique has a low threshold, but can directly affect the victim's fortune. It's hard to guard against, which is why it has always been called a forbidden technique. Yi Su Yi continued, thanks to Boss Liang and Lord White Impermanence's care, my mother's condition has gradually improved over the past few days. To repay this kindness, Sheer and I discussed helping you expose this incident online to attract followers and offerings for Lord White Impermanence. We hope Boss Liang can convey this opinion to Lord White Impermanence and seek his consent. Hearing this, Liang Yi was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but look at Yi Su Yi seriously. The other party's expression was serious, without a hint of jest. Lin Shi chimed in at this moment. With Ma Dadu around, it shouldn't be difficult for Boss Liang to promote Lord White Impermanence. But Xiao Su also wants to contribute to this effort. Our plan is to report this case to the Shiza City Law Enforcement Bureau and use it to create an online exposure, forming a public opinion trend. After all, two living middle-aged individuals suddenly turning into able-bodied vegetative patients is something that can't be hidden. Deities generally don't meddle in these mundane matters, but we should tidy up our ends. After their reminder, Liang Yi immediately understood. This was actually leveraging the situation if it were truly implemented. It might not be that simple, but it was still a good way to increase exposure. Coincidentally, since Ma Datu was still recuperating, it was better to let him rest for a few more days while Lin Shi and Yi Su stirred up some heat, making it easier to attract followers and offerings for white impermanence and enhance its status. However, doing so would mean exposing a part of Yi Su Yi's family's privacy to the outside world, and it was a painful matter that most people would prefer to avoid discussing. This indicated that she genuinely revered white impermanence and wanted to do something within her capabilities, even using this as a medium. This could be inferred from the fact that, as a believer, she could offer 12 points of incense value. When Ma Datu and Lin Shi were involved, one was related to their own life and the other to their father's safety, and even then, the incense value only increased from 1 point to 10 after the fact. Moments later, Liang Yi returned to his senses and nodded. As long as you are willing. This is a good thing, and even deities have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Yi Su finally revealed a smile and quickly nodded in agreement. Not long after, Yi Su and Lin Shi returned to Shiza City and proactively reported this matter to the Law Enforcement Bureau, without any embellishments. All facts were reported as they were. Since the case involved deities, it was naturally treated differently from ordinary criminal cases, with a special handling procedure in place. Ultimately, the Law Enforcement Bureau concluded that Yi Min Ting and Jiang Xiu should have been sentenced to death. But considering that a deity had already intervened and imposed a more severe punishment, the case was closed. Meanwhile, Lin Shi leveraged her family's influence to help Yi Su create quite a stir online regarding this incident. Originally just an ordinary criminal case, it suddenly drew attention due to the involvement of the currently popular deities Oxhead and Horseface, as well as the dual deity agent Liang Yi, who remained trending online. The matter quickly captured the attention of many people. Lin Shi and Yi Su didn't even need to guide it intentionally. The heat surrounding the incident was rapidly rising, and it gradually developed into a situation they could no longer control. In no time, various hotspots and discussions regarding the matter flooded the internet, sparking widespread debate. Among all of this, the most contentious issue was still regarding Liang Yi's identity as an agent. Is it fake to be a dual deity agent, but true to be a triple deity agent? Where did this deity called white impermanence come from? Why did it make the same choice as Oxhead and Horseface? Is Liang Yi the chosen one? Why do 1, 2, and 3 deities all choose him as their agent? This is outrageous, truly outrageous. If 2 aren't enough, then here comes a 3rd. Is this playing house with deities? Can be done like this. Chapter 48. A deeply disturbing thought. The news of Liang Yi becoming a triple divine agent after being a dual agent has caused a huge uproar online. Within just a few hours, it surged to the top of many trending lists across various platforms. Countless netizens are shocked, but completely unable to comprehend it. Ever since the emergence of demons and the descent of divine beings, humanity has been dedicated to studying the relationship between deities and humans while being under the protection of different gods. In this context, the identity of a divine agent emerged, serving as a medium for deep communication between various deities and the human world. It has become widely accepted that a deity will only select one agent and one human can only represent one deity. At least in the past few years, there have been no exceptions. However, the sudden appearance of the Oxhead and Horseface alongside Liang Yi has directly shattered this seemingly unbreakable concept that has almost become common knowledge. A person simultaneously being an agent for 2 deities. This is already hard to fathom, but now, just a month later, it has been revealed that Liang Yi has become an agent for a new deity, Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang. One person representing 3 deities is no longer just astonishing. It's downright unbelievable, simply outrageous. Ordinary people struggle to become the sole divine agent and can only worship daily, with hopes that remain dim. Yet this person not only became an agent, but is also an agent for 3 deities at the same time. This has left many netizens feeling uneasy, even a bit defensive. Moreover, soon someone connected this to earlier related events and put forward an even more shocking hypothesis, posting a brief discussion thread. I suddenly remembered. Didn't Oxhead and Horseface appear together and cooperate to fight off enemies before? At that time, many speculated that it might be because Liang Yi was concurrently serving as the agent for 2 deities. If that's the case, can this newly emerged deity by Wuchang also cooperate with Oxhead and Horseface? It's a deeply disturbing thought. Once this discussion thread was posted, it quickly went viral on the forum, driven by the traffic of related keywords, reaching astonishing popularity. More and more people began to realize the possibility after reading the thread. In no time, the comment section was filled with a string of question marks. Wait a minute. You can't say that there's indeed a possibility, but that's just too explosive. If that's true, then the value of the deity statues carved by Liang Yi is increasing, equivalent to buying 1 statue and simultaneously obtaining the protection of 3 deities. Who else could do that? This is absolutely ridiculous, completely absurd. Does anyone have Oxhead or Horseface statues that haven't been worshipped yet? I'll pay 5 million for them. Related comments quickly spread among netizens. This rapidly boosted the topic's heat again, provoking deep thoughts among countless netizens. While feeling deeply disturbed, they also envied and were jealous to a crazy extent of those who had previously bought Oxhead and Horseface statues. Based on past monster incidents, the appearance of both Oxhead and Horseface could already kill half-step king-level monsters. Now, if you add by Wuchang, how powerful would their combat strength be? Could they possibly contend against true kings? Setting aside the lowest price of $199 online for Horseface, the cheapest statue used to be only $100,000. This means, for just $100,000, you could buy something that might contend against king-level monsters, with strength possibly reaching divine level. This is simply a fairy tale. At this moment, in a supply store in Shuanglin City, Liang Yi was also paying attention to the online discussions regarding himself and Bai Wuchang. Suddenly, his phone on the table rang and vibrated. Picking it up, he saw that it was Ma Data calling. Ever since he went to Sanhua City for a live promotion with the talisman, he had been recuperating in a hospital there, and it seemed like it was time for him to recover. Liang Yi thought, picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. Immediately, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Boss Liang, is this for real? 2 divine beings aren't enough? How long have I been gone? And now there's another by Wuchang deity? What is going on? What is going on? Ma Dadu was shouting on the other end of the phone, his voice deafening. Liang Yi frowned and held the phone away from his ear until the sound diminished, then brought it back close. It seems his earlier worries were unnecessary. Ma Datu was even more energetic than he had imagined. He didn't sound sick at all. Noticing that Liang Yi hadn't responded for a while, Ma Datu realized he had lost his composure, cleared his throat to lower his volume, but still couldn't hide his shock and excitement, urging, Boss Liang, you have to say something. I won't believe anyone else until I hear it from you. Well, I just found out about this news, my jaw dropped, and now I'm dying to know if it's true. Hurry up and tell me. Liang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly and could only assure him. It's true. As soon as he said that, the other end fell into a dead silence. Gradually, heavy breathing could be heard, increasingly rapid and loud. Finally, there was an exaggerated exclamation. I knew it, I knew it. 3 divine beings, that's 3 divine beings. All 3 deities chose you as their sole agent, Boss Liang. To say something outrageous, I feel like you're no different from a deity now. I can't even imagine how well our statues and talismans will sell once this settles down. No. I need to hurry back to my post to continue shining and helping Boss Liang. I won't hesitate at all. Liang Yi shook his head helplessly. In fact, the exposure of the statues he carved online was already enough, including the talismans that hadn't officially gone on sale yet, which already had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people waiting. Whether it's the statues or the talismans, they were already in a state of high demand. Therefore, This exposure would significantly benefit the sales of the statues and talismans. What Liang Yi valued more were the incense brought by those who voluntarily became believers without any tokens. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and accumulating small amounts can build a tower. Ma Datu was acting like he was the one who had become the agent for 3 divine beings on the phone. After finally calming down, he informed Liang Yi that he would be discharged and return to Shuanglin City by tomorrow at the latest, and was about to hang up. However, at that moment, he suddenly exclaimed, then gasped. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Boss Liang. The direction of this matter seems to have changed all of a sudden. Chapter 49. My sword is not without advantage. Hearing Ma Datu's words, Liang Yi frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the computer screen. He opened the latest videos and posts on the relevant topic and refreshed the page. A completely different public opinion and various negative comments immediately came into view. The most striking was a post published half an hour ago, which had millions of views, over 1 million likes, and hundreds of thousands of comments, with an astonishing level of engagement. Most importantly, these numbers were still climbing at a visibly rapid pace. Am I the only one who noticed that the divine being by Wu Chang used a supernatural ability to command the spirits? That's a full 20 evil spirits, although they're just minions. If they were to spread out, they could endanger dozens or even hundreds of living lives. Looking at how Bai Wuchang dealt with the 2 suspects, Yi and Jiang, directly turning them into soulless husks, are these really the methods of a divine being? To put it bluntly, these supernatural methods are probably closer to some well-known demons and monsters. Just my personal opinion. Please don't criticize. Seeing this post, Liang Yi couldn't help but squint his eyes. Indeed, fame brings controversy. In fact, in the past, many people speculated and attacked the image of Niu Tu and Ma Mian, citing their ugly and terrifying forms. However, abundant evidence has proven that Niu Tu and Ma Mian are genuine divine beings. Although related comments have always existed, they never caused a significant stir online. But now, it's different. Bai Wuchang's supernatural methods are indeed quite bizarre, and being new to this world, their isn't much information to confirm his divine identity, making it easy for those with ulterior motives to stir the pot. The comment section below this post showed a one-sided trend in public opinion, which confirmed this point. I noticed something was off from the beginning. What kind of serious divine being would command spirits for their own use? Is there any substantial difference between this and colluding with demons and monsters? Recently, I heard that many demons and monsters are good at disguising themselves as divine beings. Could Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang be such cases? If they are indeed demons in disguise, then all the abnormal situations regarding Liang Yi as an agent and those 3 so-called divine beings could be reasonably explained. Is it true or false? Is there any expert who can explain? I recently just purchased a pre-sale slot for the Ma Mian statue, and now I'm a bit anxious. Cases of demons pretending to be divine beings have occurred before, and each time it led to heavy casualties among humans and even divine beings. We must be cautious and stay vigilant. Various self-righteous speculations and deductions flooded the comment section, causing a stir and making people anxious. Liang Yi calmly scrolled through the screen, switching to several different platforms to search for relevant information. As expected, several major platforms had negative news regarding this, and each one was more heated than the last, conservatively estimating that the total views across the internet had already reached a staggering tens of millions. Moreover, this number was likely still rising rapidly. At this moment, Ma Datu's somewhat heavy voice came through on the phone. Boss Liang, something's not right. Even if someone doubts Lord Bai Wuchang's identity, it should only be a small portion, not enough to become mainstream. This matter is likely to escalate. The methods of Lord Bai Wuchang are indeed unusual. More importantly, there must be someone envious of our traffic and reputation, stirring things up behind the scenes. And it might not just be 1 or 2 forces. Ma Datu's voice carried seriousness and a hint of indignation. As one of the top streamers in the exploration field, he is extremely sensitive to issues related to public opinion and traffic on the internet. And he almost immediately saw that the current trend in public opinion was problematic. Otherwise, under the impact of the 3 divine beings agents, the trend wouldn't have changed so rapidly. As for the possibility that Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and the newly emerged by Wu Chang are demons in disguise, Ma Dada hadn't even considered that possibility. He himself was saved by Niu Tu, let alone the fact that Niu Tu isn't a demon. Even if he were, he would acknowledge it directly. After all, his life was given by that being. Listening to Ma Dadu's words, Liang Yi remained non-committal. The other party could see the problems and intricacies, and he naturally picked up on some clues as well. The issue is that knowing the source behind such problems would significantly impact the severity of the situation, especially since this momentum had already taken shape. This is the power of public opinion. Seeing Liang Yi silent, Ma Dadu pondered for a moment before asking again, "Boss Liang, then what should we?" Liang Yi slowly exhaled. "Let us observe the changes. The power of public opinion can form quickly, but without absolute evidence to support it, it will also collapse rapidly. Although it will ultimately leave some negative impacts, the saying the innocent will clear themselves still applies here." Ma Dadu sighed, and, after hesitating, couldn't he help but ask, "Really do nothing?" Liang Yi tapped his fingers on the table. "If it's just stirring things up behind the scenes, we certainly don't need to fight them to the death. But if they dare to come out and make a scene..." Liang Yi reached out and touched a freshly carved statue of Bai Wu Chang in front of him, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I can only say, once they show themselves, they'll be eliminated instantly." Upon hearing this, on the other end of the phone, Ma Dadu, who was lying in bed in a hospital gown, jumped up, excitement appearing on his face. And he couldn't help but lick his slightly dry lips. "They've already bullied us to this extent and even try to pressure us," not hesitating to turn black and white upside down and spread rumors. Ma Dadu truly didn't want to endure this any longer. More importantly, Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wu Chang, along with Liang Yi as their agent, are now the lifeblood of Ma Dadu. Not only is it a source of income, but they're also the divine beings protecting him. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents, and what more? They are pushing them to their death. How can this be tolerated? The more Ma Dadu thought about it, the more excited he became, and a shocking scene of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wu Chang all appearing together emerged in his mind. He couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly before straightening his expression and saying, "Boss Liang, you can rest assured, when the time comes, I will definitely stand with you and the three great beings of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wu Chang. Whether it's demons or various divine beings, if the gods block, I'll kill the gods. If the Buddhas block, I'll kill the Buddhas. As long as you give me enough protective charms, my sword will not be without advantage." Ha ha ha. At worst, he would just have to lie in bed for another 10 days or half a month. That is not a big deal. Halfway through his self-excitement, Ma Dadu suddenly felt something was off. He looked at his phone to find that Liang Yi had already hung up. His mouth twitched, and he murmured a few words before covering himself back up and lying down again. Chapter 50. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? In Shuanglin City. At the equipment store, Liang Yi hung up the phone and instinctively swiped up from the bottom of the screen to clear the background. However, at that moment, the WeChat interface displayed on his phone caught his attention with dozens of new messages in the National Security Group. If he guessed correctly, it should be the topics related to Bai Wu Chang and himself that sparked a heated discussion among many divine agents in the group. After all, from previous observations, quite a few people in the group had shown interest in him. Liang Yi paused for a moment, then lightly tapped to enter. Just as he had recently been exposed as the third divine agent, his reputation had taken a nosedive, which likely indicated some underlying issues. Regardless of whether there were any shady dealings, everyone present was a divine agent. Who could have ever thought of becoming an agent for other deities besides the one they worshipped? Surely, such a rebellious thought had never crossed their minds. To become an agent, the primary condition is to be extraordinarily devout and unwavering towards the deity one serves. But this condition seemed non-existent in Liang Yi's case. The appearances of Niu Tu and Ma Mian, as well as Bai Wu Chang, were quite terrifying, resembling not deities but rather ghosts. Upon careful reflection, this speculation didn't seem impossible. In fact, using a reverse deduction approach to verify this, if Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wu Chang were indeed demons in disguise, then the previously shocking events would suddenly make sense. Liang Yi watched as messages continued to pop up in the group, his expression remaining largely unchanged. After all, these were divine agents, who differed from the onlookers outside who merely echoed the crowd and thrived on chaos. At least they didn't fully believe the rumors circulating outside. They had their own opinions and interpretations. However, the majority still cast doubt on his identity. And it was possible that the rapidly growing public opinion outside was partly fueled by some individuals in the group. The total human population was only a few billion. And due to decades of rampant demon and ghost activity leading to significant loss of life, the number of existing humans was dwindling. This meant that a competitive relationship existed between every deity and deity, with the competition being for followers or incense offerings. A special agent like Liang Yi, alongside the unreasonable deities Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, had already made many feel a sense of crisis regarding their positions as deities. After all, their repeated exposure had attracted massive attention, and the hidden followers lurking in the shadows had been increasing, coupled with the so-called taboo divine talisman. If they were allowed to continue developing like this, it would be a serious problem. Under such premises and consensus, no deity or agent would refuse to take the opportunity to bring Liang Yi and the three deities down from their pedestal. Perhaps they would even take advantage of the chaos to kick them while they were down. But as always, everyone was secretly engaging in small maneuvers, blending into the crowd, making it hard to discern who was behind the filthy actions. Although it was somewhat disgusting, at least it wasn't too overt, making retaliation difficult. However, if someone dared to step forward and directly or indirectly indicate that they were the ones disgusted by Liang Yi and the three deities, then failing to teach them a lesson would be seen as incompetence. Liang Yi pondered this and was about to press the lock screen button when suddenly a new message in the National Security Group caught his attention, causing him to squint his eyes. To be honest, my superior has a good relationship with that wild god named Yin Gong. On the day he was at the Yi family scene, he witnessed firsthand that it was not as easy as what is being portrayed online now. That Bai Wuchang not only commands ghostly beings, but also possesses some ghostly aura himself. It's unclear whether it's due to frequent dealings with such malevolent entities or a deficiency in his disguise techniques. Additionally, it's worth noting that Bai Wuchang acted without hesitation against Yi and Jiang, completely disregarding the so-called rules. Or does his status mean he doesn't care about these so-called rules and the constraints of heaven on deities? My superior is quite angry this time and has bluntly stated that he cannot stand such foul beings, planning to teach them a lesson. One is to avenge the attack on Yin Gong from that day, and the other is to test the waters. If they are deities, it will serve as a warning. If they are demons, then they shall be exterminated. Upon reading this, Liang Yi suddenly smiled. Just moments ago, he was still feeling frustrated and unable to find a scapegoat. But this casual glance revealed that the scapegoat was right beside him. Liang Yi's gaze fell on the nickname of this person, the true plane with the suffix true deity. This meant that he was an agent of a true deity. At that moment, the messages in the group slightly paused after the true plane spoke, then began to scroll upwards with even greater speed. However, isn't this a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Those three deities, Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, are just wild gods. And Bai Wuchang has only just entered the spirit realm. Is it really necessary to deploy a true deity to deal with them? Ha 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 ha. Let us not forget that they still have that so-called divine talisman. At that time, with Liang Yi and Ma Dado each holding one. It might even count as combat power in the spirit realm, Doge. JPG. This might seem a bit devalued, but if it can truly test the real identities of Liang Yi and the three deities, it seems acceptable. Wouldn't either be a good show to watch next? Recently, those online have been boasting about how powerful Niu Tu and Ma Mian are, claiming they can deal with half-step king-level beings. Now, they will realize the gap between wild gods and true deities is like a chasm. But one must be cautious, lest they accidentally wipe out a deity. That would not be a good influence. Just moments ago, the National Security Group, which was fervently discussing Liang Yi and the three deities' identities, suddenly shifted its tone. It turned into reckless sarcasm and ridicule. As fellow divine agents, most people in the group held their own pride, and now, facing Liang Yi, this unique existence, they naturally felt indignant. Having finally found an opportunity to strike at his arrogance, no one was unwilling to enjoy the spectacle. Perhaps later, they would even compete to applaud. Liang Yi leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the accounts, making sarcastic remarks in the group, his eyes calm and deep. A true deity. Indeed, the strongest combat power he has encountered so far. Although he had previously met Qing Weijun, the other party's divine power was restrained, making it impossible to accurately gauge her strength. He just didn't know how strong this true deity, who claimed to want to punish him and the three deities, really was. How would they fare against Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Liang Yi's eyes. Chapter 51. The fire cannot be hidden. Early the next morning, in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, the Supernatural Bureau's central headquarters, Chun Goen walked down a spotless corridor in a pair of flip-flops, a cheap cigarette dangling from his mouth, squinting as he looked at the documents in his hand. Tiny bits of ash casually fell onto the clean tiles. After walking for a while, Chun Goen looked up to find a no-smoking sign in front of him. He took a deep drag, snapped the folder shut, and promptly extinguished the cigarette with his fingers. Turning to look left and right in the corridor, he found no trash can in sight. Damn it, Chun Goen muttered under his breath, glanced at the completely extinguished cigarette, and casually tossed it out the window. He then knocked on the door in front of him. Come in. A slightly aged, yet neutral voice came from inside. Chun Goen pushed the door open and walked in, his gaze landing on an energetic elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe, sitting at the desk. Deputy Director Yuan, I'm here to report on my work. The elderly man was Yuan Xiangfeng, the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau. Hearing Chun Goen's voice, he turned his head to take a look, a faint smile appearing on his face as he pointed to the chair in front of the desk, indicating for Chun Goen to sit down. As Chun Goen sat down, he handed over the folder in his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a small piece of ash on the folder. He cleared his throat, pretended to casually wipe it away, and then immediately began his report. Deputy Director, in the past 6 months, my main responsibility has been to recruit deities with special abilities and their agents nationwide. So far, we have reached a total of 165 members in the group, among which Yuan Xiangfeng flipped through the documents quickly. Before Chun Goen could finish his report, he had already closed the folder. He raised his hand, signaling for Chun Goen to stop, but did not comment on his work over the past 6 months. Instead, he suddenly said, I personally looked into the special case you reported to headquarters last time. I heard that there's an agent in Shuanglin City who can represent several deities at the same time, named Liang Yi. Yesterday, I also noticed that discussions about him and the 3 deities he represents, Nyodo, Meimian, and Bai Wuchang, are quite heated online. Is this person also in your group now? Caught off guard by this question, Chun Goen raised his eyebrows. He truly did not expect Yuan Xiangfeng, the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau, to pay such close attention to a wild deities agent, and it seemed he had a deep understanding of the information. Although this agent was rather special, it did not change the fact that he was just an agent for a wild deity. But perhaps it was precisely this uniqueness that made him stand out. Chun Goen nodded and reported truthfully, in my group, I actually just made a trip to see him out of convenience and didn't hold much hope. After all, based on precedent, agents of deities who are not lacking in followers and offerings are generally reluctant to join the Supernatural Bureau. Most deities still prefer not to be constrained, even though we have maintained a free-range approach until now. As for the discussions about Liang Yi online, it has been confirmed that someone is trying to generate hype using public opinion. This kid is still too sharp, unintentionally threatening many deities. At this point, Chun Goen took a light breath, habitually reaching for his coat pocket, but quickly put his hand down. He hesitated for a moment and continued. Yesterday in the group chat, there were also agents of deities saying that the deities behind him are planning to take action against Nyodo, Meimian, and Bai Wuchang. Liang, he must be aware of this, but he hasn't shown any indication. From the intelligence conveyed from Shuanglin City, it seems he hasn't taken this matter to heart at all. Everything is as usual. Upon hearing this, a smile reappeared on Yuan Xiangfeng's face. He had already picked up on the fact that Chun Goen seemed to care quite a bit about this special young man. Moreover, if his guess was correct. Even if he hadn't asked, Chingoan would have actively brought up Liang Yi and the three deities after completing his normal work report. Seeing Yuan Xiangfeng's amused gaze on him, Chingoan shrugged nonchalantly, though his fingers couldn't help but lightly tap on the table. Yuan Xiangfeng suddenly sighed. "Smoke if you want to." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a lighter igniting filled the air, and the office gradually became hazy with smoke. Noticing this, Yuan Xiangfeng continued, "What is the strength of that righteous deity?" Chingoan raised his hand, shaking off the ash. "Fairly standard, but not something that Nyoto, Mei Mian, and Bai Wu Chang can handle. The so-called half-step king level is still too far from a true king level, a real righteous deity. Since you've already seen the clues, I'll ask directly, do we need to intervene? If this situation continues to develop, I'm afraid I will lose a member of my team. And he is one of the very best." As he spoke, Chingoan finished one cigarette, extinguished it, and tossed it into the trash can. His gaze then fixed unblinkingly on Yuan Xiangfeng's face. The latter raised an eyebrow slightly and retorted, "How can you be so sure that Nyoto, Mei Mian, Bai Wu Chang, and your favored agent Liang Yi are not demons in disguise? Such incidents have been increasing in frequency in recent years, and you, as an action officer, are well aware of how tense the situation is. Goen, the paper can no longer contain the fire. At this juncture, Liang Yi and those three deities are being targeted. One cannot rule out the possibility that the other party is not only targeting them, but also provoking us. Given your identity and the position of the Supernatural Bureau, we should not intervene." Hearing this, Chingoan stood up, frowning as he nodded. Yuan Xiangfeng was somewhat surprised. "This isn't like you. I was ready to appeal to your emotions and reason with you. You swallowed the words I prepared for you." Chingoan's frown deepened at these words, and he shook his head. "Since you plan to observe how he and those three deities perform, I naturally won't say anything further. I'm just reconsidering the possibility of Liang Yi turning the tables after the confrontation. It seems quite slim." Yuan Xiangfeng's wrinkles relaxed as he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. The laughter was robust and carried a hint of relief. After a long while, he nodded. "All right, you can go. Never forget your duty as a member of the Supernatural Bureau." Chingoan said nothing, turned, and walked out the door. At the desk, Yuan Xiangfeng watched his figure disappear through the gradually closing door with a slight smile. Chapter 52. The Arrival of White Impermanence. Meanwhile, in Shiza City, at the Yi family home, Yi Shui carefully helped a middle-aged woman slowly descend the stairs, saying, "Mom, take it easy. Although your health is not in serious trouble now, the doctor said you still need to rest and should avoid too much movement." The woman was Yi Shui's mother, Huang Lin, previously affected by the family's hex. She had been bedridden for over 3 months, but now, with white impermanence having destroyed the related arrangements, she was gradually recovering from her major illness. Hearing her daughter's slightly reproachful and concerned words, a hint of dissatisfaction showed on Huang Lin's still pale face. "Why don't you try lying still in bed for several months?" She continued, "I think white impermanence has been too lenient on Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan, those ungrateful wretches. They should be thrown into a sea of fire or an oil pot." As she spoke, Huang Lin gritted her teeth a little. After waking from her coma a few days ago, she quickly learned from Yi Shui about the events leading up to her condition. While sincerely thanking Liang Yi and white impermanence for their help, she had directed almost all her energy into cursing Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan. Yi Shui did not find this inappropriate at all. In fact, she fully agreed and even wanted to add a few more curses at the critical moment. After all, they were the murderers of her father. Even though she had avenged her father's death, the impact they caused continued to erode the lives of Yi Shui and Huang Lin, a widow and orphan. Even if they were tortured and died 1,000 times, it would not bring back the happy and warm family they once had. Everything was irretrievable. Thinking of this, Yi Shui fell silent, a dark sadness rising in her eyes. Huang Lin did not look up, but could feel the sorrowful atmosphere emanating from her daughter. She sighed deeply and gently patted Yi Shui's hand. Just then, 2 voices of weeping suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Yi Shui and Huang Lin were both taken aback, and they instinctively looked up towards the front yard, their expressions changing in unison. Standing outside the courtyard were a boy and a girl. both quite young. One was about 15 or 16, the other around 12 or 13. They were holding a phone directed at them, crying out in a whimpering voice. "Brother, sister, uncle, aunt, you are right. We are the son and daughter of the suspects Yi and Jiang in the Shiza City case. Although the outside world is spreading rumors that our parents are murderers, we don't believe it. We think there must be some misunderstanding or trickery involved. We came to our uncle and aunt's house to seek justice and hope to receive your assistance. Otherwise, at our young age, we really can't support ourselves." Hearing these words, Yi Shui and Huang Lin's expressions gradually turned grim. The boy and girl before them were Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan's children, Yi Tao and Yi Mei, who were also Huang Lin's nephew and niece. Their purpose for coming here was now painfully clear. They were merely trying to cause a scene using their parents' death, even live-streaming it. Considering the current high online buzz around this matter, the popularity of their live stream was undoubtedly not low. At this moment, Yi Tao and Yi Mei also spotted Yi Shui and Huang Lin coming down from upstairs. Without hesitation, they quickly walked over. Yi Tao cried even louder, "Aunt cousin, woo-woo. Please let me explain. There must be some misunderstanding. Mom and Dad are not that kind of people." Before he could finish, Huang Lin's voice suddenly cut in coldly, interrupting him directly. What misunderstanding could there be? White impermanence's powers cannot be wrong. And the Law Enforcement Bureau has conducted a comprehensive investigation into this matter. The evidence is conclusive. Your parents are murderers. And stop calling me aunt and cousin. We are enemies now. If you dare to step into the yard, I will report you to the Law Enforcement Bureau for trespassing. And don't point the camera at us. That's an invasion of privacy. Furthermore, no matter who gave you this foolish idea, I advise you to give up on it. Don't be used as a pawn while kneeling and bowing. Instead of that, you should find a job to support yourselves. Huang Lin, who had just been feeling a bit under the weather, now looked as fierce as ice. Standing protectively in front of Yi Shui and pointing at Yi Tao and Yi Mei without reservation. Yi Tao wanted to step forward, but halted when he heard her words, his face alternating between red and pale. At his age, it was impossible not to discern right from wrong. The official report confirmed the evidence was irrefutable. There was no chance for Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan to overturn their case. Now, coming to their door live streaming was merely taking advantage of the current online clamor and the sympathy of a few people. Whether or not it would lead to anything, he had no confidence. With the conversation reaching this point, Yi Tao no longer cared to pretend and chose to speak plainly. "Aunt, your words are too harsh. Even if my parents were in the wrong, aside from the facts, doesn't your family have any faults? Uncle made so much money in business. Yet my parents only wanted to borrow a few $100,000 to learn how to run a business. Instead of lending it to them, you made them build a house for you, treating them like workers. Moreover, let us be honest, even if my parents used some underhanded means, they only wanted to vent their frustrations. Who knew it would lead to such dire consequences? Cousin, you only lost a father, but I and you may lost both parents. You are the only relatives we have left, and you treat us like this. If my parents had gone through the normal judicial process and received the death penalty, I would accept it. But they were soul harvested by that godlike white impermanence, and now exist like walking corpses, neither dead nor alive. Just because someone is a deity, can they act wantonly and humiliate humans? I don't want an explanation from you, but white impermanence must give us siblings an account." Upon hearing this, Yi Shui felt a surge of anger. You only lost a father? How could he speak so lightly? What was with that indifferent attitude and frivolous expression? She stepped forward, ready to erupt in anger, but Huang Lin pulled her back. "Don't rush. I've figured it out. These two little devils have someone backing them. They want to disgust us and incite public anger, but their main target is white impermanence. Someone intends to make a move against white impermanence, and we shouldn't add unnecessary trouble for him." Huang Lin squinted at Yi Tao and Yi Mei, whispering. Hearing this, Yi Shui was suddenly startled and quickly stopped in her tracks. Coming for white impermanence? White impermanence was a deity and had previously demonstrated extremely powerful abilities. Who could possibly have the audacity to make a move against him? Chapter 53. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, in Shuanglin City, at the equipment shop, Liang Yi was not carving today. Instead, he opened his computer to watch a live stream. The live stream displayed the scene currently unfolding at the Yi family's residence in Shiza City. What a grand spectacle! Should it be said that it is worthy of the true deity? Liang Yi held a carving knife in his hand, gently sliding it across a piece of discarded wood. Murmuring to himself, the live broadcast covered multiple major platforms, with a conservative estimate of over 1 million viewers online in real time. And as time passed, more and more people came to join, endlessly streaming in. Part of the reason was that the recent Yi family case in Shiza City had gained immense notoriety, coupled with the ongoing discussions surrounding Liang Yi and the supernatural figures by Wu Chang and the ox head and horse face. Another part, perhaps, was that someone was secretly stirring up trouble, not knowing how much money had been poured into creating an exceptionally popular phenomenon right from the start. If guessed correctly, this should be the doing of the agent in the National Security Group and the true deity behind them. As for whether there were other forces involved, it remained uncertain and unprovable. However, that was not important. Yi Tao was just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. Even if someone had trained him in advance and informed him how to respond to various emergencies, it was still inevitably too early and overly simplistic for him to reveal his cards. A discerning eye could easily see that they were targeting Bai Wu Chang, which meant they were aiming at Liang Yi and the ox head and horse face. Liang Yi maintained a calm expression, waiting to see what arrangements the other party would make next. His gaze happened to fall on the discussion area of the live stream. Viewers were fervently debating, each expressing their opinions. However, was this kid-esque statement not a bit too outrageous? What did he mean by "you just lost a dad, while I lost both my parents"? Can this even be compared? They had disregarded the facts entirely, and yet he was still quarreling over it. But Yi Su's mother truly was bold, not holding back at all and giving no face. Regardless, they were still just kids. Losing their parents at such a young age was truly pitiable, and I hope kind-hearted people can take them in. To be fair, although some of this kid's words were outrageous, the last two sentences indeed hit the nail on the head. Bai Wu Chang had acted entirely out of line, directly attacking Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan. Generally speaking, wouldn't deities refrain from directly involving themselves in human affairs? It left people feeling a bit anxious. If deities behaved like this without any restraint, how was it different from those rampaging demons and monsters? Everyone would be on edge. Was it said that Bai Wu Chang and the ox head and horse face were demons in disguise? I've seen many bloggers solidifying this claim these past few days, analyzing it thoroughly. Those interested can go check it out. The live stream was filled with a cacophony of opinions, with all sorts of remarks. Liang Yi merely glanced at a few comments without examining them closely. Given the current public opinion landscape, these comments held little reference value. Just then, a sudden roar erupted in the live stream, abruptly breaking Liang Yi's train of thought. As the camera shifted, he focused and saw, outside the Yi family's courtyard, a monstrous creature had appeared, looking like a wolf but much larger, its silver fur glistening in the sunlight with a chilling sheen. Its gaping maw seemed to exude a bloody scent even through the screen. The camera shook violently, followed by the panicked screams of Yi Tao and Yi Mei, making it clear that they were genuinely frightened. The two scrambled towards the courtyard of the Yi family, and fleetingly on screen, Yi Su-yi and Huang Lin also showed signs of panic, although at least they managed to maintain some composure. After the wolf demon roared, its blood-red eyes fixed on the four people present, its scarlet tongue flicked out to lick its lips, then it leaped forward with a sudden dash. Liang Yi blinked. What a coincidence! Taking control of the deity by Wu Chang. In the next moment, alongside a dazzling flash of light, a strong sense of connection and calling surged from deep within. In the blink of an eye, he opened his eyes again, facing a massive wolf claw and an extremely ferocious wolf face behind it. Amid a series of panicked shouts, Bai Wu Chang suddenly appeared, directly raising the pure, white morning staff in his hand. Clang! It sounded like iron clashing, producing an ear-piercing, grinding noise. The wolf demon felt a sharp pain in its claws and stumbled back after hitting the ground, which relieved the terrifying force coming from its claws. It abruptly raised its wolf eyes, fixating on the seemingly slender figure in the air, harboring a sense of trepidation. It was evident that this was a lord-level demon, already possessing some intelligence. Just from a single exchange, it realized that it was not a match for the deity before it. The wolf demon dragged its front paws on the ground, taking a step back. Inside the room, upon seeing Bai Wuchang's arrival, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Despite the wolf demon looking incredibly fierce, it seemed that Bai Wuchang could contend with it, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. A sense of safety instantly filled everyone's hearts. In the sky above the front yard, Bai Wuchang's cold gaze descended, instantly noticing that the wolf demon was hesitating about whether to retreat. However, its peripheral vision occasionally glanced towards the rear, filled with hesitation and struggle, as if something behind it made it feel more apprehensive than the deity before it. Seeing this, Liang Yi, embodying Bai Wuchang, chuckled lightly in his heart. Indeed, even a true deity insists on acting with legitimacy, and even requires such means to ensure their appearance. Confirming that the wolf demon was merely a pawn, Liang Yi had no intention of entangling himself further with it. He activated the divine ability control of the Yin soldiers. In the next instant, everyone present, including the wolf demon, widened their eyes, looking around in panic. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled in the air, and black mist swirled. In an instant, many hands emerged from the black mist, scrambling to climb out, some resembling evil spirits, others skeletal, all wearing excited, grotesque smiles as they charged towards their surroundings. With a thought from Bai Wuchang, there was no visible movement from him. The numerous Yin soldiers simultaneously twisted their bodies, their expressions fierce, and they charged toward the wolf demon. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped the wolf demon, its silver fur standing on end, its eyes filled with horror. The fierce, threatening roar had not yet fully escaped its throat when it was replaced by a series of gnawing sounds. In a daze, a gust of wind swept by. The Yin soldiers scattered, returning to stand respectfully behind Bai Wuchang, bowing their heads. Just where they had surged forward, only a ground full of dim, eerie bones remained. The surroundings fell into silence, not even a whisper of wind. Inside the house, Yi Tao and Yi Mei struggled to turn their heads to look at each other, their faces filled with terror. Chapter 54. The Methods of the True God. The sight of the pale-faced Bai Wuchang floating in the air, accompanied by 20 fierce, evil spirits and a pile of lifeless white bones, filled Yi Tao and Yi Mei with dread. Faced with the enemy that, in a sense, had killed their biological parents, the two felt no anger or hatred, only endless fear. It was as if they were confronting a demon that valued human life as mere grass. No, his methods were far more terrifying than a demon's. At this moment, Bai Wuchang's gaze happened to fall upon them, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion. Yi Tao's hand, holding the live-streaming equipment, trembled, and he struggled to swallow, unable to resist taking a few steps back. Just then, a round of slow and prolonged applause suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to see a young man in his early 20s, wearing glasses, walking into the front yard while clapping his hands. Bai Wuchang, truly impressive. A spirit-level deity could easily annihilate a lord-level monster. This ghost's power was indeed useful. But the problem is, why does a dignified deity associate with such ghostly creatures? Is your power derived from your own divine strength and abilities, or from unorthodox paths? The young man cast a provocative glance at Bai Wuchang, adjusted his glasses, then crouched down to closely inspect the pile of wolf demon bones. Bai Wuchang did not respond, merely watching his figure with indifference. To be precise, he was looking at a white ring on the young man's ring finger, the material of which was unknown. This seemed to be a divine token. Upon seeing the young man, Yi Tao and Yi Mei, who had just been panicking, suddenly calmed down significantly, and joy was clearly visible on their faces. At this moment, Yi Su couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? What does Lord Bai Wuchang have to do with you?" The young man smiled upon hearing this, stood up while clapping his hands, and walked slowly to Yi Su. How could it not be related? The demons disguised as deities are rampaging everywhere, causing massive human casualties, and many deities have perished because of it. The so-called Lord Bai Wuchang you worship looks more like a demon than a true deity. As Zhang Zhixing, the representative of the esteemed river-crossing deity, it is my duty to eliminate demons and uphold the righteous path. Do you have any objections? Even if Bai Wuchang is not a demon in disguise, his actions of manipulating ghostly beings and overstepping his bounds disrupt the rules. How could the esteemed river-crossing deity not want to teach him a lesson? As Zhang Zhixing spoke, he provocatively looked at Bai Wuchang. This trip to Shiza City was well prepared. He knew that the main targets today were the bull head and horse face, as only these two wild gods could capture his and the river-crossing deity's attention. As for the insignificant spirit level Bai Wuchang, the river-crossing deity could easily make him wither and disappear with a wave of his hand. Listening to Zhang Zhixing's words, Yi Su, Yi, and Huang Lin were both startled, exchanging glances as their expressions turned grim. A representative of the true deity. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary college student represented a true deity. That was an existence beyond the mundane world. Many people go their whole lives without ever witnessing the appearance of a true deity, yet he was now here, coming in with hostility towards Bai Wuchang. The situation had suddenly become extremely serious. Yi Su looked anxious, pondering countermeasures, while even the usually composed Huang Lin frowned, feeling the situation was tricky. Meanwhile, the live streaming room was in an uproar, with a flurry of question marks rapidly scrolling across the screen. Hundreds of thousands of people across all platforms were closely watching the situation, discussing fervently. A true deity is going to take action against Bai Wuchang? Isn't that akin to an instant kill? Wait, wasn't I watching a live stream of Yi and Zhang's children demanding an explanation from the Yi family? How did it suddenly transform into a one-sided slaughter by the deity? From the earlier incident where Bai Wuchang instantaneously killed a Lord-level wolf demon, his strength was not to be underestimated, but against a true deity, he would still be facing slaughter. This representative was right. There indeed seemed to be issues with this Bai Wuchang, as well as with Bullhead, Horseface, and their representative Liang Yi. Rumors had circulated online about this earlier, and now it seemed to be true. Bai Wuchang was likely in grave danger. The appearance of the wolf demon and the true deity's representative caused a massive change in the situation. Bai Wuchang, who appeared imposing, had no chance of struggle against the true deity. After witnessing Zhang Zhixing's unfriendly demeanor, many had already sentenced Bai Wuchang to death in their hearts. In the Yi family's courtyard, Bai Wuchang quietly stared at Zhang Zhixing, not paying attention to the subtle insinuations and veiled mockery in his words. This person must be the one behind the account named Pingtan is really in the National Security Group, representing the deity named River Crossing, a true deity that had yet to reveal itself until now. Where is he? Or rather, what is he waiting for? Are you looking for me? The words suddenly rang in his ears, causing Bai Wuchang's pupils to constrict slightly, his body lunging forward and leaping out. In the position he had just occupied, a figure instantly appeared, reaching out with his right hand, but grasping at nothing. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he withdrew his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. It was a middle-aged man in purple clothing, standing in midair. If not for the faint purple light flowing around him, he would look like an ordinary person dressed in ancient style. Bai Wuchang distanced himself from him, his eyes filled with caution. This purple-clad man must be River Crossing. Aside from the Qingyue Jun he had seen at the Lin family, this was the first time he had encountered a true deity. Their methods were indeed extraordinary. At least just now, he had failed to detect where the other was. At this moment, the 20 ghostly soldiers, seeing Bai Wuchang fly away and feeling the overwhelming divine power emanating from this purple-clad man, scrambled to escape. River Crossing reached out again, gently grasping the air. The fleeing ghostly soldiers were pulled back toward the central point, ultimately gathering in a disheveled heap, unable to move, their faces turning red but unable to emit a sound of despair, looking particularly pitiful. Ha 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 ha! In the dead silence, reckless laughter echoed. Zhang Zhixing brought over a stool and sat down, watching this scene in the air with great interest, his eyes reflecting mockery. Bai Wuchang also watched silently, his pale face now looking particularly serious. He could sense that he could still establish a connection with these ghostly soldiers, yet he could not control any of them to escape. This is the method of a true deity. Chapter 55. What kind of power is this? A rural self-built house, 5 stories high, located 100 meters away from the Yi family. Little Zeng lay on the edge of the wall, yawning as he watched the scene in the Yi family's yard not far away. In his hand, he held a phone positioned to the side, streaming the live broadcast from that location. With a dual perspective, every little movement was exceptionally clear. However, to little Zeng, everything still felt a bit boring. It was only when he saw Du He appear and effortlessly subdue the 20 evil spirits of Bai Wuchang that he barely perked up a bit. Chin, sir, I'm afraid Bai Wuchang can't hold on much longer. If Niu Tu and Ma Mian don't show up soon, he might really be taken down by Du He in just a few moves. If something unexpected happens, are we just going to watch from the other side? Chen Goen leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, his gaze not fixed on the Yi family's yard but rather elsewhere, seemingly not hearing little Zheng's words. Little Zheng turned to glance at him, knowing he was observing the movements of the other two divine agents. Today, this small village was particularly lively, including Zhang Zhixing. There were a total of 3 divine agents present, all representing righteous deities. The presence of divine agents, in a sense, also meant the deities were present. With 3 righteous gods gathered, any nearby demons and monsters that understood a bit about omens would have to run as far away as possible, or they would be instantly eliminated upon revealing themselves. As for that unwitting wolf demon, it had just been driven over by Du He from a nearby mountain, serving as bait to lure Bai Wuchang out. That was a legitimate tactic. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly force Yi Shui to show herself directly, could they? At this moment, Chen Goen threw the cigarette, but to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, Niu Tu and Ma Mian 1T sit idly by. With their strength, they still have a certain degree of resistance, even when facing righteous gods. I think Du He and Zhang Zhixing probably want to completely eliminate Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, which aligns with the interests of most gods and agents. Deputy Director Yuan has spoken. We can't intervene, but the situation is different now. Keeping an eye on the other 2 gods and agents to ensure they behave is something I believe we can do. Hearing this, little Zeng perked up, his eyes widening slightly. Deputy Director Yuan? A person of such a level is actually concerned with such a small matter? Is it because of Liang Yi's special circumstances, or because of Chen Goen? Little Zeng pondered for a moment, but did not dwell on it further. He gradually straightened up, slightly leaning forward to carefully watch the Yi family's yard. Du He held his hand in a loose grip, controlling the ghost soldiers, rendering them immobile. But his gaze was fixed on Bai Wuchang. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose beneath his feet, and he dashed forward. He had little patience to tangle with this minor deity. He intended to shatter Bai Wuchang with a single blow before Niu Tu and Ma Mian appeared. Otherwise, if he had to divide his attention to deal with the 20 ghosts behind him, it would inevitably become a bit troublesome. Du He's palm gathered purple energy as he struck down with a loud bang. Buzz! A sudden buzzing sound seemed to echo in his ears, and everything before him turned pitch black, deep and quiet, making him dizzy. A momentary scene flickered before Du He, only to shatter and return to normal. Du He's sleeves fluttered as he suddenly turned his head, slapping away the morning staff that was coming down from above, his slightly gloomy face hiding anger. Using such vile tricks against me? In the distance, Bai Wuchang, who had just activated the divine ability, Punish Evil, and retreated in time, held the morning staff and slowly exhaled. Punish Evil had only taken effect for an instant in front of Du He, probably not even lasting a second. However, it was precisely during that brief moment that Bai Wuchang had gained the opportunity to escape from under Du He's grasp. He even attempted to strike back, but it ended in failure. Looking at Du He now, it was clear he was enraged, his divine power surging, purple energy billowing, as if he would appear before them in the next moment, delivering a blow that would lead to utter destruction. It could not be delayed any longer. Bai Wuchang was still merely a spiritual being, lacking in divine power, and moreover, the ghost soldiers were restrained, losing more than half of their combat effectiveness. Liang Yi's thoughts moved, Niu Tu Ma Mian descend. In the next moment, figures appeared on either side of Bai Wuchang, their cold and angry gazes locking onto Du He. Their entire beings were enveloped in a murderous aura mixed with ghostly energy, surging like waves. Seeing this, Du He smiled instead of getting angry, slightly nodding. Good, good. Finally revealed yourselves. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Next you. Before he could finish, a sharp sound of slicing air suddenly rang out as Nyo2 hurled a steel fork from his hand, carrying immense power straight towards Du He's face, arriving in an instant. Du He's eyes widened in shock, and, at the critical moment, his figure dissipated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Nyo2 shook his hand, and the steel fork, undeterred, changed direction and flew back into his grasp. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, but found no signs of Du He. Ma Mian, without hesitation, threw a punch forward, the icy power radiating from his fist spreading out, completely enveloping the entire yard in an instant, revealing Du He's figure, which showed surprise and anger. He hadn't expected that Nyo2 and Ma Mian would strike with such thunderous force. Clang! The familiar sound of slicing air rang out again. Just as Du He was forced to reveal himself by the cold power, Nyo2 had already launched the steel fork again, still aimed directly at his face. The two gods, Nyo2 and Ma Mian, had an incredibly deep bond. Their coordinated attack was seamless. Du He's pupils constricted sharply. There was simply no way to evade at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to release his control over the evil spirits. Both hands forming palms that contained rich purple energy, meeting the flying steel fork with all his might. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, and in midair appeared a brilliantly shining purple star, only to collapse completely in the next moment, dissipating into purple energy. Du He was sent flying backward, stifling a groan as he struggled to stop his retreat, his face dark as water, yet his eyes concealed shock. He and T felt much when he had just evaded the first fork, but now, taking the second fork head-on, he realized just how immense the power was, leaving his insides trembling even now. Is this truly the kind of power a wild god can unleash? What exactly is the origin of that seemingly crude and ugly bull god? In that instant, this thought flashed through Du He's mind. However, the next moment, an astonishing chill suddenly surged from above his crown. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cavern. Chapter 56 in this farce. A bone-chilling cold suddenly spread throughout Du Wei's body, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end, and he felt as though his internal organs were completely frozen. He was completely stiff and unable to move. What kind of cold is this? Even he, a true deity, could only barely withstand it, and even the flow of divine power within him became sluggish. Du Wei thought in astonishment and anger, but then saw in the distance that the Minotaur, having just retrieved the trident, raised his hand again, his furious gaze directed straight at where Du Wei was standing. There was no doubt that if he didn't dodge in time, he would surely be pierced through and feel a chilling sensation. Alarm bells rang in Du Wei's heart. Although he was unwilling, he did not hesitate to bite his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, which caused the purple aura surrounding him to become even more magnificent. Almost simultaneously, a sound of breaking air came. Du Wei broke free from the restraints of the cold and narrowly dodged the powerful thrust of the trident. Below, Zhang Zhixing's face was filled with uncertainty. The playful smile that had been on his face now appeared stiff and awkward. How is this possible? As Du Wei's agent, Zhang Zhixing had always been a firm believer in him, even admiring and obsessing over his strength. But now, in front of the two wild gods, Du Wei was actually at a disadvantage, and it looked quite embarrassing. This scene was completely different from what Zhang Zhixing had previously imagined, leaving him feeling extremely puzzled and lost. Beside him, Yi Tao and Yi Mei, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, also sensed that something was off and gradually became uneasy. Could the Minotaur and the horse face really contend with a true deity? If that were the case, given their previous reckless actions, they would likely face severe consequences today. Yi Tao and Yi Mei exchanged glances and simultaneously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a trickle of cold sweat in their palms. In contrast, Yi Shui and Huang Lin were now greatly relieved, completely relaxed. What does it matter if he is a true deity? He is still being suppressed by the Minotaur, Horseface, and the White Impermanence. All this talk about eliminating demons and upholding justice is just a guise to bully others. Let us see how you end this. Huang Lin, with her sharp tongue, said this in a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhixing quickly turned his head to glare at her, his expression shifting between dark and light, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building, Xiao Zheng's eyes brightened slightly, and he couldn't help but pat the surrounding wall. Oh, the teamwork of the Minotaur and Horseface is indeed seamless, and their strength seems to have improved as well. The cooperation of the two gods could be said to be greater than the sum of their parts. Dewey really isn't holding up. According to reason, the elevation of wild gods to true deities is a qualitative leap. Although they're adjacent ranks, the gap between them is like a chasm. Many demons and monsters would rather fight several wild gods at once than face a true deity, which shows how powerful and noble true deities are. To put more directly, there are countless wild gods in the world, but among 100 wild gods, there may only be one or two that can successfully ascend to true deity status. Therefore, the birth of each true deity is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, the mighty true deity, known for its strength, is now in such a pitiful situation under the hands of two wild gods. It can't be said that Dewey is weak. It can only be said that the Minotaur and Horseface are too strong. While Xiao Zhang was lost in thought, Shen Gowen's voice suddenly came forth. The cooperation of the Minotaur and Horseface is indeed impressive and very harmonious. Earlier, I had a feeling that they originated from the same source, and now that feeling is even stronger. Shen Gowen squinted his eyes towards the Yi family courtyard, only saying half of his thoughts. After a moment of silence and contemplation, he continued, but that's all. Next, Dewey is probably going to get serious. The reputation of a true deity is not something that can be challenged so easily. As he spoke, Shen Gowen's gaze shifted elsewhere. Xiao Zheng did not comment, merely shrugging his shoulders, as if what Shen Gowen said was self-evident, requiring no special agreement. Meanwhile, in the Gowen group, shortly after Yi Tao began broadcasting outside the Yi family courtyard, discussions about this matter had already started in the Gowen group, especially after seeing Zhang Zhixing and Dewey appear one after the other. The atmosphere in the group reached a peak, with many people closely watching the developments. The anticipation was palpable. In the past, every time news about Liang Yi and the Minotaur, Horseface, and White Impermanent surfaced, it often meant they had sparked heated discussions, and it had always been favorable news for them. But now it was different. Yi Shui, a follower of White Impermanence, originally thought to use the Yi family case to help Liang Yi promote the merits and strength of White Impermanence, thereby attracting followers and collecting incense. However, unexpectedly, it backfired. Not only did it attract a lot of questioning voices online, but some even used this incident to counterattack, planning to strike at Liang Yi and the three gods with thunderous methods. It was their own fault for being too conspicuous and not understanding the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing jade is a crime. However, as everyone in the Gowen group looked forward to it, the clash between Dewey and the three gods officially began, but the scene they witnessed left them momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is Dewey holding back? How could he be so embarrassed, even having to burn essence blood to stimulate divine power? This isn't how one holds back. And besides, he has no need to hold back at all. It looks like he's genuinely being beaten down. The Minotaur and Horseface are surprisingly strong? It can't be. Under the cooperation of two wild gods, their strength is comparable to that of a true deity? That's too exaggerated. Right now, there are millions of people watching online. If Dewey truly loses, it would be a huge embarrassment. After a moment of awkward silence in the group, the barrage of comments gradually resumed. However, at this point, the agents of the gods surprisingly and tacitly avoided mentioning words like brutally killed or instant defeat. Although everyone knew that the true methods of the true deity had yet to be unleashed and that Dewey had not used his full strength, it must be admitted that the strength of the Minotaur and Horseface indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Even if they still couldn't defeat the true deity, they were by no means weak fish to be slaughtered. Just then, everyone suddenly became excited again. Look, Dewey really can't take it anymore. He's finally going to get serious. Although it's quite embarrassing for a true deity to be pushed to this extent by 3 wild gods, it's still better than actually losing. The game is about to come to a complete end. This farce is about to be concluded. Chapter 57, The Might of the True God. Shi's city. Yi family courtyard. Du Wei barely dodged the third spear thrown with all its might by the bull-headed and horse-faced gods, thanks to the enhancement brought by the divine blood borrowed from the gods. Breathing heavily, it glanced at the 3 gods, bull-headed, horse-faced, and white Wuchang, with a shadowy gaze. Then wiped the remaining blood from the corner of its mouth. Good, very good. I really underestimated you, no? It should be said that no one fully anticipated your strength. But that's all there is to it. Before truly becoming a true god, no matter how powerful you are merely a wild god. Don't even think about challenging the authority of a true god. As soon as the words fell, Du Wei let out a roar, and the purple aura around it surged more violently. Boundless divine power poured out, and the expressions of the bull-headed, horse-faced, and white Wuchang gods slightly changed. Feeling something was amiss. In an instant, the heavy steel fork, the chains filled with coldness, and the fierce Yin soldiers that had been released from their confinement all rushed forward, trying to stop Du Wei from gathering strength. However, it was all in vain. 20 Yin soldiers found it difficult to approach. Just being tainted by the swirling purple aura seemed to corrode them completely. The steel fork and chains advanced, but were directly blocked by a heavy and enormous force the moment they got close to Du Wei, unable to make any progress. The surrounding winds howled violently, and the Yin winds roared. Zhang Jing looked up at this scene, a mad expression on his face, yet he seemed entranced. Enjoy the show. You humble and lowly wild gods. The reason a true god can be called a true god is that their power is not something you can easily contend with. Qing Liuli Tower, suppress them for me. Accompanied by Zhang Jing's exaggerated gestures and nearly frenzied words, a small blue tower gradually emerged before Du Wei, now madly absorbing the surrounding purple aura, with a hint of noble purple shining from its tip. It was at that moment when the Qing Liuli Tower appeared that Liang Yi suddenly felt an immense pressure all over his body. Turning his head, he saw the bull-headed and horse-faced gods also feeling a heavy burden on their shoulders. It was as if there were indeed an invisible giant tower pressing down on them, continuously exerting increasingly heavy pressure. In just a few breaths, even maintaining an upright position became somewhat strenuous. Du Wei placed both hands in front of it, constantly channeling purple aura and divine power into the immovable small tower, the gaze towards the 3 gods filled with disdain and contempt. I admit your strength has caught my attention, but having provoked someone you shouldn't have, touching interests that do not belong to you, you can only end up like this. This might be your first and last time experiencing the power of a treasure only a true god can wield. Cherish this opportunity. Liang Yi controlled white Wuchang to resist the pressure coming from above, while simultaneously recalling the 20 Yin soldiers back to the underworld with a thought. Otherwise, under such powerful pressure, they would likely not last long before being completely obliterated. At this moment, hearing Du Wei's words, he was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but murmur, "Treasure?" While the situation in the Yi family courtyard was at a standstill, on a rooftop 100 meters away, Xiao Zheng's face was slightly serious, his eyes fixed on the 4 gods confronting each other in the air. It was now evident that the bull-headed, horse-faced, and white Wuchang gods were struggling to hold on. With the support of the Qing Liuli Tower, it was only a matter of time before the 3 gods would be defeated by Du Wei. "Qin Sir, are you really not going to intervene?" Seeing Du Wei's intentions, it seemed more than just wanting to teach the 3 gods a lesson. Unless he completely scattered them, he would not be satisfied. Without the bull-headed, horse-faced, and white Wuchang gods, Liang Yi, as the divine agent, would blend in with the crowd, which probably was the outcome Qin Sir wanted to see. Xiao Zheng glanced sideways at him, blinking. Still waiting? Whether to save or not is just a matter of words. But what does it mean to keep waiting? Is it an Orin yes or no? If we wait any longer, the 3 gods will be beaten to a pulp. Xiao Zheng thought to himself, but ultimately said nothing more. "All right, Qin Sir." Above the Yi family courtyard, white Wuchang's figure trembled slightly, showing signs of descending. The bull-headed and horse-faced gods were struggling to hold on, but could not move an inch, completely unable to counterattack, only passively enduring and resisting the pressure. Below, Zhang licked his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement, muttering something to himself, appearing obsessive and frenzied. Yi Shui and Huang Lin knew the situation was turning, and time was of the essence. Yet at this moment, apart from anxiously praying for the three gods, they had no other options. After all, that was a true god. This was a chasm that most wild gods could not cross, symbolizing identity and absolute power. Yi Tao and Yi Mei's emotions fluctuated, but they finally settled down. They occasionally looked at the sky and then at the live stream where the comments were rolling frantically, and as they watched, they became increasingly reassured. Undoubtedly, the three gods were completely finished, and Liang Yi, the only triple divine agent in history, would also fall from grace. How they would fare next was none of my concern. After all, whether gods, demons, or humans, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. What I care about is whether the three gods and Liang Yi are truly disguised demons and monsters. Is this the might of a true god's treasure? Just moments ago, the bull-headed and horse-faced gods were imposing, yet now they were on the verge of collapse, utterly terrifying. This farce was finally coming to a complete end. No matter how strong the wild gods were, they ultimately could not withstand the might of true God and could only be crushed. Everyone was saying that the three gods were about to be defeated. The scene before them made it abundantly clear. This made Yi Tao and Yi Mei feel delighted and particularly reassured. In the air, Due let out a long breath, and wherever its gaze fell, the purple aura and divine power had completely dyed the top of the Qing Liuli Tower a dazzling azure purple. The bull-headed, horse-faced, and white Wuchang gods were all swaying precariously, especially white Wuchang, who had been completely suppressed to the ground, its feet even breaking through the concrete, sinking several centimeters into the ground, looking as if it would not hold on much longer, completely prostrate on the ground. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Due's mouth. Give up struggling. You will eventually be crushed into dust under the pressure of the Qing Liuli Tower. Before the words were finished, unexpectedly, Due's voice abruptly stopped. A look of confusion first appeared in its eyes, followed by sheer horror. Chapter 58, Doubting Life. Due's pupils constricted slightly as he looked down in shock, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. In an instant, everyone was puzzled and followed his gaze. They saw that Bai Wuchang, who had just been suppressed and gradually sinking into the ground, was now slowly rising and soon returned to the same position as Duhua and the ox-head and horse-face. The pressure from the Qing Liuli pagoda, which had been continuously increasing, seemed to have completely disappeared from him. It had no effect at all. Duhua stared in disbelief, exclaiming this. Impossible? How did you do it? He turned to the side to look at the ox-head and horse-face. Even they, as wild gods, found it particularly difficult to counter that oppressive force, feeling utterly powerless. Yet, Bai Wuchang, a minor deity of spiritual rank, could directly ignore the suppression and still had the energy to perform other actions. Duhua was momentarily filled with uncertainty, unable to imagine what had happened in those brief moments. At this time, Bai Wuchang, holding the morning stick, stared at him intently, a hint of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The previous situation was indeed perilous. Neither Bai Wuchang nor the ox-head and horse-face could escape under that terrifying suppression and could only resist with divine power. But divine power has its limits, especially since they, as wild gods or spiritual entities, could not compare in quantity or quality to Duhua, who is a true deity. Continuing to consume their power like this, they might soon be crushed into powder. However, Duhua's earlier words had directly awakened Liang Yi. This so-called Qing Liuli pagoda was a magical treasure, said to be controllable only by true deities. So how could Bai Wuchang's morning stick, the ox-head's steel fork, and the horse-face chains not be considered magical treasures? They were all divine weapons crafted from heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mysterious iron meteorites from the underworld. Could they really be inferior to the treasures of so-called true deities in this world? Thinking of this, Liang Yi simply decided to go all out. He directly spent the 1,000 merit points he had accumulated from carving statues and commanding the ox head, horse face, and Bai Wuchang to exterminate demons to exchange for Bai Wuchang's morning stick in the system mall. Originally, the morning stick in Bai Wuchang's hand was a manifestation of divine power. Although it had considerable lethality, it lacked a physical form. But now it was different. Although Bai Wuchang's own strength had not increased and remained a spiritual entity, he could wield a magical treasure that only true deities were qualified to use. The increase in his combat power was beyond description. It was a qualitative leap. Moreover, the most important thing was that Bai Wuchang now had a means to contend with the Qing Liuli Pagoda, no longer being completely suppressed by it. At this moment, Duhua was still immersed in confusion and shock, unable to find an explanation. Bai Wuchang, however, smiled coldly. The so-called true deities were actually nothing special. Duhua, the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchang, unaffected by the Qing Liuli Pagoda, flashed and, holding the morning stick, charged towards Duhua in an instant. With his arm raised high, he brought it crashing down. This strike did not land on Duhua's head, but instead struck heavily on the Qing Liuli Pagoda. The purple-blue tip of the pagoda shook violently, and the entire structure trembled in response. A wave-like halo radiated from the point of impact, quickly rippling outwards and creating layers of waves. Duhua grunted, his face instantly paling a few shades, and his footing felt somewhat unsteady. His gaze towards Bai Wuchang was filled with horror. This blow had already surpassed the steel fork that the ox head had thrown with all his might. Bai Wuchang, a spiritual deity, could not only escape the suppression of the Qing Liuli Pagoda, but also wield such terrifying power? How could this be possible? You, surely, are a demon in disguise. There is no way any spiritual deity could possess such combat power. Duhua exclaimed, his eyes filled with caution. Bai Wuchang merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze still locked on the Qing Liuli Pagoda. This pagoda seemed quite extraordinary. Although Bai Wuchang was still just a spiritual entity and could only exert 1/10 or 1/12 of the true power of the morning stick, its inherent quality was not something an ordinary magical treasure could easily withstand. Liang Yi had originally planned to destroy the Qing Liuli Pagoda to relieve the suppression on the ox head and horse face. But now it seemed that achieving this was not so easy. Bai Wuchang did not give Duhua a moment to breathe. At this time, he swung the morning stick and continued to strike heavily at the Qing Liuli Pagoda, aiming to destroy its ongoing oppressive force. Duhua's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and increased the infusion of divine power to support the Qing Liuli Pagoda, but he was already feeling somewhat flustered, although he didn't know what was going on with this strange Bai Wuchang. If the situation continued like this, it would surely end badly. Meanwhile, in a national security group, the agents, who had just been engaged in heated discussions, were now silent. When they saw the live broadcast of Bai Wuchang suddenly ignoring the suppression and charging towards Duhua to continuously attack the Qing Liuli Pagoda, they were all dumbfounded. It was understandable that ordinary people might have little contact with true deities and lacked an understanding of magical treasures, but everyone present was a representative of deities, and the lowest among them were true deities. They were fully aware of how much a magical treasure could enhance a true deity's power. Yet now, a spiritual entity was overpowering a true deity's magical treasure. This was simply absurd, yet it was happening right before their eyes. Soon, after a brief silence, the National Security Group exploded with dozens of messages, most of which were a series of question marks, expressing disbelief. This can't be real, right? How could a true deity be overpowered by a spiritual entity? Someone explain this to me. Doubts about life began to surface as they wondered what was going on with Bai Wuchang. When did such a strange deity emerge in the world? Or is he even a deity? Could it be that Liang Yi and the three gods really won? After all, this was a true deity, and Duhua was not weak either. So what was going on with this situation? Was Bai Wuchang cheating, or had he never stopped? Why did it seem like the Qing Liuli Pagoda was really about to collapse? If the suppression power was lost, and the ox head and horse face could free their hands, would Duhua, still have a chance to fight back? In the national security group, many deity representatives were beginning to doubt life. They had initially thought that the Oxhead and Horseface, as wild gods, were already over the top. Yet now, out of nowhere, a more outrageous being had appeared. A spiritual minor deity chasing after a true deity's magical treasure? Is this right? It was simply unbelievable. In an instant, many representatives began to entertain a thought. If their own true deity replaced Duhua, could they gain an advantage in the confrontation with these three gods? This was a question worth pondering. Chapter 59. Shocking. In Shiza City, 100 meters away from the Yi family courtyard, Xiao Zeng had completely changed from his earlier yawning state. He was now genuinely shocked. He stared intently at the Yi family courtyard, watching as Bai Wuchang wielded the morning stick, repeatedly striking the Qing Liuli pagoda, unable to suppress a gasp. Hiss! This isn't right, is it? How did Bai Wuchang escape the suppression of the Qing Liuli pagoda? Could it be that he has some special secret technique or divine ability? With such impressive means, why didn't he use them earlier? At this rate, crossing the river is indeed becoming a bit dangerous. As he spoke, Xiao Zheng's tone even seemed to carry a hint of excitement. As the assistant to Chun Goen, a special commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau, he had seen much and was quite knowledgeable. He frequently witnessed battles between righteous deities or kings, so his horizons were not to be underestimated. Yet, to this day, he had never seen such a bizarre scene, leaving him both astonished and immensely curious. What on earth is going on? Chun Goen was also seriously watching from a distance, his brows furrowed with a hint of astonishment, to the extent that he didn't even notice his cigarette had burned down to the butt, instinctively taking a deep drag. He frowned, coughed lightly twice, discarded the cigarette butt, and continued to gaze at the scene in the Yi family courtyard while replying. There was still too little information and analysis on by Wuchang, so he couldn't deduce the connections right now. However, the situation had reached a stalemate. It wasn't so easy for Bai Wuchang to break the suppression of the Qing Liuli pagoda. Although the river deity couldn't free his hands, he was constantly on guard against him, so it seemed there was no way to take action. Moreover, the situation for Niotu and Ma Mian was getting worse. If Bai Wuchang couldn't break the Qing Liuli pagoda suppression in time, it would be difficult for him to win, unless... Before he could finish, Chun Goen's gaze suddenly shifted slightly to the side, his eyes cooling down a few degrees. Xiao Zeng understood his meaning, looking in the same direction, his expression also changing slightly as he took over the conversation. Unless something unexpected happens. And now, the unexpected has arrived. Inside the Yi family courtyard, Zhang Jing's expression was terrifyingly dark, almost grinding his back teeth to dust. He didn't understand how this small spirit deity could. How could it ignore the power of suppression? How could it launch an attack on the river deity and his magical artifact, the Qing Liuli pagoda? That was a proper righteous deity and a proper magical artifact. More importantly, he had already made a statement, and now there were hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast online. If the river deity were to lose, defeated by two wild gods and a spirit, what would happen to his position as an agent? No, such a thing must not happen. Zhang Jing suddenly turned around, his exceptionally fierce gaze locking onto the currently panicking Yi Tao, grabbing him by the neck with his right hand. Hurry, call upon your worshipped deity, call upon Ingong. This matter arose because of him, and the river deity acted out of nostalgia. This was a critical moment. How could he stand by? Call him out quickly, or I will kill you now. Yi Tao's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. Unsure whether he was more afraid of the suddenly powerful Bai Wuchang or the nearly mad Zhang Jing at this moment. Beside him, the younger Yi Mei could no longer hold back and started crying. Zhang Jing felt a wave of irritation, angrily shouting, "Shut up! You summon him too, or I will kill you along with him." Yi Mei immediately fell silent, trembling and nodding in fear, joining Yi Tao in calling for Ingong to descend. In just a few blinks, an elderly figure with white hair holding a whisk appeared above their heads. It was indeed Ingong. He frowned and glanced at Zhang Jing, seemingly displeased with the actions of this river agent. But in the end, he said nothing more, quietly floating into the air. His slightly gloomy gaze instantly locked onto Bai Wuchang. This small spirit deity was strong, but its power stemmed from the evil spirits it commanded. And now that it was in a stalemate with the river deity, it was the perfect time for him to take revenge. Gong showed no hesitation, unleashing his full power at once. The whisk in his hand waved, and countless golden glimmers instantly fell, transforming into sharp blades that shot towards Bai Wuchang from all directions. How could he control evil spirits? How could he ignore the suppression of the Qing Liuli pagoda? In the end, he was just a spirit deity. Under such a powerful attack, there was no way he could remain unscathed. With a series of sharp sounds cutting through the air, countless light blades sped out, as if intending to pierce Bai Wuchang into countless holes. Seeing this scene, a confident smile appeared on Gong's face, and the river deity also showed a delighted expression, eagerly anticipating the outcome. However, at this critical moment, Bai Wuchang suddenly laughed. Divine ability, control of ghost soldiers. Morning Stick martial art, whip. The Morning Stick possesses tremendous power, specifically targeting the souls of all things in the world, capable of whipping ghostly entities and driving away evil spirits. If this Morning Stick were to strike an ordinary ghost, it would cause extraordinary damage, but if it were to strike a sealed ghost soldier, it would be a means to spur them into action. In an instant, 20 ghost soldiers crawled out from the underworld, immediately feeling the immense pressure from the Qing Liuli pagoda in the void, all of them shrieking and prostrating on the ground, unable to move. Yet in the next moment, the power of whip activated, amplifying all the ghost soldiers. Even though the amplification wasn't significant, it was enough to allow them to barely move freely and showcase their abilities. Under the close watch of Zhang Jing, Gong, and the river deity, just as the dense array of light blades was about to pierce Bai Wuchang, a sudden howling wind arose, a fierce gale sweeping through. The ghost soldiers from the underworld exerted their strength all at once, an overwhelming chill and ghostly aura blowing forth, completely dissipating the light blades in the air, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed once more. Gong was shocked and exclaimed, "This is impossible. Even low-level evil spirits can break my attack." Zhang Jing was utterly confused. Despite his teeth grinding in frustration, he no longer had the frenzied energy from earlier. Only endless anger, doubt, and shock remained. What he had seen and heard today was completely beyond his imagination. At this moment, the river deity was equally astonished, immediately doubting whether his Qing Liuli pagoda had malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could even low-level, ghostly entities easily withstand its pressure? You, what on earth are you? This is not something an ordinary deity can achieve, not even demons or monsters. It's simply shocking, the river deity muttered, looking at Bai Wuchang, Neo Tu, Ma Mian, and the 20 ghost soldiers with a gaze filled with hesitation and confusion. There was even a hint of fear. A proper righteous deity, in the face of two wild gods and a spirit, felt a rising sense of dread from the depths of his heart. And it was growing stronger. Chapter 60. This is just an attempt after gaining the enhancement of the Weeping Rod martial skill, Whip. The combat power of the 20 soldiers significantly increased, and they quickly extinguished Lord Yin's greatest killing move with all their might. Then, without any hesitation, they cackled and roared as they all lunged at him. Lord Yin was still in a daze until the shadows of the Yin soldiers completely enveloped him, causing his pupils to tremble violently. A sense of extreme danger filled his entire being, making him both astonished and fearful. That White Wuchang really intended to obliterate him entirely. No, river crossing, save me. The voice abruptly stopped, swept away by the gusts of cold wind, disappearing without a trace. After the wind had swept away the remnants, the place where Lord Yin had stood was left in utter emptiness. Buffed. Yi Tao and Yi Mei almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces instantly turning pale, their lips trembling in fear. As believers, they had been able to faintly sense the bond between themselves and Lord Yin after his appearance. But now, that bond had suddenly vanished. This meant that Lord Yin had completely fallen. He was dead, and his path was extinguished. At this moment, it wasn't just Yi Tao and Yi Mei who felt panic. Zhang Zhixing's pupils also shook slightly, his face turning ashen, and he involuntarily took a step back. How could Lord Yin, a wild god, die so decisively at the hands of a group of minion ghosts? Now, the Oxhead and Horseface were immobilized, while White Wuchang and River Crossing were locked in a stalemate. The situation had completely reversed. Could River Crossing and his clear glazed tower hold on? Zhang Zhixing panicked, truly panicked. His unwavering faith in River Crossing had now cracked open a tiny fissure. What if River Crossing really lost? As his agent, would the three gods spare him? In an instant, Zhang Zhixing felt a tumult of emotions, his face showing the utmost distress. In midair, River Crossing focused all his energy on driving the clear glazed tower, while also having to split his attention between suppressing Oxhead and Horseface and confronting White Wuchang. He had originally thought Lord Yin's appearance would bring hope to the battle, but instead, he found that even the minion ghosts could not be dealt with, leading to his complete demise. This scene impacted River Crossing just as much as it did Yi Tao, Yi Mei, and even Zhang Zhixing. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. Continuing to stalemate like this was not a solution. Since the three had already confirmed their divine identities, he couldn't make things any more complicated. As for Lord Yin, he had purely sought his own doom. Now that he had fallen, there was no deep hatred between them, so why escalate to a life-and-death struggle? This unwarranted aggression was my fault. I am willing to apologize publicly and confirm your divine identities. How about we put an end to today's matter? River Crossing suddenly spoke up, his voice loud. He didn't sound like he was apologizing and clarifying, but rather like he was magnanimously choosing to forgive. White Wuchang didn't even glance at him, merely remaining silent while waving the weeping rod in his hand, fixated on the increasingly trembling clear glazed tower, striking it heavily. Seeing this, River Crossing gritted his teeth, his expression growing even uglier. He had lowered himself to request an end to this matter, yet the other party showed no appreciation. Could it be that they truly harbored murderous intent towards him? Thinking of this, River Crossing's anger intensified, and he cursed loudly. Fine. If you wish to drag this out, then drag it out. Let's see whether your wild divine bodies and powers are more abundant, or whether my dignified, true God strength is more plentiful. Do you really think you can easily erase me like you did with Lord Yin? You're not qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, a heavy blow fell, and the swaying clear glazed tower finally could not hold up any longer, toppling in midair, its brilliance dimming in an instant. River Crossing's expression changed, and he was about to reach out to catch it. However, White Wuchang was even quicker, snatching it and placing it into his sleeve. River Crossing's eyes widened. You. Before he could finish his sentence, icy iron chains suddenly flew in, binding him, followed by a steel fork that whistled through the air, piercing his shoulder and firmly pinning him to the ground. River Crossing winced in pain, letting out a muffled groan, as divine power flowed slowly from his shoulder wound, returning to the heavens and earth. At this point, there was no doubt that River Crossing had been completely defeated. Yet he suddenly let out a miserable laugh. So what if you defeated me? You cannot kill me at all. Why waste your effort like this? Upon hearing these words, White Wuchang, who had just landed gracefully, raised an eyebrow. He knew that River Crossing was speaking the truth. Gods are different from humans. They are born from the essence of heaven and earth. To completely erase a god, one would need to consume them entirely like the Yin soldiers did. Otherwise, even if they were dismembered, it wouldn't count as a complete erasure. Just like the evil ghost scene in the hospital in Shuanglin City. It failed to fully consume Lord Shaoshan, allowing him to escape by a stroke of luck. As for those 20 Yin soldiers, White Wuchang glanced aside and saw that they had just fed on Lord Yin, and now they seemed to be digesting contentedly. If they were to swallow this true god, they would all likely explode. Aside from that, if the Oxhead, Horseface, and White Wuchang's powers far exceeded River Crossing's, there would be many ways to erase him. But now, the three working together could barely defeat him. How could they talk about erasure? Seeming to realize the meaning behind White Wuchang's silence, River Crossing's expression suddenly twisted, and he laughed wildly. How? Losing to you is indeed the greatest shame of my life, but in the world of gods, failure does not often mean death. I advise you to find a way to completely erase me. Otherwise, when I rise again, it will be your day of demise." River Crossing's words and actions revealed madness, and his gaze emitted danger signals. There was no doubt that if it were Ox Head, Horse Face, and White Wuchang who were defeated at this moment, he would undoubtedly erase them without hesitation. At this moment, River Crossing felt the shame of defeat, yet a sense of comfort arose from within him. He was about to continue mocking them. However, just then his crazy and arrogant smile suddenly froze on his face, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. He saw that the three gods in front of him were expressionless, slowly raising their right hands, with their palms facing him. What does this mean? In White Wuchang's mind, Liang Yi, who held the control, ordered without hesitation. Activate the divine ability, Soul Capture. This was actually just an attempt. Since the Soul Capture divine ability can absorb the souls of all things in the world, why can't it be used to absorb a god? Although there was no theoretical support, it was worth a try. With this mindset, Liang Yi commanded the three gods to simultaneously use Soul Capture on River Crossing. In the next moment, as he transformed into White Wuchang, he clearly felt a tremendous divine power surging into his palm. Liang Yi chucked it softly. He had bet right. Chapter 61. Will Boss Liang give this face? In the Yi family courtyard, there was a profound silence at this moment. Everyone was showing surprise and disbelief as they looked at the center of the courtyard. The three gods, Ox Head, Horse Face, and White Impermanence, each extended their right hands, as if they were reaching into the air to take something towards the River Crossing, who was pinned to the ground by a steel fork. Gradually, wisps of divine power began to emanate from River Crossing's body, perfectly entering the palms of the three gods and slowly seeping into their bodies. Before the naked eye, River Crossing's form slowly became dim, gradually transforming into a phantom. In the next moment, a hysterical scream suddenly erupted. River Crossing's face twisted in terror, as if witnessing the most horrifying thing in the world, sending chills down its spine. What have you done? No. I am a deity. I am a righteous god. How can you? As it shouted, its voice gradually weakened, becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz, its mouth opening in panic. But no sound could be heard. River Crossing's face was contorted, its eyes bulging, struggling to reach out, seemingly trying to reclaim everything that belonged to it. But in the next moment, its bulging veins turned intangible, followed by its limbs, body, and eventually its entire figure, completely vanishing, transforming into wisps of divine power that split into three streams, fully absorbed by Ox Head, Horse Face, and White Impermanence. Finally, everything returned to silence. In front of the three gods, there was nothing, as if the River Crossing deity had never existed. White Impermanence slowly closed its eyes, feeling the surging divine power within. Slowly digesting it, Ox Head beside it couldn't help but burp contentedly, smacking its lips in satisfaction. After all, it was a righteous god, even divided into three parts. The divine power it brought was still immense, and as long as it was fully digested and transformed, it could be used for their own purposes, elevating the combat strength of the three gods to another level. Thinking of this, White Impermanence slowly opened its eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in its gaze. It did not know whether other gods in this world could achieve this, but there was no doubt that this might be another means to strengthen combat power, apart from absorbing incense and elevating rank. At this moment, in the National Security Group, when they saw River Crossing about to be defeated and begging for mercy, the agents of various gods could no longer remain seated, until they finally witnessed it truly panicking and being completely erased by the three gods. The agents seemed to have seen a ghost, shocked beyond measure. River Crossing really lost? A righteous god, defeated by two wild gods and a spirit? Not only that, but even the natal treasure was taken away, and it directly died on the spot. My God, when did this world become so crazy? Where did these three gods come from? A righteous god just died like this? Even in the end, the three gods appeared to be completely unharmed, without much consumption, which was truly bizarre. Why do I suddenly feel like the world is about to change? Even if this incident is nothing compared to those truly powerful gods, the three gods and Liang Yi are simply not in line with reason. And there might be a major upheaval. My deity has already spoken. Liang Yi and the three gods cannot be provoked. Even if we cannot get along, we must avoid being enemies with them. It seems it's time to visit Shuanglin City, but I wonder if Boss Liang will give this face. At this moment, whether they were previously neutral onlookers or completely pessimistic about Liang Yi and the three gods, or even those who wish to see them fail, their attitudes underwent a huge transformation. In the past, they were indeed not weak, but under the glaring spotlight that touched the interests of many gods and humans, almost everyone wanted to see them stumble. And now, with river crossing acting as the scapegoat, it was something the agents were happy to see. But now that river crossing had suffered a crushing defeat, even ending up dead, the strength of the three gods was evident, and they naturally gained recognition. Even though many were still gritting their teeth in the dark, believing that Liang Yi and the three gods had touched their interests, they could only curse in secret while still maintaining a facade of politeness on the surface. As for taking action or becoming enemies, most people and gods had to think about river crossing's fate and whether they were worthy of that weight. Meanwhile, outside the Yi family courtyard, on the rooftop, Chen Goen looked astonished, gazing at the three gods standing in the distance, his brow furrowed with shock and confusion. They really defeated and erased river crossing? Why do the strengths of these three gods always surprise people again and again? Just as he was speaking, Chen Goen frowned, reaching for his cigarette case, only to discover it had been empty for some time. Xiao Zheng's mouth was slightly open, looking dumbfounded, and upon hearing this, he blinked and took a sharp breath. Right? They lost just like that. They died just like that. When did the life of a righteous god become so worthless? Xiao Zheng, with a look of disbelief, struggled for a moment but really didn't know what to say. Seeing Chen Goen crush the empty cigarette case, he quickly pulled out another box he had prepared in advance and handed it over. As Chen Goen lit a cigarette, Xiao Zheng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Wait, Chen, sir. Isn't Zhang Jing one of our group's agents? River Crossing was a deity we personally selected and invited into the group. Now, they just casually died, and their relevant information has been entered into the system. How are we supposed to report this to the higher-ups? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Goen, who had been silent, seemed even more silent. He remained mute, merely continuing to smoke. Even he had to admit that this was indeed a problem. As the leader of the group, Chen Goen not only had to invite Divine Agent from across the country into the group, but also had to ensure their safety and that of the gods they represented to a certain extent. However, this responsibility had often gone unmentioned in the past. After all, a righteous god generally wouldn't provoke those vicious demons and monsters, so there usually wouldn't be any safety issues. But now, right under his nose, one of the righteous gods in his group was erased by three other gods from the group. Thinking of this, Chen Goen took a deep drag on his cigarette. In fact, he came to the scene today mainly to protect the three gods and the possibly arriving Liang Yi, so that even in defeat, they wouldn't truly be erased by river crossing. But now the situation had completely reversed, and without giving him time to react, river crossing was completely gone. Xiao Zheng blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. He knew he had put Chen Goen in a difficult position. After a moment, when one cigarette had burned out, Chen Goen picked up his phone, fiddling with it while shaking his head. Forget it. It's just a righteous god with average strength and no remarkable traits. Trading it for a seed player like Liang Yi and the three powerful gods behind him is a deal that can't go wrong. Xiao Zheng opened his mouth and blurted out another question. What about Zhang Jing? He shouldn't be considered a divine agent anymore. Chen Goen remained silent, only raising the phone in his hand. Xiao Zheng looked puzzled and checked his own phone. In the National Security Group, a new message was displayed, sent by Chen Goen just now. Group member Zhen Shi, righteous god, has lost the status of divine agent and has been removed from the group chat. Please be informed. Xiao Zheng's pupils shrank slightly, his expression becoming somewhat complex. He noticed that after this message was sent, the originally lively discussion in the group seemed to have suddenly gone silent, and there were no new messages popping up for a long time. Chapter 62. This doesn't look like a wild god? Xiao Zheng, not believing in evil, waited in the group chat interface for a while, but no one sent any messages. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Just then, Xiao Zong frowned, quickly raised his right hand to his ear, listened carefully, and quickly repeated, "Sir Chun, the divine agents on both the east and west sides are moving towards the direction of the Yi family. It seems they are ready for a divine descent at any moment and are moving quickly. Preliminary estimates suggest they want to take advantage of the three gods' downtime to launch a sneak attack." Chun Goen narrowed his eyes, as if he had anticipated this scene, and calmly issued orders. Implement a siege and control them. If the gods descend and show signs of resistance, eliminate them on the spot, if necessary. Then interrogate the agents about their backing forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the orders were given. Chun Goen took a step back and surveyed the east and west directions of the village. On the empty rooftops, among the lush trees, extraordinary figures suddenly appeared, leaping into alleys and the shadows of houses, disappearing from sight. Half a minute later, Xiao Zong sighed with regret. Chun Goen turned his head to look at him, his eyes questioning. Xiao Zong shrugged helplessly and said, "Sir Chun, your name is just too useful. The one on the east has already summoned the god to descend." As soon as the team mentioned Master Chun from the Paranormal Bureau, the god respectfully apologized and left immediately. The one on the west didn't have time to descend, but the agent also apologized and indicated they would retreat immediately. "Sir Chun, the team has been waiting for several hours and is now feeling restless. They are asking if next time they can avoid mentioning your name and just beat them up first to vent their frustrations." Chun Goen smiled slightly and patted Xiao Zong on the head. "You little rascal." Xiao Zong nearly stumbled and fell down the stairs, but steadied himself and put his right hand to his ear, imitating Sir Chin's instructions indicate, "You little rascal." In the Yi family's courtyard, with Dewey dead, Liang Yi instructed the Oxhead and Horseface to retreat for the time being and digest the one-third divine power obtained from Dewey. If they could completely transform it, the strength of the three gods would increase further. After Oxhead and Horseface left, Bai Wuchang turned to look inside the house. Zhang Zhixing stood frozen in place, his bloodshot eyes staring at the center of the courtyard, where Dewey had died, his face ashen, devoid of color. As a divine agent, his bond with Dewey was profound, bordering on fanaticism. Therefore, with Dewey's death, he naturally felt devastated. As for Yi Tao and Yi Mei, their emotions today had been tumultuous, experiencing great highs and lows, and they were deeply anxious. Especially at this moment, feeling by Wu Chang's gaze, they were terrified to the extreme, trembling like leaves, fearing that the demon-like god who harmed their parents would also turn them into that state. However, Liang Yi clearly had no interest in that. The phone Yi Tao held was still live-streaming, and Bai Wuchang's cold gaze fell on the two siblings, as well as on hundreds or even millions of viewers in multiple live streams. This live broadcast, which Dewey and other forces had prepared to expose Liang Yi and the three gods' tragic situation, had now become a means to vindicate them and even further enhance their fame. The bullet comments in the live stream were rolling in an exceptionally intense manner, with wild gods and even spirit bodies slaying righteous gods. The achievements of Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang were simply too exaggerated. I have a feeling that various platforms' trending topics will be dominated by related discussions for a while. Whoever said the three gods were weak, who said they were disguised monsters. Dewey just indirectly admitted that he was the one spreading rumors. This battle was truly stunning. The three gods were incredibly powerful, and the value of the statues carved by Boss Liang continued to rise, equivalent to being able to buy protection from righteous gods for just over 100,000. After this, I'm afraid no one will question Liang Yi, Oxhead, and Horseface, and Bai Wuchang anymore. After all, the strength to annihilate righteous gods is right there. Who would dare to question it? I still don't understand why a righteous god was taken down by two wild gods and a spirit body god. This doesn't look like a wild god. It's almost like a war god. Let's not say anything more. I can't compete with the blessings of the two great lords. Starting today, I will sincerely worship Lord Bai Wuchang. Even if I can't obtain a divine token, I will still offer incense to pray for some protection. In the quiet of the moment, the public opinion trend in the live stream underwent a complete 180-degree shift. The sarcastic, mocking, And even insulting comments that had filled the entire live stream were now replaced by shock and praise, changing like flipping a page. After all, the strength of the three gods was right there for all to see. Anyone who wants to question should first weigh whether they have the courage to stand against righteous gods. At this moment, in the Yi family's courtyard, Bai Wuchang casually glanced at Zhang Zhixing and the siblings Yi Tao and Yi Mei, then walked straight to Yi Shui and Huang Lin. Yi Shui immediately knelt on the ground, unable to hide her excitement, and called out sincerely, "Believer Yi Shui, thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang, for your assistance." Bai Wuchang waved his sleeve, and a breeze swept past, helping her up. He said, "This matter is originally my responsibility. To put it bluntly, it is you and your daughter who have suffered unwarranted disasters because of me, so there is no need to talk about thanks. Yi Shui, you did well this time, but you still need to wrap things up. Report to the Law Enforcement Bureau that these three caused harm by summoning monsters into the village and bring them to justice." Yi Shui and Huang Lin hurriedly nodded, their postures resembling little chicks pecking at rice. Zhang Zhixing, on the other hand, still looked ashen, completely immersed in his lifeless world, his eyes particularly dim. Yi Tao and Yi Mei, however, were overjoyed, their brows raised in delight. Compared to being judged directly by Bai Wuchang, the words Law Enforcement Bureau brought them absolute security, even if this matter was serious and they might face severe penalties in the end. It was still better than directly becoming walking corpses. Bai Wuchang coldly watched this scene, his expression exceptionally calm. Sparing the lives of these three was not out of kindness from Liang Yi, but because, most of the time, living people are far more useful than dead ones. The persecution he faced this time was considerable, and it wasn't something a single righteous god could support. At this moment, the strength of the three gods was still somewhat weak, so he could only temporarily ignore it. However, when it comes time to settle accounts in the future, Zhang Zhixing and the siblings Yi Tao and Yi Mei would be the best intermediaries to trace back. Moreover, with Bai Wuchang's ghost soldiers in hand, monitoring these three's movements would be extremely easy. Everything would be under control. Having said this, Bai Wuchang no longer lingered, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Yi Shui and Huang Lin, seeing this, both bowed respectfully to send him off. Chapter 63, A Great Change is Coming. 100 meters away, on the rooftop of a self-built house, Chen Goen and Xiao Zeng watched as the figures of the three deities, Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, disappeared into the Yi family's courtyard. Xiao Zeng clicked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "Chen, your vision is as sharp as ever. Although these three deities are still of low rank, each one has limitless potential. I didn't expect such hidden talents in a small place like Shuanglin City, especially someone like Liang Yi, a special divine agent." Although Xiao Zeng's words were heartfelt, they also carried a hint of flattery. Chen Goen shot him a glance and shook his head, saying, "All right, we need to report this situation up the chain early. Liang Yi and these three deities are too special. How to interact with them must be decided by the higher-ups. We don't have much time to waste. The situation across the country is becoming increasingly severe." As he spoke, Chen Goen narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the distant horizon, revealing a hint of complex emotions. Hearing this, the smile on Xiao Zeng's face faded significantly. He scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Chen Goen took a deep breath and continued softly, "Unfortunately, we still can't find an effective countermeasure. The most frightening part is that they have been planning for years, maybe even longer. And only now have we discovered a few clues of their ambitions, forcing us to adopt an emergency defense posture. I wonder how extensive their plans really are, and how much power of humanity, the deities, and even our Bureau of Supernatural Affairs has been infiltrated. When the tide recedes, we will know who has been swimming naked. But by the time this surging tide completely withdraws, we don't know how many lives will be sacrificed. A great change is coming. And as the authorities of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, the burden on our shoulders is indeed quite heavy." Chen Goen cursed, then turned and walked to the edge of the rooftop, bending slightly before leaping down. Xiao Zeng sighed silently. In their earpieces, the team members who had been chatting idly fell silent and began to withdraw. Xiao Zeng shook his head, taking one last look at the Yi family courtyard. Further away, the vehicles of the Law Enforcement Bureau were already approaching, the flashing red and blue lights on the roof particularly conspicuous. A great change is coming. Xiao Zeng murmured, also walking to the edge of the wall and leaping down. In the blink of an eye, he landed quietly, taking a few steps to catch up with Chen Goen, and they left quickly. Shuanglin City, equipment store. Liang Yi let out a long breath, fully waking up and rubbing his somewhat sore neck. It seemed like this was the first time he had transformed into a deity for such a long time. Although the trip to Shiza City was time-consuming and labor-intensive, fortunately, it ultimately resolved the issue with the river-crossing deity without any danger. Most importantly, the gains were substantial. The river crossing and other forces had specifically launched a live broadcast, providing him with a significant boost in exposure for Niu 2, Ma Mian, and the unfamiliar by Wu Chang. Just from the divine power absorbed from the river-crossing deity, it would be enough for the three deities to digest for a while. Once they fully digest it, their strength would increase significantly, making it much easier to deal with other deities or high-level monsters when encountered again. Of course, this referred to deities like the river crossing, the lowest level of righteous deities. The rank of righteous deity is a significant dividing line for all deities. After being promoted to a righteous deity, not only can one generate a personal magical artifact and wield its power, but one's strength also dramatically increases, and one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. At that point, relying solely on incense power would no longer be sufficient for deities to advance further. They would need to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Otherwise, it would be common to remain stuck at the lowest level of righteous deities. For most wild deities, righteous deities are virtually unattainable, and the rank of righteous deity is further divided into three tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Just like the river-crossing deity, which is the lowest tier of lower righteous deities, its power is significantly higher than that of wild deities, but it still seems somewhat lacking among the righteous deities. The middle and upper tiers require vast amounts of incense power for each advancement, and one's strength must also break through to the corresponding threshold. Otherwise, even with a large number of followers and incense, it would be futile. This is the natural law's restriction on deities, and it is also the rules that deities often mention. Niu 2 and Ma Mian are not far from being promoted to righteous deities. Especially for Niu 2 and Ma Mian, their followers and incense power had already reached a considerable level. Breaking through 1,000 in incense power was just a matter of time. Once they passed the threshold, they would successfully ascend to the rank of righteous deities, significantly increasing their strength. As for the so-called threshold crossing, it is similar to the tribulation that Liang Yi is familiar with, which is a daunting challenge for most wild deities. However, for the already outstanding Niu 2, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, it should not be too difficult. Considering this, Liang Yi thought for a moment and spoke, check the information on the deities Niu and Ma Mian. As soon as he finished speaking, two illusory information panels appeared in front of him. Information display for deity Niu 2, rank, wild deity, followers, 81, incense power, 830, divine abilities, great strength, intermediate, night walker, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, Niu 2 Ma Mian, deity bond. Information display for deity Ma Mian, rank, wild deity, followers, 72, incense power, 766, divine abilities, Ein cold, intermediate, night walker, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, Niu 2 Ma Mian, deity bond. The incense power of both deities is gradually approaching 1,000. Once it exceeds 1,000, the so-called threshold will be unlocked, and passing it will allow them to ascend to righteous deities while generating their own personal magical artifact. The rapid growth of incense power is naturally due to the continuous exposure of Niu 2 and Ma Mian online. Although not many people have truly obtained their idols and become followers, given Liang Yi's carving speed, many others have voluntarily worshipped the two deities due to the ongoing exposure. Even though no divine tokens were established to create bonds, their sincere offerings would still generate some incense power. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Now, This potential follower's incense power accounts for a significant portion, which is precisely why many great deities rely on humans to establish temples in various places to attract the public for worship and blessings. Liang Yi waved his hand to dismiss the information panels in front of him, pondering for a moment as if talking to himself or addressing the deities Nyotu and Ma Mian in the void. It seems that it won't be long before you can be promoted to righteous deities. Only by entering the ranks of righteous deities can one truly be considered a deity with a name and surname. As he spoke, a glint flashed in Liang Yi's eyes. Chapter 64 In-Depth Communication with Deities. After regaining his composure, Liang Yi snapped his fingers, and with a slight movement of his mind, the figure of Bai Wuchang appeared before him. In the past, every time Bai Wuchang manifested, Liang Yi had completely controlled him, essentially embodying Bai Wuchang himself. So he never found it strange. But now, looking face to face, it really was somewhat unsettling. It seemed quite understandable that people would repeatedly accuse them of being demons and monsters in disguise. As Liang Yi spoke, Bai Wuchang innocently blinked his eyes. Seeing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, instructing him, "Where's the Qing Liuli pagoda we took from the river? Bring it out and let me see." Bai Wuchang fished out the Qing Liuli pagoda from his robe. Liang Yi curiously reached out to take it, and was surprised to find it completely weightless. Even in his human form, it felt very light. Yet, such a small tower, not much bigger than a palm, could generate such terrifying pressure when activated. Just a short while ago, when Liang Yi had transformed into Bai Wuchang, he had experienced this firsthand. Although Bai Wuchang was a spiritual entity, and the pressure from the river deity was undoubtedly focused on the stronger Nyoto and Ma Mian, it was still enough to demonstrate the power of the Qing Liuli pagoda. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of 20 Yin soldiers creating an opening, Bai Wuchang might have been overwhelmed by the river deity's lethal strike, despite being able to break through the pagoda's pressure with his crying stick. Moreover, based on the information currently available, it seemed that magical artifacts had their own unique combat techniques, similar to the innate abilities of deities. The combat technique of the crying stick held by Bai Wuchang was whip, which at the current stage was a beginner-level technique that could temporarily motivate the Yin soldiers under his command, granting them an overall enhancement. According to the data provided by the system, this enhancement effect appeared to be 50%. As the whip technique's level increased in the future, it was likely that its enhancement effect would also improve correspondingly. However, based on the earlier situation with Nyoto and Ma Mian, it seemed that the elevation of a deity's powers relied on their rank, and it wasn't a one-to-one relationship. What about the elevation of a magical artifact's level? Could it also be related to the deity's rank? Without relevant examples, Liang Yi couldn't draw a conclusion for the time being and had to set this aside for now. From the existing information, it could be inferred that the pressure generated by the Qing Liuli pagoda likely stemmed from its unique combat technique. It must be said that this was a very practical means. Unfortunately, neither Nyoto nor Ma Mian, who had not yet ascended to the rank of proper deities, had the ability to wield magical artifacts. Liang Yi had already tried this when he transformed into Bai Wuchang, reaching a corresponding conclusion. The steel fork, iron chains, and crying stick could be considered their innate magical artifacts, which they could naturally control at will. However, the Qing Liuli pagoda was something they had plundered, and among the three deities, none could use it until Nyoto or Ma Mian became proper deities. This feeling of being powerless, like an old man with intentions but no strength, inevitably felt somewhat frustrating. Liang Yi helplessly shook his head and casually tossed the Qing Liuli pagoda back to Bai Wuchang. "You keep it for now. We'll let Nyoto or Ma Mian use it when they ascend to proper deities. There's no rush for now." As he spoke, Liang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Bai Wuchang received the order, and his figure vanished into the void. Liang Yi opened his mouth to yawn, unable to resist stretching lazily. Although transforming into a deity didn't consume his physical strength, it did take a toll on his mental energy. Earlier, when his mind was highly tense, he didn't feel anything. But now that he relaxed, he vaguely felt sleepy. Liang Yi adjusted his chair to lie flat, ready to enjoy a good nap. However, just then, the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Ma Datu. "Hello. Before he could finish his word, Ma Datu's excited shouting erupted on the other end. "Oh my God! Boss Liang, what are you doing? I can't believe you actually have the leisure to prepare for a nap. Do you know what just happened?" I know. How do you? Never mind. I'm really experiencing an adrenaline rush here. My nose is about to bleed. Who gets it? That was a proper deity. A proper deity. They were taken down by our Nyoto, Mamian, and by Wu Chang in just a flash. You have no idea how thrilling it was to watch the live stream, and how satisfying it felt in the end. My goosebumps were all up, you know? Ma Datu rambled on incessantly, his voice booming like a brass bell, making Liang Yi's ears a bit sore, even through the phone. At first, he could barely understand Ma Datu's excitement and maintain some patience to listen to the events he had just personally experienced. But Ma Datu showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he became more and more agitated, even bringing up why he wasn't notified in advance so he could bring a protective talisman and join in on the excitement. Liang, he couldn't hold back any longer and took a deep breath. "Ma Datu, I'm going to sleep now. If you really want to chat, how about I call Nyoto out to talk? He was just on site, and he surely knows more details than you from watching the live stream. Why don't you two have a deep conversation?" As soon as Liang Yi said this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Ma Datu's shy yet excited voice came through. That doesn't seem appropriate, but if Lord Nyoto is willing, of course, I would cherish this rare opportunity. And speaking of which, as a believer, I've admired Lord Nyoto for a long time, but since the last time in the hospital, I haven't really had a close opportunity to communicate. If possible, Liang Yi was stunned. Even his breathing momentarily halted. Is this what a devoted believer of a deity looks like? Isn't it a bit scary? Liang Yi impatiently retorted. Don't you have a statue? I see you have quite a bond with Nyoto. You can just summon him for a close conversation. Nyoto has a bad temper. If you get beaten up, don't call me again. He then hung up the phone directly and began to sleep soundly. On the other end, Ma Data listened to the hang-up tone and scratched his head. In the following days, the incident of Nyoto, Mamian, and Bai Wu Chang defeating the river deity in the Yi family's courtyard was completely blown up and widely circulated online. The related video garnered an astonishing number of views, reaching over 100 million, and the topic discussions remained hot, continuously topping the trending charts on multiple platforms. After recovering from his illness, Ma Data didn't idle away and officially began selling the Bai Wu Chang statue and protective talismans of Nyoto and Ma Mian, with the live stream buzzing with excitement, gifts pouring in, and the atmosphere lively. Yet, amidst this clamor on the internet, increasingly bizarre death incidents began to emerge across the country. In a moment, dark currents surged. Chapter 65, They Are Not Human. A week later, in the CBD of Shiza City, at the entrance of the Lin Group building, a pink sports car screeched to a stop in front of the gate, and Lin Shi stepped out of the car, her long, snowy white legs catching attention as she walked towards the building. As soon as she entered, she spotted her second aunt, Lin Xiaoling, waiting to one side. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as she took off her sunglasses and calmly called out, "Aunt." Lin Xiaoling casually responded and turned to walk towards the exclusive elevator. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, looking at her aunt's plump figure, but eventually followed her into the elevator. Although Lin Shi was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Haojiang was still alive, so she generally didn't get involved in the matters of the Lin Group and rarely came here. Today, she had only come after receiving a message from her uncle, Lin Hushing, asking her to come to the company for a meeting. However, Lin Shi found it strange that if she really needed to attend a meeting, her father should have informed her in advance, rather than her uncle notifying her like this. Confused, she had sent a message to Lin Haojiang on the way here, but had not received a reply. Initially, she didn't think much of it, assuming he was just busy. But now, upon seeing her second aunt Lin Xiaoling, her inexplicable sense of unease intensified. The elevator quickly ascended, stopping at each floor. Heading toward the top, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy, shook her head to steady herself, then took a deep breath and asked, "Aunt, where's my father?" Lin Xiaoling glanced at her with a forced smile and said, "You'll see him when we get out of the elevator. What's the rush? Your aunt won't eat you." Lin Shi pursed her lips and forced a laugh. "Aunt, you're joking." Lin Xiaoling's gaze lingered on her for a long time, her expression inscrutable. Lin Shi felt increasingly strange and instinctively took out her phone, aimlessly scrolling through the screen. It wasn't until her aunt's gaze shifted away that she let out a slight sigh of relief. For some reason, ever since her father's possession was resolved by the Lord of the Horseface, She had felt something odd about her second aunt and uncle. This dated back to the warning the Lord of the Horseface had given her before leaving. It seems that there isn't much peace within your Lin family, so be careful. At that time, She had clearly seen the Lord of the Horseface's gaze sweep over her uncle Lin Hushing and her aunt Lin Shaoling. Did this mean that her father's possession was related to them, or did it imply something else? She couldn't figure out, but since then, she had intentionally avoided both of them. Not long ago, she even used the excuse of staying at Yishui's house for a few days, stemming from this incident. She lowered her head, frowning slightly as she fell into deep thought. Just then, she was startled, her heart skipping a beat. She suddenly looked up to see Lin Shaoling staring at her with a strange, almost comical smile. "Sheer, the elevator has arrived." She hurriedly nodded, her pretty face showing signs of paleness as she quickly stepped out. She didn't know what was happening at home, but her instincts told her that her uncle and aunt were definitely up to something. She tightened her grip on her phone and quickly walked towards the meeting room. No matter what, as long as she could see her father, it would be fine. With him around, even if those two had some plots or schemes, they couldn't create too much trouble. However, as she walked a few steps down the corridor, she suddenly froze in place, her eyes widening in shock. In the corridor leading to the meeting room, countless bodies lay scattered, some in tragic states, others with unclosed eyes, and blood was pooling, forming a stream slowly spreading towards her feet. A bone-chilling chill shot through her body, and she trembled, feeling her hands and feet turn cold, her whole body freezing in place. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. "Shia, what's wrong?" When that despicable god, the Lord of the Horseface, interfered with our grand plan, did you ever think about the price you would have to pay in the future? The lives of these ants are insignificant compared to our losses. However, with the entire Lin family and the Lin group as compensation, it's somewhat acceptable. Lin Shaoling's gentle voice echoed in the blood-soaked corridor. Shi's chest rose and fell violently, her breathing quickening, and a wave of fear surged within her. Fortunately, she managed to stay somewhat calm. "Your entire Lin family?" In an instant, she caught that phrase, and many questions flashed through her mind. However, the next moment, she vaguely heard a familiar angry shout coming from the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Shi's eyes lit up as if she had grasped a lifeline. It was Qingwei Jun. In the next moment, a surge of unknown strength surged through Shi, and she hurriedly ran towards the end of the corridor, stepping on the blood flowing beneath her. Bang! Without encountering any obstruction, Shi breathlessly pushed open the door to the meeting room, instantly freezing in place. The large meeting room was in chaos. In midair, Qingwei Jun was trapped by 9 chains emitting black smoke, surrounded by swirling green leaves that kept pushing outward but could not break free from the chain's restraint, which were gradually tightening. Below, dozens of mid to high-level executives of the Lin group, as well as many Lin family members, were sitting on the ground, each performing hand seals. Waves of black mist and blood energy were rising from their heads, converging towards the chains above. Apart from these people, there were only bodies lying all around, with blood flowing like a river. She felt as if her heart had been suddenly squeezed tight, and her eyes revealed endless panic. Qingwei Jun was a true deity, yet now he was imprisoned by these people, unable to move, when the world was happening. At that moment, among the group sitting on the ground, Lin Hushing suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Shi, who was frozen at the door and trembling, with a grin. "Shir, you finally came. Your uncle has been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingwei Jun, who was trapped by the 9 chains, also opened his eyes wide, looking somewhat disheveled compared to his usual ethereal appearance. His gaze fixed on Shi, and he gritted his silver teeth, immediately shouting, Shi, quickly summon the Lord of the Horseface. They are not human. They are monsters disguised as humans, lurking in your Lin family. Now is the time to summon the Lord of the Horseface and bring in Yodo and by Wu Chang for assistance. There may still be a chance to help me escape. Otherwise, your father and the entire Lin family will be in danger. Qing Weijun's voice rang out like a bell, shaking Lin Shi awake as if she had been struck. She looked towards Qing Weijun's back and immediately saw Lin Haojiang lying unconscious in the air, her pupils constricting sharply. In an instant, Lin Shi's heart was in turmoil, but she dared not delay for a moment. She quickly reached into her handbag to grab the statue of the Lord of the Horse Face. Qing Weijun was right. At this point, only the Lord of the Horse Face could bring a glimmer of hope. Chapter 66. Are you looking for this? At a critical moment, Lin Shi suddenly reached in her bag, but after a quick search, she came up empty. Her heart sank, and her mind went blank. Sheer, are you looking for this? Lin Xiaoling's mocking voice came from behind, sending chills down her spine. Lin Shi struggled to turn her head, only to see the horse-faced deity intact in Lin Xiaoling's hand, being toyed with like a child's plaything. In that instant, a suffocating sense of despair surged from the depths of her heart. Qing Weijun took all of this in, his expression revealing some helplessness as he sighed mournfully. Today's events came suddenly and were clearly premeditated, to the point that even he found it difficult to cope. The demons led by Lin Hushing and Lin Xiaoling had been lurking in the Lin family and the Lin group for quite some time. Yet as a true deity, he had failed to notice any signs. The schemes behind this were likely not just targeting the Lin family. Thus, the current sense of powerlessness and even despair became even more pronounced. At least the 9 chains before him and the formation laid out below. Qing Weijun prided himself on being unable to break through solely with his own power. Moreover, the entire top floor of the Lin building had been preemptively sealed off, blocking any perception from the outside. Otherwise, given the central location of Shiza City, the overwhelming demonic aura and the bloodlust from the slaughter would have long drawn nearby deities to investigate. This situation was unsolvable. Lin Shi's face turned pale as she leaned against the doorframe, barely holding herself up. Lin Xiaoling, playing with the horse-faced deity, stepped forward with a mocking expression. Sheer, why be so desperate? To tell you the truth, even if you can summon the horse-faced deity, even with the bull-headed and white impermanence, they are no threat to us. If it weren't for the concern of complications, I could have crushed him with one hand last time at the Lin family. However, for the sake of the grand plan, I can let him enjoy himself a little longer. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoling extended her long, forked tongue and greedily licked her lips. In that moment, her eyes turned into green vertical pupils, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Shi's face showed terror, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Xiaoling's lips curled into a smile, returning to normal as she continued. Just by erasing a low-tier true deity, you make the 3 gods so formidable. You humans are truly a weak and superficial species. Don't worry, I will spare your life, so you can witness how your revered Lord Horseface is tortured to death by me. With that, Lin Xiaoling let out a chilling laugh. However, at that moment, oh, what a big mouth that stinky snake has. A teasing voice suddenly came from the corridor outside the conference room. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. With your hefty figure, I really can't pinpoint where that is. Lin Xiaoling's expression changed abruptly as she swiftly put the horse-faced deity away, her vigilant gaze turning to the corridor behind her. With a twist of her waist, she struck out with her palm. In an instant, a blade of wind shot out, instantly reaching the other end of the corridor, shattering the wall and sending concrete flying everywhere. It was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The sound of wind echoed through the corridor, and suddenly, 7 or 8 figures appeared where there had been none before. The closest one had already entered the conference room, right above Lin Xiaoling. Without warning, a figure leaped down from the ceiling, a sharp sword flashing cold light, aiming straight for her head. Lin Xiaoling's eyes flashed with cold light, and her hefty body twisted in a bizarre manner, appearing several meters away in the conference room in the blink of an eye. The person stood with their sword drawn, their legs tense, as if ready to leap in front of Lin Xiaoling at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the several people who had been flying along the corridor also landed gracefully, taking their stances behind the sword-wielding woman. At that moment, a buzz-cut youth stepped forward. Standing beside the sword-wielding woman a playful smile on his face as he clapped his hands in mock pity. What a pity, what a pity. You didn't team manage to cut off that snakehead with one sword. Lin Xiaoling's eyes had already turned into vertical pupils, her cold gaze fixated on these suddenly appearing figures. The iconic black robes marked their identity. People from the Supernatural Bureau? Now everything is in chaos. And you have the strength to meddle in this small fray in Shiza City? Lin Xiaoling hissed mockingly. Not far away, Lin Hushing opened his eyes once more, looking at the group of people, slightly furrowing his brows. Above him, Qing Weijun's eyes flashed with surprise, though his expression still looked somewhat grim, as if he doubted the strength of these people from the Supernatural Bureau. Setting aside those slightly weaker demons, he had already grasped from the previous skirmishes that the demons disguised as Lin Hushing and Lin Xiaoling were indeed true kings. Moreover, they were among the stronger ones. Just take the recent widely discussed crossing of the river alone, he would not be a match for either of these two kings. Therefore, Lin Xiaoling's earlier words to Lin Shi were not exaggerations. Given the current situation, even if the bull-headed, horse-faced, and white impermanence deities descended, the outcome would likely not be optimistic. Not to mention these humans from the Supernatural Bureau. After Lin Xiaoling finished speaking, the buzz-cut youth shrugged, his mouth slightly opening as if to say something. In the next moment, all 9 figures in black robes vanished without a trace, completely disappearing from sight. Lin Xiaoling's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Raising her hands, 2 wind blades crossed in front of her, only to be suddenly dispersed by a sharp aura in front of her. The figure of the sword-wielding woman revealed itself, spinning in the air and striking again. With a narrow escape, Lin Xiaoling dodged this sword, but the hem of her skirt was sliced off by the sharp sword energy. If she hadn't reacted in time, it would have been her ankle that was severed. However, before Lin Xiaoling could retaliate, faint sounds came from all directions. A fire snake erupted in front of her. A powerful force struck from the left, even bringing with it a fierce sound of breaking air, while other positions, though not yet visible, were clearly lethal attacks aimed at her vital points. Yet they were hidden in the void. Lin Xiaoling's vertical pupils scanned the area. Aside from the continuously attacking woman and the searing fire snake in front of her, she saw nothing else. In a flash, Lin Xiaoling took a deep breath and then roared out. The sharp hiss of a snake echoed throughout the conference room, deafening. Along with it came a sudden gust of wind, swirling with countless wind blades, sweeping outwards. As the storm surged, the 9 black-robed figures revealed themselves, all of them tumbling backward in a disheveled manner. Chapter 67. Today is going to be a disaster. A fierce wind was raging in the entire conference room, hitting the face like a knife. Several people in black robes beside Lin Xiaoling were the first to suffer, forced to reveal their forms, and many even suffered backlash, spitting blood and falling to the ground in a sorry state. The wind continued to howl, with blades of wind faintly visible. At this moment, a burly young man in the crowd roared and rushed forward, slamming his right palm into the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise up, barely blocking the wind blades outside. Even so, after just one encounter, the black robes on everyone had different degrees of rips, oozing bloodstains, especially the woman with the sword. Blood was already flowing down her arm, completely staining her sword red. Beside her, the buzzcut boy's expression also became serious, putting away his previous frivolity. The serpent demon disguised as a human in front of them was very powerful. It should be noted that their team could contend with slightly weaker king-level demons. Yet now they were all injured after just one face-off. The situation was becoming quite serious. If not handled properly, they might not make it out of here today. With this thought, the buzzcut boy glanced at the besieged Qing Weijun and the demons beneath him, maintaining the operation of the Great Formation. He could see that the one in the center of the formation was not weaker than the serpent demon in front of them. As long as he was preoccupied, it was fine, but if they allowed them to suppress and were down Qing Weijun, freeing their hands afterward would lead to disaster. The buzzcut boy withdrew his gaze, noticing the earth wall gradually breaking apart and about to collapse. He took a deep breath. Do not confront her head-on, prioritize safety. Hold her off until reinforcements arrive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoling, who was in the center of the raging wind, slowly stepped forward, extending her long, crimson tongue to lick her lips. Her earlier display of weakness was merely a test. Now that she had gauged the other's strengths and weaknesses, it was time for a thorough massacre. She was a king-level demon. Humans, like ants, no matter how they learned some tricks from who knows where, would still only be trampled underfoot. In an instant, Lin Xiaoling stepped down, a whirlwind erupted, and her entire figure became momentarily blurred before crashing violently into the earth wall. Bang! The shaky earth wall shattered instantly, sending yellow dirt flying. The burly young man was sent flying, spitting blood, and crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious on the spot. Ha! Hee! Ha 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 ha! Lin Xiaoling laughed maniacally, pressing her palm down forcefully as a fierce wind howled down from above. Caught off guard, everyone shrank in size. Immediately after, Lin Xiaoling danced through the wind, her fists and palms raining down like a storm, moving at an incredible speed. Each punch and palm strike was like a mountain crashing down with terrifying force. The buzz-cut boy's pupils shrank sharply, quickly forming a hand seal to conceal everyone's figures. But a trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and his heart sank. This is a king-level demon. Both her techniques and physicality are extremely domineering. Today, it seems we are in trouble. Meanwhile, in Xuanlin City, at the equipment shop, Liang Yi was meticulously carving a statue, his expression extremely serious. Since the incident with the Yi family last time, nearly half a month had passed. During this time, everything had been calm. So he spent each day in the shop carving statues and talismans. Ma Data hadn't been idle either. After recovering from his illness, he immediately threw himself into live streaming and selling goods, receiving gifts until his hands were sore. However, Liang Yi found his live streaming a bit noisy, so he sent him to the next room. Even so, while carefully carving, he could still faintly hear the other's penetrating voice. But it wasn't much of a distraction. Liang Yi was leisurely carving, cultivating himself, while the three deities, Nyoto, Mamian, and Bai Wuchang, were nearly treated like donkeys, having to actively seek out and eliminate rampant demons and monsters daily to accumulate merit. This was because, during the fight with the river crossing, Liang Yi suddenly realized how useful magical artifacts were. If it hadn't been for timely exchanging for Bai Wuchang's morning staff, the outcome would have been uncertain. Most importantly, with magical artifacts, the deity's strength could be significantly enhanced. Left with no choice, they had to go around killing demons and monsters to gather merit points. Fortunately, in this world, demons and monsters were rampant. Moreover, after the three deities completely digested the divine power from the river crossing, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary lord-level beings. Even when encountering king-level beings, they could retreat unscathed, making the accumulation of merit very efficient. However, Liang Yi had deliberately given them a day off today. Although they were called Nyoto and Mamian, he couldn't really treat them like cattle or horses, as they were legitimate deities. Taking 2 breaks a month was about right. If it weren't for the consideration that they were deities and deserved basic respect, Liang Yi would have thought of giving them a day off just once a month. At this moment, another Bai Wuchang statue was completed. After wiping it down, Liang Yi couldn't help but stretch widely. Just then, a flash appeared before him. Liang Yi looked up in confusion, only to see Mamian's figure appearing in front of him, making him pause in surprise. Before he could ask, Mamian spoke in a low voice. "My lord, the believer Lin, she is in trouble. The statue has been cut off from contact by a barrier or restriction, and direct divine descent is impossible." Upon hearing this, Liang Yi narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. As Mamian's highest valued believer, Lin, she shared a deep bond between human and deity. Even without a divine token as a medium, they could still sense each other's call in the dark. This was also why deities could easily descend beside their most deeply bonded believers. However, if there was a barrier or restriction, even if they could sense the call through their bond, direct divine descent was impossible. And this meant Lin, she was being targeted, and they had set up sufficient arrangements to cut off the possibility of divine assistance. In the blink of an eye, numerous thoughts flashed through Liang Yi's mind, and he immediately gave the order. "Take control of the deity Mamian." A flash of light passed, and Liang Yi had transformed into Ma Mian, without any hesitation, directly becoming a wandering deity, soaring into the sky toward the direction of Shiza City. As he passed over cities and mountains, Liang Yi, now in the form of Ma Mian, could clearly sense the profound bond calling out to him from afar, particularly strong. That place seemed to be the center of Shiza City. The distance between Shuanglin City and Shiza City wasn't too far, with Liang Yi transforming into a wandering deity and rushing at full speed. He arrived above the city center in 20 minutes. Below him, cars were bustling and numerous tall buildings came into view. The tallest building in the center, particularly conspicuous, had the words Lin Group prominently displayed at the top. In mid-air, Ma Mian steadied himself, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly. This must be the place. He lowered his body and quickly descended, soon sensing the faint aura leaking from within. The gathering of gods and demons, the swirling of monsters, was extremely complex. Chapter 68. What are you doing? Ma Mian did not hesitate, casually throwing out an ice spike that shot towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the building's top floor. Just as it was about to touch the glass, a flash of black light flickered by, and the ice spike was instantly eroded and dissolved. Indeed, it was a barrier. Ma Mian muttered softly, then leaned forward, his right hand surging with divine power, enveloped in cold air, and struck out with the palm. In silence, it seemed to touch a pool of stagnant water, dissipating its divine power and force, leaving only a bit of the chilling aura attached, which was also slowly being devoured and eroded by the barrier's power. It was evident that this barrier was specifically arranged for deities. It not only isolated most of the various auras from the top floor of the building and blocked the perception of nearby deities, but it also served to significantly obstruct the deities. Ma Mian did not understand formations and barriers, and Liang Yi understood even less, nor did he have a mind to search for the formation eye or flaws. The so-called brute force breaking the law. Ma Mian took a few steps back, his entire body surging with divine power, with waves of cold air sweeping out, creating an overwhelming momentum. Next, the divine power surged, and the cold air rampaged, all heading towards the vast barrier. In an instant, a booming sound echoed across the sky. Below, on the bustling streets filled with cars and people, many looked up in confusion, then stared in shock. That is, a deity? It seems to be Ma Mian. He is smashing the windows of the Lin Group building. What is going on? Ma Mian has no grievances with the Lin family. Why suddenly do such a thing? No. There seems to have been rumors online earlier that Ma Mian and the deity Qingwei, who protects the Lin family, do not get along well. Could it be that today he is deliberately seeking trouble? The streets were in an uproar, with people looking up and many even taking out their phones to start recording, some even live streaming. In no time, there were various speculations about Ma Mian's intentions. Given his current popularity on the internet, even the slightest movement would be magnified infinitely, not to mention his high-profile appearance in the heart of a city with such peculiar behavior. In a short time, more and more people below wanted to ride the wave of traffic and heat and started live streaming on the spot. Thousands rushed into the streaming room, flooding the screen with question marks. Is Ma Mian crazy? Smashing the high-rise in the city center in front of so many people? What on earth is going on? What is this all about? Could it be that Liang Yi discovered the recent drop in popularity and pointed out to Niotu and Ma Mian to come out and stir things up? This doesn't look like the behavior of a deity at all. If this continues, the deity protecting the Lin family will definitely not sit idly by. It is said to be a true deity. Could it be that the three deities think that killing one river-crossing person is not enough and want to eliminate a few more true deities? Even if there have been some minor grievances among them in the past, it shouldn't have developed into this situation, right? The three deities really aren't afraid of provoking public anger, leading to a joint effort to punish them? In the live stream room, netizens who noticed the situation began to discuss, all baffled, only able to speculate wildly, as if it were a serious matter. As time passed quietly, under the premise of the three deities and Liang Yi's inherent traffic, more and more viewers flooded into related live stream rooms, and major platforms were crazily pushing streams, not minding the chaos. The heat was rising. The crowd gathered below the Lin Group building was growing larger, yet Liang Yi had no leisure to pay attention to them. With a loud bang, after several impacts, the barrier shattered. Liang Yi infiltrated the top floor of the building, and the smell of blood and the aura of demons immediately hit him. Inside the conference room, it looked like it had been hit by a storm, a complete mess. The Supernatural Bureau's Black Robe team had already taken down 4 members, some unconscious, some seriously injured. The others barely managed to protect the 4 behind them. Yet they also bore injuries of varying degrees, as if they were at the end of their strength. Looking around, only the buzz-cut boy and the sword-wielding woman still had some strength left, panting heavily, their expressions grave as they looked across. Lin Xiaoling also bore several bloodstains, evidently from the sword in the woman's hand. But these minor injuries not only did not have a substantial impact on her combat power, but instead made her eyes flicker with a hint of angry and dangerous light. You people from the Supernatural Bureau really love to stir up trouble. Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking. Such behavior is no different from seeking death. Ridiculous. As Lin Xiaoling slowly stepped forward, she adjusted her slightly hurried breathing. In the distance, Qinghua watched all of this but could only sigh. He could see that Lin Xiaoling's true condition was not as easy as she claimed. These young people from the Supernatural Bureau, while not too strong individually, were definitely not weak when working together. If they coordinated properly, they could rival some slightly weaker lower-tier true deities and king-level demons. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoling was too strong. Even if he fought her one-on-one, he probably wouldn't gain the upper hand. In the midst of his thoughts, Qinghua suddenly let out a painful groan, looking around with a dim gaze. The 9 pitch-black chains had already contracted to the extreme, and the great formation below had begun to operate. They were preparing to refine him alive. Realizing this earlier, Qinghua had sent the unconscious Lin Haojiang out first, and at this moment, Lin, she was waiting beside him, her complexion unusually pale, but her mood was much more stable than before. Perhaps being near her father, even in such a desperate situation, she still felt at ease. Human emotions, deities are mostly calm and self-important, having little feeling for this. Qinghua sighed again. With things having reached this point, there was no room for maneuvering. It was a pity that he had worked hard to become a true deity, only to end up as a garment for demons. While Qinghua was feeling emotional, he suddenly looked at Lin Shi's side with confusion, frowning slightly. There seemed to be an unusual fluctuation coming from there. The next moment, a vast, chilling aura came out of nowhere, rolling forward like an unrelenting river, directly pressing towards Lin Hushing, who was meditating and maintaining the grand formation. Wow! Lin Hushing's eyes widened, and his blood energy surged in front of him, meeting the chilling aura head-on, confronting it directly. The moment the two auras intersected, surging divine power erupted, followed by an icy iron chain piercing through the blood energy, striking Lin Hushing's chest. Puffed. Blood gushed out, splattering onto the grand formation and turning into black gas. Lin Hushing's upper body was pushed back by this overwhelming blow, but he still managed to steady himself, instantly bursting into a furious rage. Who is it? What the hell are you doing? How could deity break in here? Lin Hushing was maintaining the grand formation and had already begun to refine Qinghua. It was a critical moment. He dared not make any rash moves and could only take the hit reluctantly. At this moment, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and immediately cursed. Chapter 69. If you want to strike, strike. With Lin Hushing's furious shout, all eyes in the conference room converged in an instant. Blood and cold air intertwined, rolling and crashing together, creating a dazzling clash of colors. A deity with a horse's face and a human body was bathed in this chaos. Its azure iron chains swirling in the air, its cold gaze fixed on Lin Hushing, devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, a gasp broke the tension. As Lin Shi looked up at the lean, yet powerful figure, a thin mist rising in her eyes. She knew, even without the idol, even with the perilous surroundings like a dragoness lair or tigeress den, the horse-faced deity would still appear before her. This was the deity she worshipped, and it was her fervent, unwavering faith. Hearing Lin Shi's long-suppressed exclamation finally escape her lips, Jun glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even as a righteous deity, he had to admit that the appearance of the horse-faced deity gave him immense hope. In a flash, Liang Yi was still on the offensive. The iron chains in his right hand, without a doubt, were like wild serpents dancing as they continuously attacked Lin Hushing, while behind him, sharp ice spikes coalesced, surrounding him and waiting for the right moment to strike. Lin Hushing hurriedly tried to defend himself, but he couldn't act recklessly, fearing that it would disrupt the formation and allow Jun to find an opportunity to break free. In that moment, he felt increasingly frustrated, a surge of anger building in his chest, almost making him spit blood. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiaoling finally reacted, both shocked and furious. So this wild god really came knocking? Breaking our barrier and wanting to disrupt our grand formation. Is it really that easy? Before her words could finish, Lin Xiaoling disregarded the black robe team that had just been beaten into a sorry state by her, turning her body and charging towards Liang Yi's location. Behind her, a chilling wind howled, and a faint snake-like phantom began to materialize, launching an attack as a killing move. Liang Yi suddenly turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing. This momentum, it must be a king-level snake demon without a doubt. But he wondered, after absorbing 1/3 of the river-crossing divine power, what was the current combat power of the horse-faced deity? Suddenly, with a loud crack, the iron chain in his hand vanished, and divine power surged within Liang Yi. Readying himself to face Lin Xiaoling's incoming charge, cold air overwhelming, preparing to strike. Behind him, Jun was alarmed. No, this is a king-level snake demon. Its strength only slightly weaker than a middle-grade righteous deity, even if she had exhausted her demon power in the fight with the Black Robe team. It was not something a wild god could withstand. Even if the horse-faced deity is the strongest wild god beneath the righteous deities, it wouldn't stand a chance. In the distance, the buzz-cut youth who had just relaxed widened his eyes, pupils constricting. This is bad. Horse-face, you fool. Before he could finish his sentence, boom. The snake demon's phantom collided violently with the overwhelming cold air, causing the entire conference room to tremble, and a fine crack suddenly appeared on the wall, rapidly spreading. In an instant, Liang Yi was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a thud, and as he lowered his head, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This hit felt as if his internal organs had been dislocated. A king-level demon, terrifying indeed. Not only did it possess powerful spells, but also an incredibly domineering physical strength. This wasn't even the opponent's full-strength attack. Liang Yi straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, but saw Lin Xiaoling standing firm in place. Only the snake-like phantom behind her showing some turbulence, stabilizing again in a few breaths. The difference was clear. The horse-faced deity, still at the wild god level, ultimately could not match up against the righteous deity and king-level demon head-on. Moreover, the gap was not small. While Liang Yi frowned in contemplation, Lin Xiaoling's expression fluctuated. The strike, the horse-faced deity actually blocked it? Although it looked a bit disheveled and might have suffered internal injuries, it was undeniable that the opponent had indeed blocked it and could still stand up. Is this still a wild god? Lin Xiaoling gritted her teeth inwardly, but her face remained cold. Meanwhile, Jun and the buzz-cut youth looked as if they had seen a ghost, both gasping in astonishment. This, damn it. The wild god actually took the king-level demon's killing move? Hiss. Jun remained silent, his gaze intense as he focused on the horse-faced deity. The buzz-cut youth couldn't help but curse. He had just personally battled that snake demon and was fully aware of its strength. Even their strong team, which could contend with low-grade righteous deities, had been beaten into such a state. The combat power of the snake demon was likely infinitely close to that of a middle-grade demon king, just not having broken through yet. And under such circumstances, the horse-faced deity, which was not even a righteous deity, actually received that snake demon's killing move. It was simply outrageous. Everyone present, gods, demons, and humans alike, fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. However, at that moment, a roar filled with overwhelming fury suddenly erupted. Get lost, you stinky snake of the immortal. If you want to fight, can't you take it outside? Roll as far away as you can. The roar echoed, and everyone turned to look. They saw Lin Hushing, covered in blood, still steadfastly holding the grand formation, even splitting off streams of blood energy to protect the other formation members, ensuring their safety, while he himself had just been caught in the crossfire between Lin Xiaoling and Liang Yi, bravely taking that hit with his strong body, standing tall and unyielding, especially with that intricate and complex grand formation still operating steadily at this moment. Looking at the disheveled and furious Lin Hushing, Lin Xiaoling's expression shifted slightly, and she coldly snorted, averting her gaze. Liang Yi glanced at the formation, gesturing with one hand behind him to lift Lin Shi and the unconscious Lin Haojiang, moving them to the position of the black-robed team. The buzz-cut youth understood and nodded at him. Lord Horseface, Team 1 of the Supernatural Bureau Ding Group, sends greetings on behalf of Master Chen. Liang Yi raised an eyebrow, said nothing further, merely nodding slightly, and then casually flicked an ice spike in front of Lin Xiaoling, before vanishing in an instant outside the building. Crack! The ice spike shattered upon impact, and Lin Xiaoling's anger flared up, but her gaze turned back to Lin Hushing. You go. I will stabilize the situation here. There won't be any major issues. Soon, once Qing Huijun is completely refined, this matter will be settled. Lin Hushing spoke irritably. Lin Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, but still flashed out, closely following Liang Yi outside the building, hovering in the sky. Since the horse-faced deity had appeared, it meant that Niu Tu and Bai Wuchang would also show up at any moment. Although Lin Xiaoling did not take them seriously, she was still worried they might interfere with the grand formation refining Qing Huijun. If Qing Huijun were to be released along with them, this operation would be a complete failure. The cost would be too great. Chapter 70. Sit down for a cup of tea. In the conference room, Lin Hushing tightened and then relaxed his left hand. Above the formation, the other guards opened their eyes one after another, some sprouting wings, others revealing fangs, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the black-robed team in the distant corner, climbing, leaping, and rushing towards his place. The sword-wielding woman's expression hardened as she readied herself and tightened her grip on the sword. The buzz-cut boy rolled his eyes at the scene and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I really shouldn't have come to stir this mess today. Hey, those guarding the formation, can we just keep to ourselves and let me rest for a bit? I promise not to pull any tricks. Can we sit down and have a calm discussion? Damn. Meanwhile, below the Ling Group building, the number of onlookers drawn by the commotion was increasing, causing a certain degree of traffic congestion. However, after the horseface successfully entered the top floor of the building, there was no sign of any action for a long time, which made many people anxious and curious. In numerous live streaming channels, viewers were eager to know what would happen next, but they waited for more than 10 minutes without any updates. Some even began to suspect whether the horseface had been killed by Qing Huijun the moment he rushed in. Otherwise, how could there be such a long silence? At this moment, the crowd that had been waiting for a long time suddenly stirred again. It was the horseface. The horseface appeared once more. What does it mean that he is floating in the air, as if waiting for someone? Waiting for whom? It can't be Qing Huijun, right? Someone is coming out. But it's a person? That seems to be Lin Xiaoling from the Lin Group. How can human fly? No, that's a demon. Look at the snake demon shadow appearing behind her. Lin Xiaoling is disguised as a demon. Oh my god, the horseface is fighting this snake demon. The street was filled with noise, and the live streaming rooms were also filled with gasps of surprise. People who had grown accustomed to the protection of deities in the city center could hardly imagine that one day monsters and demons would appear in the most prosperous part of the city. Moreover, they were disguised as humans. At this moment, among the crowd below, many had not witnessed demons and monsters with their own eyes for several years or even longer. Watching from such a close distance, they felt both terrified and thrilled, completely unaware that they were in a very dangerous situation. Over the years, they had been well protected by the deities. Above, Lin Xiaoling faced a raging wind, blocking the incoming ice spikes, and, as she heard the uproar below, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Look, this is the humanity that your deities are desperately trying to protect. Ignorant and arrogant, skilled at using the term wisdom to endow themselves with a more noble meaning. What else can they do besides constantly shouting? I could crush hundreds and thousands of them with a wave of my hand. What value do their lives truly hold? Lin Xiaoling pressed forward, the snake-like shadow behind her becoming more solid, her momentum growing ever more imposing, ready to strike. Liang Yi calmly dodged, using iron chains to deflect the sweeping wind blades, while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of his opponent. Well then, you can try throwing that trick you used against me down below. Let's see if you can force out a few deities among these thousands of people. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoling's expression changed slightly, and she narrowed her eyes. She knew very well that the horseface's words were not baseless. Although Shiza City was far inferior to the largest cities on this land, it was certainly not a small city that could be found everywhere. Moreover, this place was in the center of Shiza City, and among those humans below were undoubtedly many young masters and young ladies, whose deities were undoubtedly true gods. At this moment, they might not feel that their lives were in danger, but if a crisis occurred and they desperately called for help, the scene would be that thousands of deities would gather. By then, let alone proceeding according to plan, whether she and Lin Husheng could escape safely would be a major issue. Lin Xiaoling was secretly alarmed, but her face remained cold. What use is it to flaunt your sharp tongue? Horseface, you must die today. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce wind suddenly arose in the sky, and the clouds stirred violently. It seemed that a sharp snake hiss broke through the clouds, and the snake-like shadow had become indistinguishable from reality, enveloping countless wind blades. Arriving in front of her in the blink of an eye, looking at the imposing demon snake before him, Liang Yi felt somewhat helpless. The power of the horseface was ultimately limited. He could not withstand this strike. In a critical moment, two figures suddenly appeared to the left of the horseface. Bai Wuchang and the Oxhead, joining forces to counter the attack. The demonic wind descended upon the world, sweeping the entire block as if it had suddenly encountered a typhoon, making people feel as if they might be swept away. Below, people were exclaiming in surprise, barely maintaining their balance, and then gasped in awe. This power! The opponent is probably a demon king. All three gods, the Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang have arrived. Can they contend with this demon king? This combat power is terrifying. It is probably not something an ordinary true god can handle. The three gods had previously joined forces to eliminate the river crossing. But the river crossing was clearly no match for this demon king. Today it seems there will be another great show to watch. Strange, with such a grand spectacle. Why isn't Lin S. Qinghua Jun here? Could there be some hidden circumstances? After a terrifying wind swept through, the scene of dark clouds pressing down on the city gradually dissipated, and people became increasingly excited. Meanwhile, above, the three gods worked together to block this overwhelming attack. But their expressions were somewhat grave. The combat power of the snake demon was much stronger than that of the river crossing. Even though they had successfully refined 1/3 of the divine power from the river crossing in half a month, they still felt strained. The power of the demon king is truly terrifying. Liang Yi sensed the situation. The horseface had taken 2 powerful blows in succession and was now somewhat drained. His strength not reaching the peak condition, but under close cooperation with the Oxhead, he still had considerable combat power. Since that's the case, take control of the deity Bai Wuchang. In the instant he voiced his thoughts, Liang Yi switched from the horseface to Bai Wuchang. In conjunction, his treasure, the morning stick, also appeared. After half a month of accumulation, Bai Wuchang had successfully entered the ranks of wild gods, although he had just been promoted not long ago. His strength was comparable to the long-established Oxhead and Horseface. Moreover, with the morning stick in hand, his combat power far exceeded that of either the Oxhead or the Horseface. Even if the two worked together, they could barely maintain a 60 to 40 chance of winning. This is the power of the Yama's messengers, the black and white Wuchang, compared to the lower-tier Oxhead and Horseface from the perspective of strength. This was a complete dimensional strike. A soft smile appeared on Bai Wuchang's face. A demon king, huh? Then let me experience your full power. Chapter 71. You are forcing me. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Wuchang stepped forward. In silence, the sky seemed to darken, and a swamp-like darkness spread from beneath his feet, engulfing a large area of blank space. Suddenly, The wailing of ghosts echoed from afar, and one hand after another, either dry like tree bark or bony, emerged from the mire. They howled and struggled, climbing up with all their might, as if some great terror lurked in the mire. And any delay would bring even more torment. Moments later, the dark mire completely vanished. 30 evil spirits twisted their bodies, licking their lips as they stood behind Bai Wuchang, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on Lin Xiaoling across from them. This was a demon king with extraordinary battle prowess. They were no match. However, after enduring long tortures in the underworld, they desperately needed a satisfying battle and the baptism of blood to vent their frustrations. Even facing death in the mortal realm would be better than returning to suffer endless torment. Feeling the predatory stares of all 30 evil spirits, Lin Xiaoling frowned tightly, her expression somewhat grim. Strange. She distinctly remembered that earlier, when facing the river crossing, Bai Wuchang only commanded 20 evil spirits, and they were merely weak minions. But now, all 30 of these evil spirits were clearly Lord-level entities, even if Bai Wuchang had successfully advanced to a wild god during this time. How could he command 30 Lord-level spirits? This was simply illogical. Lin Xiaoling pondered silently, but Liang Yi had no patience to care about her thoughts. With a thought, he roared. The 30 underworld soldiers, who had been gathering power, instantly surged forward, each using their abilities to charge at Lin Xiaoling, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. Meanwhile, Niu Tu and Ma Mian were not idle. One wielding a trident moved faster than the underworld soldiers, appearing right in front of Lin Xiaoling, unleashing the divine power, great strength, smashing down with nearly 1,000 pounds of force. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed through the sky. As the trident missed, it was followed by another thrust. In such close combat, even with Lin Xiaoling's powerful Demon King body, she dared not easily take a punch or palm from Niu Tu, let alone the sharp trident. There was no time to dodge. How could she dare to clash head-on? Amidst the chaotic flurry of the trident, Ma Mian's iron chains intertwined perfectly, enhanced by cold power, turning the air into an icy realm, making movements feel sluggish. A moment of carelessness could lead to being hit by ice spikes that appeared from nowhere. In just one exchange, Lin Xiaoling felt an impulse to curse. She found it particularly difficult to defend herself, clearly facing 3 opponents. But it felt as if she was surrounded by hundreds. It was frustrating, truly frustrating. Fine. You are forcing me, Lin Xiaoling roared, and her entire body suddenly exploded. Amidst the flickering light and shadow, a giant snake demon appeared, coiling in the air like a small mountain, opening its massive jaws and continuously hissing. The demonic energy swiftly spread outward, and the nearby Niu Tu was caught off guard, instantly flying backward after barely stabilizing himself. He felt his divine power surging violently within. Ma Mian, standing at a distance, managed to resist with his power. But the underworld soldiers were not so fortunate. They were swept up by the raging wind, tumbling in the air, their shrieks echoing endlessly. In the distance, Liang Yi frowned. Had she finally revealed her true form? If so, she likely wanted to end this quickly. Revealing such a demon king in the city center and engaging in battle with a deity would undoubtedly attract the attention of many deities stationed nearby. It was fine for a short time, but if this dragged on, she would have no chance of escaping under the siege of the gods today. Given this, Liang Yi should ideally just stall for time. But the snake demon probably wouldn't give him that opportunity, especially since Qing Weijun was still being refined, truly in a perilous situation. In that case, he would comply with the snake demoness intent and aim for a quick resolution. Liang Yi's crying stick trembled in his hand, shedding strands of black light, heading towards those previously injured underworld soldiers, the sounds of wailing ghosts faintly ringing in his ears. The next moment, the underworld soldiers who had just been screaming in agony were surrounded by black energy, instantly becoming spirited, their battle power surging. The crying stick's martial skill, whip and spur. Encouraged by the spur, the underworld soldiers' morale soared, and they turned to fiercely pounce at the snake demon, tearing, entangling, and even invading its body, using every possible means. The snake demon was furious, twisting its massive body while the raging wind assisted in breaking through the enemy. Its momentum overwhelming. Niu Tu and Ma Mian also received Liang Yi's signal for a quick resolution, unleashing their full strength, nearly blinded by rage. After several exchanges, the snake demon's scales shattered, blood gushed, and it roared incessantly. Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and the underworld soldiers also sustained injuries. Though it couldn't be called a mutual destruction, both sides were not faring well. Liang Yi, while deploying the underworld soldiers, merely observed from the side, not fully entering the battlefield. At that moment, clang! Liang Yi suddenly turned, slightly bending his knees, and with a swift swing of the crying stick, narrowly blocked a claw from behind. It was a hand claw made of bone, devoid of flesh, glinting coldly like metal under the sunlight, aimed directly at by Wu Chang's back. If he failed to dodge, it would directly rip through flesh and possibly pierce the heart. Oh! A faint exclamation came from the void, and the bony claw retracted, gradually revealing a figure not far away. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, but his right hand had transformed into a bony claw, and flesh was slowly growing on it at this moment. He lightly adjusted his glasses with that half-bone, half-flesh hand. "You know I'm here? And it seems you were prepared?" The man smiled calmly, curiosity and interest evident in his gaze as he looked at Liang Yi through his lenses. Liang Yi's expression turned serious, yet he managed to force a strange smile on by Wu Chang's face. "The upper echelons of the Lin family are gathered today. How could you, Lin Shi's second uncle, be absent? You are not among the corpses in the corridor, nor could I find your figure in the conference room. So the answer is naturally evident. Moreover, to be fair, she's a city isn't a large city, but as I just mentioned, there's still quite a few true believers of deities present. With such a huge commotion, a low-grade demon king, a low-grade devil king, and dozens of lord-level monsters, it might still not be enough to handle it. Only with someone like you, a mid-grade ghost king, station can things be foolproof, right?" The middle-aged man maintained a smile, and after listening to Liang Yi's analysis, he couldn't help but applaud, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Chapter 72, Professional Match. Seeing the middle-aged man with glasses laughing uncontrollably, Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. He remembered this person. The last time he transformed into a horse-faced figure and visited the Lin family, he had a brief encounter with him. At that time, when Lin Shi saw Lin Hushing and this man, she called them uncle and second uncle. Later, it even mediated between the two, but the performance felt a bit heavy-handed, which left an impression on Liang Yi. His name was Lin Shihua. In fact, Liang Yi had clearly sensed at that time that Lin Shi's father, Lin Haojiang, being possessed had something peculiar about it. Combined with the reactions of his siblings, the answer was obvious. Someone was stirring up trouble, and it was likely not just one person, but a collusion of a group. However, Liang Yi thought it was related to some power or interest dispute and did not want to get too involved. Thus, he vaguely reminded Lin Shi and Lin Haojiang, but did not pursue it further. But now it seemed the matter was more extensive than he had imagined. Although he did not know whether these three king-level demons had their sights set on the righteous deity Qingyue Jun or had other motives, one thing was certain. The demons had mastered the art of disguising themselves as humans. This was a significant issue with far-reaching implications. How many demons had infiltrated human society through similar means over the years? And what about the deities that protect humanity? Could they have been compromised as well? If that were the case, the situation must have escalated to a very serious level. Thinking of this, three words suddenly popped into Liang Yi's mind: the Supernatural Bureau. Other forces might not have a deep understanding of this matter, but as an official agency, the Supernatural Bureau must have been closely monitoring this aspect and might have already set up corresponding plans to counter it. After all, such a high-level and preemptive approach was consistent with the official style of Longhua. However, for now, there was no need to think deeply. The trouble in front of him was not over, and it was a significant problem. Middle-tier, king level. It was likely that even the combined forces of the bullhead, horseface, and the white impermanence could hardly contend with it. Not to mention that there was also a lower-tier, king-level snake demon present. For now, the only plan was to delay time and wait for assistance. This was precisely why Liang Yi deliberately shared his analysis with the other party. No matter what method, drag it out. As for the endangered Qingyue Jun, Liang Yi was currently like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect himself, let alone care about others' lives or deaths. Lin Xue laughed for a moment, and then his laughter abruptly stopped. He nodded in satisfaction and instinctively pushed up his glasses. Good analysis, but I think you should be thinking about how to buy time, right? Unfortunately, I'm not that foolish snake. I won't give you that chance. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a ghost and reappeared a second later, already leaping above Liang Yi's head. Clang! Like steel clashing, the sharp claws and the crying stick overlapped before separating at once. Then the figure vanished again without a trace. After several exchanges, Liang Yi was already in a state of alarm, his senses heightened, barely managing to evade the opponent's sudden attacks. Moreover, the speed was increasing, making him feel increasingly powerless. However, fortunately, even if you were a king level, you were still a ghost. Liang Yi silently thought, activating his divine ability, Punish Evil. A glimmer of blue light flashed in White Impermanence's deep-set eyes, and then his eyes turned completely black, resembling an unfathomable abyss. After ascending to become a wild god, White Impermanence's 4 divine abilities had all advanced from beginner to intermediate, gaining significant enhancements in various aspects. Just like the divine ability, Control Yin Soldiers. Not only had the number of Yin soldiers increased to 30, but their rank had also risen from minions to lords, which was the main reason for White Impermanence's surge in combat power. The divine ability, Punish Evil, had also been enhanced. It could not only punish evil deeds, but also added a similar effect to discern illusions, used to deal with those adept at hiding their tracks. And the Lin Xue before him, no matter how powerful, was ultimately still a ghost. As Punish Evil activated, Liang Yi's black eyes opened, and Lin Xue's figure instantly appeared in his sight. The ghostly, formless tactics immediately lost their effectiveness. In the next moment, Liang Yi was no longer on the defensive, but took the initiative to attack. The crying stick, also a ghost-hunting treasure, combined with the black eyes, struck suddenly as Lin Xue shifted his body, catching him off guard. A muffled groan came from the void. Lin Xue's figure revealed itself, squinting at the crying stick with a hint of surprise and uncertainty. This White Impermanence, a wild god, could not only see through his movement, but could also make him feel a sense of heart-pounding fear with a single blow. Was it due to his divine ability, his special methods, or was there something extraordinary within that seemingly ordinary white stick? While Lin Xue was still in doubt, Liang Yi did not let this opportunity slip by. Divine ability, Soul Capture. In the next moment, a soul-stirring pulling force emerged from thin air, and Lin Xue's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly clutched his soul to resist the unknown force. Liang Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance as he dashed in front of him, bringing the stick down upon him. Divine ability, Whip Up. The crying stick was originally used for ghost hunting, and while it enhanced Yin soldiers, it struck solitary souls and wild ghosts like a thunderclap, nearly obliterating them. Lin Xue's pupils constricted sharply, feeling unbearable pain throughout his body, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. What kind of deity are you? With a roar, Lin Xue's body exploded like Lin Xiaoling's earlier, transforming into a withered, mournful ghost. In just a few exchanges, Liang Yi had unleashed his full arsenal, forcing his true form out. As a ghost messenger of the underworld, White Impermanence was skilled at capturing souls and ghosts. Typically, when encountering ghosts of the same level, it was a definitive dimensional suppression, so facing a middle-tier Ghost King now. Though he couldn't overcome the gap in strength, he could still inflict considerable damage due to his identity's restraint. In mid-air, a giant snake like a small mountain was entangled by the fierce ghost and the combined forces of bullhead and horse face, struggling against the pressure. Meanwhile, on the other side, a furious Ghost King was facing White Impermanence alone, also being beaten and roaring in anger, still desperately resisting the fear and hatred from the depths of his soul. Below, a crowd of onlookers watched this scene with wide eyes, stunned and even dumbfounded, judging by the posture of the giant snake and the malevolent ghost. It was clearly a lower-tier demon king and a middle-tier ghost king, yet they were being suppressed so pitifully. It was simply shocking and unbelievable. Chapter 73. An Unbridgeable Gap. For a moment, the streets were in an uproar, and the live stream was equally intense, with comments flooding the screen. The appearance of a low-grade demon king and a mid-grade ghost king in the center of a city was already explosive. But who would have thought there could be something even more shocking? The two wild gods, Bullhead and Horseface, were suppressing the low-grade snake demon king, which was expected since they had a full 30 lord-level evil spirits backing them. But what the hell is this by Wu Chang doing here? Managing to hold his own against a mid-grade ghost king. It was originally believed that Bullhead and Horseface were invincible, but now it seems someone is even more valiant than them. Oh, is this subordinate? This is insane. In my lifetime, I never expected to see a wild god overpowering a mid-grade ghost king. Is this really a wild god? Why didn't Bai Wu Chang show such strength when crossing the river back then? Are wild gods nowadays this outrageous? What does that make the righteous god I spent millions to invite home? Just a show of wealth. Can a streamer please turn off the live broadcast? I have a friend who is breaking down. In the live stream, netizens from all walks of life were acting as if they had seen a ghost, with some unable to restrain themselves from sending voice comments filled with curses. Usually, people spend hundreds of thousands to buy a wild god's protection. If unlucky enough to encounter a stronger lord-level demon or ghost, they would be filled with dread. But here, this wild god, who was invited back for 100,000, not only takes on two, but can also face off against a low-grade demon king and a mid-grade ghost king head-on. Is this really a proper wild god? It's simply ridiculous. Below, the commotion was deafening, but Liang Yi's gaze was fixed on the bone-clawed ghost king, his expression grave. On the surface, it seemed he had the upper hand, but in reality, the earlier techniques had not inflicted significant damage on the ghost king. At most, it had only affected its soul due to the existing restraining relationship. The gap in absolute strength could not be bridged merely by this macro restraining relationship. The situation was still not optimistic. It could even be said it had become increasingly dire. Sure enough, at that moment, the bone-clawed ghost king stiffly lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a chilling red light, revealing endless anger and hatred. It spoke in a low voice. Bai Wu Chang, very well, you have successfully angered me, making me feel an extreme sense of disgust. Today, I will abandon my grand plans just to tear you into pieces. Before the words were finished, the Ghost King's ethereal figure had already appeared close by, and its glimmering bone claw came crashing down with great force. Its speed and power were likely several times greater than before. It was evident that it was truly enraged and was using all its strength. Clang! Bang! The mournful staff barely managed to block the first claw, but the next claw followed closely behind, slamming down heavily on his shoulder. Liang Yi felt a flash of cold light before his eyes, his breath abruptly halting. Before he could react, a sharp pain of tearing shot through his right shoulder. A tremendous force spread throughout his body, sending him flying backward. Immediately after, the Ghost King's claw reached out, and two balls of ghostly fire quickly appeared in the air, dashing toward Liang Yi's face in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a pain so cold it pierced to the depths of his soul threatened to leave him in complete silence. Liang Yi's consciousness momentarily fell into chaos, as if he were endlessly plummeting into an abyss, unable to perceive any other substance, only hearing the faint sound of flames burning in his ears. Suddenly, a chill unlike the ghost fire surged in, separating the two balls of ghost fire from Liang Yi. Liang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, bit his tongue to fully awaken himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that it was Horseface who noticed something was wrong and specially unleashed a wave of cold power to envelop him, driving away the two balls of ghost fire. Witnessing this scene, the bone-clawed Ghost King's red light in its eye sockets flickered violently as it summoned back the two balls of ghost fire that were gradually weakening, revealing a gloomy expression on its withered face. Such strong cold energy. Where did your god cultivate such pure cold power? With that hideous face, could you also be a ghost cultivator? Horseface didn't even glance at it, merely continuing to cast spells to suppress the snake demon. The iron chain in his hand ringing loudly. Seeing this, the bone-clawed ghost king snorted coldly, its gaze returning to Liang Yi as it said icily, "This time, you won't be so lucky." As soon as the words fell, a pair of ghostly hands suddenly reached out from beneath Liang Yi's feet, wildly flailing as if to lock him in place. Feeling a chill rising from below, Liang Yi quickly leaped up, dodging the grasp, only to find that wherever he looked, there were bony, ghostly hands everywhere, leaving him nowhere to escape. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Liang Yi used the momentum to turn his body, channeling power into the mournful staff, and forcefully swept down toward the overlapping ghostly hands below. A chorus of painful wails sounded as the ghostly hands broke under the power of the mournful staff. However, as soon as Liang Yi landed and steadied himself, the bone claw was already upon him, coming in fiercely. At the critical moment, he saw the sharp gleam of the bone claw reflected in his eyes' soul capture. Roaring, a terrifying pull from deep within his soul surged up again, along with an overwhelming feeling of revulsion that nearly drove the bone-clawed ghost king mad. Its face twisted, and the bone claw that was about to strike down suddenly lost its power, its momentum greatly reduced. Liang Yi raised the mournful staff, narrowly dodging the claw, and hurriedly retreated to create distance, panting heavily as he steadied himself. Undoubtedly, if he hadn't dodged that claw, Bai Wucheng would have likely perished on the spot. The gap between the mid-grade Ghost King and the Wild God was still too vast, like an insurmountable chasm. If it weren't for Bai Wucheng being an official of the underworld, inherently restraining ghostly entities with both his divine powers and treasures, he would have long since been unable to hold on. Even now, it was equally perilous. A slight misstep could lead to utter destruction. Liang Yi glanced at his bleeding shoulder, where his divine power was leaking out, took a deep breath, and sealed the surrounding acupoints. This couldn't go on. The bone-clawed Ghost King might still have tricks up its sleeve, and after a few more rounds, Bai Wucheng would surely die at its hands. With this in mind, Liang Yi's gaze suddenly shifted to bull head and horse face, his eyebrows slightly raised. While he could temporarily hold off the bone-clawed Ghost King, there was no way he could defeat it, and he couldn't stall for too long. However, Bullhead and Horseface's battle with the Snake Demon King seemed to be going much better. If they could quickly resolve the battle with the 30 soldiers' cooperation, perhaps the three gods could join forces against this Ghost King and create a glimmer of hope. A light flashed in Liang Yi's eyes. Chapter 74. How is this possible? Liang Yi glanced at the bone-clawed Ghost King, who was still roaring in place, desperately trying to break free from the detestable pull and aura. With a thought, he opened the system shop. A flash of light appeared, and the illusory shop interface emerged before him. At the top was a large balance of merit points, the conspicuous number being 763. This was the result of Liang Yi forcing the Oxhead and Horseface to search for and eliminate Lord-level monsters over the past half-month, not to mention his diligent carving of statues during this time. After all, the last time he fought against the river crossing, he spent over 1,000 merit points on a crying stick, and he had tasted the sweetness of divine artifacts. He had originally planned to wait until he accumulated 1,000 points to exchange for both the Oxhead and Horseface artifacts, so he wouldn't have to worry about which one to exchange first. But now, it seemed Liang Yi couldn't afford to wait any longer. The dangerous situation forced him to utilize all existing resources and combat power. At this moment, a silver gleaming spear and a pitch-black chain were calmly laid out before Liang Yi, one being the Oxhead's exclusive artifact and the other belonging to the Horseface. The question was, which one to exchange? Shadow-slaying spear, exclusive artifact of the Oxhead, has a significant restraining effect on spirit and ghost entities. Damage bonus 50, shadow-slaying spear martial skill, during the Oxhead's use of divine power, strength bonus 100. Soul Hook Chain, exclusive artifact of the Horseface, has a significant restraining effect on spirit and ghost entities. Damage bonus 50. Soul Hook Chain martial skill, during the Horseface use of divine power. The chain will drive the power of coldness into the enemy's soul. The ox head and horse face, like the white impermanence, were both ghost messengers, which is why their artifacts were closely related to capturing ghost entities. However, at present, the ox head and horse face were facing the tough-skinned and muscular snake demon king, whose powerful spells and formidable defense, covered in scales, were particularly troublesome. If it weren't for its immense killing power, it would likely be difficult to defeat it completely. Therefore, through the shop interface, Liang Yi noticed the bone-claw ghost king shook its head, its form suddenly no longer twisted. But the red light in its eye sockets flickered more violently, seemingly hiding an overwhelming rage. Liang Yi's heart sank, knowing the other party had already dispelled the influence of soul capture, and it might charge at him at any moment. At this moment, feeling the murderous gaze of the bone-claw ghost king, Liang Yi suddenly felt an absurd sense of wandering in the face of death. The situation was critical, and there was no time to think too much. Liang Yi's gaze locked onto the shadow, slaying spear, and with a thought, the exchange was successful. Meanwhile, as time passed, news of the three gods battling two king-level beings spread quickly, attracting more and more attention online. In the largest live broadcast room on site, over 100,000 people were online simultaneously, anxiously watching every move of the scene. Opinions were divided, and discussions were heated. "Oh no, the Ghost King is making a move." I said, how could white impermanence be a match for a mid-grade Ghost King without Horseface intervening? It would have been smashed to pieces. Why have those who said white impermanence could contend with a mid-grade Ghost King suddenly stopped talking? Don't you feel it's ridiculous and embarrassing? That's a mid-grade Ghost King, not some lord or little minion. White impermanence is in trouble. A mid-grade king can crush a low-grade king. It's like the difference between heaven and earth, separated by a Mariana Trench. I just hope the Oxhead and Horseface can quickly deal with that Snake Demon King to save white impermanence. But looking at the Snake Demon King, even though it's being pressured, it's not really injured at all. Its defense is too terrifying. If they can hold on a little longer, reinforcements might arrive soon. But unfortunately, gods generally don't help each other without prior relationships. Otherwise, the people on site could ask the gods for help. Perhaps they could only wait for the god from the Supernatural Bureau to come to the rescue. But she's a city ISNT big. And there probably aren't any gods above a minor deity level station in the Bureau. Wouldn't he, a mere wild god, be cannon fodder going up? Although just now, white impermanence used thunderous methods at the first opportunity, forcing the Ghost King's true form out and suppressing it for over 10 seconds. But now that the Ghost King was enraged and serious, the decline of white impermanence was witnessed by everyone. Thus, both the on-site spectators and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but worry. Would white impermanence be killed by the Ghost King in just a few moves? No matter how powerful it is, it's still just a wild god. A wild god being able to endure so long against a mid-grade Ghost King is already quite remarkable. As for wanting to defeat it by 2 levels, absolument impossible. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room and on-site were passionately discussing, a frenzied roar suddenly erupted in mid-air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On camera, the Oxhead's long roar continued, and a hint of excitement appeared on its blue face with fangs. In the next moment, the black spear it was holding suddenly vanished, transforming into divine power that returned to it. Following that, a spear shimmering with dazzling silver light quietly appeared. The moment the Oxhead grasped it, an indescribable might burst forth from its entire being. The immense divine power was infused into the spear, which instantly radiated silver light, and then was thrown with great force. Martial skill, strength. A sharp sound of air being cut through flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, the spear had reached the Snake Demon King. The Snake Demon King's vertical pupils trembled violently, twisting its body but unable to dodge in time, instantly tearing flesh and blood flying. Intense pain surged like a tide. The Snake Demon King's eyes were filled with confusion. Yet its entire massive body was thrust back by the piercing of the shadow, slaying spear, crashing onto the rooftop of a building with blood gushing. How is this possible? The Snake Demon King instinctively writhed in pain, looking at its wound with disbelief, even when entangled by 30 evil spirits earlier. and despite the close cooperation of the ox head and horse face, causing it constant injuries, those wounds were not significant, merely frustrating. But now, this sudden spear thrust seemed to have dramatically increased in power. The ox head, as already overwhelming strength, was now even more terrifying, as one thrust pierced through its body, leaving its flesh shattered all around. What on earth is going on? The snake demon king's eyes revealed horror, its blood and energy surging, struggling to rise up its massive body, but the blue-faced fanged ox head had already approached closely. The silver, gleaming spear shot up into the sky at a strange speed, re-entering its hand, and then another thrust came impossible to dodge, striking straight at it. Chapter 75. The advantage is mine. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. In the blink of an eye, several large holes had appeared on the serpent demon king, and blood flowed endlessly. With the power doubled, the bullhead's throwing speed of the death-slaying fork increased significantly, and the massive body of the serpent demon king couldn't dodge in time. Not to mention, there were 30 evil spirits swirling around like a festering sore, along with the chilling aura unleashed by the horse face with every move. The serpent demon king's eyes showed anger and disbelief, and the pain coursing through its body only fueled its rage. It wanted to tear its enemies into pieces. However, at this moment, it could clearly sense its life force and demonic power slowly fading away with the blood spilling from its wounds. The fierce winds it summoned fell upon the bullhead and horse face, but not even the corners of their garments fluttered. The evil spirits that had previously feared being touched by its wind blades were now floating in the air, looking in its direction, and letting out eerie laughter. The serpent demon king, filled with rage and confusion, raised its proud head and extended its long tongue, attempting to let out a roar. Yet, the feeble hiss that escaped was nothing more than a mournful wail, like a dying flame. Below the building, the previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, looking up at the sky with expressions of shock and confusion. Just half a minute ago, the bullhead and horse face had been unable to harm the serpent demon king. How did it suddenly turn into a one-sided slaughter? What on earth had happened in that brief moment? Gradually, gasps of disbelief rose among the crowd, followed by a series of exclamations that sparked a heated response. What is going on? How could the bullhead become so strong after a single roar? Could it be that it has ascended to a true god? Ascending to a true god requires breaking through levels. Moreover, there is no golden glow indicating a divine upgrade on it. Could it be some new divine ability? I feel like it must be that steel fork in its hand. It looks even more powerful than before, shining brilliantly. Hiss, speaking of which, doesn't it look like a true god's innate treasure that only a true god can wield? This, what if how could a mere wild god refine a true god's exclusive innate treasure? This is a bit outrageous, but the real issue is having the bullhead, horse face, and White Wuchang already done plenty of outrageous things as deities? The streets were bustling with discussions about why the bullhead's strength had suddenly surged. After much brainstorming and discussion, the crowd reached a clear conclusion. The steel fork the bullhead now wielded was not merely a manifestation of divine power as before, but an innate treasure refined from the very essence of heaven and earth. Among the crowd were many who had witnessed true gods summon their innate treasures. Upon comparing the scene of the bullhead wielding the steel fork, they immediately noticed that the two were nearly identical. Furthermore, with the serpent demon king's formidable physical body, only the power of a treasure could inflict such astonishing damage. In an instant, news about the bullhead wielding an innate treasure as a wild god spread like wildfire. Various live streaming rooms were suddenly filled with question marks. The bullhead refined an innate treasure, something only true gods could possess, and yet a wild god managed to create it? This is absolutely eerie, even more so than stagnant water. Why do the bullhead, horse face, and White Wuchang always play by their own rules? They are either breaking the existing norms or are on the path to doing so. Looking at the serpent demon king's state, it seems like it is doomed. It probably will never understand how a mere wild god could refine an innate treasure. Outrageous. Too outrageous. From now on, if someone claims that the bullhead, horse face, and white Wuchang are creation gods, I wouldn't even bat an eye. They simply cannot be judged by normal standards. Anything absurd seems entirely normal for them. Upon hearing this news, the viewers in the live stream almost lost their minds. From the beginning, with one agent simultaneously representing two deities, to later joint operations, and those unprecedented protective charms. After experiencing so much, viewers thought they had grown numb to the bullhead, horse face, and white Wuchang. No matter how outrageous things got with them, they could remain indifferent. But who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness? The bullhead had actually refined an innate treasure that only true gods could possess as a wild god. Not only that, but it had also directly brought a powerful low-grade demon king to the brink of death. It was clear that its breathing was shallow, and it might die at any moment. Such actions were truly unprecedented. At this moment, the serpent demon king at the top of the building had lost the strength to shout, and even its glowing eyes had grown dim. Seeing this, the bullhead unhesitatingly threw the death-slaying fork, aiming for its forehead. Swish! Like a knife cutting through tofu, it pierced through effortlessly, and the serpent demon king's massive body collapsed entirely. A mighty demon king fell on the spot. Not far away, the bone claw ghost king suddenly turned around, its anger dissipating significantly. It looked at the corpse of the serpent demon king in disbelief, then shifted its gaze to the bullhead and the dazzling steel fork in its hand. You, innate treasure? A mere wild god, not only refined an innate treasure, but also killed the serpent demon? Suddenly, two cold, ghostly flames jumped out from its shoulders, and its ghostly aura surged. The serpent demon king's power was formidable, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to a mid-grade demon king. Even though it had already lost nearly half of its demonic power to the Black Robe team of the Supernatural Bureau, and had just fought against many foes. It should not have been so easily defeated by two true gods and 30 Lord-level ghostly beings. The outcome of the current situation can only indicate that the bullhead is very strong, especially after obtaining the innate treasure. It had already possessed strength that could barely contend with a king-level opponent. If we consider the Horseface and White Wuchang, who also have impressive fighting abilities, under the full strength of these three gods, there might not be many low-grade, king-level beings that could withstand them. Even this mid-grade ghost king felt a twinge of apprehension. The red light in the Bone Claw Ghost King's eyes flickered as it focused on White Wuchang, who was already completely suppressed and nearly out of divine power. Facing three deities might lead to many unexpected situations, but if it could directly eliminate White Wuchang in advance, the situation would be much better than it is now. Without White Wuchang and the 30 evil spirits interfering, even when facing the bullhead and horseface with innate treasures, the Bone Claw Ghost King believed it had an absolute chance of victory. Moreover, the horseface had previously endured the Serpent Demon King's 2 lethal attacks, and the reality was not much better than White Wuchang's. Thinking of this, the Bone Claw Ghost King's black aura surged violently, and it chuckled softly as it muttered, "So what if a wild god awakens an innate treasure? Facing 1 against 3, the advantage is mine." Chapter 76. Bai Wuchang has run away. In the skies above Shiza City, the winds and clouds surged. The Bone Claw Ghost King stood at the center of this storm, its ghostly aura seemingly taking on a life of its own, revealing various ghostly faces that howled and shrieked, instilling terror in all who heard it. In stark contrast, not far away, Bai Wuchang was drenched in blood, struggling to contain the loss of divine power within. At this moment, he was still entangled with an increasing number of ghostly hands surrounding him. His pale face had turned a sickly yellow, nearly reaching the point of exhaustion. The Snake Demon King was dead, and the Ox Head and Horseface were rushing towards him at full speed. However, along the way, more and more ghostly hands appeared, obstructing their advance. Liang Yi took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, and swung the morning staff again and again. Given by Wuchang's current strength, being able to contend with the Bone Claw Ghost King for so long was already miraculous, likely thanks to the divine ability, Soul Capture, and the morning staff's technique, Whip. But now, he truly had no strength left to continue. Liang Yi's expression was grim as he dodged the ghostly claws, constantly wary of the Bone Claw Ghost King launching a sudden attack. The opponent had just witnessed the ox head's power surge. With its meticulous thinking, it would likely first consider splitting their forces to eliminate Bai Wuchang completely. In that case, Liang Yi let out a soft shout, channeling the little divine power left in his body into his lower half, swinging the morning staff to fend off the ghostly hands, and then quickly darted towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, under the gaze of many, Bai Wuchang's figure disappeared from sight. Even the evil spirits summoned by him beside the ox head and horse face vanished from their place. The Bone Claw Ghost King's brow furrowed, followed by a sneer. I wonder how deep the bond is between you three gods, not only fighting together against the enemy, but also choosing the same human as an agent. But now it seems, in the face of disaster, each is flying away to save their own life and path, which is far more important than anything else. This is the so-called glorious divine being of yours, haha. The Bone Claw Ghost King's mocking voice was deliberately amplified, echoing between the tall buildings. Below, a commotion arose, and everyone glanced at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. Although the Bone Claw Ghost King's words were infuriating, the fact that Bai Wuchang had fled the scene was undeniable. Even though he was now at the end of his strength, most present believed he would fight to the death. Yet, just like that, without a word, he directly ran away. How did the plot unfold like this? I imagined the three gods uniting to eliminate the Ghost King, or both sides suffering heavy losses, or the Ghost King killing them all. But I never expected Bai Wuchang to slip away. Damn it, Bai Wuchang was so tough earlier, enduring the full force of a mid-grade Ghost King's output for dozens of rounds, and now his lifetime reputation is about to be ruined. And a lifetime reputation? Haven't you seen how weak Bai Wuchang has become? If he doesn't flee now, he'll truly die. Wouldn't you run? I don't know what the Oxhead and Horseface are thinking right now. It feels like they aren't thinking at all, and their speed toward the Ghost King has even increased. Wait, that's Bai Wuchang circling back after wandering outside. What's going on? Just as everyone was expressing their opinions on Bai Wuchang's abrupt retreat in the sky, Bai Wuchang's figure reappeared, coming closer, and it seemed his destination was the top floor of the Lin Group building. Another wave of shock spread through the streets, and the Bone Claw Ghost King's expression turned grim. Even it hadn't expected that Bai Wuchang, who had already fled, would circle back in a different direction. What kind of tactic is this? Combining this with his accelerated dash towards the top of the Lin Group building, the Bone Claw Ghost King suddenly understood what he was planning. He wants to create a diversion to disrupt the formation and rescue Qing Weijun, doesn't he? Ha! Truly ignorant. Do you really think that Lin Hushing has no defenses at all? In your current state of exhaustion, even if he maintains the formation without moving, he can still use other means to crush you. The Bone Claw Ghost King's voice was loud, filled with obvious sarcasm, but Bai Wuchang seemed to be deaf to it, diving straight into the top floor of the building, disappearing from sight. While speaking, the Oxhead and Horseface had already arrived nearby. The Bone Claw Ghost King sneered repeatedly, no longer paying attention to Bai Wuchang's situation, and instead went all out to confront the two gods before him. Filled with murderous intent, with Bai Wuchang and the 30 evil spirits gone, what stood before him were just two wild gods, and one of them, the Horseface, had already lost considerable combat power, making them even less of a concern. As for the powerful Oxhead, killing him would just take a bit more effort. The Bone Claw Ghost King completely disregarded them. This was the absolute confidence brought about by the gap in strength. Boom! In an instant, the Slayer fork and ghostly claws collided violently, creating a shockwave that stirred the winds and clouds around them. The Horseface was equally unwilling to show weakness, unleashing chilling power with a furious roar, sparing no effort. The Ghost King and the two gods displayed their respective abilities, and in an instant, a fierce battle erupted, grand and shocking. Meanwhile, Liang Yi had nearly drained all of Bai Wuchang's divine power, returning to the top floor of the building after making a large circle outside. Seeing that the Bone Claw Ghost King had not pursued, he let out a sigh of relief, but felt unusually fatigued, with deep wounds still bleeding profusely. Though not life-threatening, the pain was ever present. However, it was almost over. This battle, instigated by 3 king-level demons, had finally revealed a glimmer of hope. Rushing forward, Liang Yi quickly arrived at the conference room. Upon closer inspection, he saw Qing Huijun drenched in sweat, with a noticeable streak of blood at the corner of her mouth, sitting cross-legged in the air, barely using divine power to protect her body. However, the flow of divine power was already showing signs of stagnation. It was evident that under the continuous refining of the formation, she was nearly at the end of her rope. Though the battle between the Ox Head, Horse Face, by Wu Chang, the Snake Demon King, and the Bone Claw Ghost King was intense and full of unexpected twists, it had only been about half an hour so far. From this perspective, in another 10 minutes or so, Qing Huijun would likely be completely refined, leading to her death and disappearance. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Liang Yi's mind, but he did not dwell on them. Instead, his gaze shifted to another area, where the Black Robe team was still resisting stubbornly. However, by now, only the buzzcut boy and the sword-wielding woman still had combat power, though they appeared unsteady and ready to fall. Before them were the originally guarding Lord-level demons, now forced to reveal their true forms, yet they still pressed forward one after another. Although both sides were barely maintaining a standoff, it was evident that the Black Robe team was gradually falling into a disadvantage and likely could not hold on for much longer. Chapter 77, Why Steel Kills? Liang Yishan took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to Lin Hushing at the center of the Great Formation. With no other monsters assisting him in defending the formation, it was evidently a bit strenuous for him to maintain such a large array. At this moment, he had his eyes tightly shut, and even his body was faintly trembling, clearly indicating he was at a critical juncture. However, Liang Yi did not dare to act recklessly. If it were during Bai Wu Chang's peak, he would have undoubtedly struck first without hesitation before discussing anything else. But in Bai Wu Chang's current state of depleted divine power, he was left with only close combat strength and a sturdy, indestructible Cry-Sorrow stick at his side. Just as the Bone Claw Ghost King said, even in Lin Hushing's current condition, crushing someone as weak as himself would be a matter of merely lifting a finger. Fortunately, Liang Yi's goal was not to destroy the Great Formation. Just then, the short-haired youth noticed Liang Yi's figure, momentarily stunned, and panted heavily as he hurriedly asked, "War Bai Wu Chang, how did you get in? What is the situation outside?" Liang Yi dragged his body and slowly walked towards him. "The king-level snake demon is dead." As soon as the words fell, the short-haired youth's eyes suddenly brightened, and even the sword-wielding woman could not help but glance over, her expression one of astonishment. However, before the other could ask further, Liang Yi continued, "Another mid-grade Ghost King has appeared, and it's powerful. The Oxhead and Horseface are holding it off. I'm here seeking a way out." Mid-grade Ghost King. The 4 words echoed in the minds of the short-haired youth and the sword-wielding woman, their expressions of surprise instantly freezing on their faces. They were well aware of the strength of that king-level snake demon, which was undoubtedly a top contender among low-grade demon kings, and even someone like Qing Huijun might not be able to handle it in a one-on-one fight. And yet, such a powerful king-level snake demon was killed by the 3 gods. One could only imagine the tremendous price the 3 gods must have paid, especially with Bai Wu Chang's current miserable appearance right in front of them. But after finally killing that snake demon, another Ghost King appeared, and it was a mid-grade one. Divine beings and king-level beings were divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the gap between each tier was like a chasm. The 3 gods could eliminate low-grade king-level beings, but there was absolutely no way to contend with a mid-grade Ghost King. The current situation was the true embodiment of despair. For the first time, the short-haired youth's face turned as ugly as it was at that moment. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over his severely injured and unconscious companions behind him, and murmured weakly, "How long has it been? Why hasn't the reinforcements arrived?" Liang Yi did not respond. Although the Horseface had previously broken a gap in the building's barrier, it had not destroyed the entire barrier, resulting in the top floor of the building being nearly completely isolated from the outside world. Just as the short-haired youth did not know what was happening outside, information from the inside was equally difficult to transmit out, completely blocking multiple channels of communication. Moreover, This was still the optimistic conclusion. If one were to consider a more extreme direction, perhaps various places across the country, even the Central Supernatural Bureau, were encountering different troubles, with incidents of demons and monsters running rampant that were even more severe than in Shiza City, possibly occurring simultaneously. That was why there had been no reinforcements from the Supernatural Bureau for so long. Otherwise, considering these 3 king-level beings in Shiza City, they would never easily abandon their identities that they had concealed for years, or even possibly decades, without absolute certainty. This time, it was likely not just Shiza City, but a nationwide outbreak. The events that appeared on the surface might not be many. At least from the public's reaction, there had not been much panic. But as an official organization, the Supernatural Bureau must have long been secretly preparing, searching for clues and intervening. The Black Robe team appearing here. No, the Supernatural Bureau's Team 1 was the best example. Unfortunately, judging by the current situation Liang Yi faced, it seemed that the Supernatural Bureau's preparations were still insufficient. Otherwise, the situation would not be so dire. Liang Yi shook his head, not continuing to ponder further. Now, without a shred of divine power, he could only slowly walk to the position where the Black Robe team members were. Then, under the puzzled gazes of several people, Liang Yi raised the Cry-Sorrow stick and struck down at a clawing, roaring Lord-level ghost in front of him. A malnourished camel is bigger than a horse. Even without divine power, relying solely on physical strength was more than enough to deal with these Lord-level monsters, let alone having the Cry-Sorrow stick as a magical tool in hand, which could kill enemies even with random swings. In the blink of an eye, a ghost struggled for a moment before dying under the Cry-Sorrow stick. Liang Yi waited in place for a while, then suddenly stepped forward and swung the stick again, taking down a second one. The short-haired youth watched this scene, dumbfounded. The sword-wielding woman furrowed her brow, her killing intent unabated. After a moment, seeing Bai Wuchang looking around and slowly walking toward them, the short-haired youth hesitated. He then watched as he raised the white stick in his hand, waited for a moment, and then slammed it down heavily. Bang! The demon in front fell to the ground, completely dead. The short-haired youth took a deep breath, unable to hold back, and blurted out, Lord Bai Wuchang, although our situation should be as miserable as yours, struggling against these monsters is a bit difficult. But if you really can't hold on, why not take a moment to rest over there? You just standing by waiting to steal the kills from the demons we've almost beaten to death. Well, it seems to have little meaning. The short-haired youth forced a smile, while the sword-wielding woman's frown grew tighter. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Bai Wuchang's behavior of stealing kills. She simply felt that having this deity standing by with a stick was a bit obstructive. Liang Yi glanced at the short-haired youth and nodded. That makes sense. I'll rest then. Just as he was saying this, while the short-haired youth was in a daze, Bai Wuchang put away the stick and moved to a corner, sitting cross-legged beside Lin Shi and Lin Haojiang, closing his eyes to rest. The short-haired youth scratched his head, feeling as if question marks were popping up above his head. Moreover, for some reason, he felt a bit depressed, as if someone had lightly punched him. The damage was not significant, but the insult was extremely strong. What's worse, he didn't know how to return that punch. Damn, the short-haired youth muttered quietly. Then it seemed his methods for dealing with demons had become a bit brutal. Liang Yi sat cross-legged, silently chanting in his heart. Check the system store. In the next moment, the system store information panel appeared before him. As Liang Yi looked up, he silently calculated in his heart. 763. 500. 263. King level snake demon. 200. 3 lord level. 60. Damn. Killed one more. What a waste of effort. Chapter 78. Such a level of attack. Liang Yi raised his head, and the merit value balance on the shopping interface of the system prominently displayed the number 523. In fact, just a moment ago, Liang Yi had been driving the white impermanence, truly intending to make a quick escape. After all, he was completely out of energy, and staying would only result in being crushed by the Bone Claw Ghost King. At worst, after white impermanence left, he could take over the control of either the Oxhead or Horseface and continue to battle this Ghost King for another 300 rounds. But just as Liang Yi was leaving, he suddenly remembered something. The Snake Demon King was dead. The trio of Oxhead, Horseface, and white impermanence could gain merit points from killing demons and monsters. Moreover, according to previous observations, a Lord-level demon or monster would yield 20 merit points. How many merit points would killing a low-grade, king-level demon provide? At that moment, without thinking further, Liang Yi opened the system shop for a look, only to find a merit balance displayed as 463. A low-grade demon king had directly increased his merit points by 200. The horse face magical treasure. The soul hook was priced at 500 merit points. He was just 33 points short of being able to exchange for it. Realizing this, Liang immediately changed direction without any hesitation, took a detour, and returned to the Lin Group building. After all, he didn't know where to find a Lord-level demon to kill right away, but there were dozens readily available on the top floor of the building. After some headhunting operations, Liang Yi successfully earned 60 merit points, and even overflowed with one demon, which could be considered a demonstration of margin for error. As for now, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Liang Yi's mouth. He could afford the soul hook in full. At this moment, outside the building, the Oxhead and Horseface were locked in a fierce battle with the Bone Claw Ghost King. At the beginning, both sides seemed to be evenly matched, but as the battle intensified, the Bone Claw Ghost King unleashed all its methods, and the already injured Horseface gradually began to show signs of decline. Fortunately, Oxhead and Horseface coordinated closely, adjusting their combat mode to have Oxhead confront the Ghost King head-on, while Horseface provided support from his side. Horseface occasionally disturbed the Bone Claw Ghost King with cold power and dealt with some attacks like Ghostly Cold Fire and Withered Ghost Hands, ensuring that Oxhead could maximize his output. Gradually, the situation evolved into an almost one-on-one power competition between Oxhead and the Bone Claw Ghost King. With the enhancement of the Shadow-Slaying Fork, which increased damage to ghostly entities, Oxhead was initially able to gain the upper hand with reckless ferocity. However, as the Bone Claw Ghost King employed various tactics, it gradually showed signs of decline, frequently getting injured and feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, the Bone Claw Ghost King swatted away a steel fork aimed at its face with one claw, feeling its entire arm tremble slightly, and a chill ran through its heart. This Oxhead, while it did not possess any special abilities, fighting against it did not require much consideration. Yet each of its moves felt as if they carried 1,000 pounds of force, making it impossible to be careless. A moment's inattention, and if grazed by that steel fork, the entire body would feel as if it were being torn apart by immense strength. Why did a wild god contain such terrifying power? As for Horseface, only the colder aura compared to its own ghostly cold fire was somewhat bothersome. But under absolute strength suppression, it was not a concern. The Bone Claw Ghost King was even contemplating how to bypass Oxhead and eliminate Horseface first. Just then, the Bone Claw Ghost King suddenly gasped lightly, turning its gaze toward Horseface direction. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to see a strange light flashing by Horseface. But upon careful examination, it found no trace of anything unusual. Strange, the Bone Claw Ghost King muttered to itself. At the same time, Horseface, seemingly in provocation, suddenly swung the iron chain wrapped around its arm, shooting it toward the Bone Claw Ghost King. Just as the chain was about to collide, the Bone Claw Ghost King suddenly raised its left hand and effortlessly caught it in its palm, then turned its head, revealing a disdainful smile. Such a level of attack. You can't really think. Before it could finish speaking, its face suddenly twisted in agony, and it let out a painful howl, its entire body trembling violently. Ugh, was this The Bone Claw Ghost King suddenly knelt down, its body uncontrollably curling up, feeling that intense pain originating from the depths of its soul, as if its soul were being fried in a hot oil pan. With a clink, the iron chain fell from its bone claw. In an instant, that intense pain completely vanished, as if it had never existed. The Bone Claw Ghost King widened its eyes, its entire body enveloped in black energy, hurriedly trying to retreat. However, Horseface had already closed in, and the iron chain in its hand rang out sharply as it swung wildly. A layer of deep blue, cold energy flowed like water along the chain, swiftly ensnaring the Bone Claw Ghost King. Then a powerful force surged from the chain, pulling its entire body toward Horseface, as if trying to drag its shattered soul directly from the realm of the living into the underworld. Horseface's exclusive magical treasure, the Soul Hook. Martial technique, cold invasion. When the enemy comes into direct contact with the Soul Hook, it can use the Soul Hook to infiltrate cold energy deep into the enemy's soul, making it unavoidable. This effect is most deadly to ghostly entities, which are inherently soul-based. Even a Ghost King, the target of the Soul Hook, cannot escape this innate restraining power. The Bone Claw Ghost King had only just regained a moment of clarity, its eyes filled with fear. And before it could completely escape the nightmarish sensation it had just experienced, in the blink of an eye, it was once again entangled by Horseface's chain. In an instant, wails echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The intense pain from deep within its soul was unbearable even for a Ghost King. Horseface stood not far in front of the Bone Claw Ghost King, the Soul Hook continuously wrapping around and constantly delivering cold energy into its body and soul. Oxhead rushed forward without hesitation, wielding the shadow-slaying fork, and activated the divine ability, Immense Force. With the dual enhancement of the divine ability, Immense Force, and the martial technique, Physical Power, Oxhead's every move seemed to possess the power to shake mountains and overturn seas. And then it raised its hand forcefully and brought it crashing down. Ghostly entities have no physical form, but in the instant the shadow-slaying fork penetrated, they could still suffer absolute damage. A hysterical scream erupted. The Bone Claw Ghost King felt pain, and miraculously, its consciousness awakened slightly, its entire body radiating ghostly energy as countless demons manifested in an instant, roaring as if they wanted to burn themselves out to perish together with Oxhead and Horseface. After exchanging for the Soul Hook and gaining control over Horseface, Liang Yi's pupils constricted. Truly, it was the Ghost King, even under such intense soul pressure. It could still maintain a thread of clarity. If it managed to unleash that technique, Oxhead and Horseface would likely be in serious trouble. That power was too terrifying. Chapter 79. I need to consider whether it's true. Realizing that the consciousness of the Bone Claw Ghost King was gradually awakening, Liang Yi's mind moved, stopping the second fork that the bullhead was about to drop. In contrast, the bullhead and Horseface suddenly raised their palms simultaneously. Divine technique, Soul Capture. In an instant, the Bone Claw Ghost King's screams grew louder. Not only did it have to endure the chilling power that eroded its soul, but it also had to resist the soul-snatching methods of the ghostly messengers from the underworld. More despairingly, the Bone Claw Ghost King, in its current state, was completely unable to withstand it. In a moment, the Bone Claw Ghost King's body twisted further, turning into tiny specks of light that continuously surged into the palms of the bullhead and Horseface. Until the last moment, the screams abruptly ceased. The dignified mid-grade Ghost King was thus completely captured and absorbed into the underworld. At the instant the Bone Claw Ghost King disappeared, the howling cold wind and dark clouds within several miles dissipated, gradually returning to a clear and sunny state. Liang Yi gasped for breath. His legs felt weak, as if he was about to kneel down, but the bullhead, quick-witted, hurriedly stepped forward to support him. The martial technique Cold Invasion of the Soul Snatching Rope was indeed extremely powerful, but correspondingly, the consumption of divine power and chilling power for Horseface was also quite outrageous. In just those short seconds, the terrifying suction of the Soul Snatching Rope had nearly drained Horseface completely, coupled with the internal injuries sustained from taking 2 fatal strikes from the Snake Demon King earlier, after completely annihilating the Bone Claw Ghost King. Horseface was now like a strong bow at the end of its tether, not much better off than by Wu Chang. However, the matter was not over yet. Controlling the body of Horseface, Liang Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to regain his spirits, his voice barely masking his exhaustion. There isn't much time left. Hurry to save Lord Qingwei. Although he didn't know what effect the great formation set up by the 3 king-level beings had, it was clear that if Lord Qingwei were truly refined by Lin Hushing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the Black Robe team from the Supernatural Bureau. Even Lin Shi and Lin Haojiang, who were still in the conference room, would suffer. After receiving the order, the bull head dared not delay for a moment. Holding the een-slaying fork in one hand and using divine power to support Horseface's body with the other, rushing toward the top floor of the nearby building at high speed. At the same time, the streets below eerily fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly erupting into a wave of enthusiastic cheers. People wore expressions of astonishment and joy, with many even jumping up and down in excitement. Oh my goodness! A low-grade demon king and a mid-grade ghost king were both killed on the spot? This is insane. Too insane. Simply incredible. And this was just 3 wild gods. Even king-level beings weren't their opponents, and there were 2 king-level ones. Damn it. I really want to rage against Liang Yi. Can't he carve the statues of the gods a bit faster as an agent? Can't he carve 100 or 80 in a day? I also want to be protected by such powerful 3 gods. Suddenly, I felt that the mid-grade righteous god I just invited back home wasn't so appealing anymore. Is this something I can say? I'm so angry. I really feel like the people who bought Liang Yi statues at the beginning made a killing. They won big. At this moment, witnessing the 3 gods annihilate the Snake Demon King and then the Bone Claw Ghost King, everyone present was completely stirred up. Many suddenly recalled a saying that had been circulating online earlier. The gold content of the statues, carved by Liang Yi, was on the rise. Meanwhile, the numerous viewers in various live-streaming rooms were also completely dumbfounded, synchronously flooding the public screen with question marks, a blinding white sea of them. The bull had awakened its innate treasure at the wild god level and used it to kill the Snake Demon King, which the viewers could somewhat understand. After all, not long ago, they had publicly erased a low-grade righteous god. But what the hell was this sudden turn of events that even directly annihilated a mid-grade ghost king? Especially Horseface. It was clear that he had sustained serious injuries earlier and didn't dare to confront the Bone Claw Ghost King head-on. He had always been in a supporting role while the Bullhead took the lead, but he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just when everyone thought that the Bullhead was the MVP and that they would ultimately be defeated by the Bone Claw Ghost King, Horseface suddenly exerted himself. He transformed from a support role into the main damage dealer on the spot, and his damage was astonishingly high, quickly turning the tide against the Bone Claw Ghost King, even causing it to roll on the ground in pain. What the hell was this operation? After a series of question marks, the stunned viewers reacted, unable to suppress their shock and confusion, and began frantically typing. Did Horseface cheat? Can he still level up and retaliate while low on health? How the hell is this supposed to work without nerfs? Is there anyone sharp-eyed enough to tell me what just happened? Why didn't Horseface use this move earlier? This is too over the top. Is it possible that, just like the Bullhead before, Horseface also suddenly awakened his innate treasure at a critical moment? I see that his chain seems a bit different from before. Thinking about it gives me chills, but I can't rule out this possibility. What on earth are these 2 gods? One after another, they awaken treasures at the wild god level. How are other wild gods supposed to play? Even righteous gods would have to curse. Given this, will Bai Wuchang also awaken his innate treasure? I think that white stick seems quite extraordinary. In the early stages, he could even exchange blows with the Bone Claw Ghost King, though he was severely suppressed. No, buddy. That white stick seems to have been around since the river crossing incident, and it hasn't changed much. Could it be that he had his innate treasure during his spiritual rank? Before this, if you had told me that any spirit rank god had awakened their innate treasure, I would have contacted a mental hospital on the spot, but since it involves the Bullhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang, I have to consider whether it's really true. The discussions in various live-streaming rooms were fervent, with millions of people online simultaneously discussing, but ultimately no definite answer could be reached. This was because the Bullhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang were too unreasonable. They could not be inferred with logical thinking. In the end, the audience in the major live-streaming rooms reached a unanimous conclusion. When Bullhead starts streaming, everyone has to rush to grab the wooden carved statues. Whether it's Bullheads, Horsefaces, or Bai Wuchang's, as long as they can grab them, it's a guaranteed profit, and they will continue to appreciate in value. Currently, the potential is limitless, with no ceiling in sight. Although by that time, there would probably be tens or hundreds of thousands of people scrambling for dozens of statues or pre-sale slots. With winning odds of 1 in 10,000 or even higher, it still couldn't stop the determination secretly set by the audience. This is the reputation of the three gods: Bullhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang. Chapter 80. The Supernatural Bureau owes me an explanation. Just as the outside world was intensely discussing the situation at the top floor of the Lin Group building, Niu Tu and Ma Mian entered the hall through the gap caused by the destruction of the barrier, quickly making their way to the conference room along the corridor. As soon as they entered, Niu Tu unceremoniously threw a fork towards the direction where Lin Husheng was located. A sudden sound of breaking air rang out, causing Lin Husheng to open his eyes wide in shock at the sight of the flying trident. He dared not delay, and with both palms struck out, a blood river instantly surged from the sky, roaring as it collided with the trident, blood splattering everywhere. The trident, propelled by a terrifying force, rushed towards Lin Husheng, its sharp prongs gleaming coldly. However, at that moment, it was halted by the blood river, as if sinking into a quagmire, unable to advance even an inch. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Husheng's forehead as he struggled to maintain the blood river's continuous flow, but inside, he was cursing. What kind of monstrous force is this? Have the wild gods become this abnormal? However, as Lin Husheng focused, he suddenly noticed Ma Mian next to Niu Tu. His heart sank, and he turned in disbelief. Bai Wuchang was also not far away, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. The three deities were gathered. Lin Husheng's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, filled with terror. It was one thing for the snake demon to be dead. But what about the Ghost King? That was a mid-grade king. Could it be that all were wiped out by these three gods? No. How could this be possible? Lin Husheng called out in disbelief. Yet he did not wait long for the skeletal claw Ghost King to appear. Instead, Niu Tu recalled the trident and, with a kick, charged towards him like a freight train. The intimidating trident shimmered with silver light. Lin Husheng could no longer sit still, gritting his teeth. He stood up and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, ignoring the excruciating pain from the backlash of the formation, and turned to flee. He could see that Ma Mian and Bai Wuchang were already at the end of their strength, and maintaining their forms was becoming increasingly difficult, while Niu Tu still had some energy left, though nowhere near his peak. But Lin Husheng dared not take the gamble. Three wild gods against one low-grade demon king and one mid-grade wild king. Even if they had won at a heavy cost, they had still survived after eliminating two kings. This was a monster, an even more bizarre monster than his own demonic form, despite having been in hiding for so long for this grand plan. And even though holding out for just a minute or two would allow them to completely refine Qing Weijun, Lin Husheng chose to flee at the first opportunity. The farther he got, the better. He was willing to pay the price, even if it meant suffering the backlash of the Great Formation. Suppressing the excruciating pain from the backlash, Lin Husheng fled in a panic, quickly vanishing outside the building. Liang Yi knew that this was due to the barrier causing him to lose sight of Lin Husheng, but if Niu Tu chased after him, there was still a chance to catch up. Even so, he still reached out to stop Niu Tu. Don't chase. It's not safe here. Let's rescue Qing Weijun first. Although the formation began to collapse after Lin Husheng's escape, the 9 iron chains restraining Qing Weijun were still slowly retracting. Under the wear of the formation and the confinement of the chains, Qing Weijun had held on for so long that his consciousness was becoming hazy. If Liang Yi had arrived a moment later, he would have completely perished. Receiving the order, Niu Tu quickly arrived in front of Qing Weijun and struck down forcefully on a black box-like object beneath the 9 iron chains, filled with divine power. Losing Lin Husheng's control, the 9 chains emitting rolling black gas could no longer be maintained and immediately fell to the ground under Niu Tu's strike. Retracting back into the eerie black box, not far away, Liang Yi gazed at the black box, narrowing his eyes. It seemed to be a magical artifact. With a thought, Niu Tu understood and stepped forward to put the black box into his possession. Liang Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the corner. The buzz-cut youth from the Supernatural Bureau and the sword-wielding woman were in very poor condition, but the dozens of Lord-level demons before them had dwindled significantly. At this moment, the sword-wielding woman waved her hand, causing the last 2 remaining demons to fall to the ground. But she could no longer maintain her body upright after this strike and stumbled backward. The buzz-cut youth reached out as if to assist her, but he also fell, lying flat on the ground, gasping heavily, unable to speak. At this point, the 9 members of the Black Robe team had completely lost their fighting capability. Nevertheless, after a moment's recovery, he struggled to turn his head and asked in a barely audible voice, "Ma Mian, Lord Ma Mian, did you really kill that mid-grade Ghost King?" This was just too unbelievable. Liang Yi could see that he wasn't seriously injured, but had simply exhausted himself, almost completely drained. The sword-wielding woman was in a similar state, but she had numerous wounds all over her body, looking like a bloody mess. As for the other 7 Black Robe team members, a few had now awakened. If he guessed correctly, they should have some effective healing medicine on them. Overall, there was no need for concern. Liang Yi nodded slowly. He is dead. This battle was difficult. After we return, tell Chen Goen that the Supernatural Bureau owes my agent an explanation. After this battle, Liang Yi had gleaned some clues from the existing information, but his understanding of this aspect clearly did not match that of the Supernatural Bureau. The appearance of the Black Robe team here indicated that the Supernatural Bureau must have known some insider information long ago. Even if they didn't, they still held certain information. The previously relatively stable balance of divine and demonic forces had suddenly undergone such a significant change. Liang Yi needed to know more insider details, although he had already learned of the Ghost King's death earlier. Witnessing Ma Mian nod in acknowledgement now caused the buzz-cut youth and the sword-wielding woman to show expressions of shock. The Black Robe team members behind them were equally astonished. That was a mid-grade Ghost King, an existence on par with mid-grade righteous deities. Moreover, there was still another demon king present. Yet they had all been annihilated by these 3 wild gods. They had heard the names of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and by Wu Chang together with Agent Liang Yi long ago, and because of Chen Goen, they were somewhat familiar with them. But now, witnessing their power firsthand, they could not help but be amazed. The buzz-cut youth's eyes shone with excitement, but upon hearing Ma Mian's subsequent words, he couldn't help but smile wryly, nodding helplessly. As a deity, Ma Mian's believer, Lin Shi, had encountered such a crisis, and after the battle, he had nearly lost his own life along with the other 2 deities. The buzz-cut youth believed he could understand Ma Mian's anger. After all of this was hidden from the outside world by the Supernatural Bureau, even though they themselves were powerless. Chapter 81. Bad News. At this moment, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau of Longhua, Yuan Xiangfeng stood by the window, furrowing his brows as he gazed into the distance, holding a lit cigarette in his hand. The smoke drifted out through the window cracks, much like his complicated thoughts floating away. Yuan Xiangfeng raised his hand to take a puff, lowered his head to find the ashtray on the windowsill, and gently tapped the cigarette against the rim. As he tapped, he suddenly sighed. After finally quitting for nearly a month, it's all gone to waste. Turning back, he glanced at the computer on his desk, which was displaying a real-time national map of monitoring, with many regions glowing ominously red, continuously spreading outward. Yuan Xiangfeng's expression darkened, and he sighed again before extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Goen walked in. He also had a furrowed brow and, upon entering, his nostrils flared slightly as his gaze fell on the ashtray by the window. Yuan Xiangfeng seemed to sense his gaze and said while turning to sit down at his desk, "There have been widespread incidents of demonic riots disguised as monsters across the country. The situation is worse than we predicted. The pressure is immense. I really couldn't hold back." Hearing this, Chen Goen forced a smile and nodded as he sat down opposite Yuan Xiangfeng. Not only was he overwhelmed as the deputy director, but even Chen Goen himself was at his wit's end, having smoked over a dozen cigarettes that morning, with his fingers already yellowed from the smoke. Chen Goen handed over the documents he had just organized and reported. "This demonic riot covers the entire country, and based on the current information, the previous predictions regarding those key focus units have deviated significantly. The strength of the demons deployed often exceeds our forecasts. What's worse is that many large families, enterprises, and other forces have been infiltrated to varying degrees, especially at the mid to high levels, leading to many regions where the demons have taken over without a fight. Additionally, our monitoring has revealed that the demons are using special formations to refine various righteous deities of different forces and ranks, presumably to enhance their own strength. Moreover, due to the misjudgment of the latent strength of many regions' demons, many of our pre-deployed supernatural teams have suffered heavy losses. Chen Goen reported earnestly, while Yuan Xiangfeng listened, flipping through the freshly printed documents still warm to the touch. As he listened, his frown deepened until it finally twisted into a scowl. After a while, Chen Goen finished his report, only to find Yuan Xiangfeng had already closed the document, his serious and grave gaze fixed on the dynamic national map on the computer screen. After watching for a moment, he wearily closed his eyes and slowly leaned back against the chair. Goen, how is your subordinate team doing? Team 1 of Division Ding is one of the Supernatural Bureau's seed teams, with all 9 members showing considerable talent, and the deputy director had always paid close attention to them. Chen Goen paused for a moment before truthfully answering. Team 1 of Division Ding has been stationed in Shiza City recently, monitoring the situation regarding the Lin family. Since the riots fully broke out, the related personnel have been trying to make contact, but the signals sent out have ultimately fallen silent. From what I see, it's likely that their situation is dire. There are many teams like Team 1 of Division Ding that the Supernatural Bureau has recently deployed, mostly carrying out monitoring tasks, overseeing forces like the Lin family that have been detected for traces of latent demons. After the riots broke out, the local teams also bore the responsibility of disrupting, damaging, and monitoring the local demonic riot incidents. However, the strength of the demons appearing across many regions has exceeded our previous predictions, resulting in heavy casualties for most teams. And many teams, like Team 1, are completely unreachable. Their situation is even less optimistic. Thinking of this, Chen Goen sighed inwardly, though he did not show much emotion on the surface. In the face of crisis, countless teams like Team 1 were in peril, even if they were seed teams. It wasn't anything special, and no one would pay extra attention because of that. Even if someone did, given the current manpower shortage in the Supernatural Bureau, there was simply no extra energy to take corresponding measures. Even Chen Goen himself had not inquired too much, resigning to fate. Yuan Xiangfeng remained silent, merely nodding slowly. The office fell silent for a moment, and just as Chen Goen was about to say something, he suddenly froze. He felt a series of rustling noises suddenly ringing in his ears, clearly the static sound from the satellite communicator he was wearing. Immediately after, a very weak but familiar voice emerged. Teacher Chen, can you hear me? We are fine. We are being sent to the local hospital in Shiza City for treatment. Chen Goen's eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, pressing one hand on the communicator, and replied calmly, "What's the situation over there?" Hearing this, Yuan Xiangfeng, who had been leaning back with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, looking astonished. Seeing this, Chen Goen placed the communicator on the desk and tapped a few times, amplifying the somewhat noisy voice from the other side. After a moment, the previous voice sounded again. There was a riot of latent demons among the high-ranking members of the Lin family in Shiza City, led by Lin Su, Lin Shaoling, and Lin Hushing. They are disguised as a mid-grade ghost king, a low-grade demon king, and a low-grade devil king, and have conservatively been infiltrating the Lin family for over a year. Upon hearing this, both Chen Goen and Yuan Xiangfeng were astonished. In the small Shiza City, 3 kings had appeared. Moreover, one of them was a mid-grade ghost king. Following this, deep confusion surged in their hearts, and they couldn't help but quickly exchange glances. Since the enemy possessed such formidable combat power, how had Team 1 managed to survive intact? Chen Goen raised an eyebrow. Could it be Qingwei Jun? But he is merely a low-grade, righteous deity. How could he have such combat strength? Before the two could ponder further, the communicator on the other side calmed down after a slightly hurried breath from speaking too fast and continued reporting. At the beginning of the riot, the protective deity of the Lin family, Qingwei Jun, was controlled, and the demons set up a barrier in formation on the top floor of the Lin Group building, intending to refine him. By the time we arrived, the situation was already beyond control, and we were utterly outmatched by that low-grade demon king. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the deity Mamen arrived, accompanied by Nyodo and by Wu Chang, and they worked together to slay the low-grade Demon King and the mid-grade Ghost King one after another. Although the low-grade Devil King ultimately escaped, he was severely injured by the backlash of the formation. This operation in Shiza City was a great success, aided by the three deities represented by Liang Yi. Chapter 82. Complete Collapse. The voice from the communicator ceased. At the same time, the entire office fell into a dead silence, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible. Chen Goen's eyes widened, and the cigarette he had habitually pulled from his pocket accidentally fell onto the table. 3 king-level beings, 1 severely injured and escaped, 2 dead on the spot. The cause of this situation was 3 wild gods. Even Chen Goen, who had seen much, felt his scalp tingle and was utterly shocked. Previously, he had witnessed the combined elimination of the river crossing by the 3 gods of the bullhead, horseface, and white impermanence. While he was surprised then, it was nothing compared to this moment. After all, those were 3 king-level beings, with 1 being a mid-grade ghost king. Even if the 3 low-grade righteous gods under the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs faced off, the outcome would likely be a disastrous defeat, potentially losing 1 or even 2 righteous gods in the process. But now the 3 wild gods not only won without any external assistance, but also left 2 dead and 1 severely injured. This completely overturned Chen Goen's previous understanding of the power comparison between gods and demons, and it was an extremely exaggerated overturn. For a moment, Chen Goen didn't know what to say and could only reach down to pick up the fallen cigarette from the table, put it in his mouth, light it, and take a deep puff, which slightly calmed his shocked heart. Opposite him, Yuan Xiangfeng showed no concealment of his ghost-like expression and gasped sharply. What? The bullhead and horseface, the 3 wild gods, killed 2 king-level beings and severely injured 1? This is a bit too perverse, isn't it? Yuan Xiangfeng couldn't help but curse. The aura of being somewhat ethereal instantly vanished. His eyes brightened, and the frown on his forehead relaxed a bit, slightly rising as he stared at the communicator, seemingly wanting to dive into the scene in Shiza City right then and there. The other end of the communicator clearly heard Yuan Xiangfeng's voice and immediately responded with a surprised reply. Ah, Deputy Director Yuan? What I reported is absolutely true, with no hint of falsehood. The actual situation is even more than this. We just heard nearby people discussing that the bullhead and horseface seemed to have awakened their innate treasures in their wild god forms. This was the key to their ability to slay 2 king-level beings. I can't go on anymore. I really have no strength to speak. The specific process has already been live-streamed by many people. You can check it out. The recordings from other aspects have also been uploaded to the central system after the barrier dissipated, but there are no scenes of their battle, what the communicator was saying. Chen Goen and Yuan Xiangfeng completely ignored. They almost simultaneously looked up at each other, their breaths becoming unusually rapid, their faces filled with disbelief. With a beep, the communicator connection closed. Chen Goen directly extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and spoke word by word. He just said the bullhead and horseface awakened their innate treasures in their wild god forms. This, Yuan Xiangfeng suddenly raised his arm, signaling him to say no more, and then began to type rapidly on the keyboard, quickly searching for information about the live broadcast from Shiza City. Soon, he opened the live replay. Chen Goen was not to be outdone, hurriedly dragging his chair next to Yuan Xiangfeng, widening his eyes and leaning close to the screen to watch carefully. He followed every word and frame, unwilling to miss any detail. Wow, white impermanence has also advanced to a wild god. Thinking it over, it makes sense, but how could a wild god contend against a mid-grade ghost king and hold on? The battle between the bullhead, horseface, and the snake demon king is also not to be underestimated. It seems that the 3 gods' combat power has significantly increased. Here it comes. It really is the innate treasure. So astonishing, so exaggerated. The bullhead's power seems to have doubled, and the snake demon king simply cannot resist. White impermanence is actually still holding on. Finally escaped? Huh? Why is he back? It seems he went to the top of the building to support Qingwei and the team. Even when he was exhausted, he still returned to assist at the risk of death. This kind of pure spirit of sacrifice is truly rare among gods, making one sigh with admiration. Right here, Horseface must have awakened his innate treasure, just disguised, luring the Ghost King into lowering his guard. What kind of technique is this? It directly rendered the Ghost King incapable of resistance. Only after witnessing the bone-clawed Ghost King dissipate beneath the hands of the Bullhead and Horseface did Chen Gowen and Yuan Xiangfeng pull their heads away from the screen. Upon careful reflection, they still felt greatly shocked. As high-ranking members of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, they had witnessed much grander battles between gods and demons. And not just once. However, they had never seen a scene where wild gods awakened innate treasures and killed king-level beings by 2 ranks. To be precise, not only had they never seen it, but they had never even thought of it, never had any idea in that regard. Yet, such an astonishing spectacle was happening right in front of them on the computer screen. After watching, Chen Gowen couldn't help but rummage through his pocket, pull out a cigarette, hesitate for a moment, then take out another and hand it to Yuan Xiangfeng. The sound of a lighter igniting echoed as both began to puff smoke. After finally suppressing the shock in their hearts and calming down for a moment, Chen Gowen suddenly said, "Deputy Director, my judgment isn't bad, right? Earlier, UNT expressed your opinion after seeing the data on the Bullhead, Horseface, and White Impermanence defeating River Crossing. Now that the 3 gods have advanced, what do you think of their performance?" Hearing this, Yuan Xiangfeng let out a bitter laugh, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, and shook his head helplessly. "I never said your judgment was lacking. No need to hint. From now on, pay special attention to Liang Yi and the Bullhead, Horseface, and White Impermanence, with an S-level ranking." Hearing this, Chen Gowen finally couldn't help but grin, and even the smoke he exhaled seemed to be filled with joy. He raised his eyebrows, just about to say something more. However, at that moment, a bright blood-red light erupted on the national dynamic map displayed on the computer screen, continuously spreading outward. Eventually, it froze, and a considerable area completely turned blood-red. Yuan Xiangfeng's previously relaxed mood suddenly became heavy again. He took a sharp breath, threw the cigarette but into the ashtray, and then enlarged the map with the mouse. Where his gaze fell, amidst the sea of blood-red, an entire city's area was clearly revealed. This meant an entire city, all regions, completely collapsed. Chapter 83 Announcement. Yuan Xiangfeng's gaze was fixed on the computer screen, lost in thought. Beside him, Chen Gowen also witnessed this scene, his expression slightly grave. That was an entire city, not just a certain area or sphere of influence. A whole city had been completely occupied by monsters and demons, with no resistance capability left. What did this mean? What about the people in the city? What about the various deities behind them? In such a large city, even with a low population density, there must be many believers of righteous gods, including quite a few mid-level and high-level deities. Yet in just one morning, it had completely fallen. Chen Gowen's eyelids drooped slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Xylan City had previously been our focus of attention. We found many traces of lurking demons there compared to other cities. This morning, all the teams dispatched to Xylan City lost contact at the moment the demons began their rampage, and thereafter, there's been little information transmitted from local channels. Preliminary assessments suggest Xylan City is one of the main cities for demon infiltration and conquest. However, from the current situation, it seems they have no intention of further expanding into surrounding areas after occupying Xylan City. Their purpose remains unclear. Yuan Xiangfeng listened to Chen Gowen's summary and speculation, taking a deep breath, revealing a hint of fatigue in his expression. What Chen Gowen could think of, he could naturally think of as well. In the past, when the 3 forces of gods, demons, and humans were gradually stabilizing under a special system, although demon rampages occur from time to time, they mostly happened in areas far from human settlements. As for cities, towns, and large villages that could gather tens of millions or even thousands of people, they were generally very safe. Demons did not dare to invade. After all, behind millions of humans represented tens of thousands or possibly even more deities. Among them, wild gods made up the vast majority, which is the most powerful deities the common people could normally contact. Nevertheless, there were certainly many righteous gods in every region. and their strength was far greater compared to the numerous wild gods. They were the true backbone for humans to resist demons. Yet, in a city as large as Xylan City, with at least 1,000 righteous gods, it had completely fallen in just one morning under the assault of demons. If that were the case, what kind of powerful demons had they deployed in Xylan City? How terrifying must they be to easily defeat and control 1,000 righteous gods, and possibly even encounter deities more powerful than those righteous gods? Moreover, based on the information previously collected from across the country, once demons control a region or force, they tend to refine and seize the power of local deities for their own use. How much energy would the deities of an entire city provide to the demons that occupied Xylan City? How much enhancement would these already terrifying demons gain? Just imagining this left Yuan Xiangfeng feeling exceptionally heavy-hearted. He took a deep breath as if suddenly making a certain decision and slowly said, "Goen, help me pass down the order. Announce to the national public the ongoing infiltration and rampage of demons across the country and its severity. At the same time, enter a state of combat readiness nationwide, calling on all believers of deities, especially the representatives of deities, to communicate and assist humans in overcoming this crisis together." Hearing this, Chen Goen showed a hint of surprise. Although the current situation was dire, the demons' actions in many areas were highly disguised, not attracting much attention. Even now, there wasn't much information circulating online about this. The hottest topic of discussion seemed to still be related to the events in Shiza City. This meant that public sentiment was relatively stable. According to Chen Goen's thinking, the Supernatural Bureau and the Longwu government should simply report incidents like those in Xylan City that posed significant harm and were hard to conceal to stabilize public sentiment as much as possible. Otherwise, once the news of demon infiltration spread widely, the public would likely become anxious, and the already existing indifference and barriers between deities could become even more severe. In that case, if mishandled, the resulting harm could be even more serious and far-reaching than the demons' rampages themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Goen almost immediately asked Deputy Director, "Want to be too hasty to reveal all related information now? Moreover, this is not conducive to our organization of human and deity forces." Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Xiangfeng sighed and waved his hand, interrupting Chen Goen's words. He said, "Goen, I told you last time, you can't hide fire with paper. Now that the demons have caused such a huge commotion, even if ordinary citizens haven't noticed anything unusual in a short time, those forces and families occupying more resources must have seen some signs, right? Not to mention, this is just humans. The sensitivity of deities will be even greater than ours. If we do not lay our cards on the table at the first opportunity and harness all the forces we can use at this stage, the situation may escalate further. No need to say more. Once this nationwide demon rampage incident has settled and relevant data is compiled, it must be widely announced. There can be no concealment or delay." Having said that, Yuan Xiangfeng wearily waved his hand. Chen Goen furrowed his brows tightly, but said nothing more, simply getting up to open the door and walk out. As the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau, Yuan Xiangfeng's will was not something Chen Goen could sway, and since the latter could convey this message at this time, he must have already discussed it with other high-ranking officials in the Supernatural Bureau. This was an absolute force majeure. The question was, how much chaos would this cause across the country after spreading this message? Chen Goen walked briskly down the corridor, his brows knitted tighter and tighter, unable to help but reach into his jacket pocket for his cigarette case and lighter. Upon taking it out, he found a cigarette case was already empty. Damn it! Chen Goen cursed quietly, crushing the cigarette case into a marble-sized ball, then throwing it heavily against the wall. With a crack, the wall tile shattered. The crumpled cigarette case embedded itself into the wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Chen Goen glanced at the time, pushed open the window along the corridor, and jumped down directly, landing steadily. The Supernatural Bureau's strength was limited, and the time they had to prepare was indeed very short. Until now, the various teams of the Supernatural Bureau were still scattered nationwide, battling fiercely against the demons. Although they had suffered heavy casualties and ultimately lost in most areas, there were still quite a few teams that successfully thwarted the lurking demon plans. However, they had no support. How many of the carefully trained members would die today in this suddenly erupting demon action? This time, the Supernatural Bureau would pay a very painful price. Thinking of this, Shin Goen's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, but in the next moment, he returned to complete calm. Chapter 84. Agent Mo Xiaoye. The next afternoon, in Shuanglin City. At the equipment store, Liang Yi yawned, holding a piece of bread in his mouth and a cup of milk in his hand as he walked downstairs. After thoroughly resolving the issues with the Lin family yesterday morning, Liang Yi had gone straight to sleep, even though he wasn't fighting the demons himself. Controlling the ox-headed and horse-faced by Wu Chang through such a battle took a significant toll on his mental state. After sleeping until now, Liang Yi still felt drowsy and had a severe headache, but he didn't want to continue lying down, so he went downstairs with the bread and milk, unsure if it should be considered breakfast or lunch. Before he had fully descended the stairs, Liang Yi noticed 3 figures sitting in the locked store, all of them staring intently at him as he walked down. 2 of them were familiar, Ma Datu and Lin Shi. The other was a petite girl sitting in a tall swivel chair by a wooden sculpture stand, swinging her fair and straight legs in the air. She even had a lollipop in her mouth. Chewing on his bread, Liang Yi took a big gulp of milk, set the cup on the table, and casually asked, "Where did this middle school student come from?" Ma Datu and Lin Shi were taken aback, and their expressions suddenly turned strange. The petite girl widened her eyes, jumped off the swivel chair with a loud thud, and rushed to Liang Yi's side, slamming her palm on the table. "Who is a middle school student? I'm already an adult. Just turned 18. Before her childlike hand could come down again, Liang Yi quickly picked up the half-full cup of milk. He looked closely at the pouting girl for a moment, nodded slightly, and then continued drinking his milk without paying her any mind. "You." The girl gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Ma Datu quickly signaled Lin Shi with his eyes. Lin Shi understood and stepped forward to grab the girl's hand, pulling her to sit beside her on a chair, then awkwardly smiled at Liang Yi. "Boss Liang, this is the agent of Qingwejun. Her name is Mo Xiaoye. We're here today mainly to express gratitude on behalf of the Lin family, and Qingwejun to you and the ox-headed and horse-faced by Wu Chang." As Lin Shi spoke, her hand gently patted the restless Mo Xiaoye's arm. Mo Xiaoye, dissatisfied, bared her teeth and broke free from Lin Shi's grip, although somewhat unwilling. She bowed her head respectfully to Liang Yi and said, "Both my family and I are very grateful for your life-saving grace." Hearing this, Liang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had seen Mo Xiaoye speak a few times in the National Security Group earlier and had thought she seemed young. It turned out to be true. Moreover, from her appearance, it was hard to tell that she was already an adult. She looked like a typical middle school student, and a rather naive one at that. However, since she was the agent of Qingwejun and represented him today, there was no need to dwell too much on such matters. Liang Yi casually waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks, but his gaze shifted to Lin Shi. "Miss Lin, with your family experiencing such changes, your father seems to have been injured. Should you be taking care of things at home?" Lin Shi forced a smile. "My father is under the protection of Qingwejun. He only suffered minor injuries and is fine. As for my Lin family, the relevant incidents have now been fully taken over by the Supernatural Bureau, and we can't intervene for the time being. However, there are a lot of middle and senior management within the family and the group disguised as demons lurking around. My father and I are still in shock and really don't have the energy to deal with this huge mess right now. It's terrifying to think that relatives, friends, and colleagues we interacted with daily are all disguised demons, and we don't know how long they've been hiding among us." After spending some time together, Liang Yi knew that although Lin Shi was just a weak girl, her character was far from the softness she appeared to have. She had a strong resilience. Even so, when discussing this matter, Lin Shi still turned pale and seemed restless. This showed how deep the shock and fear the situation brought her. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Shi. Even Liang Yi himself had been deeply shaken when he first learned that Lin Shaoling and Lin Husheng were disguised demons. After all, he clearly remembered that when he went to the Lin family to help Lin Haojiang with the possession issue, Ma Mian hadn't detected anything unusual about Lin Shaoling and Lin Husheng at all. Liang Yi thought this was a conflict of interest within the Lin family. but he never expected it would lead to such a significant incident. Even the gods couldn't tell who among them was a disguised demon. This was truly horrifying. At this moment, Ma Datu nodded in agreement. After learning about what happened in Shiza City yesterday morning, I specifically started a live stream in the afternoon, intending to catch the wave of traffic. But many viewers from all over the country claimed similar situations seemed to be happening near them, although these cases were still few, considering the vast coverage area, and that demon disguises are hard to detect. Damn, I got goosebumps just thinking about it. Boss Liang, you're not also a disguised demon, are you? That is so scary. Haha, just kidding. Ma Datu chuckled awkwardly under the disdainful gazes of Lin Shi and Mo Xiaoya and waved his hand in embarrassment. Liang, he didn't pay much attention to his joke. Instead, his expression grew more serious. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and slowly said under the curious gazes of the three, "No, it's not just a few. In my judgment, the scale of this demon disguise and infiltration into the human world, causing rampant actions, is quite large, involving several different provinces and over 100 different cities. It's even very likely that the coverage extends nationwide." As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Datu, Lin Shi, and Mo Xiaoya's faces suddenly changed. Is it really that exaggerated? Mo Xiaoya shrank her neck and asked in a low voice. Liang Yi glanced at her. It's just a guess. I've slept for nearly 24 hours. In the past 24 hours, has there been any big news? No. I mean, not necessarily big news, but has anything strange happened that left people feeling confused? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoya snorted softly. You still know you've slept for 24 hours? If someone didn't know, they'd think it was you, the agent, who was there to slay the low-grade demon king and the mid-grade ghost king. She didn't say out loud. But Lin Shi hesitated for a moment and then said, it seems there really is. In Xylan City, many netizens from nearby areas are saying that a battle seems to have broken out in Xylan City, and many local friends can't be contacted now. However, there are also many people refuting it, saying their friends have claimed it was all rumors and that nothing happened, which is a bit strange. Chapter 85 The Sorrow of the True Gods. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Liang Yi was slightly taken aback. Xylan City? Although this city is not very large, it is somewhat famous nationwide. But the question is, why would someone claim that a war has broken out there, while others say it is a rumor? Something unusual must be happening. Although it is impossible to confirm the truth of the matter with the current lack of information. There must be something fishy going on in Xylan City. I just wonder how things are over at the Supernatural Bureau. Liang, he squinted his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Ma Datu and the other two felt puzzled, but in the end, no one said anything more. Lin Shi and Mo Xiaoya sat in the store for a while longer before being sent out by Ma Datu. Given that such a big event happened just yesterday, and everyone was closely watching those present, everyone seemed to have low spirits. Even Ma Datu, who was usually talkative, had little desire to chat. As for Liang, he didn't feel much, he was just simply too tired and didn't want to talk. After sending off Lin Shi and Mo Xiaoya, Ma Datu pulled down the roll-up door. Liang Yi silently swallowed the last bite of bread and suddenly spoke up. Let us not live stream for a while. It's good to take a break and observe the situation outside. I haven't been in the mood to carve idols and amulets lately. I have a deep premonition that things are about to change drastically. You should be more careful and pay attention. Ma Datu was taken aback and scratched his head in confusion. Has it gotten this serious? Boss Liang, your words give me a feeling that a storm is brewing, making my neck feel a bit chilly. As he spoke, Ma Datu exaggeratedly shrank his neck. Liang exhaled slowly, unsure how to explain in detail, so he casually replied, It's not me saying it. It's Nyo2 who told me to pass it on. To remind you. Sure enough, after hearing Liang Yi's words, Ma Datu, who had just been joking, suddenly became serious. Nyo2 said this? Then this matter is really significant. Very significant. I need to prepare early. Feeling a bit nervous, Ma Datu was also secretly excited that Nyo2 cared about him so much. He hurried off to the backyard, not knowing what preparations he was making. Liang Yi watched his departing figure, speechless. Nyo2's name really works wonders. After muttering to himself, Liang Yi took out his phone from his pocket. As soon as he opened WeChat, he found that the National Security Group was filled with 99 messages. Clicking in, he saw that the over 100 divine agents were discussing the demon disguises, lurking, and riots that began yesterday morning. Many people were frequently ing Chingoan, but it seemed that he had not made an appearance to respond. Instead, the agents were discussing vigorously amongst themselves, revealing a lot of information. Liang Yi didn't mind the trouble and scrolled through the chat history from the bottom up to see the earliest messages from yesterday morning. Initially, the chat records in the National Security Group were mainly focused on Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang making a high-profile appearance in Shiza City and slaying 2 royal-level demons. This undoubtedly created quite a stir in the group, as the awakening of wild gods and their legendary treasures was astonishing, especially since these 3 wild gods had killed a mid-grade ghost king. However, soon the focus of everyone's attention shifted away from this topic. One after another, people reported that they had also discovered demons disguising themselves as humans in their local areas. And these entities were quite powerful. If it were just a few isolated cases, it wouldn't be much, but as time went on, more and more people communicated with their respective gods and expressed that there seemed to be similar situations in their regions. Gradually, the situation became increasingly serious. Until this afternoon, even now, many in the group were still speculating and discussing based on the information available. We found demons disguising as humans in our neighboring county, and it's been a whole day without any resolution. The scope of the coverage was getting wider, and it was almost certain that this demon riot was nationwide and definitely organized, long planned. If this continues, how can people not feel anxious? The Supernatural Bureau has not intervened to provide any explanation until now. Even if they don't give the public an answer, at least they should give us an explanation, right? Chingo and I heard that many deities have died in this incident and countless humans have perished in this disaster. These demons are utterly detestable and should be swiftly dealt with. The situation is still unclear, and we don't know how long the slaughter and chaos will last. Moreover, it is said that the demons' goal is to refine the gods and harness their power for themselves, and many true gods have already fallen, let alone us weak humans. Even the gods must tremble in fear. It seems that a great change is truly coming. Liang Yi frowned slightly, reading through the group chat records word by word until he reached the last message, and then set down his phone, leaning his head back and slowly exhaling. Undoubtedly, this demon riot has a nationwide reach and has mobilized a large number of royal-level demons, with countless lord-level ones, creating one massacre after another across the country, seizing power and refining gods. Moreover, this situation has persisted since yesterday morning and has yet to come to a complete end. It is only because the members of the group are agents of true gods that they can obtain so much information and discuss it in the first place. However, the majority of the people across the country who have no background or channels are likely still completely in the dark, even if they have received some vague information. The real information they can obtain online is probably pitifully scarce due to limited visibility. Among them, the most famous incident seems to be the Battle of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang in Shiza City. But even knowing that there are demons capable of disguising as humans and lurking in human society, those who have been protected too well by the gods, who have grown accustomed to this balance and have never thought of making preparations, still cannot grasp the seriousness of the situation in time. Liang Yi tightened his brow again, but then he saw that after a moment of silence, another message popped up in the National Security Group, and it was quite lengthy. According to reliable sources, group members Xian, True God, and Terrified, True God, have perished in this incident and have been removed from the group chat. Please be advised. Additionally, responses to everyone's many queries will be provided soon, so please remain calm. Chapter 86 Delicious. Morning. The man woke up from his dream, gasping for breath, feeling a sticky sensation on his body. He heavily wiped his face, took a few deep breaths to calm his rapid breathing. Turning his head, he saw his phone screen still lit, frozen on the chat history of the National Security Group from yesterday, clearly displaying, "Damn it, we have a case of demons disguising themselves and causing riots here too, just a few hundred meters away from me. A family clearly saw their deity stubbornly resisting, but ultimately got locked into a great formation and began being refined. That was a mid-grade true god. Yet it resisted for less than half a minute, and the enemy actually deployed a high-grade demon king. Now my deity is urgently relocating me to another place. Far from that area. It's too dangerous. Just a glance at that high-grade demon king gave me goosebumps. The man briefly scanned the already read chat records, pressed his lips together, then flipped his hand to cover the phone, choosing to ignore it. A dignified agent of a true god. Scared just by seeing a demon from a distance, and even had to say it out loud. Are they seeking resonance or trying to gain sympathy? It's ridiculous. Demons are inherently cunning and bloodthirsty, and are natural enemies of humans and gods. Even if they have methods to disguise themselves as humans, so what? As long as there are deities present, no demon should even think about getting close to me. The man took a deep breath, turned off the bed, picked up the clean clothes hanging on the rack, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and the man quickly turned around, shutting off the faucet. He perked up his ears to listen closely. Knock, knock, knock. Amid the dripping water, the knocking sound outside the house was still quite clear. Who is it? The man grabbed a towel and quickly dried himself off. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. The man frowned, hurriedly grabbed the clothes from the rack and put them on. Opened the door. The wet slippers made a slapping sound on the floor. Suddenly, a dull sound came from behind him, and the man quickly turned around, instinctively raising his elbow. It was the towel from the bathroom that had slipped to the floor because he and T put it away properly. Watching it get soaked in the foam-covered water on the floor, the man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but then frowned again. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it. Who is it? The man gritted his teeth, turned around, and took a few steps forward, and suddenly opened the door. Standing at the door was a hunched old woman with a small basket hanging from her arm, smiling kindly as she looked up at him. Xiaonan, have you just gotten up? I've been knocking for a long time, and no one answered. These are the buns just steamed this morning. My granddaughter wanted to eat them, but couldn't finish, so I brought you some for breakfast. The man's angry face showed a hint of embarrassment. He knew that the landlady was hard of hearing. The man took the trembling basket from the old woman's hand, scratching his head. He was about to say something when suddenly a head popped out from behind the old lady. The man's hand trembled, and upon closer inspection, it was the old woman's granddaughter, with two low ponytails, grinning at him. Her silver, bell-like laughter was like a ray of sunshine pouring into the corridor, exceptionally bright. The man inwardly cursed himself, awkwardly reaching out to pat the girl's head. Shouting gidge, delicious. The man smiled, his gaze falling on the basket in his other hand. But at that moment, he suddenly let out a scream, beads of sweat instantly popping out on his forehead. You. The man's voice trembled, his face twisted in fear. The girl with the twin ponytails was biting his hand tightly, her sharp tiger teeth easily crushing the bones in his hand, sucking on his flesh and blood. Her face was covered in blood, but she looked up with an exceptionally bright smile, opening her mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Then, she bit down hard again. Beast, let go. A sudden burst of golden light appeared behind him, and a deity wielding a great hammer revealed itself, furiously enraged. The pain almost made the man faint, but upon seeing the figure of the deity, he instantly felt a surge of strength, the pale color on his face returning a hint of blood. This was the deity protecting him, a high-grade, true god. Why did this demon choose to attack him? I want you dead, the man shouted angrily. Behind him, the high-grade deity also let out a thunderous roar. The great hammer swung down mercilessly towards the girl's head, like a mountain pressing down. The girl raised her head, licking the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes seemingly filled with a satisfied smile. She did not dodge. Instead, she opened her bloody mouth wide at the descending great hammer. Whoosh! Like a light breeze passing by, the heavy great hammer vanished without a trace. The deity, filled with divine power, suddenly appeared dazed, then collapsed heavily on the ground. An irregular blood mark had appeared on its neck at some point, and divine power began to leak out. It was all being absorbed by the girl into her mouth. The man's expression of anger suddenly froze on his face. He stood there dumbfounded. Bang! The old lady beside him stared with her dim eyes at the scene, horror filling her wrinkled face, and she stumbled backward. The man was completely stunned in place. The girl, with a smiling face, crawled up his outstretched arm, taking bites upward, until the other party completely lost their life. Wobbling and falling to the ground, the girl frowned, raised her pink sleeve to wipe the blood from her face, turned around, and hummed a little tune as she walked away. Afternoon. A woman sat in the garden, her eyes filled with anxiety, quickly scrolling through her phone. The serene and beautiful scenery around her could not catch her attention at all. In her eyes, there was only that small screen. It was a chat group called National Security. What method do demons possess to disguise themselves as humans, and why can't any deity detect them? Their disguising techniques are too advanced. Even deities can't know everything. We must remain vigilant. Yesterday, I talked with a local friend who survived a change. He said humans can still pick up on some clues. His relative was a demon in disguise, and with the help of the supernatural investigation team and deities, they managed to stop the demon's actions. It said that although his relative was disguised very well, there would still be subtle changes in temperament and habits, leading them to suspect earlier. Changes in temperament? Is it the only way to identify a demon's disguise? But if that's the case, only the closest people can clearly sense that something is off. This reasoning is correct. So the biggest consequence of this is that everyone lives in fear. And except for the closest people around, everyone will doubt each other. Even family members can't escape. Chapter 87. A frightened bird. The woman's fingertips trembled slightly as they quickly glided across the screen. One message after another rushed into her eyes in the chat group, and a look of panic gradually appeared on her face, with a layer of fine sweat quickly seeping from her forehead. Not far away, the crisp sound of bird calls came from the lush green woods. The woman abruptly raised her head like a startled bird, glanced around, then hurriedly lowered her head again, covering her face in pain and helplessness. A tear slid down from the corner of her eye. At that moment, it was as if a warm sun suddenly rose in the harsh winter. The light shone upon the woman, and a pair of soft hands reached out from the void to gently embrace her, followed by a fair arm and a graceful body, glowing faintly as they appeared from the emptiness. It's okay. This is just their speculation. It doesn't mean that having such characteristics makes you a monster in disguise. Moreover, with me here, I won't let any evil harm you in the slightest. The warm, soothing voice fell on her ears. The woman raised her head, her phone slipping unconsciously from her hand and falling onto the green grass. She sobbed quietly, wrapping her arms around the divine figure's willow-like waist, pressing her tear-streaked face tightly against it. However, gentle footsteps approached from afar, coming toward them. The woman's back suddenly tensed, and she raised her head to look not far away, her face instantly revealing a look of agony. No, please don't. A thin figure slowly walked over, a familiar and kind face wearing a benevolent smile. The hair on the woman's body stood on end, her face turning pale, and her breathing gradually quickening. The middle-aged man, walking slowly, revealed a hint of helplessness between his brows. Alas, my good daughter, I was once very immersed in this game of playing father and daughter, but unfortunately, it seems that I haven't done well in the role of a father. I allowed you to sense some clues early on, even informing the divine being before I was fully prepared. Daughter, you really make it difficult for your father. Silently, the father's right arm stretched longer and longer, eventually transforming into a blue long blade, resembling a curved knife embedded in his forearm. The sharp gleam brought a chilling atmosphere to this calm, peaceful garden. The woman gritted her teeth, but tears could not be held back and streamed down her face. She struggled to turn her head to look at the divine being beside her, only to find that his entire body was trembling slightly, and blood was flowing from his eyes as he looked at the blue blade. The woman stared blankly, her eyes wide open, reaching out to grab the divine being's hand. The hand that had just been warm and glowing now turned cold and stiff, unable to move at all. The woman felt despair. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, allowing the thin shadow to slowly extend over her, enveloping her completely. A bone-chilling coldness transmitted from the top of her head. The woman struggled to lift her head, but could not see the dazzling sun of the afternoon, only a dizzying shadow. You all, when did you infiltrate? Around me, the shadow leaned down, a benevolent face displaying a radiant smile. He reached out his right hand and gently stroked the woman's head, his warm palm sliding down along her temple. perhaps even earlier than you imagine. Don't be afraid, daughter. Soon, you and all your family will be reunited. The woman suddenly widened her eyes, only to find that everything before her had suddenly lost its color. She opened her mouth to speak but felt a coolness at her neck, and then the whole world began to spin violently, turning round and round until it finally froze at a tilted angle. Leisurely butterflies fluttered among vibrant flowers, light and graceful. She did not close her eyes, but at that moment, everything before her turned pitch black. The long blue blade on her father's arm retracted inward, along with the blood on the blade, disappearing into his body. He bent down to pick up the phone that was still lit on the grass, gently blowing away the grass and dust. His gaze fixed on the new messages continuously popping up in the National Security Group. He tilted his head slightly, a warm smile curving at the corners of his mouth. According to reliable sources, group members Zheng, the divine being, and Terrified, the divine being, have perished in this incident and have been removed from the group chat. Please be informed. Additionally, there will soon be a response to everyone's many questions, so please remain calm. Shingoen's message was fixed on the phone screen. Liang Yi furuit herbereistitli. Is it possible that both divine beings and agents have perished in this demon uprising? Moreover, it is worth noting that according to Shingoen's statement, these two not only died as divine beings, but even the agents perished along with them. Is it a coincidence? Or was there some unknown hidden truth? Divine being agents. Liang Yi murmured softly, only to find that the messages in the group suddenly became extremely intense. A massive amount of messages were sent simultaneously, almost instantly pushing Shingoen's recently sent message out of view on the upper screen. Since joining the group, it seemed to be the first time she had seen so many agents participating in the discussion. How long does the Supernatural Bureau plan to keep us and the public in the dark? As far as I know, there have been cases of demons disguising themselves in some areas long ago. Why were they not taken seriously earlier? We need to know how large this incident is and how serious it really is. The Supernatural Bureau, as an official organization, should share information with us divine agents in a timely manner. Is the power of the divine beings appearing so trivial in this incident? If this continues, let alone humans, even divine beings will live in fear. From the beginning, I felt that the Supernatural Bureau's action of gathering divine beings and agents nationwide was somewhat suspicious, and now it seems that it might be related to the current events of demons infiltrating and uprising. How did these two agents and divine beings die? We need to know more information. Before this, the group had already shown signs of panic, with discussions continuing without yielding much useful information. Yet at this moment, Shingoen's message was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, instantly pushing the signal of panic to its peak. Though some members had witnessed it firsthand, most were still relying on hearsay and had not personally experienced the severity of this incident. The situation could still be controlled. But now, right in this group, two members who were also divine agents had died. One was a mid-tier divine being, and the other a high-tier divine being. How can everyone remain calm when even a powerful high-tier divine being died so ambiguously, along with the agent disappearing? Chapter 88. The world is in chaos, however. After this, no matter how intense the arguments and even insults became in the group, Shingoen did not send even a single message. Seeing that the group was gradually turning into a place for agents to vent their anger and frustration, Liang Yi stopped paying attention to the messages and simply closed his phone. After a moment, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Liang Yi yawned and went upstairs, soon falling into a deep sleep. A few hours later, night fell. After sleeping the entire afternoon, Liang Yi felt invigorated, but his stomach quickly began to grumble. He had only eaten a few slices of bread and drank a large cup of milk throughout the day, and the little energy stored in his body had long been depleted. Liang Yi went downstairs, walked through the backyard to Ma Dada's place, but after looking around, he didn't see anyone. He walked a few steps down the corridor towards the street, and only then did he spot Ma Dada squatting by the side of the road, not far away, seemingly talking to someone. Liang Yi frowned and called out, "Ma Dada, have you eaten dinner?" Hearing Liang Yi's call, Ma Dada turned his head and waved his hand, saying, "I left your food in the pot. It should still be warm. If not, you can just microwave it." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned back. The person opposite him disappeared into the darkness, making it hard to see from a distance. Liang Yi felt a bit curious and stepped forward. As he got closer, he could soon hear Ma Dado cheerfully saying something. All right, look over there. Isn't Grandma back? She's waiting for you. Hurry up. Just as he finished speaking, the figure hidden in the darkness quickly ran outside, and the light footsteps stood out prominently on the dim and empty street. Unfortunately, there weren't many people on the street at this time. Liang Yi stopped, took a step towards the street, and moved aside a pillar, blocking his view to look into the distance. A small figure was bouncing towards the other end of the street, where a stooped old lady was bending over, slowly walking toward her. After they met, the old lady said something with her head down. The bouncing little figure suddenly stopped, turned around, and waved towards Ma Dado and Liang Yi, then took the old lady's hand, and the two walked further away. It was a little girl with 2 ponytails, her smile exceptionally bright. Liang Yi withdrew his gaze and walked towards Ma Dado, who was waving a few steps away. Who was that? Ma Dado turned around and cheerfully explained. They're a grandmother and granddaughter visiting from Xylem City. I just went out for a walk and bumped into them. The little girl's grandma really needed to use the bathroom. Since you said this afternoon to minimize contact with others during this time, I didn't let them in. I just pointed her grandma to a public restroom. But I thought the little girl was quite cute and polite. So I took the chance while she was waiting for her grandma to grab a piece of candy for her. That should be fine, right? Ma Dado shrugged. Hearing this, Liang Yi couldn't help but frown. Visiting from Xylem City? Why is it Xylem City again? After a moment of silence, Liang Yi came back to his senses and slowly exhaled. Perhaps he was being overly paranoid. Continuing to be on high alert and treating everything as a potential threat would only drive him mad. Ma Dado noticed Liang Yi frowning and remaining silent, gradually becoming a bit anxious. He awkwardly scratched his head. Is that not okay? It shouldn't be disguised demons, right? If it's not okay, I'll be more cautious next time. Liang Yi didn't respond directly, just shook his head, saying, it's fine, you don't need to worry too much. Even if they are demons, with your bond with Nyodo, they will definitely save you in time. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Shuanglin City should still be relatively safe. Just pay more attention in your daily life. Hearing this, Ma Dado let out a small sigh of relief. Liang Yi said no more, turned around, and went inside to eat dinner. Otherwise, his stomach would really start to growl. However, just a few steps out, Ma Dado's voice suddenly called out from behind. Boss Liang, the Supernatural Bureau has issued an official announcement. It not only stated that this demon outbreak has affected the entire country, but also pointed out that many regions across the country have experienced varying degrees of harm. Among them, the most severely affected areas. 5 cities have completely fallen. Ma Dado's mouth dropped open, standing there dazed, staring at the screen for a long time without coming to his senses. 5 cities completely fallen. How vast an area is that? How many people and deities must have died? Even after the demons appeared, in just a few years, the human population had decreased to 1/3 of its former total. But that was still an extremely large number. In cities like Xylem City, there were still tens or hundreds of thousands of humans surviving. According to the demon's notorious, bloodthirsty nature, does the complete fall of 5 cities of various sizes mean that tens of millions of humans have died completely? Among that number, how many deities protecting humanity have ultimately perished? This data is too shocking, too terrifying. Ma Dado couldn't even begin to imagine what state those 5 cities were in now. A river of blood, corpses floating, or perhaps a hell on earth. Upon hearing Ma Dado's words, Liang Yi also paused, and after a moment of silence, took out his phone from his pocket. There was no need to search. All platforms and media were pushing this news. All the bright colors of the apps had turned to gray and white, perhaps mourning the loss of human and divine life. Liang Yi suddenly felt a bit absurd, even a little angry. Strangely, he was not someone who considered himself righteous, nor did he ever think he represented justice at one time. He even found such grandiose words and tones somewhat ridiculous. But at this moment, under circumstances that had exceeded his psychological preparation, he was filled with rage. Those were tens of millions of people, countless vibrant lives. What kind of purpose and mentality did those demons have to carry out such acts? Or rather, do they simply take pleasure in slaughter? Liang Yi took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, fully regaining his composure. Looking around, almost every visible discussion area was filled with various people's words. Some expressed sorrow, others anger, and many despair. Of course, there were also many questioning the Supernatural Bureau, and even more people, consciously or unconsciously, spreading anxiety, trust breakdown, and fear, making everyone feel insecure. Not only that, but even among the deities, many either personally or through their agents voiced their opinions, raised questions, and spread panic. Liang Yi sighed inwardly. This world is utterly in chaos. Chapter 89. The gods and humans in danger. In the following 3 days, the public was thoroughly engulfed in panic and chaos without exception. With demons disguising themselves as humans, lurking among the people, and no reliable methods to identify them, trust between individuals collapsed, resulting in mutual suspicion. In no time, the mobility of the population in large and medium-sized cities, small towns, and even rural areas significantly decreased, leading to the normal social operating system being destroyed and gradually approaching collapse in a very short time. Even more alarming was that people no longer trusted their close family members they interacted with daily. They were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough, surrounded by danger. In this extreme trust crisis, even a large number of believers who possessed divine tokens and could receive the protection of the gods felt insecure. After all, 5 cities had completely fallen. In these cities, there were probably many mid-tier and high-tier deities, yet they had also perished in a very short time, turning the entire city into a den of demons. Given this, what use were the minor gods worshipped by ordinary people? Even the once lofty deities could only play a limited role against this terrifying wave of demon rampage. After such upheaval, those who previously did not believe in deities or lacked divine tokens began to frantically seek them out for false psychological comfort. Meanwhile, those who already possessed divine tokens and had been under divine protection began to experience a significant trust crisis. Could the deities they had fervently worshipped truly protect them, well, in times of crisis? Could they really withstand the powerful demon attacks? If their relatives and friends were indeed demons in disguise, could these so-called deities ensure their safety at the first moment? Gradually, the seemingly unbreakable relationship between humans and gods that had evolved over decades began to show signs of estrangement, suspicion, and distrust. The entire world fell into chaos, and both gods and humans were in a state of panic. At this time, in Shuanglin City, at the equipment store, Ma Dada walked in from the backyard and put down the phone he had just been holding, speaking to Liang Yi. Lin, she had just called, saying she had taken Yi Shui and her mother, Huang Lin, to the Lin family, and now Mo Xiaoya had also moved there. With Qing Weijun around, there should be no problems under normal circumstances. Moreover, according to the demon erosion map provided by the Supernatural Bureau, Shiza City was still considered very safe. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi, who was sitting at his computer desk checking recent data on the demon riots, nodded. 3 days ago, the announcement issued by the Supernatural Bureau not only informed the entire public about the demon riots, but also included many emergency measures to be taken. This included a real-time monitored and updated dynamic map of demon erosion. This map categorized different levels of areas based on the degree of demon invasion and provided some relatively safe area ranges at this stage. Both Shuanglin City and Shiza City were within the safe area, which had led many people from other regions to bring their families to Shuanglin City over the past 3 days. However, this city, which was not large and somewhat tranquil, did not become livelier. Instead, it grew even more desolate. Under the onslaught of demons, everyone was trying to minimize their outings to ensure their and their family's safety. As for the Lin family, Shiza City was already one of the safe areas designated by the Supernatural Bureau. And after the demons lurking within the Lin family's upper echelons were all slaughtered by the Oxhead and Horseface, the Lin family had become one of the safest places now. Furthermore, during recent recuperation, Qing Weijun had fully recovered. A low-tier deity might be just a small wave in the current tide of demon riots, but protecting the Lin family, which had been devastated and had lost many lives, was not a difficult task. At this moment, Liang Yi lightly clicked the mouse and pressed the pause button on the video. He took a deep breath, rubbed his somewhat tired eyes, and asked, "How is the collection and transportation of supplies going?" Ma Dadu pulled over a chair and sat down next to him. He poured some hot water from the teapot, filled Liang Yi's cup, and poured himself a cup as well. Hearing this, he paused briefly in his movement to drink tea, nodded in agreement, and replied, "Basically, everything is in place. Although it cost quite a bit more than usual, given the current situation, it's worth the expense. According to your instructions, less than half a portion is here, and over 95% has already been sent to the Lin family. Lin Shi and Lin Haojiang personally checked and received it, and it is now stored in the warehouse with additional protective measures." Liang Yi nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of hot tea, the fragrant tea instantly dispelling much of his fatigue. 3 days ago, when the Supernatural Bureau had just released the relevant news, Liang Yi had instructed Ma Datu to immediately contact many suppliers to purchase a large quantity of supplies at prices far above market value. At that time, Ma Datu was still in a daze. After a moment, he pulled himself out of the complex emotions of shock, anger, and grief regarding the demon riots and realized the seriousness of the situation. The current situation was extremely dire, with trust collapsing and everyone feeling insecure. While things were manageable in the short term, if the situation continued for a long time, it would inevitably lead to a shortage of supplies. They needed to prepare adequate supplies at this critical moment, at least alleviating their immediate worries. Moreover, the reason Liang Yi wanted over 90% of the supplies transported to the Lin family was naturally because the Lin family, having survived the calamity, was relatively safe. Should the situation continue to worsen, Liang Yi also considered the possibility of leaving Shuanglin City and retreating to the Lin family in Shiza City. However, for now, it had not come to that point. Just the less than half a portion of supplies left here was enough for Liang Yi and Ma Dadu to survive for several years. Thinking of this, Liang Yi suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked, "By the way, Ma Datu, where are your family and relatives now? For safety's sake, you should take them to the Lin family as well." Previously, Ma Dada had never mentioned this, and Liang Yi had been preoccupied with other matters and had not thought of it. However, under Liang Yi's somewhat concerned and puzzled gaze, Ma Datu awkwardly scratched his head. "Boss Liang, I grew up in an orphanage and haven't seen any family or relatives. Even that orphanage was demolished 7 or 8 years ago. I really have no ties left, just me eating my fill, and the whole family not starving. Think about it, if I really had any attachments, I wouldn't have taken a risk to do that dangerous live stream back then." Ma Datu innocently shrugged his shoulders. Liang Yi silently shifted his gaze and nodded gently. Chapter 90. Conditions of the Supernatural Bureau. The air grew quiet. Liang Yi and Ma Datu exchanged knowing glances, sipping their tea. Just then, the rolling shutter door outside was suddenly pounded on heavily. Ma Datu frowned, stood up, and gently squeezed the talisman in his pocket with his right hand. Liang Yi got up and lightly patted his arm, walking around the table to open the door. Standing at the entrance were Chun Goen and Xiao Zhang. Both of them had bloodshot eyes and looked exhausted, as if they were forcing themselves to stay alert, especially Chun Goen, who was reeking of smoke. The moment the door opened, the smell invaded Liang Yi's nostrils. Liang Yi stepped aside to let them in, and Ma Datu greeted them to sit down, pouring tea into 2 cups. As soon as they sat down, Chen Goen had already taken out a cigarette from his pocket, tilting his head to light it. "My team leader told me that you want the Supernatural Bureau to give you an explanation, so we came today." Liang Yi frowned slightly and shook his head. "It's already quite late. What I want to know, you've already told the whole world, so this so-called explanation doesn't seem that important anymore." Chen Goen fell silent, merely smoking quietly. He raised his head and looked around the table, seemingly searching for an ashtray, but ultimately gave up. At this moment, Xiaozhen couldn't help but speak up. "Liang Yi, you need to understand Chen's difficulties." Before he could finish, Chen Goen waved his hand to interrupt him. "Regarding the matter of demons disguising themselves and initiating a rebellion, you should have a rough idea of what is going on by now. Although the Supernatural Bureau discovered it earlier, we don't have much more information than the public, especially after the complete outbreak. Basically, everything we've learned has already been announced. In this regard, I truly can't provide you with any explanation, only a few reminders, but they probably won't be that important to you. Besides that, do you have anything else you want me to answer?" Chen Gowen's tired gaze settled on Liang Yi's face, the smoke swirling between them creating a somewhat hazy atmosphere. Xiao Zeng watched the point where the two of them locked eyes, but then met Ma Datu's gaze on the other side. The latter smiled, and Xiao Zeng managed a polite smile in response before naturally shifting his gaze away. Listening to Chen Gowen's words, Liang Yi didn't hesitate too much and calmly replied, I want to know more about your team. The skills and abilities they displayed don't seem like those of ordinary people. They resemble what I've learned about so-called superhumans. Chen Gowen raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Xiao Zeng beside him also turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment. The term superhuman had only recently been introduced by the Supernatural Bureau. Such individuals were previously referred to as gifted individuals. However, the confidentiality of related information is very high. How did Liang Yi find out? Or perhaps it was just a lucky guess. As Xiao Zeng pondered this, Chen Gowen nodded, indicating for him to take out a document and hand it to Liang. It was clearly a confidential document, sealed with the Supernatural Bureau's seal and stamped with the official emblem of the Dragon Country. Liang Yi merely glanced at it, then directly pulled out the document to read. Nearly 20 years ago, the Supernatural Bureau first focused on abnormal situations in the civilian sector beyond deities and demons. It involved an ordinary person who seemed to possess extraordinary talents, capable of performing ordinary or extraordinary tasks at unimaginable speeds. For example, running several hundred meters in less than a second, or completing complex activities at a speed that appeared incredibly strange to the naked eye. This was the first superhuman discovered and continuously monitored by the Supernatural Bureau. Following this, the Bureau established a dedicated research project to widely collect relevant information from the public and subsequently discovered and found more and more superhumans. As time passed, the Bureau continued to strengthen its research, and superhumans were increasingly discovered and integrated into the Bureau, gradually developing into an ever-growing group. The Supernatural Bureau provided them with a place to communicate, conduct in-depth research, and expand their abilities. In exchange, these superhumans became one special team after another within the Bureau, executing various tasks in the shadows, becoming a unique and powerful force belonging solely to humanity, aside from deities and demons. The black-robe team Liang Yi saw earlier in Shiza City on the top floor of the Ling Group building was actually the members of Team 1 of the Supernatural Bureau's Ding Group, all 9 of whom were new-generation superhumans trained by the Bureau and were among the elite. After gaining a general understanding of the information about superhumans, Liang Yi returned the document to Xiao Zeng and then looked at Chen Gowen. What are the requirements to become a superhuman? Chen Gowen was taken aback, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. He extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly said, It requires awakening. Awakening is used to determine whether a person has the potential to become a superhuman and to stimulate their potential, awakening their talents. As far as I know, only the Supernatural Bureau currently possesses such means. Of course, according to our observations and speculations over the years, the process of awakening superhumans has been gradually accelerating recently. The current outbreak of demons may be one of the signals. Even without a specialized awakening ceremony, superhumans with latent talents can autonomously awaken their corresponding abilities within a certain period. However, the uncertainty is too high. Time is very precious for everyone right now. At this point, Chen Gowen's gaze slid over Liang Yi's face before shifting to Ma Datu beside him. Liang Yi remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. He had previously been puzzled by the operational methods of the Supernatural Bureau. For such an official organization, if they did not possess powerful strength and merely relied on the so-called belief relationship between humans and deities, continuously depending on the power of deities to maintain order. Would that be overly idealistic? Now it seemed that the existence of superhumans precisely filled this gap. Everything made sense. After a brief silence, Liang Yi slowly asked, What are the conditions? As soon as he spoke, the smile on Chen Gowen's face grew wider, and the slight sense of fatigue and despondency around him seemed to dissipate significantly. Facing Liang Yi's calm gaze, Chen Gowen replied, I want to invite you to truly join the Supernatural Bureau, including the 3 deities behind you. I hope they can also be fully utilized by the Bureau. Chapter 91. Having enough prestige, as soon as Chun Goen said this, the entire equipment store fell into silence. Xiao Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Liang Yi, filled with a hint of anticipation. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the three deities, the Ox Head, Horse Face, and Bai Wuchang. They were capable of slaying mid-tier ghost kings. Even though their current power might not mean much in the grand scheme of the demonic upheaval, the potential of these three deities and the divine agent before him was limitless. If they could truly be invited to join the Supernatural Bureau, it would undoubtedly be a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Ma Data couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly upon hearing Chun Goen's words. The information about the supernatural beings had opened his eyes wide, and he was filled with excitement. After all, that was a powerful force that only deities and demons could wield in the past. Now, all Liang Yi had to do was nod in agreement to Chun Goen's invitation to directly obtain the opportunity to become a supernatural being. This deal was a guaranteed profit. Ma Datu's eyes glowed with fervor. He understood that the current situation was completely chaotic, and the Supernatural Bureau, as an official organization, controlled such powerful special forces of supernatural beings. At this moment, it was likely the safest place in the country. Even without considering this aspect, the opportunity to strengthen oneself was extremely rare. In chaotic times, every bit of power meant a higher chance of survival. Considering all this, Ma Data didn't believe that Liang Yi would refuse. Even a moment's hesitation seemed unnecessary. However, under the three pairs of intense gazes, Liang Yi remained silent for a long time without responding. Chun Goen furrowed his brows slightly, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. Let me reveal another piece of information. As a divine agent, especially one representing a deity of rank or higher, the probability of successfully awakening one's talent to become a supernatural being after undergoing the awakening ceremony will greatly increase. This conclusion was reached by the Supernatural Bureau after years of research, and it is one of the reasons we urgently invite divine agents to join us nationwide after we initially learned about the demon's infiltration. With that, Chun Goen stopped speaking and quietly awaited Liang Yi's answer. He had long known that the young man sitting across from him was intelligent. He was willing to believe that this intelligent individual would make the right decision during this increasingly critical moment. Under the unwavering gaze of Chun Goen, Xiao Zheng, and Ma Datu, Liang Yi finally exhaled softly. I refuse. If the Supernatural Bureau could offer different terms, like asking me to help you solve a problem, I could completely agree. But to make me and the three deities behind me fully subordinate to the Supernatural Bureau is impossible. Upon hearing this, Chun Goen's pupils slightly contracted. Implicitly, it meant that Liang Yi was seeking a mutually beneficial relationship, but there was no way he would completely submit to any one force or faction. Not even the Supernatural Bureau, which was an official organization of Longhua. Xiao Zheng's brows furrowed tightly, and he instinctively raised his arm, then quickly lowered it again. Speaking in a slightly stern tone, why do you give me the feeling of a self-important protagonist from an animated series? Do you even realize the value of the Supernatural Bureau? And do you understand the magnitude of the opportunity you just turned down? Can you tell me what you're really thinking? Xiao Zheng's urgency and anger were evident, but at that moment, Chun Goen raised his hand. In an instant, Xiao Zheng's words were cut off, and the words he hadn't spoken were swallowed back down. He glared at Liang Yi for a while, filled with confusion, and ultimately turned his head away in frustration. Chun Goen stood up and nodded. I respect your choice, and we will certainly have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Additionally, I need to remind you that the impact of this demonic upheaval is likely to be far more serious than what appears on the surface right now. Regardless of what you plan, it would be wise to enhance your and the three deities' strength as soon as possible. After saying this, Chun Goen did not linger and turned to leave. Xiao Zheng quickly followed suit and soon exited the store. Watching their departing figures, Ma Datu was still a bit confused. They just left like that? Boss Liang, why did you refuse? Joining the Supernatural Bureau, with such a giant backing you up, is a great thing. Ma Datu scratched his head in confusion and even got up to close the shutter door. Liang Yi did not answer, only waved his hand. He He had too many secrets that were not suitable for being under the watchful eye of the Supernatural Bureau. Rather than a subordinate relationship, he preferred a situation where both parties reached a win-win cooperation based on mutual interests. Ma Datu closed the door and came back, but still did not receive Liang Yi's answer. Although he felt deeply puzzled, he tactfully refrained from asking further questions. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. After washing up, Liang Yi lay in bed and silently thought, checked the information on the deity's ox head, horseface, and Bai Wuchang. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 different information panels appeared before him. Information on the deity ox head displayed as follows: rank, wild god. Followers, 109. Incense, 996. Divine powers, great strength, intermediate. Night walk, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Ox head and horseface, divine bond. Information on the deity horseface displayed as follows: rank, wild god. Followers, 104. Incense, 989. Divine powers, cold, intermediate. Night walk, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Ox head and horseface, divine bond. Information on the deity by Wuchang displayed as follows: rank, wild god. Followers, 18. Incense, 329. Divine powers, punish evil, intermediate. Controlling soldiers, intermediate. Night walk, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. With the recent exposure of the 3 deities multiple times, even with the shortage of divine statues, many people spontaneously offered incense to the 3 deities, causing their incense values to continuously rise. In recent days, Liang Yi had been closely monitoring the 3 deities, especially the incense values of ox head and horseface. Seeing that both were finally approaching 1,000, Liang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, finally close to ascending to a legitimate deity. To ascend from a wild god to a legitimate god, not only does the incense value need to reach 1,000, but one must also undergo a tribulation, namely a thunder trial. Only those deities who survive the baptism of heavenly thunder can attain the status of a legitimate god and establish their name in the world. Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Liang Yi's eyes. Those demons and monsters have been rampant for quite some time, flaunting their power in front of humans and turning this land into a hell on earth. It's time to curb their arrogance, even if it's just a region, a city. As long as the impact is wide enough, it will be enough to uplift people's spirits temporarily. Chapter 92. Too intense. Linzhou City, a medium-sized city adjacent to Shuanglin City. Like Shuanglin City, Linzhou City does not have much presence nationwide, but the city's infrastructure is fairly standard, and the cost of living is relatively low. As a central city, it also symbolizes a higher level of safety. Therefore, Linzhou City has a considerable population and has been a relatively bustling city in the past. However, just a few days ago, 2 incidents of demon lurking and riots were observed in Linzhou City, both occurring in the city center, resulting in the death of thousands and the demise of dozens of deities, including 2 mid-tier righteous deities. Once this incident came to light, combined with the Supernatural Bureau's public announcement of nationwide demon riot events, the entire Linzhou City was instantly thrown into panic. Even though the 2 riots in the city did not expand outward, many citizens rushed to flee the area. In no time, the once lively city center of Linzhou City at night revealed a sense of desolation, shrouded in darkness, while lights flickered nervously in the distance. However, in the eerie darkness of the city center, a high-rise building on the edge suddenly burst forth with a somewhat glaring light. Immediately, the voice of Ma Datu rang out from the bright spot. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Today we are in the city center of Linzhou City, only about 200 meters away from the site of the recent demon riots. Ma Datu's voice was not loud, but at that moment, it echoed clearly between the empty buildings, accompanied by that glaring light. At the same time, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, with the occurrence of nationwide demon, lurking, and riot events. The social order that had taken humans a long time to stabilize after the emergence of deities and demons was once again collapsing, even nearing the brink of collapse. And with the loss of a vibrant nightlife, people poured more energy into the virtual world of the internet. At this moment, Ma Datu, who had long occupied the top traffic but had not streamed for a while, instantly attracted a large audience as soon as he started the live broadcast. In just a few sentences, the number of viewers had surged to tens of thousands. What is my data doing near the demon riot site? Is he out his mind? I am from Linzhou City, and this is indeed the city center, but no one dares to come near here anymore. How can the streamer be so bold? Damn it, I wouldn't dare to watch even if you dared stream. Don't you hear your voice echoing in the building? I'm afraid a demon will fly down on you at any moment. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that it was no joke, especially since the demons in Linzhou City had once slain dozens of deities, including 2 mid-tier and 6 low-tier ones. It was terrifying. Demons were truly terrifying. Such strength was hard to rival, even for the likes of Oxhead and Horseface. What on earth did my Datu intend to do? Within a minute, the live stream chat was flooded with various comments from viewers. Some were crying out for empathy, others were spreading fear, and many were horrified by Mod Data's actions. In just a few days, the fear of demons had once again seeped into people's hearts. This fear partly stemmed from the dread of the demon's power and bloodlust, but a larger part arose from the collapse of trust due to the demon's ability to disguise themselves as humans. Just imagine, if you couldn't fully trust your own family, always having to keep an eye out for any clues that might reveal something you found suspicious and terrifying. What good would the powerful deity's protection do for humanity then? The demon's disguises and lurking abilities could not even be discerned by the deities. Moreover, most ordinary people worship deities that were not particularly strong, just common wild gods. At this moment, Madatu, standing on the rooftop feeling the night breeze, glanced at the live stream chat and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, though he still had to maintain a facade of calm. In fact, he was also uncertain and felt a strong sense of confusion. The demons were so rampant now, and the ones in Linzhou City were capable of slaughtering several righteous deities. So what exactly did Liang Yi want him to do by coming here to stream? If it weren't for the promise that Oxhead, Horseface, and White Impermanence would ensure his safety, Ma Data wouldn't have dared to come anywhere near here, let alone start a live stream so close. Ma Data thought to himself, swallowing hard. Looking again at the live stream, the number of online viewers had actually surged to over 100,000, rapidly approaching the 200,000 mark. Ma Data's heart trembled slightly, although he didn't understand it. Liang Yi was right when he said that at such a time, when everyone was anxious and insecure, more people would pay attention to his live stream. So, what did he really want to achieve? Just then, as Ma Data pondered, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Instinctively, Ma Data aimed his camera towards the direction of the sound. He saw a bull-headed figure hovering in the air above a nearby building, looking like it was standing on the clouds, with a massive fork of power already launched from its hand. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward the top of the building, descending like a thunderbolt. The sound of reinforced concrete exploding rang out incessantly, and moments later, a roar erupted from within the building, shaking the heavens. Who is it? Just as the voice fell, the descent of the fork was abruptly halted. A figure shot up into the sky, raising its hand to conjure a massive bare paw, striking fiercely towards the clouds. The bull-headed deity waved, and the fork returned to its hand like lightning. It roared in anger, not attempting to clash directly with the bare paw, but instead thrusting the fork downwards with great force. Divine power, great strength, martial skill, physical power. In an instant, the killing move was revealed, the immense force crashing down, piercing through the bare paw that obscured the sky in a flash of cold light. Boom! Even so, the moment they collided, a violent explosion resonated, and shockwaves rippled outward. A gust of wind swept past, and Ma Data struggled to steady himself, his eyes wide open, his voice trembling. So intense. This is the power of Lord Oxhead. As a wild god, it can stand toe-to-toe with a mid-tier demon king without losing ground. In just a few words, Ma Datu was already overwhelmed with excitement. He had not been present during the previous battle in Shiza City, and even though he felt exhilarated watching the replay of the livestream afterward, it lacked a certain depth. But now, being on-site and experiencing the spirit of the divine and demonic battle up close, his admiration and fervor for Oxhead had reached its peak. Chapter 93. You Can't Escape. Sophies. This is the power of Lord Bullhead. With the rank of wild god, he stands firm against the mid-grade demon king, without losing ground. Ma Datu's passionate voice echoed between the buildings. Immediately after, a muffled grunt came from the sky. Through the long focus lens, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Bullhead's mouth. In contrast, the robust man standing opposite him, with his palm raised in challenge, remained unscathed. However, the enormous bare paw that had once overshadowed the sky completely dissipated after that single strike. Ma Datu's arrogant smile stiffened slightly on his face as he innocently blinked. As expected of Lord Bullhead, with the rank of wild god, he stands firm against the mid-grade demon king, just slightly weaker. Ma Datu's passionate voice echoed again between the buildings. From a distance, the robust man turned his head and cast a disdainful glance at him. Ma Datu felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. But now that it had come to this point, there was no turning back. After all, they had come all this way. Ma Datu took a deep breath and continued to shout and cheer for Bullhead. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the hundreds of thousands of viewers clearly saw the blood trickling from the corner of Bullhead's mouth, yet they were equally astonished by his terrifying strength. Regardless of whether he was injured, Bullhead had indeed withstood the powerful strike from the mid-grade Demon King. In fact, he had faced it head-on without any retreat. Nevertheless, many people still found it hard to understand what Ma Datu and Bullhead were doing here. Surely it couldn't be that Bullhead was just itching for a fight and had come looking for a mid-grade Demon King to practice against? In an instant, the live chat was buzzing. I just checked the information. Linzhou City conservatively estimates that there are at least 2 mid-grade kings and 5 or 6 low-grade kings. Ma Datu and Bullhead are too bold. Right now, just facing one mid-grade demon king, Bullhead is already struggling. If the demons gather, wouldn't they be doomed? Although Bullhead's presence meant that Ma Mian and Bai Wuchang were also here, and they had previously achieved results against mid-grade kings. In front of the terrifying configuration of demons in Linzhou City, the 3 gods seemed utterly inadequate. What exactly were they here for? It looks no different from courting death. Could there be some kind of ambush behind the scenes? But that shouldn't be the case. The viewers in the live room expressed their confusion. Ma Datu saw these comments and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What good would it do to ask him? Even he didn't know why they had come. Moreover, according to Liang Yi's instructions, this operation was to be as big as possible, and the live broadcast should reach as many people as possible. Under such a premise, even though Ma Datu knew his live broadcast was already generating traffic, he still spent over $1 million for emergency promotion, all to make the incident as big as possible, to the point where everyone knows about it. With that thought, Ma Datu's gaze turned to the upper right corner of the live room. The real-time online viewer count was approaching the 1 million mark. At this moment in midair, the robust man withdrew his disdainful gaze from Ma Datu and turned to look at Bullhead. He twisted his neck and arrogantly said, "You don't really think that killing 2 useless ones in Shiza City makes you our opponents, do you? Right now, the smoke of war is rising, and even the Supernatural Bureau has to avoid our sharpness. You 3 little wild gods, do you really want to be the ones to stick your necks out?" Opposite him, Liang Yi, who had taken control of Bullhead, appeared exceptionally calm, to the point that even Bullhead's furious expression showed a hint of tranquility. The earlier confrontation had stirred Bullhead's insides, causing blood to flow from his mouth with just one strike. However, half of the force from the opponent's palm had actually been dissipated by the Deathlean fork, so Bullhead's current condition was still quite good. This also indicated that the physical strength of this mid-grade Demon King was incredibly terrifying, even to the point that the current Bullhead, who was combining great strength and physical strength, was not a match for him in terms of power. Since that was the case, Ma Mian had to be summoned as well. With a thought, Liang Yi summoned Ma Mian, who appeared silently beside him holding the soul hook. Seeing this, the robust man revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, several figures leaped out from the building behind him, appearing almost indistinguishable from humans. But it was evident that they were all demons and all low-grade kings. At the same time, as the 4 of them emerged, Liang Yi's gaze shifted elsewhere. In the night, from another cluster of buildings in the distance, several figures appeared, led by a young woman dressed provocatively. She was sitting on the edge of a large balcony with her legs crossed, holding a plate of viscous, blood-red spherical objects, and was taking bites of the pile of fresh human eyeballs, which might have been still moving just half an hour ago. The woman met Bullhead's gaze from afar, waved her blood-stained right hand in greeting, and smiled brightly. Instead of joining forces to slay Bullhead and Ma Mian, she chose to watch from a distance. Liang Yi calmly retracted his gaze, silently contemplating. Immediately after, Bullhead's body suddenly tensed, and he shot out like a cannonball. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, the razor-sharp trident slashed outwards, directly charging towards the three newly risen figures. With a few sharp shouts, the three low-grade demon kings rushed forward, each employing their own techniques to fend off Bullhead's fierce strikes, and then retaliated. Meanwhile, Ma Mian did not remain idle. At the moment Bullhead shot out, he snapped his fingers, and a vast chill instantly filled the entire battlefield, as if turning the world into an icy wasteland. With countless ice shards rising up and spreading out chaotically like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden, yet converging in a similar manner. They ultimately aimed at the four figures present. In an instant, the sounds of slicing through the air, booming explosions, and shattering echoed continuously, weaving a chaotic symphony in the night sky. Seeing the three people surrounding Bullhead, the robust man casually shattered the incoming ice shards and suddenly pushed off the ground. Bang! A sonic boom erupted in midair as Ma Mian's pupils constricted, revealing a dark bare paw before him. In the blink of an eye, countless chilling energies converged, slightly blocking the opponent's offensive before shattering and dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Mian hurriedly retreated, his expression suddenly becoming extremely grave. This demon king was astonishingly impressive in both speed and strength. The robust man, having swatted the air, couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Just a few days ago, it was you, Ma Mian, who cunningly led that useless bone claw to your trap. You can't escape. Chapter 94. The True God-S Thunder Tribulation. In the next moment, the muscular man's attacks became extraordinarily fierce, with palm after palm and fist after fist coming at an overwhelming pace. The horse-faced figure, lacking the immense strength of the ox-headed being, dared not clash head-on. Instead, it relied on its cold, dark power to continuously evade, retreating again and again without a thought of counterattacking. After several exchanges, it had also figured something out. The Bear Demon King's speed was not particularly fast, but its terrifying strength made up for the lack of speed over short distances. With a powerful leap, it could cover 7 or 8 meters, and given its domineering physique, how could it dare to engage lightly? Despite the horse-faced figure being cautious, the opponent's strikes became faster and faster after a few rounds. Just as the cold power was dispersed, another punch was right before its eyes, leaving no way to dodge. A gleam erupted in the horse-faced figure's eyes as it unleashed its supernatural ability, Night Walk. The dim night seemed to provide the best cover for the horse-faced figure, causing its form to instantly vanish beneath the muscular man's dark fists, leaving no trace behind. However, the horse-faced figure did not dare to linger in place and quickly retreated. While Night Walk might be hard to detect for beings of the same level, in the eyes of these intermediate demon kings, it was not entirely ineffective, but it was difficult to achieve remarkable results. As expected, just moments after the horse-faced figure disappeared, the muscular man took a deep breath and then roared, unleashing a wave of power that spread across a large area in front of him. The terrifying wind force that swept up still knocked the horse-faced figure off balance, even though it had already retreated far away. In the blink of an eye, the muscular man had sensed something was amiss. Without waiting for the opponent to make a move, the horse-faced figure's right hand swept across, gripping the sole hooked tightly and flinging it towards the muscular man. The chains clinked loudly as they swiftly approached. The muscular man squinted, transforming his palms into shapes and striking forward fiercely. However, the chains suddenly became as supple as a snake, coiling around his arms. Following that, the cold power surged into his body, eroding his soul. A howl filled with rage echoed through the sky as the muscular man's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke free from the restraints, shaking the world with his voice. I am not a ghostly being that can be ensnared by your filthy tricks. As soon as those words left his mouth, the horse-faced figure felt an extremely terrifying force emanating from the soul hook, as if it were going to be pulled forward, making it difficult for even the cold power to obstruct it. It felt a chill in its heart and decisively poured more cold energy into the soul hook. Another roar erupted, and the horse-faced figure immediately withdrew the soul hook and charged towards the direction where the ox-headed figure was. What the muscular man said was not false. While the soul hook's technique, cold invasion, was effective against ghostly beings, it was merely average against ordinary demons, especially when facing such intermediate king-level demons. Attempting to inflict substantial damage with it was nothing short of a pipe dream. The horse-faced figure no longer engaged in combat with the muscular man and took the opportunity during cold invasion to withdraw and escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liang Yi controlled the ox-headed figure wielding a steel fork to face 3 opponents. At first, it was able to fend off the 3 low-grade, king-level demons with its overwhelming strength. However, as they unleashed their full abilities, ruthlessly striking one after another, even the ox-headed figure, with its tough hide and muscle, began to struggle, soon sustaining injuries. Among them, a long, narrow wound opened up on its back, from which blood was continuously seeping out, and its divine power was slowly depleting. Despite this, Liang Yi remained calm. Not only did he strive to block every attack from the 3 low-grade, king-level demons, but he also looked for their weaknesses. If he could seize an opening, he would unleash a double explosion of mighty force and physical strength. Even a glancing hit would leave them bloodied. In this life-and-death struggle, one of the 3 low-grade king-level demons was injured, and as the fight intensified, they became increasingly furious, launching even stronger and more ruthless attacks. Under such circumstances, it was evident that both the ox-headed and horse-faced figures were at an absolute disadvantage. At that moment, on a rooftop not far away, my dad witnessed the fierce battle up close and felt increasingly alarmed. The horse-faced figure was still managing to maintain a slight advantage, at least having some room to maneuver against the muscular man. However, the ox-headed figure was being overwhelmed, and although it was not completely powerless, it was clear that the battle was becoming increasingly difficult, and even its aura was becoming chaotic. By this time, the number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 1 million. Ma Dada knew he could not show concern in front of so many viewers, but he was truly sweating with anxiety. If this continued, whether the ox-headed and horse-faced figures could survive was in question, let alone escape or achieve victory. Moreover, at this critical moment, where was Bai Wuchang? If Lord Bai Wuchang were present, the situation might not have turned around dramatically, but it certainly would not be as difficult as it was now. What was Liang Yi really planning? What was the purpose of this situation? Ma Datu was filled with endless doubts, but he could only suppress his anxiety and fears, feigning calmness while interacting with 1 million viewers in the live stream, desperately trying to stabilize the situation. However, at this point, seeing the ox-headed and horse-faced figures falling into an absolute disadvantage, practically being crushed, the viewers could no longer remain seated. What on earth were Liang Yi and Ma Dada doing? What were the ox-headed and horse-faced figures thinking? Was this not simply courting death? The demons would not show mercy. Without a direct lethal strike, they were probably still wary of the yet-to-appear Bai Wuchang. Otherwise, the battle would have been concluded long ago. What was the point of enduring such beatings or even risking death? Was this some form of performance art? The 2 gods were likely to fall here today. I could not bear to watch any longer. I had originally hoped that under such dire circumstances, the ox-headed, horse-faced, and Bai Wuchang would stand up to boost morale, but I did not expect such a disastrous defeat. Why provoke such a powerful enemy without the strength to back it up? Although it was inappropriate to say this at this moment, I still felt that their actions were deserving of their fate. In a live stream, the atmosphere was filled with negativity. Ma Datu watched with a complicated expression. He wanted to argue back, but what he witnessed was indeed like this. He felt powerless. Even he began to doubt whether Liang Yi, who had always been infallible, had made a misjudgment. Or was there a significant issue in his communication with the 3 gods? Just as the live stream was filled with pessimism and Ma Datu was worried, a massive dark cloud quickly gathered high above, with thunder and lightning raging within. Bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression, the black cloud loomed over the city. Boom! The deafening thunder echoed through the sky, and the four demons, who had just been casting spells and using techniques, suddenly froze, all looking hesitantly towards the sky. The muscular man's pupils contracted sharply as he could not help but murmur, "This is the true goddess thunder tribulation?" Chapter 95. It's almost time. The sturdy man murmured to himself, momentarily forgetting to continue chasing Ma Mian, instead looking up at the sky, stunned in place. Soon he reacted again, his incredulous gaze directed at a distance. 3 low-grade king-level demons were surrounding the area, with the ox-headed creature radiating an unusual brilliance all over. Above its head, dark clouds were churning continuously, occasionally flashing with bolts of lightning. This wild god was undergoing tribulation to ascend to a true god. The sturdy man's expression changed, and with a powerful push of his leg, his entire body shot forward. "Don't delay, kill it now." Although he was reluctant to admit it, the sturdy man clearly understood that he was apprehensive. It wasn't about the current ox-headed and horse-faced beings who were still at the level of wild gods, but about the two after they ascended to true gods. Awakening a destiny treasure as a wild god, and even slaying a mid-tier ghost king with the combined power of 3 gods was already beyond what most people could imagine. If the ox-headed creature truly ascended to a true god, how much would its combat power rise? The gap between wild gods and true gods is like a chasm. At this moment, the sturdy man witnessed the ox-headed creature undergoing tribulation to ascend to a true god, and even as a mid-tier demon king. He absolutely did not want to let things continue to develop this way. The 3 low-grade king-level demons also felt the seriousness of the situation. They exchanged glances, no longer daring to hold back, each manifesting a fierce aura like a tiger swallowing thousands of miles, launching absolutely lethal strikes. Countless light and shadows crossed, targeting the location of the ox-headed creature. However, at this moment, Ma Mian had already arrived, his cold and dark power swirling out, working with the ox-headed creature to counter the enemy's attacks. Boom! The deafening roar drowned out even the thunder rumbling overhead as the dazzling spells collided, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. The figures of the ox-headed and horse-faced beings were immediately sent flying, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing themselves in midair. On the other hand, the 3 low-grade king-level demons were in no better shape, their bodies swaying and extremely disheveled, even revealing their true forms under the impact of the aftermath. In the distance, the sturdy man watched this scene, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. As soon as the words left his mouth, his speed seemed to increase significantly, without any hesitation. He directly charged into the aftermath generated by the clash between both sides, completely unharmed, even with the full-powered strike from the ox-headed and horse-faced beings, as well as the lethal attacks from the 3 low-grade king-level demons. It was still nothing in front of him, a mid-tier demon king. However, at that moment, the sturdy man's pupils suddenly constricted, his rapidly advancing figure came to a sudden halt, and then he raised his hand to slap forward. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed. The figure of Bai Wuchang appeared in the void. The Chrysaro stick held in front was sent flying by this slap. The sturdy man sneered as he stepped forward, coldly saying, "Bai Wuchang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. How dare a mere wild god ambush a mid-tier king level? Who gave you the courage?" Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered again, and another slap came crashing down. The Chrysaro stick trembled violently, and Bai Wuchang let out a muffled grunt, using the momentum to continue fleeing, but constantly blocking the sturdy man's path to the ox-headed creature. The opponent seemed to see through Bai Wuchang's intentions at a glance. Snorting coldly, without any hesitation, his figure suddenly swelled, and sharp, steel-like black fur erupted all over his body, standing at a height of 3 zhong. Resembling a dark little mountain, the black bear demon king let out a furious roar, his unmatched sharp claws nearly tearing through the void as he clawed forward. Bai Wuchang, holding the Cry Sorrow stick, desperately tried to block, but it was impossible to withstand that terrifying force, and his body was swept aside like a rag. He gritted his teeth hard, and a swamp suddenly appeared beneath his feet. 30 Yin soldiers scrambled out from within, charging at the Black Bear Demon King fearlessly. Although the effect was minimal, it still created some resistance. Meanwhile, not far away on the rooftop, Ma Dadu, holding a camera, was already a bit dazed. True God, Thunder Tribulation. The necessary path for wild gods to ascend to true gods. The current situation was already dangerous enough. How could it suddenly lead to an ascension to true God at this time? With demons and thunder tribulation coming at once, how could the ox-headed creature, already bleeding profusely, withstand it? Ma Datu was anxious, and the live chat was boiling over. The screen was filled with white question marks, almost completely obscuring the live broadcast. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was overwhelming. Ascending to true God at this time, attempting to break through the tribulation? Isn't the ox-headed creature's luck a bit too bad? It was entirely bad luck, given the ox-headed creature's strength. It should not be too difficult to pass the thunder tribulation. If it really succeeded in ascending to true God, the demons would have a headache. Looking at the Black Bear Demon King's eager appearance, it was clear he had thought of this and wanted to completely slay the ox-headed creature before it achieved true God status. Was it possible that the three gods had this plan from the beginning? But I still don't understand if they were going to ascend to true God. Why not just wait until after the ascension to deal with these demons? Let's not forget there was still a mid-tier king level and several low-grade king level demons watching from a distance. Even if the ox-headed creature succeeded in breaking through today, the three gods still wouldn't have much a chance. In any case, the three gods were too reckless this time. Or perhaps the development of the situation completely exceeded their own plans. Ascending from wild god to true god, deities often gain a tremendous boost in strength. Completely different from previous rank breakthroughs, it can be said to be a qualitative leap. But in reality, opportunity and danger coexist. Not to mention how difficult it is for wild gods to break through the tribulation. Just accumulating enough incense is not a simple matter. Moreover, many wild gods also face the risk of failing the tribulation. After decades of observation, the success rate of wild gods ascending to true gods is roughly around 50%, while the other half of years of hard cultivation are all obliterated in the merciless punishment of heavenly thunder. Under such circumstances, almost all wild gods about to ascend to true gods will prepare everything in advance and specifically seek a safe place to undergo the tribulation. Yet this ox-headed creature boldly attempted to break through and undergo tribulation right under the noses of the demons. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it made the over 1 million